TI-11, it is time. The International is kicking off. We have Singapore TI-11. I'm so excited. It's group stages. It's day one. It is the best time of the year. I'm going to be your host, Natty, and joining me on the desk is going to be Mr. Fierce, Sir Kezu, and T-Panda all the way down there. How you fine gentlemen feeling today?
Wonderful. First time getting to cover TI, not as a player, and that is super hype for me, and looking forward to the group stage now. We saw the last chance qualifiers, now it's time for the group stage, and I am hyped.
Yeah. What about yourself, Kezu?
Actually, it's also the first time for me as a talent. I've done it as a player, I've done it as a coach, and now I'm here.
Yeah, you're kind of just ticking them all off the list, huh?
One by one, they're all gone. All
So
gone.
no, at this point, yeah.
And T-Panda, how are your energy levels?
They're pretty high. I mean, if you're saying that you
on.
don't have energy levels at this time of the year, there's something up. I mean, TI and the most prestigious esports tournament in the year, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
As you guys highlighted, Fear and Kezu, for yourselves, first time doing it as talent. When you were players or coaches, what were the emotions? Like, how were you guys preparing? Did you have any rituals or anything?
I mean,
Rituals, yeah.
so as a,
I don't know, any preparation to try to calm the nerves?
I mean, as a player, not really, other than trying to get some good sleep and try to feel good about what you've prepared. Whereas I think as a coach, it's easier to help your team and help the players. So what we did last year actually with Quincy was to make sure that there's a team talk before the day, let people feel good, do some breathing exercise, so that actually helps. And then other than that, it's on the preparation and people to feel good.
Yeah. Would you say that was pretty similar for you, Fia?
I mean, it was all about preparation. TI is the time of year where you just sit in your room, you theory craft, you do mock drafting, and you basically draft against your coach, do it for hours on end until you're just completely content with your strategies and going in and you feel like you're fully prepared.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what teams are going to be taking place in this TI. We've had our DPC season given us 12 of the teams. Regional qualifiers gave us an extra 6. Last chance qualifiers a couple of days ago gave us our last 2, making a total of 20 attending teams. And there they are right there on your screen. Is there a team and org that stands out for you guys when we look at this prestigious lineup?
I can think of one.
Yeah? You're not going to tell me though?
No. That's building the suspense here.
Okay, there is one. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
So it's, you may have heard them before, but they're the TI-10 champions.
Yeah, never heard of them.
Team Spirits. They're looking good, looking at their pub rates. The Collapse apparently had some crazy 90% win rate over 26 games playing pubs.
Wow.
He's back in form, and that's got to be scary if you're going against them. They're on their home turf now. There's something about TI every time. When you're doing well, you're returning champion, you are just going to be super confident, and you're going to play your A game. And that's got to be scary.
That's actually something I wanted to ask you about, and it's funny that you bring up Team Spirit because they took a little bit of a vacation. They took some time off after the Arlington Major, and you guys said it's all about preparation for TI. How much time or what time frame do you think it requires for a team to be able to get in top form for TI?
You?
Me?
Yeah, let's go. I want to hear your answer.
It can happen in any given patch, in my opinion. So
Okay.
all of a sudden you're not doing so well, but you're a good and capable team. All it takes is that one patch or the one just tournament to get motivation where you can just be back in your form. So I would say anywhere from just 1 to 2 months, really, as long as you have that prior experience as a team that has performed.
And Drive, is there a team as well for you two very quickly?
For me, a big question mark is actually Tundra. Because I feel like they're a good team. They have very good players, but they haven't performed that well lately. But I feel like, their players themselves, they're definitely capable of playing the right heroes, figuring out the drafts. They have a smart coach in AUI, but I would just like to see them, perform well and then keep adapting throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of jump on that as well, I mean, you've got, I think, 7 or 8 new organizations into TI, first-time organizations. Of course, they have experienced players with them. But there's only one team that actually has a full roster of new players, and that's Entity. And I think that's a team that you really got to keep your eye open for because, they might surprise. They could be a dark horse team. They could be a wild card in somebody's eyes. But a lot of teams and players and analysts have been saying that Entity is a real contender, so
Yeah,
I
I mean, they
that.
came into their form, I guess, in the later half of that DPC season. They looked fantastic. Regional qualifiers, that's how they got here. But let's have a look at the format of what everyone is going to be doing throughout group stage. It is 2 groups, 10 teams. They're going to be doing round robin best of 2s. Everyone will face each other once in 2 games. Going to have the top 4 going to the upper bracket, the last 2 teams in each group being eliminated, and then everyone else will be sitting in that lower bracket. So a lot of stakes consistently on the line, but this group stage especially, we highlight adaptability. These guys, there's 50 games across the whole day, okay? Some teams are going to be playing 2 best of 2s, some playing 3. So they're extremely long days for these teams. How do you manage that? 4 days, 50 games. Like, what is going through your mind, and where are you sitting with that?
Oh, you're just banking on your preparation at that point. Like, you don't have a lot of time to adapt. Like I said, like, if you're really good in a super experienced team, like, there are a few in there, but even the best of the best have a hard time adapting in, like, 3 games or 3 series in 1 day. It's a lot. So, like, you just got to hope that your preparation is good. And honestly, as a player, it's really fun. You're just playing game after game after game. Unless you're losing every game, then it's despair. But
Okay, true.
You need all the help you can get. And I think that's especially where the good coaches are going to come in, and like the captains of the teams, whatever, you know, just to make sure that the right conversations are happening, both in the game, but also outside of the game. Like when the game is over, okay, this game, whatever, we lost 0-2, but this is what we did wrong, this is what we need to do in the next one, and then, you know, you just cut it off, don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, forget all about the small individual mistakes, like, oh, I maybe should have used BKB at this fight. That's what the coach has. Stop, listen, and this is what we're going to do, and look forward to the next one.
Well, now that we know the format, we know the attending teams, the only other information we have to give you guys is what those groups look like. So here they are. I guess formerly known as Group A and Group B, but some people being renaming them as Group G and Group T there with EG, GG, PSG, LGD, OG, RNG. There's a lot of Gs in Group A there, and Group B having Asta, Beast Coast Entity, Fnatic, Team Secret, Spirit Talon, TSM, Tundra, and Thunder. That is a lot of T's. Which group do you feel or leaning towards as being a little bit more stacked than the other, or are you liking how they're shaping up?
I think Group A is more competitive, in my opinion. I don't know if
They're pretty top heavy.
Yeah, I'm not really gonna say like they're going to be like the hard group with the better teams, but that group, I just look at all those teams going head to head there. I could see anything happening.
Okay, give me one team from each group that's going to be upper bracket and lower bracket.
One team from each group that'll be upper bracket and lower bracket?
Don't go with the easy one.
I'll go with the easy one. All right, I'll go with the dark horse for Group A.
Okay.
Upper bracket, EG.
Okay, upper bracket.
Yeah.
NA Pride.
Reasoning, you liking how they look?
I think they got to come back to TI, you know, like they've had a couple of rough TIs. It's been since TI 8 where they had any real success. I mean, TI 9, they got 3rd place at TI 8, 5th, 6th at TI 9, then TI 10, back to like 12th place. And this year, unfortunately, during the majors, they also got like 12th in both majors. So it's been pretty rough. I think it's their time to come back.
Okay. Dark horse favorite for each one then for yourself, Kezu?
I'll say in terms of upper bracket for Group A, I have Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
I think people are signing them off a little bit to like drop out 12, 16 place. I feel like it's not the case. They've had enough time to prep and they're going to be good.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to sort of put them there because we haven't seen them play for 70-something days competitively. That is, so it's very easy to be like, look, they didn't make it to the last major. Maybe they're looking a bit rough. You know, are they really in form? But new patch, a lot of things change. Depending, what about Group B? Anyone from Group B for you?
From Group B, I mean, I already kind of mentioned Entity being one. I think you got to look at the China region as well. Maybe bring up Aster, their performance lately and at the start of the year, like a team that could definitely be a very top-heavy contender. A lot of expectations. I think there's a whole nation watching Aster being one of the top teams out of the region. Like, they have a bit of pressure on them, but sometimes Chinese teams do thrive under pressure. They've had some good results in past TIs, several years in a row. Maybe Aster can fit into that group. Maybe if I have to look at something like a wild card here, I think I'm gonna go with Beast Coast on this one because I believe SA has they've shown in the last few years that they're I won't say necessarily the top contender, but a serious contender. I think you are underestimating the capability of SA from year to year to year. I think this is really a year where Beast Coast could just thrive and hold that SA flag high and shine.
Yeah, I mean, SEA, none of you guys really mentioned their teams. A little bit disappointed. I'm looking forward to seeing what Boom and Talon can bring. I mean, Talon especially coming through regional qualifiers. They ended up beating T1, which a lot of people were impressed with. Obviously they had Anna and Thompson, so being able to overcome a team like that is very formidable. It gives them a little bit of experience. I'm looking forward to them, at least personally. And if we mention any of your favorite teams there and you're wondering where you can catch them, then let me pull up the schedule for you. It is going to be an insane next 4 days. Every stream is going to have 5 series going on here. You can see the B stream. They're going to be starting off the day strong with Team Liquid up against RNG. Team Liquid coming through last chance qualifiers, so to go up against a team like RNG as their very first series, it's going to be interesting how they hold up. But let's have a look through because we also have a C stream. They're starting off with Hokori up against LGD. Guys, remember, if there's any of your favorite teams on the screen, make sure you note down it is a rolling schedule, so you're going to have to be trying to tune into all streams at once. Our 4th stream, I think, is what we're up to. I'm starting to lose count. There's 5 of them. There are 5 of them. Is going to be starting with D-Stream. I don't remember. The schedule's pretty insane.
There's a lot of games.
OG Boom. OG Boom. Talon and TSM as well. Then our E stream, our 5th stream, is going to be beginning with...
I think I know a game on that one that everyone's
Gaming
gonna love.
Gladiators.
Yeah.
There might be some EG, OG action on that one.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, not on this one.
No, you got it wrong. You got it wrong.
Darn.
We thought we had the schedule under wraps, but we don't. It starts with Bet Boom up against GG, so maybe you'll be having your eyes on that one. Keza keeping a close eye on Gaming Gladiators. But here on the mainstream, we're starting with Sonics and EG. Then it's Secret up against Thunder, EG versus LGD. Entity, Team Spirit, and then the very last game being EGOG. Because there's so many games, I'm not going to ask you guys which one stands out the most. I don't expect you to remember all 5 streams, every game schedule, but...
Oh, you don't?
You should at least remember the mainstream. You should at least remember the mainstream, and so I'm going to ask you your favorite one for that. What stands out, whether it's upset potential or just interested to see a certain team play?
Well, every single one of EG's games is on the mainstream there. I talked about this might be EG's year to make a comeback, so there you go.
So every EG
I
game.
mean, EG OG, come on, like who doesn't want to watch that?
Yeah.
It's a classic, even though it's a different OG, different era.
Mm-hmm.
The feelings are still there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So it's very fun and interesting to watch for sure.
Even though there's only one game from PSG LGD on the mainstream, that's the one I'm really looking forward to because, you know, they've had the highest win rate out of all of the teams attending with 73% throughout the year. That's a pretty insane win rate consider what you're following up with OG 65, Aster 62. There's a big gap between win percentage, and I think a lot of people are excited to see what is LGD going to do in their first games. Any wild drafts? Are we going with the basics? Is there something that LGD is going to pull up their sleeve? I think that's a cool series to watch. And you mentioned EG, so it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it definitely is. We can talk all we like about these teams. There is so much information on them to reveal, but we want to talk about the patch. We want to talk about what meta is shaping up. The last chance qualifiers a few days ago was played on this patch, and these so far are the unpicked heroes, the ones that we haven't seen. And it's interesting, no Alchemist. You know, he seemed to be quite in favor, especially at the Arlington Major, played in a variety of roles, and now he's gone completely unpicked. Is there any other heroes standing out that you're curious or you kind of know why? Like, they've been mega nerfed.
Yeah, I think for me, there's most of these heroes, in my opinion, they're gonna get picked throughout the main event. I think Tinker is one. Not that many teams play it, but this hero is really strong in the right game. Like, this is some last pick, turn around the whole draft type of pick. Kind of similar with like Arc Warden. I've seen people spam it in their pubs. Anti-Mage too, you know, very historical carry that kind of always comes back as well. And people are gonna find games where you will pick this hero and it's just a good anti-mage game.
What about Clottle? Actually, that one stood out for me for you.
No, dead hero.
Yeah, but why? Why?
It's because they removed the small camp in the mid lane.
And that's
so
it.
It's a really big reason because like that was pretty much a no skill mid laner. You just farm everything, get really farmed, and now you get less farmed. And unless you have that huge net worth advantage on like the mid coddle, it's not as good. You can maybe still see the support, but I doubt it. It just doesn't really do.
Seems hard.
What
as
mini,
it
doesn't
just seems hard as a support with the offlaners I think you have played right now doesn't synergize that well, so scrap that one.
You're kind of griefing as a boss 5
Yeah.
dude. So.
I'm going to quickly give you guys some final thoughts or moments about the first series that we have coming up, how you think it's going to be played, playstyle or anything, very quickly, because I know our casters are actually ready.
NA Brawl.
That's it.
That is true. Fear.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of NA teams playing in the first series, right? So we're just going to have a brawl. It's going to be the opening series at TI. We're going to see a little bit of a rust being shaken off of the teams here, and I'm expecting some sloppy matches to begin with, but enjoyable nonetheless.
I'm so glad the expectations are so high for Fear, but he's right. He said it right there. We're kicking off TI 11. We have our first series coming up, and it is going to be with our fantastic casters. It's Pilot Die and Seek and Strike.
Yes, thank you, Nat, very much. And hello all the way over from KL and down south, just a little bit of us here. Pi, we've got our players about to kick off the main event. This is it. It's here, TI 11 group stage. It's starting to get real for the players. The event, of course, that kind of defines a lot of these guys' life. They plan months ahead of it and even sometimes years ahead of it, days, minutes, seconds after you're, already given the boot from the previous year's tournament. You're already thinking about how to return next year and making plans for that. It's about to kick off here at the group stage. What an honor and a pleasure it is to be able to join you, Pi, and everyone else. Thank you so much for tuning in as we're about to kick things off.
Yeah. Looking like an interesting match. And yeah, speaking of the TI, it's definitely the tournament that means the most, as you pointed out. And sometimes you don't even know it going in. You're like, it feels like it doesn't feel like any other tournament. Let's be honest. There's a lot more going around it. But when you start winning, or when you're about to get knocked out, that's when, like what you're talking about with the one tournament that really matters, that those feelings start bubbling up. So like early here in the group stage, teams that start dropping a lot of points, like we took a look earlier, right? And we got the player interaction. But two teams from each group are getting eliminated, and it can easily, like, nerves and pressure can start getting to you.
Yep. Yeah. Even for the all-timer himself, right, Puppy? I mean, this tournament is looking a little bit differently, even for him, for lots of returned veterans in this match specifically, as well as for Yawer, right? He's going to be quite excited. We'll take a look at, of course, the Sonics players, formerly Quincy, in just a second. But first for EG, of course, the majority of this roster remains the same since the start of the DPC Tour. Of course, a couple of changes since last TI, with Ice, of course, moving to Secret for a while, and Nightfall joining the team. There was an iteration where Fly wasn't the captain or drafter anymore. He's since returned for the third and final tour. But of course, our boy Artur still in the safe lane, still looking to inscribe his name in that Aegis for the first time.
Yeah. EG kind of been, I mean, like, it's hard to say if they've been underperforming this year, or if they've just been like playing to their level. Because in every major they've attended, from what I know, like they have not been happy with the result. I believe in Stockholm major, Crit, for example, had like his worst result in like 7 years or something, with them getting like knocked out from the groups. And then was it Arlington major that came after?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there they didn't do very well either, right?
Yeah, EG in the only group to have a team be eliminated from Stockholm, and they were very displeased and made some roster changes after that. But over towards Sonics, pardon me, not ex-Quincy crew, having gotten signed and receiving a lot of support from their org, preparing for this TI. A couple of roster changes for them as well ahead of Tour 3. Lawless or Leslau returning to the team, but still the carry for them is Yawer, brother, of course, of Sumail, who for the first time since 2015 is not in this tournament. The only reason to bring that up, of course, is because Yawer, in a pre-tournament interview, said that maybe that's going to help him focus a bit more on his team this year, that they're really prepared to, quote, inflict some damage and really go far in this tournament.
Oh, yeah. You showed me that. Yeah, historically, they've both been here, like the past 3 or 4 years, I believe. Both brothers have been at TI. And I actually remember, I don't know, it was some Stockholm, no, maybe a Germany tournament where we lost a game, and like I was at a team with Yawer, right? Mm-hmm. And him and Sumail came up to our room, and they were analyzing his Shadowfiend replay together. So they're very close. There's like, obviously there's always a rivalry when you're brothers, but they're They're really good. They're very close.
Yeah, I mean, who couldn't forget the good luck, little bro after TI10's Hassan Bowl, right, on the main stage. Of course, yeah, lots of times, I think that was the second time they played each other, but of course, Yawar going to be able to focus on his own team's destiny this year, and the rematch ultimately that this is Pi. Of course, as both teams mainstays in NA Division 1 since the inception here of our current iteration of the DPC leagues. Last time they met was back in July, and it was kind of a do or do not fly match, funny enough, for EG, because at that stage in the tournament, they'd already taken that one loss, while Quincy Crew at the time, are now Sonics, were flawless. Of course, NA only getting 2 slots to the major, so EG needed to get that win to force tiebreakers. Eventually did, and then of course qualified alongside Sonics for Arlington, where of course they weren't too happy with their performance, but they almost didn't actually get to go. They really had to beat Sonics back then, and well, of course, now that 2 teams are getting eliminated from group stage, of course, still 180 drafts total to get through for us, I think. So still a lot of Dota ahead of, looking at getting eliminated. But, like you're saying, 2 teams that get eliminated, every match really does count here in best of 2 format.
Yeah. I mean, so I've had a lot of, I've been to, 5 or 6 TIs? And, how you start off, it matters a lot. Obviously, how you finish matters more. But I believe TI7, I lost the 6 first games. There was 1 team getting eliminated then, and we had to come back and win 5 games in a row, and that's not a good feeling. You really, if you get to win your first series, that's a huge boost, confidence in everything you've done. Because before TI here, right, teams they get here 2-3 weeks before and they start scrimming. And that is a big confidence boost to your drafts, everything you prepared. Because sometimes you get in and whatever you've been doing is not working and you have to change it up. And if you don't change fast enough, you might already be down 6 games. And then upper bracket is gone and you just have to pray for a lower bracket run.
Yep. Of course, and having that second chance. I mean, we're just coming now from last chance qualifiers this past weekend, seeing how big of a difference that can make. For some teams, unfortunately, not enough of a difference. For example, VP getting 2 chances and unfortunately not qualifying. But still, 2 chances is always going to be better than the 1. And lots of Dota still to be played here. I like what you said. I think both of these 2 teams, of course, are qualifying directly via points to this year's International. It's been a while since they've played their last official. EG quite famously didn't play a lot of third-party tournaments. Of course, this Tour 3 roster and now this TI roster, a little bit different than what they were fielding for the first 2 seasons, where they did have Jarex, right? But, they didn't really get to play a lot of Dota, so it's all going to be, is what was working in scrims or your practices, is that going to be enough to carry you through? Are you going to have to kind of adjust on the fly? Plenty of games to do that now, right? Of course, with 1 extra team, but 1 extra team as well going home. So, yeah, I imagine the nerves can really start to get to you, especially if you're already starting to play for even just your tournament life this early. Yeah,
so a lot of conversations that can happen is someone suggests a here or blah blah blah, and then you go, oh, but we didn't practice this, or we didn't blah 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 this, and that can be true, but there are other things too. If you look at OG in TI9, I think, they pulled out their IO, right? That basically won them every group stage game. And I don't think they scrimmed that hero at all. That was basically Anna playing pubs in Australia, with the Wisp. And then just the team having confidence in him saying, all right, I want to play this hero. And they just pick it, and they went 14-2 in groups. So you have to have a balance here where, if someone believes in something, you let them play that.
Yeah, and I imagine especially relevant for these 2 teams, it's where a lot of the experience of your captains is going to come in, right? Fata here for Sonics and Fly for Evil Geniuses, having plenty of experience playing on a couple different rosters, but overall able to kind of combine a lot of their experience, a lot of their tenure in Dota, and trying to make sure that they can see their team to the best start here in groups, and finding that balance of, well, what's worked for us, trying to balance that, kind of confidence. This is something perhaps you've had to do a bit yourself, right?
No, for sure. And I think especially these 2 teams they're not the type of team to just suddenly someone just goes Arc Warden and then they pick Arc Warden. These are more teams that try stick with what they've done, what they've practiced. Both EG and Sonics. If you look at previous TIs with EG, every time they play, you can see a very like a certain pattern in their draft where like they pick what they think is good. Obviously, they can change the pattern if they feel like things are not working out, but they don't usually go that crazy. Like if you look at the unpicked heroes they showed before, right? I guess Arc Warden is a possibility for EG or TC plays that hero, but otherwise I expect these guys to like stick to the. I mean, we don't know the meta yet, but like what we expect the meta to be.
Yeah, certainly. I think safe to say in this first phase, going to be some Marcy Undying, contested at the very least. Perhaps that Enigma as well. But it's time, everyone. We are about to get started here with our very first draft on the A stream. Of course, 5 matches running simultaneously. You're joining here for the NA Bowl, basically between Sonics and Evil Geniuses. It's going to be a big one here. Again, last time these two teams met, it was of the utmost importance for EG. They did manage to get that 2-0 and then played some tiebreakers following that. Let's see here how it goes this time around.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think we can expect, like, Shadowfiend rose more and more in popularity, so that's going to be a very contested hero, I believe. And with Shadowfiend being picked and like these long range like Lina heroes, like Sniper's getting more popular because he has even more range, right? There is no hero with more range than Sniper. So I'm wondering how this meta will shake out. Because earlier, like if you're seeing Quinn here, he's a very specialist type of player. He has a few heroes mid that I believe he plays better than like almost anyone else, which includes Leshrac, which I thought would be one of the stronger heroes. But then with these Shadowfiends and Linas being very popular, you don't feel as comfortable picking this Leshrac because they outrange him, right? Like you want to go in with Leshrac, and they just hit you in the face.
Yep.
So I'm curious to see how all of this will shake up. But you're right, Marcy and Dying, those are going to be very contested picks.
Yeah, of course. There's still a lot of games, a lot of ways that everyone can look to explore a little bit in this meta and see how things develop ahead of the main event, where of course things start going a little bit slower, and it's up to the really what people are going to be. Yes, as we can see what the most contested heroes have been, especially in our earlier phases, with that Bat Rider especially being one that we haven't seen a whole lot of, you and I, at least personally.
Yeah.
That's mostly because he does end up getting a ban or an unfavorable matchup in that mid lane.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it also, some teams are more comfortable, right? Like when you have an offlaner that really likes Bat, I think those teams, like Beast Coast, for example, right, with Whisper, then you're more likely to pick this hero. Maybe that will be true for EG. I think Nightfall, I'm actually not sure. But when you only play it in mid, right, you can feel a bit limited to picking it because you're scared, right, of the bad matchup. And I'm kind of surprised that Visage was so highly contested, actually.
Yeah, the hero didn't look super convincing anytime we got to catch him on one of our casts. Some of the times that was because they kind of drafted into a dual core or a tri-core, as we can see Quinn eager to get this match started. I'm sure the anticipation, as you can see, definitely killing Nightfall. But it's certainly a hero that hasn't looked super amazing. I think the surprising hero for me, even though it is one of the more contested one, I think especially banned, has been that Faceless Void. It's been something that's certainly strong in the laning phase, but certainly takes its time to get online. And on occasion also requires you to give it a bit of more attention in the draft, right? Making sure that you have some early kill potential and an early chrono, making sure that you have a decent laning partner so he doesn't just get run down by something like a last pick Feno. So some of that has been also really surprising. But where the meta is actually going to take us, only time will tell.
Yeah. Now Void received some nerfs, right? The Aghanim Shard, so he doesn't jump as far. And also one of his problems, right, is this morphling. Like I talked to someone, I don't remember who, but like it even like showed me further how bad that matchup can be. Where before if you caught him in chrono, he couldn't morph. Now with Aghanim Shard, he can just start morphing, and he has like 6k HP. And the second part is you really like going Aghanim Scepter on morphling. And then when you use that on Faceless Void, like you get his axe, right? So you get an AoE bash with his jump. And like overall, that matchup is just not fun for Void. So that's also a reason why people don't pick him as much.
Of course. Just a bit of an update, by the way, as far as what we're still waiting for. Currently looking for a server at the moment. So if you've taken a peek at any of the players' PCs and seen them in queue, that means we're just waiting to get started here with our official server. Bulba, that is ready to go. Coach, longtime coach Rigi, I think, having been with the roster since 2017. I'm sure ready to go and unleash the strats, the EG strats here, back onto their NA counterparts.
And you can also see the coach there for Sonics. It's
That's right.
Clairvoyance. He's new coach, but he's also old coach. So he's been coaching AG, their team in C Division 2, right? Yeah. They unfortunately didn't qualify for anything. They were trying for the regionals, but they didn't make it out. And he's actually their coach from TI7, I believe. He was there. So now he's back. He was there coaching, I think Mojo was on that team, Jawar was on that team, and Quinn was on that team. So those three are familiar with him.
Speaking of course, Quinn. There he is, one of very highly regarded to have been one of the most talented and highly skilled mid laners, especially back in the day for like the Kiev Major. The man just seemed to like he was on a mission to never lose any lane, despite the matchup, especially when he was given his kinds of heroes, like you say, the specialist, right? And when you do kind of specialize in maybe a couple heroes or a smaller pool, and you dedicate yourself to that, that means you've probably played your fair share of bad matchups, and maybe you've not gone so well in all those, but they're all learning experiences essentially.
Yeah. No, so I would say his best heroes are Leshrac, Ember Spirit. Those are, I believe, his absolute two best. But then he obviously can play every other spirit. He can play Bat. He can play most heroes. But like those are his strongest. Where I believe, I don't know, he might be the best at them out of anyone. And he's also an extremely strong laner in general. His only problem, what I remember playing with him back in TI9 was, and before was, back then like there was this respect, right, for especially Sumail and No One, which I think sometimes could hinder him a bit mentally. But I believe none of those players made it, so that's not going to be an issue.
That's true. As bright and early here in Singapore, of course, both teams in the player rooms, probably at least half an hour discussing things, just warming up the hands right in demo mode now. As just a little bit of a break here, as we're still waiting for our servers to get going. And then, of course, as soon as our draft is ready, we'll get that started for you right away. Yeah, of course, I think my most fond Quinn memory, of course, is going to be that picture of him when Gaben was on stage welcoming everyone to the International, and he's in the background with all the players. Just absolutely overjoyed. Hopefully we get to see another one of those here later on when the main event kicks off in the Suntech Arena. For now, of course, group stage, hotel, a little bit less pressure, less external pressure, perhaps, for these players. In the hotel rooms, able to maybe focus a little bit more on their game. And I think there are definitely some teams that have shown us that they certainly get a bit of a crowd buff. Is that something that you think is still super prevalent here at TI? I mean, obviously we're in groups, no such crowd buff, but in group stages, or were there some players you played with perhaps that were a little bit more comfortable not having to hear the crowd on the outside?
It's possible. It's not something I ever talked with anyone about. I mean, there's though definitely a difference between playing like this in a hotel room where you practice. They got this hotel room a few days ago, so they've been getting comfortable here. They know this place. They've scrimmed from here, and then the difference is when you walk out on stage, you have to set up your stuff. You have 10 minutes, and then you just gotta play. And there's noise. There's like maybe the volume is not exactly right. Like things are a bit different, right? So there's a big difference. But the one thing you have to worry about here is, I guess you would call it adrenaline dump, when you think you're about to play, and then this happens, right? A little delay, the server is not quite working, and then you were really hyped up, and now you might get tired. So you have to keep your emotions in check here, not get frustrated, not get too bored either. Like you can't get too relaxed. It is a bit of a challenge.
Cutting to that shot back of Nightfall. No, I mean, I think these are all, no one here is a first-timer, I believe, on these two teams. So I think they have a lot of their emotions in check, kind of knowing it's a long haul, right? It's a bit of a marathon, I imagine. By the end of the event, whether you're going to be out by group stage and have to play your more stressful matches immediately, or if you are going to be making an exit in the playoffs, or maybe even going all the way, it's must be a lot of Dota to be playing here. I mean, these guys are already going to be playing 9 best of 2s here over the next couple of days, excluding any tiebreakers, and then of course the real high stakes begin from there. So kind of learning to pace yourself, I imagine, definitely being something that these guys as well have some experience with.
No, for sure. I'm just thinking about myself playing. I would usually do better the first few days, because my sleep would be terrible. So like the latter half of the group stage would be harder for me. Because as you said, it's a very long tournament. Because you've already been here, you have done photos, you've done interviews, like you have to get up earlier. There's a lot of stuff going on, and then you have to start playing.
Yep. Yeah, and for many of these teams, of course, the preparation. I mean, as we alluded to in our kind of intro to the group stage, yes, it begins, basically the day or the week, the month right after TI ends, and you get back on the grind and form your teams and start, getting players and all that stuff. But even just for this specific tournaments, having been in Malaysia, I've been in contact with a couple of teams that have, been boot camping here. Some of them for 2-3 weeks, a month. Since ESL One Genting, for example, before you just staying here in Malaysia and preparing. And for some of these players, I mean, I just saw a post, the antipode of Lima, Peru is almost exactly Singapore. They're on the opposite side of the world, So some time to adjust, certainly, but at the end of the day, you're still in a very new setting and needing to settle down and just play your kind of Dota, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's usually not been the jet lag or so. It's just that I prefer waking up really late and going to sleep really late. And these TI games, they start at 10 a.m. So you have to really reset your schedule. And that's some people struggle with that more, and some, like this guy Fly, I don't think he struggles with this at all. He's probably up at 8 going to the gym.
Yes.
Maybe even 7.
Yes. He is an early riser, that's for sure. That's definitely for sure here, as we do have a new lobby up high, so just to make sure we all get settled in that one and ready to go. Yeah, I mean, speaking about Fly, he was working as talent over at the Stockholm Major. Was able to catch him a couple times for breakfast. And let me tell you, he was always ready to go to start his day bright and early, always probably the first one in the gym. Did retire early on in the night, of course, to keep up his schedule. But quite curiously enough, and I hope he doesn't mind if I share this, would bring his own avocados to tournaments, actually. Just to make sure he could kind of, still get the right kind of nutrients and get settled in. I think part of that, having that kind of routine and making sure you're always in your comfort zone, is definitely something that can help you excel, especially as a leader for his team here on EG, but even just so as an individual on a player level, right? Making sure you're always at your A level.
Yes, I think especially it helps when you get older, because he's one of the older guys here now.
That's right.
And you get... Like, it's easier to stay up longer when you're younger, right? So I think the schedule he keeps too, like, improves his longevity a lot, like with how consistent he is. Mm-hmm. Like waking up, and his mental state. If you ever play with him in pubs, it's very hard to make him tilt. Like, he's very consistent. Like, he doesn't get emotional, like some other players might.
It's an untiltable mountain, and that's this one, especially if you've caught his streams. Definitely can attest to that. But yeah, I think just like being in your comfort zone and making sure you're good to go is going to be pretty big for these guys. Speaking of youth and being able to play more Dota when you're younger, right? I don't think that's necessarily going to be such a new groundbreaking thing to anyone listening to that. But, even just like Puppy was following his lower LCQ run, right, where Secret did qualify first out of 2 teams alongside Liquid. He spoke about in his interview that it is a little bit more difficult these days, when he finds himself a bit older, right? I believe Puppy, the oldest player in this tournament right now that he's officially qualified to his 11th international, just an incredible feat for him. But the line I want to get to in that interview was, 5 years ago, he said it's really hard because 5 years ago I told myself like I would crush these guys, but that's just not how it is anymore, right? He can't just be playing all of these pubs. What was it, like ILTW would be at the Kiev major, the Kiev major last year. He'd play like 11 pubs and then still play like an official the same day. Like some of these guys, they just play Dota. It's
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's also the confidence with this. I don't know if it's stigma is the right word, but people tell you, right, that like when you get old, are you gonna retire soon, or like is it over? Because it's been historically people start getting out when they approach 30. It's not big where, especially if you look at other esports too. There's not a lot of older players there. Obviously, Dota is an older game, so you will see older players here, but. I don't like if you can play professional soccer until you're like 38. There is no reason why you cannot play Dota for as long. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just funny because that's always been the story, right? I remember even the first TI I ever watched, especially as a fan, was TI5, and the big story was, oh man, Fear's so old. What is he gonna do? And then he goes and wins the tournament, right? As the carry, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's incredible how this has constantly been, as you say, maybe a little bit of a stigma, but certainly a talking point in esports and Dota all the same.
Yeah, I mean, and it does make sense because it is harder the older you get to keep it up, and that's why I think the way Fly approaches things is very impressive, and I think Pup is just an extremely talented player. He's just it was 18 years ago now that he was a rising star in Dota. Like he's basically. In Dota, he's always been a top player since forever. I remember in Dota 1, when I would get into these IRC channels to play in-house leagues, and then Puppy was up there in Division 1, top 1, top 2, very high up. So Puppy and Dota, he's always been considered one of the best players.
Yeah, and he certainly still has his play style, right? The games that we got to see him on the Enchantress over their 2-0 defeats over T1 in the upper bracket of Last Chance qualifiers comes to mind, right? Just always in your face, always aggressive, just always kind of knowing what his hero can do and really stretching the limits of that has always made him a fan favorite and a joy to watch. But back to these two teams, Fly flexing, getting ready because it is time here, Pylai Die. We have our first draft about to get started. Evil Geniuses and Sonics kicking us off here for the TI-11 group stage. The NA Brother Bowl, what would have been the Brother Bowl in maybe previous iterations, but the NA Bowl and Brawl is what I meant to say here between the two, kicking off with Fata and Fly, respectively, drafted at the helms of each team. It's going to be EG with last pick on Radiant and Sonics with first pick on Dire.
Okay. Oh, and of course, Enigma Band. Forgot about mentioning that hero.
Yep.
Very annoying hero.
10 seconds
And a bit of a Nightfall classic now, hasn't it been? I think he was keen to be picking that one for a while over in NA before it was, everyone's bread and butter Wraith Pact kind of builder. So there's Quinn getting ready to go. He's excited here.
Yeah. Now we finally get to begin. And then I do believe Nightfall also plays a lot of Primal Beasts. So I'm curious to see how the teams will, if they'll ban him out, because we have both Marcy and Undying left here. So
that's right. Yeah, Evil Geniuses actually make the play to ban out the Morphling in the first phase.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to get rid of that one, perhaps. Well, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, right? Because generally, just to give a little bit of more inside baseball, teams, when they go to majors, especially, or even some third-party events and lands, they will try not to scrim teams in their group, right? But we didn't know groups up until, early last week or earlier this week, right, even. So I do wonder if this is maybe a little bit of experience between EG and Sonics, who I'm sure have scrimmed each other throughout DPC, especially this last tour, but maybe even a little bit when they were both camping here in Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point, actually, because usually you get kind of these scrim circles where there's a lot of teams going to TI, right, but you don't play all of them. Usually you play a lot, 6 of them, you play them a lot, and then maybe sprinkle in some of the other teams. So there can be different metas developing. Obviously we have a Last Chance qualifier now that everyone has been looking at, but that doesn't mean those will be the final powerful heroes coming up.
Yep. Yeah, by no means is that an indication on the rest of the meta. As we can already see, the SF also receiving a first phase ban. You were talking about previously how that hero was making a much bigger rise in popularity. Of course, now you can still flex him in the mid lane for sure, but maybe I should say he's very commonly flexed to safe lane as a carry as well, and quite an annoying one at that, with his Ag Shard applying a fear. He can join fights early with Shadowblade, the Requiem, of course, ginormous AoE. That's going to apply a fear to break backlines or just really break apart a fight. He's certainly been a more prominent hero of the meta.
Yeah, there we see the Marcy.
Yeah, as EG, they banned Clockwork.
Yeah, I'm guessing Primal, yeah. So Primal is not a bad hero versus Marcy. A lot of things, because when Marcy wants to jump in, right, there's a lot of things that can catch you. Just like Primal Beast charging, like when you're trying to leap around, like you just get knocked up in the air and you fall straight up on your butt, you know. And the other is when he uses his ultimate and starts smashing wherever, like you're just getting mini-stunned. So all of mobility on Marcy kind of disappears.
Yeah, and even her unleash attack speed, right, is going to end up feeling a bit weaker. There it is.
Yeah.
Quinn picking the Lesh. He's going to tuck back the hair behind the ear, crack his knuckles, and get ready to satisfy some punks here on EG with that mid lane Lesh.
Nice. No, I really like this this pickup here, because they already banned Shadow Fiend, which I believe is a pretty strong hero versus Leshrac here, and then we'll see what he wants to get banned. I'm honestly kind of expecting like a sniper ban. That hero's gotten more and more popular, and like playing against that range can be very annoying, but we'll see.
Lesh, of course, still going to be bringing you lots of positives to your draft. For Sonics, especially, I'm not sure if this is so much a flex for them, but generally this is a hero for some other teams, perhaps, that can be flexed into the safe lane. So you can kind of run him as a pseudo carry with a more like carry, like maybe TA sniper in the mid lane as your actual carry. But of course, for Sonics, you're likely mid, but still brings you, a nice mix of lane domination. Not the greatest ganker in the world, is I think maybe where he feels a bit weak unless enemies are really diving tier 1 tower, which is not unreasonable, right? Against an Undying or Primal Beast, that's a lane that can certainly dive you. But of course, he does really bring a lot of early tower pressure, depending how many points get actually dumped into Edict early on. So keeps the pick and keeps the draft fairly flexible as far as whatever Sonics are going to need.
Oh, true. Jabbar definitely plays this hero as well, so it's not locked in on mid yet. But they are banning, like they want to play it mid, right? They are banning mid heroes. They're banning Invoker, Batrider, classic counters versus Leshrac. And I don't know, like being a good gank or not, like I would actually say he's not bad. Like when the mid laner says like, okay, Leshrac is running whatever, bottom top, you do get scared because he has runs at you, right? Activate his Pulse Nova, and that damage early game is a lot.
Yeah, bit punishing. Yeah, especially versus these tanky heroes, right? Like the Undying Primal. Like as long as he has a decent mana pool, or worst case scenario, if you see a Lesh running to your lane, an Arcane Rune, God forbid. No.
Yeah, Arcane Rune, Haste, those you cannot stop him.
Those are killers. Yeah, those are killers. So especially with a level advantage, yeah, he can definitely be punishing. He can be punishing. I always think about like your quaps, your spirits, especially as the gankers that for me always feel impossible to run against. But yeah, I know you're certainly right. With the right rune, or even just with a good level advantage, and maybe not a stun against him or a slow, yeah, not much you could do about him at times. It feels like as EG. Some on-meta bans here for sure, right? But they have purposefully allowed through the Undying and the Marcy. What was interesting is EG, of course, was second pick. By not banning one of these like super OP meta heroes, like, with exception of that Undying, they did get their hand at selecting their two favorite ones. So we have to assume that they really like this Undying Primal opener, I feel, right?
Yeah, I'm honestly though a little surprised that they let Marcy through. I don't think you had to. I guess they really wanted Undying or something. Because that would be, I mean, or they would have, if Sonics would have first picked Undying, they were fine with Marcy. Because I don't know if you have to give up Marcy here to get Primal, but I guess they wanted to be sure. So then you give them the bait, the irresistible Marcy.
And we have seen a couple of Brood games, actually, in LCQs. My memory escapes me on exactly who played them or how they fared, but I do remember seeing the map covered in webs at some points when I was checking between all 4 streams that were running. But EG goes so far as to ban it here in this phase. Does that kind of open up any heroes for you? Are you scared of any heroes popping up if you were to draft against EG in this scenario?
I mean, generally, okay, so they banned it from Mirana. Maybe this will even be a Mirana mid. But usually Brood bans are for Death Prophet and Invoker, or the common heroes, where you, or OD, where you don't want to play against this Brood Mother. But Mirana makes sense too. I'm actually curious. I want to see if this is going to be... Maybe it's just a crit Mirana, but Abed could also play this in the mid lane. It's not that bad.
Okay. That matchup into Lash playable, right? You've got the leap away in case he maybe is going to hit you with a split earth. Could be a little bit hard, right? Especially with lightning bolt to get him, to get that Mirana, especially if she has leap charges. So I can see why that's maybe a good matchup there. As the Bane pick for Sonics. So
Yep.
some lane control, the ulti, of course, that's going to go through BKB, that channel, and sets you up for like a carry that might need a save, that might need just a big lane bully to help him through the laning stage as well.
It's also just very strong versus Primal Beast. Like, even if he gets BKB, you can still grip him. So like, he just wants to go in, right? And then if you get gripped, you're just stuck for 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And Bane is also interesting with the Leshrac, because this allows him to be played easily as a position 1. But I do believe he's still mid, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, Sonics, they still have a pick here if they want to go with Nightfall's hero and define one of their lanes here. They certainly have that option to continue flexing the Lesh into the final phase of picks if they want to make EG's life a little bit more difficult to consider. What conditions that Bane has would you say are necessary for Lesh to be running as a safe lane? Or is it more dependent on what your mid lane is going to be if you can run this Lesh mid? Or safe, sorry.
No, it's just this really simple, like you can just sleep into stun, right? And Bane is a bit of a body, so he can cover hits and stuff for the Leshrac to make it easier for him to play. But this also works out if Leshrac is mid, right? When you're contesting runes, you come with Bane, and you sleep the enemy mid, and then Leshrac gets to free stun and kill him.
Yep. Certainly going to be a bit scary as well to deal with, especially if you have the liberty now with this Magnus pick to free the Marcy up for something like those 6 or 8 minute power runes, which are usually very consequential and maybe even snowbally for some mid lane performances. Marcy as well, another great hero out rotating into the mid lane. Can jump in usually from fog. We've seen that in like a couple of Visage Sniper matchups, right, where everyone wants to stand as far as away from each other. Marcy does really pop that bubble. With this Magnus pick, though, are you expecting this to be like a melee carry still to come in to take advantage of that Empower cleave? Or is this about just the repositioning or something else for Mag?
No, you probably want some hero that benefits from Empower. I'm just curious to see what EG are gonna... I'm expecting Artesis here to be picked here. It's time to pick the carry. But already, even before you pick the carry, you have this Undying, right? And presumably it's Marcy, Magnus offlane. So, yeah, Drow Ranger. So, I feel like there's like a very easy farm for him in this lane. Seems like a very free lane with a very farmed Drow Ranger. So I'm curious to see what Sonics will do about this.
Yeah, their gap close limited to this Marcy Magnus in that offlane, but as you say, I think their start going to be a bit stymied by the strength of this Drow, especially mainly just Undying, I guess, yeah. Right? Undying is going to be almost able to 1v2 in this lane, just has to make sure that he's not skewered and disposed under tower, and he likely 1v2s just fine.
No, exactly.
Yeah, such is the strength of this hero right now.
I mean, maybe they're thinking of putting the Bane as position 4. But even then, like, Undying is just so strong. So, should be a really farm draw.
Like, it's a heads-up ban there. We talked about the setup, right, that Bane can enable, and I think there are almost none as punishing as this Bloodrite pure damage combo in the lane with Nightmare. That one can be really, really brutal to deal with for almost any kind of offlane.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the same idea as Grip. You just rupture this Primal Beast, and he has to stand there. But yeah, I don't know. That it's not really a necessary ban. I think EG, they're feeling really good right now about what they have, and like me, I think they're a bit confused to what Sonics can pick here to like feel really good.
what are the concerns that you feel like Sonics needs to address? Like, what makes it so difficult right now, as far as what you're seeing in this draft?
I mean, right now, for me, it's mostly their off lane, which, like, no, just the off lane, and like you look at the Drow, like the Drow as a hero is very strong here, and it seems like she will have a very nice lane. And that can always be an issue. Like if you have an underfarmed Magnus and they have a very farmed Drow, the Drow just goes from tower to Roche to tower, right? And you do whatever you want.
I see. Something for Sonics then to maybe look to put a bit more tempo in their lineup might be able to help. Is what you're thinking, to cover that Magnus early, or how can they look to take steps to address this then? What kind of safe laner likely would they need to pick, or mid, right? If they want to.
Yeah, I mean, like a PA is the like easy answer, right? Really good with Empower. You can blink on top of this Drow Ranger. It's not as strong a lane, so maybe you're making yourself a bit weak there. I mean, otherwise, as you said, you can go like an Ursa, so you're faster. Because if the Bane and Marcy gets to roam, okay, they go for Jug. You can kill this Drow, even though if she's pretty farmed, like Marcy gets to jump on her, you just bully her. But yeah.
Okay, with that Juggernaut pick, what do you feel like? Is this going to help address a little bit of those concerns against this Drow Ranger, or?
No, not at all. I feel. I'm really curious how they will lane this. If they will do position for Marcy, because I would not feel comfortable with that. Marcy Magnus versus Undying Drow. That just seems like a very hard lane. But I mean, obviously you have a Quinn Letrak mid here that should have a really good game. So maybe if he gets a few good runes, he can like kickstart this game.
Does look like, at least Sonics, from their perspective, looking at their last two bans, they perhaps expect this Mirana to be mid, as they actually ban a couple of offlaners, or maybe pseudo, but not offlaners. Viper's not really played support too much these days. Well, we'll see here what EG are going to go with. It is going to be the Beastmaster, so a little bit more push and map control from EG with this last kind of hero.
Okay, yeah, so now I'm wondering... Nah, never mind, it's Primal Beast mid.
Oh, okay, for Abed. So it is going to be the crit Mirana.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. I'm curious to who will play the Marcy, Fata or Mojo. Let's see. EG here. The mid lane, yeah, Leshrac should farm fine. I wonder who this matchup, because yeah, I see them both. They both should just be farming. Like Primal Beast just has way too much HP, right, for Leshrac to really threaten to kill him. And yeah, and the Primal Beast can't really kill the Leshrac either, right? Except when he hits level 6 and the Mirana rotates.
Okay, well, I look at the Sonics draft, right, and I see a Magnus. Well, he's a farm enabler with a melee hero. Yawar on the Juggernaut, someone who could definitely take advantage of it. But certainly that offlane will be looking difficult for Lelis, for Leslau. Are we going to be looking perhaps for some keen rotations over to the mid lane, especially around power rune timings, like you were mentioning, to try and set up for a kill onto this Primal? Is that where maybe Quinn can do a little bit of lifting here for the team in the early game?
Yeah, no, I feel like Sonics need to rotate their supports to mess up these lanes and make it weird. And they do have very good supports to do that. Both Marcy and Bane are very good at rotating early to set up kills, gank. And I think they'll need to do that. I hope also that Quinn thinks about rotating to the Beastmaster lane. Not let him get that tower at 7 minutes or whatever. Like make it hard for him to play. Like you have the Bane ready there to set up, then you can either just TP in with the Leshrac or run there.
Right.
And,
yeah.
I
like the
hope
sound
they'll
of that.
do something like that.
Break apart the pace of the game a little bit here, as it's going to be game one between Evil Geniuses and Sonics. The last meeting back in July over in the US East region. Now over to Singapore. A little bit more on the line here. Best of 2 series, of course, between the two teams. So we'll be seeing who is going to be off to well, maybe a draw even, but this game one, maybe a little bit of pride over for the NA region.
All right, both teams smoking up here. I believe EG are heavily favored if they fight there. Sonic's very brave running up here.
Arteezy is going to be the one to break the smoke. Undying having already taken that point in decay, so no early tombstone, but in they go actually onto MSS. Abed now with the onslaught in. Yao are spinning to win, but they're actually on top of Crit. And Quinn, he's been surrounded and killed. Undying, like you say, Fly picking up 12 strength now as onto Yawar they go. 2 boars already out. There's plenty of poison and slows as Evil Geniuses will hold. It's going to be Sonics who will fall 2-0 in the early game.
Oh, and yeah, we get the little settings pause there. Very confusing for me what they were doing there. When you see an Undying like this, like, and you run up 5 heroes together, like, look, he has 16 strength. If he was more ready, like, I don't know what he was doing. He was standing in kind of an off position. He gets like a 4 or 5 man decay straight up, right? And that's 1,000 HP Undying with like 90 damage. And I mean, yeah, you see what happened there. They just, what are they gonna do? They can't do anything.
Yep.
And now, unfortunately, too, Fata plopped this ward down, and they saw it under their own vision, so they're going to get dewarded as well. So very rough start here for Sonics.
Yeah, Rune Control is going to be a bit off now for Evil Geniuses, right? We are expecting that Undying bottom. Maybe he won't rotate so much, but certainly it'll make contesting runes much more difficult for Quinn, as you say. Yeah, that was a bit scary. Fly, who was a little bit on the right, maybe he was going to block a camp or something like that with his Sentry Ward out from the smoke. But yeah, I mean, still good enough positioning there for EG. Arteezy just backing up. Really, to me, it's the onslaught. And this is kind of the strength of this hero, right? Primal Beast. He kind of just charges on in, and he completely disrupts positioning there for Sonics. I think maybe there's a chance that they at least get first blood with like a full duration level 1 spin-off and a couple of brain saps and what have you. But just no chance there with the Primal basically isolating the Jug and Quinn from the rest of the team.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so let's say the positive for Sonics then. Drown Ranger skilled Gust. And I think, yeah, that's it. Because another issue here is that Abed got first blood, right? So he basically almost has bottle already. Yeah, which makes it... Oh, EG, maybe they won't even get this word. They're getting kind of bamboozled there.
Oh, maybe a little bit, yeah. Looks like they've
They missed it. Okay, nice. Okay, so that's another positive for Sonics.
Thoughts contesting a bit versus Crit. Fly, eager to fight still with a little bit of bonus strength remaining. Pardon me, he's already down to half mana, but he is a mango enjoyer. He's now shipping out his 4th mango for this laning stage.
Yeah. Okay, so they are laning the Bane bottom. I still think Undying is too strong though, but we'll see. And the Gust came in handy. Arteezy secured a 3rd rune, so they got 3 bounties as well as 2 kills. So 1k gold up, 30 seconds in, pretty nice.
Feels pretty good, that one. Abed, especially with the first blood bonus, he's, of course, leading in net worth. Not by much, but it'll be an earlier bottle here versus all the magic damage that Quinn's going to be pumping out. There, the top lane goes on sailing through and only finds the range creep. There's Fly already getting involved, getting just brawl heavy as you'd expect. As I think Fata, yes, he's blocked the easy camp and made sure that the hard camp is not blocked by ward. Of course, he can't do much versus the tanky Undying, who stands there and body blocks it. So the lanes are going to push here slightly for Arteezy.
Yeah.
See how much Fata is going to do. As a result, of course, this does put the Marcy up top lane, where she's going to quickly jump onto a creep. It still gets denied, actually, by Nightfall there, but MS is doing as much as he can here to make some space early for Yawar.
Yeah, they're doing fine so far. There's just like a very hard timing here when these hits, especially level 5. These boars are probably going to be too strong for Juggernaut, unless you have like a really big lead, which I don't see you getting.
Yeah, and down bottom now, like you said, Gus taking level 1, not what you generally see for a mid lane, or sorry, a safe lane Drow. Up to level 2 already, so it has the Frost Arrows and a little bit more harass to assist Fly in making sure that, of course, Arteezy can get off to a great start.
Yeah.
Mid, Abed worse for wear as well, but not doing as well as Quinn in these early couple of levels. And has taken a bit of a beating, but he's got a water rune for him down bottom, so he'll be able to heal up and sustain a bit more in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, he should be really happy that he got that first blood. Like, it makes a big difference for him. Because he already has to ferry out the Salve, right? Because Quinn just keeps hitting him. So that this extra 300 net worth is huge.
Water rune active. Primal Beast drinking water. growling as such is the most primal of actions for him, I'm sure. It's a decent start for him. He's going to be going for earlier boots here versus Quinn. Doesn't really need much stats with the impressive strength gain that this hero has at 4.3 tankiest hero in the entire game in that regard.
So right now, RTC has to be a little careful, right? Because he can easily get slept and skewered here. So like this is the... Okay, so there
you go. Fly. He's saving a skill point here. Skewer under tower for Arteezy. The gust back, and Arteezy's running towards the Dire base here. They're going to pull him back with Shockwave for a second, but they have the kill.
Very surprised he got caught by that. That's like literally the only thing they can do. But that's... I like what Sonics have done here with the lanes. I was a little like hesitant if the Bane would be enough, but it seems like he really made up for how strong Undying is in this lane.
Yeah, and even, you know, again, looking at the other lane and how that affects things, I'm not sure how much kill potential there is here. Well, now they have at least spin level 2, but rebound and into a stun, move speed for the Juggernaut into his spin is almost exactly what you're looking for. It does seem like there's more you can do here between a Nightmare and a Skewer for Leslau at least, compared to like Nightmare into spin, which allows Jug to get positioning, but you'd rather have that move speed slow. You'd rather have that ton. And speaking of move speed, in goes MSS towards the mid lane. He looks to rotate on in, has the dispose. Quinn looking to set up the stun, will find it. Abed takes a death mid.
Very nice. Exactly what they need to be doing. And perfect here. He's going to get 2 water runes. Like, this is huge. Like, this is really bad for Abed. Because when Leshrac hits 6 before you, it's very common he just runs you down with Pulse Nova, right? Like, it's so early in the game. And, like, if you TP in as a support, he just kills you too.
You know, I'm starting to think a little bit here, Pi. But maybe this is the best way you can play your early game as a support versus Undying, right? I mean, I think something that you can certainly do that he's not going to be able to kind of counter you at is rotate, especially towards the mid lane. Undying just doesn't feel as strong unless he's like maybe maxing Tombstone in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's just, I think Fly has played a little too passive. He should have been hitting a lot more, like manning up versus Bane, fighting him. But, I mean, I would have to analyze the lane deeper to be really sure what was going on there. But I'm a little surprised they've done as well as they have.
Almost a little bit of a tri-lane down bottom for a couple of seconds as both supports actually, here both teams find themselves in that area. But now as we look towards the minute 6 power runes, yep, they're going to go again mid. Onto Abed, there's a stun, there's still another dispose, no onslaught for a few more seconds, and that's a second kill now onto Abed.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what happens, right? And this is exactly what we talked about them needing to do. Like, these quick rotations. Because Marcy's like, yeah, the Juggernaut will suffer a bit, but I'll do way more running around the map than sitting up there.
Yeah, for sure. And Yaour is able to pull just fine. The Boars trying to intercept the wave will get most of them, so some pretty good micro there by Nightfall to make sure he's able to, you know, get most of the experience in gold. But nice job. You know, again, like we said earlier, with mana, Lesh has certainly enough damage to almost kill anyone in the game, and he just needs that little +1 to make sure that can actually happen. Looks like EG, though, are going to be able to get their hands on this power rune. MSS is rotating on over, and actually he's going to snag the DD away.
Too fast.
Might pay for that with his life, and he will.
Yeah.
But, denies the full refill on the power rune here for Abed.
Yeah. No, so EG really want their 6 now on Primal Beast. Because that's the... I guess they have Roar too, because they've left Beastmaster alone now, so he's got quite a bit of experience. But before they have these 2 ultimates, it's way harder for Mirana to play. Because there's no setup for Arrow, right?
Very true.
Okay, a little smoke here. Okay, nice. So here, now they're gonna try to get this Beastmaster.
Oh, looks like crit. Yeah, he's going to break the smoke. They're going to go onto him. A leap charge away, dispose into the stun. Perfectly calculated there by Sonics. Nice. I'm going to set up for a kill. And Quinn's still thinking about going top. Thinking about it. At least allows MSS to get into the triangle here and plant a ward, which doesn't block the camp, but will scout any stacks that end up happening here.
Yeah. Like without a smoke, it's very uncomfortable to run top, right? Like you're just gonna be scouted by a hawk or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Nightfall already fairly tanky, level 6. As there it is. He beats Juggernaut to the punch. Oh, and the arrow setup is there as Crit rotates on back over and collects the first 2 of his earn charges. Nightfall immediately getting to work on this tier 1 tower. Quinn doesn't want to let this one go so fast, and there's that rotation we were talking about earlier. And oh yeah, he cleans up creeps real quick, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Bottom, though, is where Abed instead is going to rotate to. Nice rotation here. You see the enemy rotate top. You go ahead and run back down bottom.
Yeah. And I want to say that like Sonics have played this very well, but if you look at the gold on the farm, EG are still very comfortable, right? This Juggernaut has suffered. It's not been a good lane versus Beastmaster. So yeah.
What would your analysis be on this bottom lane here, especially for how difficult we were thinking this one was looking out of the gates with a Magnus Marcy up against an Undying? How would you say that has fared for Sonics?
No, they should be very happy with that. Like Drow Ranger still has decent farm, right? But it's not oh, okay, he should be fine. It's still not been absolutely free, and the Magnus has kept up. Like he's basically the same net worth. So this is a lane they should be happy with. Like they were never gonna win it, right? Unless our TC kept getting skewered into tower.
Skewered under, yeah. He learns though. That'll happen. You only catch Arteezy with skewer under tower though once. No one catches Arteezy twice.
That's right.
And well, it's level 6 first for Lelis, who is still 1v2ing down here. And the reason I brought this up, right, is because this is some condition, right, for the Juggernaut to kind of get a little bit back in this game. The cleave no longer as powerful as it used to be on your allies, but it's still going to be a kind of farm accelerant here for the Juggernaut, who, again, has been struggling. DLR still only actually level 5. About to get level 6 off of this mid wave, but didn't really have an easy time. And in fact, just to show, Nightfall's already starting to push top with the Troll Summoner creeps.
Okay.
4 heroes bottom, though, for Sonics.
They do have a lane ward. Yeah, so Arteezy knows this is happening.
And he's going to do well to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, for sure. No, because now you see Beastmaster basically takes the top tower by himself, so you do want to get this tower here bottom back for it, but
yeah, and Sonics actually, they maybe were keen to defend top lane, but Crit actually puts down this lane ward behind the tower that scouted Quinn. So Nightfall just farms a couple of camps and waits for Quinn to leave. As soon as they see Quinn TPing bottom with their other lane ward, he moves in and immediately takes on the tower. So good map movements overall by EG during that sequence of events, even though there's no action, quote-unquote, on screen.
yeah. Okay, so this is a nice little rotation back to mid there. Let's see if Fata... Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to try to sleep, but it's scary here. There is this roar, there is Pulverize into arrow, so...
Oh. So a mini onslaught from Abed.
No, but you look at this tower going down, right? Dark Troll Summoner with Inner Beast, it just melts.
Oh, and they're TPing top. They want to get a kill on the Yawar, but he's going to read this one coming and make sure he TPs away in time before Nightfall can close the gap for a Primal Roar. Back down bottom, Lelis and Yawar now getting to work on this tier 1 bottom. So nice rotation from Sonics, at least picking up their first tower of the game.
Yeah, but with Sonics getting this tower, I think the map state is actually pretty nice for them. Like this clears it up for Juggernaut. He can farm all of this. They're gonna have Ancient stacks coming up. I think Fata will sit around mid, stack Ancients. And yeah, I think they should be decently happy with this. I think Magnus will end up slightly underfarmed, but that will be fine. So I think they should be happy right now.
You look at the core to core, and Yawar is doing just fine compared to the Drow Ranger for now, and I might say we should expect him to get a little bit more of a lead as here he goes to farm some stacks with Empower. There's MSS and Fata stacking again, so it's going to be a quad stack of the hard camp and a triple stack on Ancients.
Yeah, maybe a little early to do this, but level 4 Empower, so maybe it's okay.
The Sonic supports just acting as a buffer right now to the triangle. They're actually going to scout that Hawk with the Sentry and Observer as they see Abed trampling around in the mid lane.
Yeah, unfortunately for Quinn. Okay, so Quinn goes out there. Yeah, good. Like if Quinn has to sit in the bushes, that's not good. You gotta let this man farm.
This could be a move. I don't know if anyone got picked up on that Sentry Ward that Sonics have, but they are going to be under vision for the ward.
They seem to know, right? They're pinging it out.
That's a quick D ward. Of course, they only needed the Sentry. They already had the Hawk there for vision.
Okay, they're smoking back. They want to fight this. But EG are getting out. Okay.
And Yawar's going to continue to recover here, actually. Did go for that Midas, so on top of course, the Empower that I've been so keen to bring up, he also has a Midas now to continue accelerating his farm.
Yeah. Both teams being very disciplined there. Like, they're basically 5 heroes farming at the stack, right? They don't want to get picked off.
There's a dangerous rune as well for Abed into the bottle. For him goes that haste rune, which with Trample is going to be a bit more damage for him.
Yeah. No, so kind of an even game right now. This Midas and Jug, we'll see. It's a bit of a Ramsey special. He always does this. Like obviously you'll be more farmed than you would have been like in 10 minutes. But for now he's very, very weak.
Let's talk about first items as well, because of course, one of, I think, the only hero, I think, I brought this up earlier in LCQs, but you keenly pointed out, really only the Lash just builds this item, isn't it, right? First item, Bloodstone for him right out of the gate.
Yeah. No, it's super strong. It basically gives you, like, you become more tanky. Okay, wait, they're going bottom here.
Yeah, an RP, but I think that's just to disengage.
Yeah. No, so back to the Bloodstone. It gives you more tankiness, and it also gives you sustain. Because every creep wave, like, you're basically going to be spamming this item. So every creep wave you farm, you'll activate it, and you'll gain more mana than you spent killing it. And that's how you'll play. Okay, they're pinging Roche. Yeah, I think EG are getting a little frustrated. They could have farmed the map a bit more efficiently, I believe. Like, RTC is very poor. Not very poor. He's slightly more poor than he should be. So they'll go pick this up, which I think is a good move.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is very fast. All 5 heroes on the Roche pit buffed a little bit here by all 6 rallies of the Skellies. Of course, that damage amplification as well from Fly's Flesh Golem, almost forgetting the Aegis. There we go into the inventory of Abed.
Yeah.
That's a fast Roche here, especially without the threat of an RP. They feel very confident, and they take it.
Yeah. No, so I'm just curious if both teams will be happy with the state of the game, right? Because then we can see both teams just farming, or if EG are gonna smoke up or just go together and try to push the tower. Because they do have Undying, they have Tombstone. They have, okay, so they have Helm of the Overlord now too on Nightfall. So they do have some nice items.
Yeah, they're coming along pretty nicely here. Abed as well, nearly at his first BKB. I think the only weakness, the only glaring weakness we've seen for EG is Tombstone. It's only level 2.
Yeah.
Not as much, perhaps, early fighting as an Undying would really want, which is basically unlimited fights, assuming he has mana. So it's a little bit lower level here on the Tombstone. But I think either way, of course, they're not going to wait for Fly to get more levels, and in they go into the smoke and likely into the enemy triangle.
Okay. It should be very hard to catch this Jug. Like, immediately when the smoke breaks, he'll spin and face boot and run. So I don't know how you catch him. It's a bit optimistic here.
Roar into arrow would have to be basically right there and on the mark. Without a Blink Dagger yet here for Nightfall, it does feel a bit difficult. And so, of course, he's going to be going for some more stats first. Love the efficiency of these pro players, by the way. Just the 3 Ironwood branches here to maximize all slots for Nightfall. He's not leaving his inventory empty. No way, man.
Yeah. Okay, Leslie set up down here. RP ready. He's got Blink Dagger.
Big reveal here for Sonics. Could look to equalize here, maybe gain a bit of advantage. But it's the Ancient Black Dragon now pushing pretty effectively here with that Fireball and the bonus attack speed.
Yeah, but this is good for them. Like, yeah, they're playing very passive, and their Juggernaut will just free farm top.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Manta's on the way for him. Arteezy as well continues to farm up. He's going to look to upgrade, it looks like, into the full Hurricane Pike. Forced out next. Jug into Manta style. Has enough for the Yasha. It's flying his way now, but needs an Ultimate Orb and that recipe. So they're coming along fairly evenly. Yawar starting to really break up ahead thanks to Empower and Midas. Arteezy not falling behind too much.
Yep. Yeah, with Spirit Vessel and Mirana coming soon. It's pretty good early here versus Leshrac. Won't let him be invulnerable with this Bloodstone. Yeah, so basically when you click the Bloodstone, right, you almost have 100% spell magic lifesteal. The Spirit Vessel really lessens that.
And no source of Dispel yet for Sonics, right, to get rid of that. Of course, only the Jug can Dispel himself, so he doesn't have to be too concerned with that. But yeah, against the Healing Ward and against the Bloodstone Lash, as you say, certainly is going to be quite valuable to reduce that healing. Quinn next going for the Blink Dagger. He's actually almost got it already, and maybe with this creep, it's a pretty big wave. He might have the money here for it if he gets that wagon.
Yeah, better hit this last hit, brother.
Yeah, don't miss it, Quinn. The world's watching. But he'll get his Blink Dagger here, I'm sure. There it is. Just shy of 20 golds. But EG not really too eager to look for fights. They're going to get that last tier 1 down bottom, so the map quite open for them to be making moves. They continue to farm up, and Abed now with BKB on his way towards him might look to kick things off here while they still have Aegis on the Primal for another 2 minutes.
Yeah. Now, so Yawar is definitely not looking to fight, right? He's the the last hero who wants to fight. The rest of Sonics, I think they're like they would be down. They're kind of ready. Yeah, smoking up here. Like they kind of have what they want.
Maybe trying to bait Quinn as he does farm a wave underneath the ward. Of course, he knows that they have vision of the wave. He's going to actually go a little bit further into the jungle while Fly is ready to intercept here this smoke. Fanta, his smoke will break. Does get the ward up now onto the high ground. Nightmare and Grip onto one and another.
Get back.
They're going to be able to get the tombstone dropped, however, in time. So Sonics are going to have to get out, as you were saying.
Yeah. No, that would be a very suspicious moment to fight. Like he still has Aegis for a minute. BKB on Primal.
Now no grip here for this kind of defense. Quinn, of course, is going to collect that gold off of the Ancient Black Dragon. Easy money for him.
Yeah, and Yawar very happy with this. Like he just gets to see every hero on the map a bit, and that means he can keep farming.
Farming with confidence. That's what Arteezy has at least been able to do. It's been his team looking to set the tempo and being a little bit more aggressive on the enemy side of the map. He's maybe a little bit sore that Nightfall keeps stealing an Ancient from him every now and then, but ultimately it's not going to affect his net worth too much. And you can actually see he's actually gone for the Frost Arrow Shard earlier. I think this used to be called Permafrost or Hypothermia or something like that. It is still called Hypothermia. So this is also going to further reduce that healing that we're talking about.
Yeah. Maybe it helps him to clear creeps too. Because otherwise, I don't see what. Yeah. So you see here, using the multi-shot on a wave, it just blows up. Because otherwise, there's no way RTC would get this shard. It was only to reduce healing. Like no way.
Fair enough, right? It's a farming tool. All right.
Look mid here, just Leshrac cleaning up these creeps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's another. This 500 gold in the past 1 minute from just ancient creeps.
That's a tanky creep as well, right? He comes with the HP aura, so. Just in case it wasn't clear enough, Lesh, he can certainly melt these kinds of units and heroes. Not much problem.
Yeah, no, very passive game. And EG have actually snuck up to a 2k gold lead here. They're farming the maps a bit more efficiently. But that's to be expected, right? They have Hawks, they have Aegis, BKB on Primal. And Sonics have this one hero that really don't want to fight in the Juggernaut.
Quinn's next item as well, it's a bit more of an interesting one. The Ag Scepter Nihilism. Compared to the last time we really saw Lesh, hold that thought actually. Ooh, he blinks out in time. Fata, will he be as lucky as EG? There's smoke. It's starting to expire. They jump back in from MSS, but they've mistimed that one. Oh no, Lelis, he did commit it. Now he's going to get the ulti, the RP whiff. As in goes Abed now. He still has his BKB. There he goes, right onto the Leshrac now, with even Arteezy joining this fight from the back, but the healing ward still active. No, not enough heals there for Quinn. He is taken down. Fata doing what he can, but out of mana. The hypothermia stacks now getting to him. Nightfall with 2 kills there. Sonic's just a bit flubbing the initiation there on their own high ground, or on their own cliff there.
Yeah, not the most pretty sight, that right? Yeah, so like the thing when you're playing these slow games, you have to really hit that fight when you want to fight. You can't because you see he sleeps him right, and then that makes the Marcy stun not hit. Yeah, we'll see here. Yeah, so the sleep he jumps, it doesn't hit, and now Magnus goes in, and that's the problem. Like he just has to accept that he cannot go in here, and him going in, just getting roared, missing the RP leads to Quinn dying, and I think Fata dies too, right?
Yep.
And that's a lot of gold given to EG.
Some more damage dealt there as well. Mid-tier 2 tower taken down. Lickety-split for EG. Maybe even they feel confident enough to go for a tier 2 top. Quinn is here. He wants to farm another 300 or 250 gold here from the Ancient Thunderhide. Gonna go down pretty easily. This one will go actually towards Yawar, who is still not joining these fights, right? He was still farming there throughout that fight, throughout that replay even. Has now a full Manta style to show for it and a magic stick.
Yeah. Now, so basically now the Roche will just be harder to contest, right? Like these Hawks, if EG ever get control of the Dire jungle, they can take the outpost since they got the tower. They're now also like 3k gold more up than they would have been otherwise. So like you just set yourself up a bit worse here, but you can certainly still win fights. Like that, I mean, that was not a fair fight, right?
No.
They didn't hit a single spell.
Didn't come together there for Sonics. A bit frustrating. Maybe now they're going to be looking to make another go at things here. Fiend's Grip coming off cooldown now, but it's EG who actually make the first move as they will smoke over towards their jungle and out towards the mid lane. Blink Dagger now on Primal Beast alongside his long duration BKB, and he's going to be very pleased to find that. An Arcane Rune, maybe even trying to bait it here.
Abed has
Fata, the
Blink, so finally they're easy
Oh.
situations. Yeah.
mini onslaught setups for the arrow. That's already a lopsided fight, and Quinn now being grabbed. Nice job there to interrupt it. Abed didn't
slash.
activate the BKB, but there's going to be the roar onto Quinn. Lawless as well with the RP, but it's only going to catch Fly. Lawless trying to get out of here with just with the TP away. It's going to abandon Quinn in this fight, but Yawar as well has shown up to this one. He's going to look for the spin out. They've already used the roar, but they almost get him with the physical damage there, Pi.
Yeah, very close.
MSS at least will cut through Quinn. So it's only a 2-for-1 trade, of course, as they also find the Bane towards the start of that one in favor of EG, but difficult fights here for Sonic so far.
Yeah, they just don't seem, especially with the Primal BKB, right? Like, they don't have enough damage to kill him right now. The Juggernaut Omnislash, not quite what you want it to be. And also, everything was just a bit awkward, right? Like, Quinn still dies too easily. Like, they have nothing to save him, especially when the Bane is dead and can't sleep him. So he just kind of melts.
And now EG, they're happy to just wait for next Roche and start playing things, I imagine, for them a little bit more clinically, right? This is always how EG has tended to play in a lot of their Division 1 NA games during the DPC leagues. Kind of establish an early lead from the lanes. Of course, this one not really too much of a blossoming lead, only really up to 2K, but has in the past couple of minutes now gone up to 6K. Take over the map control and just take things cleanly and slowly here.
Yeah, no, very comfortable here. As we said, they got the outpost now, so they have complete control of Dire Jungle. Roche is spawning in 20 seconds. So it's going to be very hard to contest this. Running through all the hawks, the wards.
I think a big shift here eventually is going to be when Yawar gets this Eye of Scotty online for his Juggernaut. Of course, that move and attack speed slow versus a Drow Ranger, allowing you to break her marksmanship passive. It's going to help a lot. But RTC's got a couple tools to defend against that one already, right? The Shadow Blade, so you can join fights from awkward angles, maybe even get a pick off here, as EG have been keen to start their fights that way. Hurricane Pike as well, right, to increase the gap.
Yeah.
There's some problematic items here already.
Yeah, I don't see them contesting this Roche. It should almost already be dead, right? It's very quick.
It's going down way too fast. Quinn, in the meantime, at least down bottom, pushing the tower, has finished up the money, or has accumulated the money, I should say, for his complete Acceptor. So his Nihilism now online does make him immune from physical damage.
Yeah.
Offer him a decent amount of protection in these fights, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just still a little confused how he's supposed to play this. He has to wait for all the big stuns to already be used, I feel. He has to join the fight a bit later.
To Fata, and he gets jumped. Abed again with the jump on and trampoline and killing him. Kill goes there towards Arteezy.
Oh, Mojo in the bottom lane. Abed TP'd for him, he has haste.
Yeah, no running from this guy. Pulverize into the arrow setup. Spirit Vessel applied, crit leaping in, and Abed's onslaughting out. It's going to end the life of MSS.
Yeah, now EG are making this look easy right now.
Up 9K and getting ready probably to push high ground now already. Looks like their sight's not quite yet set on that tier 2 bottom. Sonic's at least again with this brand new to them, Alesh Acceptor. Might be able to make a bit of a difference, but Yawar still only halfway towards his Eye of Scotty, even a little bit less. Now he's about halfway.
Yeah. No, so like they're down a lot of gold, right? But at least both Yawar and Quinn have kind of kept up in farm. It's only this Beastmaster that for some reason ballooned. It's like an old carry player playing offlane, right?
It's
just
true.
very
no.
fat.
Yeah, richest hero in the game by far, has Blink BKB now, so nothing really obstructed him from reaching whoever his main target needs to be and finding that roar. It's been very effective at breaking apart these team fights. Leslau here, Lawless on the Magnus, having a bit of a difficult game, right? His first RP was used to simply escape a smoke gank. His second RP missed and ended up kind of drawing Sonics into a bad fight, and his third RP only catching Fly after he had dropped Tombstone and was already Flesh Golem.
Yeah, that one was a bit not very good.
It's been rough for him, but perhaps things are going to look a little bit easier for them once they look to defend high ground and as their enemies choked into a bit more of a funnel for him.
Yeah. No, but at the end of the day, pushing this high ground might not be too easy. They have Skewer back, they have RP, like if you gather group up too much.
Fiend's Grip might still be quite effective, especially if you try to onslaught or even blink towards a Bane on the back lines if he's able to catch you.
Yeah.
You might be a bit too isolated for your allies to help you out.
Yeah, no, so Sonics have this problem now that no hero wants to get gone on first or kind of go first. But hopefully, like if Marcy can finish her BKB, that will help a lot. Because then she can just go in first and give vision. Because like it's not good when Fata gets killed first, right? Like you want him very far back, so he can grip this primal.
How viable is it to just like rely on the buyback, for example, of this Marcy, right? Which she does have. Can you like look to leverage that in these fights and just say, I'll go in, tank a couple spells, you know, draw them in, maybe we get a good RP, I'll buy back, and we take the fight from there? Is that like something you can start thinking about on those high ground defense, or is that...
I mean, on the high ground defense, for sure. You don't have a choice, right? They're pushing your base. But if the game was a little bit closer, yeah, they could have done that for the second Roche here.
Right.
That would have been a play for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you highlighted, right, not having control of the outpost does make making a play like that a bit too difficult. Sonics, you're just smoke, and now even sneaking out of their base here. There's still Aegis for Arteezy for another 90 seconds now.
Yeah, so I feel like this is kind of what EG dream about, but let's see.
It's going to be the multi-shot. That'll at least reveal the Drow Ranger's presence. Abed doing a great job of breaking smokes. There's going to be vision, though. They skewer him away and into the hands of Yawar, but he doesn't make the jump immediately. Instead, there's going to be a grip onto Nightfall. Interrupted, though, as Abed blinks forward with the Pulverize. Fata just dead. The RP from Lawless in his dying breath does at least allow Yawar to get off a bit of an Omnislash, but the damage isn't nearly sufficient. They only get through crit there. But it's Arteezy who stands his ground and fights. 3 kills for him. He was untouched in that team fight.
Yeah, just standing on the high ground, spitting arrows. And now you just give them an easy high ground, right?
Does seem to be that way. Couple buybacks ready to go for Sonics. They do have a Fortify as well. But that Aegis still on Arteezy here for 40 seconds. So by the time that they respawn here, Pi, he's still going to be able to stand on his high ground. Look at his attack speed already. My goodness, that Inner Beast aura.
Yeah, Inner Beast aura. He got Vladimir aura, Marksmanship giving 62 agility. Yeah, that stuff is just melting here.
Down it goes near the bottom, perhaps even mid lane of Barracks. Still the richest hero in the game, by the way, is Nightfall.
Yeah, I don't see. Okay, so maybe. All right, they'll relax a bit, but I feel like they could keep going. I guess the skewer is still scary, so there's no need to.
Another look at that fight there along the replay here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just nothing hitting, right? Like at this point, Quinn is dealing a lot of damage here, but the 3 heroes do the delta split, right? And Drow Ranger ends up being too far away, and she just kills him in 3 hits.
Oh, an effort there. Oh, Arteezy in trouble, actually. Quinn, oh, he gets the 4-step up to the high ground. Can they find the sun in time?
No way.
Not from Quinn. The Gust is going to prevent him from counting the TP. Would have been a massive opening there for Sonics, who did time that nicely with the Aegis expiring. Arteezy finds himself out of a pickle there.
Oh yeah, that's very unfortunate. You really need that kill. Other news though, Fata has collected 6 healing salves. It's quite impressive.
See, is he holding the shovel? Yes, he is. Also, curiously enough, he's holding onto this Medallion of Courage and is building into Solar Crest. Not an item I see a whole lot these days, but I suppose when it's, you know, all eggs on the jug basket right now, it's a very valuable item, especially efficient for how much it costs.
I don't know if I would say so. That's the one thing about Drow Ranger, right? She kind of pierces through armor. So I guess he's just been so poor, so he's just, as you said, just trying to get anything going. Yep. Maybe a Glimmer Cape would be better, so it would be harder for the Primal to get on top of him.
Yep. I'm just, you know, I'm out here trying to fight for these support items. You know, Solar Crest, I agree with you, is not the most impressive item these days. It had a stint where it was cheap and incredibly effective, and everyone bought it every game, even on offlaners. But ever since then, it's been a little bit more ignored, despite having a really nice build-up. Medallion gives a lot of what supports want in the early game.
Yeah.
No, I mean, not that useful of an active.
Yeah. So EG are just in a position now, right, where they get to farm way more, and they can just wait for Roche. So all the pressure is on Sonics. And they really need to... Yeah, okay, so we get a little pause here. So they really need this Magnus to... I don't know, like that earlier fight, right? Because he does get the skewer on Primal Beast, but he needs to somehow land the RP. And they needed to burst the Primal before he got to pop BKB. Like that was their only hope to win a fight there. But unfortunately, he like skewered him into creeps into Juggernaut, so he couldn't Omnislash, and everything was just a bit awkward.
I mean, okay, so they've got to kill Abed basically using the Lash, right? Because I don't see another way. I don't know. I mean, maybe not with Scotty. There's a way that Jug, if he gets a solo Omnislash, can get the job done, but this is such a tanky Primal Beast.
Oh yeah,
Especially
with the
now
Shivas.
he's got Shivas. Yeah, he's got so much armor.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Quinn. Well, there's going to be maybe a kill set up onto him. No arrow, but Fly is here to assist at least with a little bit more damage. But from the backs and diving here goes Arteezy. He gets 2 kills just like that. Down goes Ellis. A third is well picked off as evil geniuses surround, dividing and conquering. The last to go here is going to be Yawa, who's bouncing around, and the Omni Slash comes out with the spin, but he's not going to last long here. He's got a lot of move speed at least. Might be able to escape a bit more, but no. EG, they've got the mobility items, and they've got the advantage. It's going to be Sonics who lose game 1 here to Evil Geniuses, who open up their TI group stage on a win. Just game 1.
Yeah. They did make it look easy. I think Sonics, they had... Like, there was a period there where they were looking like they had a shot, but they never got anything going, right?
And Nightfall with a very impressive game, I have to say, right? Abed and Nightfall, I think, to me, were absolutely standout performers this time around, kind of making moves and setting things up. I think the supports as well from EG kind of rotating. It was really Sonics in the early game that were rotating and getting a lot of work done, but EG just able to kind of outfight Sonics every single opportunity that kind of appeared here in this game 1.
Yeah, you can definitely see the Beastmaster last pick, right, making a huge difference. Just the Hawks for vision, the roar through BKB, like it was very difficult for Sonics to team fight.
Yeah, didn't look so great for them, unfortunately. 21-6 in 32 minutes. So Sonics not getting a whole lot out from there. Even though we really did like that Magnus, or sorry, we were concerned for the Magnus, right? And we liked the moves that they made, even getting an early pickup onto Arteezy. Just didn't really end up continuing to go their way. So we'll look at maybe quite a crucial fight here, right, for Sonics.
No, this was a very unfortunate fight for them. Like, obviously you could see they messed everything up, and then, like, they still had a chance to save it, but the Magnus tried. Like, 2 people already failed. The Magnus went in to try as well, but losing this fight, I think, made the game from almost a 50-50 or 60-40 to like an 80-20 in like percentage to win there. Because it's set up for the Roche and they got the outpost.
Yeah, no, exactly. And just good patience for Evil Geniuses there in that fight, especially, right? Just waiting behind in that one and making sure they're not being too overzealous at making a big jump in or anything like that.
And yeah, here you could see when he skewers the Primal. This is, like, this game was very hard at this point, but somehow he needed to RP him and skewer him towards the Lesh. Even then, though, like, this was a very hard fight. Aegis, Hawks, Vision, but yeah.
Yeah, Crit with a good job in that fight as well, which is something I just picked up on now, doing a great job just getting on top of Quinn and just being otherwise annoying, stopping him from really getting on top of the targets he needs to get on as soon as their BKB wears off. This is, of course, the last little fight with EG just kind of encircling not Quincy Crew, but Sonics, who unfortunately just don't have really much to fight with at this stage.
Yeah, no, that's just the 20k net worth Beastmaster. It's very difficult fight. You saw the Magnus try to go in, but he just got insta-hexed. Like, the enemy Beastmaster has Blink Dagger, BKB, Helm of Overlord, Scythe of Device, and you have Blink Dagger, Flat Falcon Blade on your Magnus. It's not fair.
Yeah. It's going to be an EG victory in Game 1. Things to look forward to in Game 2. What do you think? Are we going to see any adjustments on the draft here, or did you think there was just a couple of fights go a bit differently and Sonic still have a very good shot in this game? Where are you seeing this?
No, I'm just curious if you have to be more careful with the Lesh, right? No, I think the Lesh should still be okay. I'm just wondering about their off lane there. It did, like, the lane itself went better than expected, but yeah, I mean, it's also like first pick versus second pick. It's that EG are really good at countering lanes, so they just got very good hero matchups, right? You need to somehow, if you end up with these picks again, you need to have a stronger lane somewhere. Because the only winning lane was their mid lane, right? And both side lanes were difficult. And the Beastmaster lane was very difficult. Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe the game would have been different if they banned Beastmaster, perhaps.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Just noticing 2 deathless heroes, right? Nightfall 5-0-12 and Fly on the perfect support game, Undying, right? 0-0-15.
Now that's impressive.
So well played for him. Yeah, extremely impressive. But yeah, I think EG, just with the map movements in the early game, they did well to kind of neutralize. And yeah, MVP, right? There it is. 0-0 in 15. What a stat. A KDA here on Fly. Well done, sir. But the map movements, especially by EG, I think, to me, they did a lot of work to neutralize the early game of the Lush. They definitely identified this Lush as a lot of damage. Abed even took, well, Abed got first blood, but I believe he died twice in the first 10 minutes of the game, right, on that Primal Beast. And from there, you know, they just kind of played around him. They played very patiently, crit with some good warding, scouting wherever Quinn was hoping to play around, and they just did well to avoid him. And from there, the Lush just never felt like he could get too much of an impact in the game.
No, yeah, for sure. Another problem for the Lesh, right, to see he couldn't just play with any of its other cores, like the Juggernaut at a Midas. And yeah, maybe earlier they somehow could have done something with the Magnus, but EG just got such an early Roche, right? And it's very difficult to run into this Undying. Yeah, no, it seemed like a very difficult game to play.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick break, guys, but when we come back, we're going to see what Sonics are going to have in store for EG in game number 2. But at the break, it's EG that leads Sonics 1-0. We'll see you soon.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get started with our second draft here between Sonics and Evil Geniuses here over on the A stream, where it's all A for America, North America, Pile Die, with the matchup here. So far, going a little bit how it's historically been for EG and former Quincy crew, now Sonics, of course, being signed and supported by the org. It's been 2-0 last time that they met. Lots on stake that time. It meant a ticket or sitting out of the Arlington Major for EG. Of course, you could say a lot more on the line this time around for their first results here in the group stage.
Yeah, not for sure. And the game ended up being quite a bit of a stomp, yeah.
It's going to be Sonics needing to reset and get ready for game number 2. You can see Nightfall. I mean, he's just conserving energy, right? He's like in energy-saving mode right now, especially after that performance game 1. Still ended up the richest hero of the game for, well, of course, his team, but also the entire game, quite naturally. Managing to outfarm RTZ, some great map movements from him, and just pushing right times, right places. Sure, he lost plenty of ancient creeps, but ultimately nothing too major and no big mistakes from him. He played a really clean and amazing game.
No, that's what you want when you give your off-lane last pick, right? Like, he does what you expect of him in lane, and then, yeah, he basically carries the game.
Let's see here how they look to draft as well accordingly. I believe it was an 8th pick with Leshrac last time around, wasn't it, for Quinn? Do you think he's going to be given the same amount of priority here? Will they look to last pick as hero now that I think he actually has last pick?
If they have last pick, perhaps they might do that, because that would be the easiest change here for Sonics, to just not allow EG to have this last pick and then the last pick in the second phase too, because I think that ended up making the game extra difficult. It's just very hard lane matchups for them.
Didn't look super easy, so we're about to get started now with draft number 2. You can see clairvoyance as well, plenty of papers, a couple of ideas maybe. And things that have looked better against EG if they did scrim in the past or had scrimmed in the run-up to this tournament. Well, now it's time to put those new ideas to practice. Got to be a little bit of a frustrating game for Yawar, as we did appear. We caught a glimpse of him there on screen, as just never felt like, yeah, he gets his Eye of Scotty, but never still really felt super comfortable in those fights. You can tell his last Omni Slash just... was very much an I'm helping Omni Slash.
Yeah. No, you're about to go out. I want to see what this does. Didn't do very much, unfortunately, but was a nice try, I guess. It's just one of those classics when you have to play Juggernaut into Beastmaster. The lane goes as expected. You're down like 1k gold at 10 minutes from where you should be. And then, yeah, there's not a lot of space on the map for you to farm. You go Midas and your team is losing, so you just never get to do anything the entire game.
Yep. Yeah, I really thought it was going to be looking a little bit better there, especially as we did highlight that the Magnus lane went a bit better than we anticipated in the draft.
Yeah.
Some heads-up adjustments there by Sonics to make that happen, and even with some nice moves to assist Quinn in that mid lane matchup to get a couple kills, but unfortunately it just seemed like from the mid-game, nothing really panned out for Sonics, and that's where EG felt most comfortable, right? They really did not make a single mistake, it felt like, once the mid-game started off.
No, they played it very... I wouldn't say safe, you're right. They stuck together a lot. Like, they removed a bit of their own farm, but they also choked out Quincy heavily. Like, you could see them roaming around a lot, right? Even using a few smokes to try to catch something. But they didn't have blink on any hero, right? So usually Sonic just ran away. But yeah, they choked out the map, they kept up their farm, and they got every Roche. And then they capitalized when Sonics made a mistake. And basically won the game from there.
Yeah, and they looked real good as well, as we are just getting resettled into our new lobby here. Should be only a couple moments away from our next draft. You can see Fly as well flipping through the pages. Looks like that's a prepared notebook as well. So plenty of things for EG. Lots of pages in store, as he's going to show us a dramatic side shot of those. There's no leaks here on the mainstream, but eager to see what EG actually have in mind, right? Because I mean, let's acknowledge the elephant in the room, or perhaps more aptly, the elephant in the Twitch chats, right? This is a team that has historically been known to kind of go back to the same old heroes time and time again. I mean, sure, it's not this year, right? But we'll all remember last year's DPC season, where it was the Abed Storm Spirit 5 games in a row and a couple of grand finals, right?
Yeah, no, I fully expect them to pick Primal Beast mid every chance they get. Because I feel like in their eyes they believe the hero doesn't really lose any matchup that badly, and then yeah, he just gives you initiation, he gives you a decent amount of team fight, so like I don't see why they wouldn't be drafting that here. They can also flex it to offlane, right? So the same way like T1 used it. So it seems very strong.
Quinn, at least he's showing us maybe a little bit more of a sleeper hero for him, prefers his spellcasters. Like that Lesh we saw him on. Maybe we'll see him break out the Ember Spirit as well. Was catching a couple of, yesterday some pre-TI scrims and saw Quinn absolutely demolish a couple of pubs on his Ember. So that's still looking certainly as strong as ever, especially if the game looks good for it. But there's, of course, the man, the brains behind EG. Let's see what he has in mind. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, this Primal hero looks pretty bonkers right now, especially if other heroes are going to rise to prominence in the first phase of banning. For example, like Clockwork, Morphling, SF, previously in our series. Enigma, of course, were, I believe, the first 4 opening bans. But yeah, it does put these really high-tier heroes first up, right? This Undying Primal, which EG got both their hands on last time. Is this Sonic? Do you think they need to adjust for it a little bit, or maybe even block pick the Primal, or is it just something they just have to deal with and hope that their strats they prepared are enough?
No, I think they can. I felt pretty comfortable with how like the first 2 picks worked out. Like getting the Marcy and Aleshrock versus Primal and Undying. I think that's a decent trade. I think you're okay with that. It's just later, like it's a bit of a greedy thing, right? The Juggernaut, when you don't have last pick, like. The Juggernaut and the Magnus. And they got kind of punished for that. They couldn't find any fights.
All right, so what we're going to see now what the opening is for Sonics and for EG alike, as we are going to get underway with our second draft here momentarily. Sonics this time with last pick on Radiant, and Evil Geniuses with first pick on Dire. So this time around, it's going to be Sonics that get the opportunity to respond with picks 2 and 3 in their order. Last time, EG, that's where they got to pick up their pretty deadly combo of Undying Primal.
Yeah. But, yeah, so let's see what Sonics give them for first pick then. I wonder how EG rate everything. If they believe Mars is number 1, or like if they would want a Primal or perhaps Enigma over that. You said that Nightfall loved Enigma, right? Okay, never mind, they banned it.
No, they ban it. Yeah, they ban it. Yeah, I've seen him play a few games on it when I have tuned in late enough here into the wee hours in the Southeast Asian time zones to catch their NA matches. But there's the Primal ban from Sonics. They're wasting no time, so this is looking like a little bit more of an opening banning stage from the LCQs. Maybe like a Marcy and an Undying to follow would be something we've historically seen as the LCQs wrapped up. Of course, EG have shown us they've been keen to ban different things, and this is a somewhat different draft approach, right? When you have first pick compared to when you have second pick. So they are coming at this from a slightly different angle.
Yeah, they do ban the same heroes, right? This Enigma Clockwork,
so.
same as game 1, yeah.
So.
Sonic's changing it up. No, but then like first pick, like a Primal is very nice to have, right? Flexible, he can both be support and core, and it lets you respond more. Because you'll see like 3 picks, right? And then you kind of have to decide. But yeah, no Primal, no Marcy. So yeah, let's see if they just get this Undying.
Still open for Evil Geniuses. But Sonics with some fairly standard bans. It's only EG who throw a little bit of a wrench in the clockworks here. And there's the Undying pick, as you were suggesting. Oh.
Yeah, nothing too surprising, right? You can actually, yeah, we've seen it a bit, right? You could just put it in as the offlaner. It's not bad. You can also play it as position 4. it works as well. So, but most likely, right, they'll be Fly playing this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a safe bet, especially if you're drafting against it. But maybe something to still keep in mind, that off-lane Undyne can solo Roche, at some stage of the game with the Ag Shard. So it's something to keep your mind on. So you're not going to be caught off guard. But already, of course, Sonic's paying much attention to the pick. An opening lane Alina, for them is going to be the pick. Might be Flex as a support, might be a carry. This hero has changed a little bit with the new Acceptor as well, giving you the opportunity to play more as a spellcaster. So this is still a little bit of a flexible pick, but either way, it's going to dispatch of Tombstone very nicely, and then they pair it with the Tusk for even more physical damage.
Yeah, no, I forgot about Tusk, right? He was also one of the very popular heroes in the Last Chance qualifier. And yes, you said the Lina. Usually Quinn, he loves that hero, so most likely him playing it, right? But you could flex it to carry as well. Probably want to see a bit more.
Yeah, and just a quick note, EG's last bans were slightly different. They didn't ban the Enigma, they actually banned Morphling and Clockwork.
Oh yeah, true.
And Sonic's banned the Enigma and SF. So SF still in the pool. That was a first phase ban that Sonic's considered against them. I'm not sure if that's something you necessarily want to 8th pick here for EG, but you would get the 3 bans to protect it. So it might be something they look for.
Yeah, they could. It's not the best to pick into Lina, so maybe they'll leave it, but yeah, no, they go for the Invoker instead.
All right, that's always a treat here for Abed, heading mid lane onto the Invoker. Of course, still a couple more bans to protect this, but we're likely looking to set up a couple other lanes with some confidence, knowing that if you do face Lina, that's a matchup you're mostly okay with. Quaswex burning a lot of that mana early does leave Lina a little bit less of a scary hero to lane against, right, when she doesn't have the spells to work off of, but yeah, a good pick here from EG.
Yeah. Now you also removed the, what do you call her soul, her attack speed stacks.
Yep. It's funny here, Pa, is EG might end up banning the same next 3 heroes. I could see it very easily for them. The Visage is the exact same ban, and then they proceeded to take out Faceless Void and Broodmother. Makes a lot of sense against an Invoker as well, that Broodmother ban.
Yeah, yeah, and Undying, right? Oh yeah, that's probably why they banned it. Because this guy, Leslau, he, I believe he plays a bit of Broodmother.
Yeah, he plays a lot of disgusting heroes, for sure.
Yeah, that's a lot of creatures, right? Like Lycans, Broodmother, Nature's Prophet.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. He doesn't mind the micro. Maybe that's something they're preparing with. The Sonics look to ban out the Shaker, which does open... Shaker is commonly seen as kind of a guard, right? If you pick him, he's a guard against some illusion heroes, because you never really feel too confident playing a PL or a Naga Siren or even a TB into this guy who can kind of just one-shot you.
No, for sure. Oh yeah, now it all makes sense, their bans here. Yeah, they're actually banning for their Undying. Okay. Because it's the same with Visage, right? He can be quite annoying for Undying in lane. Same with the Broodmother and those type of heroes. So yeah.
Yeah, this is something that when I was casting a lot with Winter a couple years ago when I first moved out here to KL, that he kind of explained like this concept of, why are you banning for position 5, right? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense on its surface. Why don't you ban for the carry? Back then it was a lot of Timber Saw, and you needed to protect your Timber and make sure Timber could win you the lane, because he's the guy that won you the early game. That's when Timber was super imba and busted. But now it's Undying, right? And the story hasn't changed much. If you give Undying an early game, if you give him a way and a lane that he can actually impart some impact on, he can enable almost any other condition in your draft. And that seems to be a much better strategy and a much better a way to approach your laning setup,
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, and now they're banning AA, so I'm guessing they're setting up for a Morphling. But
yeah, like it.
I'm guessing Sonics will ban that out.
Well, looks like a pretty reasonable response. EG, though, is still missing someone that can make the jump onto Lina. Shaker could have been that hero as well. So, Sonic's paying a bit of attention to both of those. Shaker, especially with a Fissure early, can really easily gank at like a minute 4, 6, or 8 rune spawn. And that can kind of ruin Alina's laning stage. He's a little bit more vulnerable to stuff like that. But something as well that I consider here, because the Undying doesn't feel super amazing when he tries to gank Alina. He's nice as like a +1, right? If you're already kind of going for an attempt, but doesn't do too much against her.
Yeah.
Turn to battle.
Yes. Yeah, the morph band. Yeah, so we can think about crit tears, right? He can still do the Mirana again. It's quite hard for a Tusk to lock her down. He can jump out of the shards, right? He also loves playing Earth Spirit, so maybe they'll think about that hero. So those are the two heroes I'm considering. Because cost Wex, at least early, right, is probably what you do versus Lina
Sonic's turn to ban.
when you're Invoker in this type of game. Let's suspect. And EG actually banned out the Naga. It's quite curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that one's totally about either. Not a hero I've seen a ton of. We've seen a bit of Wildcard pull out the Sammy Boy position 5 Naga, and it looked okay, you know, in that game. It certainly turned my head. I ended up winning them that series, I think, versus Vici Gaming in the LCQs.
Yeah.
But yeah, not a hero I've seen a whole lot of, as there's the SF ban for Sonics. They'll take that one out all the same.
Yeah, so we need EG to get, yeah, as you said, someone who can initiate, someone who can get in, get on top. That could either be RTC, that could be crit, maybe both of them.
Yeah, just trying to... Oh, well, we'll see another pick here. The Disruptor, okay, from Sonics. He's a hero that's been seeing a lot more play, actually, in Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He's been really popping up in a lot of the position 5s that I've been kind of researching in on. What is it about this hero you think gives him his strength? Obviously, Glimpse is nice and he does more damage early, but is he really just all about that Static Storm and eventually the Ag Scepter upgrade?
I mean, that definitely helps to have something for later on in the game. That makes you super strong. But yeah, as you said, like, he's a good laner, he has long range, right? Long attack range, and he has a little nuke, so he can harass, so it's very flexible in lane. And now he's a bit stronger because he gets that added damage from the Glimpse that they changed in this past patch. So he deals a bit more damage early, which is nice too. But this is looking like a VP draft, right? This is exactly what they would pick. Lina, Tusk, Disruptor. Or Navi,
there's
perhaps.
the Broodmother. So EG are going to pick it up. That's... I think that does explain the Naga Siren ban. I was going to bring this up, but that's a lane that I think Naga does really well in with the Riptide minus armor and Near Illusions. Broodmother gets beat back like crazy. And a Broodmother that does not have a lane here, Pi, that's not very much of a scary spider.
No, for sure. It's most likely offlane, right? I think that's what people played, especially when you have an Invoker. And yeah, I'm a little confused what you're supposed to pick as a carry against this. You said that, yeah, the Naga makes sense, but obviously they banned it out. Like before, you used to be able to pick like a Kunkka, stuff like that, but it doesn't really work anymore because he's not about the spiders like that early anymore.
Yeah,
he gets that
the damage.
Yeah, he gets that lifesteal, right? And he just hits you.
I'm wondering, might you consider something like a CK? It brings some similar things. You have a stun to disengage if you need to. You have Reality Rift, which is some minus armor, and then of course your own Chaos Strike. What is it, Chaos? I forgot what the crit name is. But that gives you a little bit of trading potential as well. I'm not sure exactly if that's something what you want to run, but you know, just thinking about what Naga Siren does to this matchup against the Broodmother, trying to find parity in that hero.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps.
I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure what you want to run with either, because again, like you're saying, it's not about spiders. You don't want to like necessarily go Sven and cleave spiderlings, right?
Yeah, I mean the thing is, you need like 1 or 2 heroes in your lineup to clear up the spiders, but doesn't necessarily have to be the carry. Yeah, so they just ignore it and go Slark. Which I mean, the lane should be okay, not great. He can at least dispel that little web so he doesn't miss. But then they're gonna need something off lane that can go and clear up these spiderlings. Because right now they have enough stuns, right? That's an important part to have. Like you would think Disruptor is really bad versus Brood, but it's actually not that bad. Because you can go for with these gank squads and glimpse him back and trap him and just kill him.
Right. Kind of punish these high mobility heroes by just simply glimpsing them, right? You got to maintain vision. But that's maybe something your offlaner can help you a little bit with. And speaking of offlaners that can clear spiderlings, right? And provide maybe just a little bit more team fights is maybe what Sonics are lacking. I think this EG band's a heads up one with that Tidehunter. He's being removed for the pool. Someone, of course, that can just anchor smash and clear spiderlings. The damage resist as well, or the damage reduction would be pretty mean against a Brood who does need to lifesteal to actually fight. And of course, some more team fight with that Ravage being removed. And a similar story, I think, here with that Pango, another hero that does the same.
Yeah, the Pango is probably a really good ban. Because the issue here, right, is, yeah, they ban the Tide. You want these Tide Mars heroes, but Undying is very strong against them. So you're in a bit of a pickle there. Because I want to be honest, like, if this Broodmother goes for some Wraith Pact or something, it's going to be very difficult to, like, gank her. She's going to have heroes behind her. She's going to be tanky. And, yeah, it's not an easy job.
There's going to be lots of things on your screen as well here between Undying Tombstone Zombies, a bunch of Spiderlings, right? You know, if there's an Illusion hero in the game, then that also might get messy. These are going to be looking like really chaotic team fights, I have to say, at least from what EG is proposing. But they need a little bit more team fight right now. Right? They've got like only Tombstone really, and I guess Invoker to back them up for their fights. But their solo kill squad is looking really quite strong. For EG, but I think both teams needing to round out with maybe a bit of team fight. The problem is for EG, they need a carry, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to...
no, but I actually feel like EG might have stronger team fight right now with the Tombstone, and like I think the Broodmother builds like a team fighter, so she will have a Wraith Pact. And right now, Sonics don't have that type of hero that gets a Wraith Pact. And this Invoker is most likely to be slightly more utility. I'm assuming he will not be like... no boots, Midas Rush this game.
Right.
So,
Lesh ban as well from Sonics.
yeah, no, I was actually thinking about that. Like, do you want to pick the Lesh here? Because you don't have, like, if the game keeps going on and on and on, you don't have this hero that deals with Slark. Yeah, what do you go for here on EG? Go for, like, a Pudge or something? Okay, they just go for a Terrorblade.
Okay, so still very much your late game win condition. How does that fare versus the Slark? Generally, Illusion heroes against him do just fine, I think, right?
Yeah, it depends on the farm, right? Like, he can't really... Like, if the Slark wants to get away, he can get away. But at the same time, like, if you're pushing high ground or you're going for an objective, the Slark doesn't really have a choice, right? And then it can be hard to fight into this Tombstone and 6 Illusions from Terrorblade with Skadi. So it's a decent pick.
Sonics, some team fight, something to maybe get a Wraith Pack, something to do with Spiderlings. For them, it's going to be the Mars.
They went Mars.
Set.
Yeah.
But you had concerns about that. You brought that up earlier, and then you kind of brushed it off as saying, but that doesn't feel great into this Undying. Once again, it's 2 games in a row where this first pick Undying seems to kind of sow discord in this Sonics laning stage, especially.
No, for sure. And this time too, yeah, they have this melee 4. Maybe they'll do the same thing, put him safe lane. But I think they'll just do the Tuskar Mars off lane, right? And then I feel like an Undying has just a really good time burst that. And just Terrorblade by himself too, like, should be very farmed. So I feel like they have a bit of similar problems that they had the first game in that lane.
Could you possibly look to do some laning shenanigans here for Sonics if you can maybe run Mars into the Broodmother? I can't imagine that's something EG are going to allow to happen, but might we see some kind of musical lanes here this time around from Sonics to really avoid that Undying matchup?
You could try. I personally don't think it's worth it, because I don't feel like the Slark has a great matchup versus the Terrorblade Undying.
Right.
But maybe they like value that if they try lane, like they're stronger. But I'm not so sure. So I feel like we'll have standard lanes, but you're right. They could try for something like that.
All right. We're gonna get back into the action here shortly for Sonics versus Evil Geniuses. But once again, I think the story of the draft here is the first pick Undying for Evil Geniuses. I mean, you know, like we said earlier, they're a team that certainly, once they like their heroes, they're going to pick their heroes. And I think the Fly Undying is going to be a combo to look out for here against Evil Geniuses moving forward in the tournament, especially if it does as well as we think it might do here in the laning stage of game number 2.
Yeah. Now after we've seen both drafts completed, I wonder if it would have been wise to just instantly pick up that Visage or something when you see Undying, but we'll see.
We shall. Game number 2 going to start here very shortly. Just best of 2s, of course, for the group stage. Couple extra matches, of course, this year with the inclusion of the 2 LCQ teams. That does, of course, mean that 2 teams eliminated from the group stage. Still very early on to start thinking about elimination, but it's never too early to start getting more points for your eventual playoff run. So I'm sure EG are going to be, of course, battling hard for this second game as well. And Sonic's in a position where they're going to want to equalize, starting at least on a draw for your TI group stage and get that momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want a repeat of game 1, that's for sure. At least they won't run into that level 1 fight. Because EG, I mean, actually they could, I guess. They're still this Undying. But the rest of the heroes are not quite as strong. But I hope they learned their lesson. No 5-man upper ramp.
Up the double ramp as well, right? So once you go up those specific ramps, you don't really have any vision at all. The enemies have really great vision over you.
Yeah. And now they have the Slark too. They see a bit more.
That's right. No. He's got the same day and night vision. This fishy man. For Yawer, what are we thinking here is the build for him this game? Maybe like a Diffusal? Does it need to be a little bit of a faster fighter here for Sonics?
Diffusal?
So again, his lane is likely versus the Broodmother, right? So I'm like, what do you do?
No, I mean, I think the lane should be okay, right? Like Helios farm. It'll start getting tough when Broodmother hits 6, of course, but before then it should be fine.
There's, of course, Broodmother doing her thing. Just kind of avoiding conflicts up on the cliff, on the side. About to maybe trying to draw him into a fight. But Sonics, I think, are going to likely cede the high ground here and move back to just get their own ward.
Yeah, no, the only item I'm sure he'll go is Aghanim, right? But the rest is like, some people still go for Echo Saber. As you said, some people go Diffusal. And some people go that, whatever the item is called that reduces magic damage.
Mage Slayer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Also gives you a fair amount of magic resist as well. I think it's like 30% now. It gives you on top of your base 25, so can be really good for survivability against some higher magic damage lineups. But yeah, I'm eager as well what he's going to want to go for. And builds into Bloodthorn down the line. So it is an item that can scale for you, as runes will go 2 apiece. Nothing too crazy here from Sonics. They've, as you say, learned their lesson from game 1.
Yeah, I'm really curious too if Quinn will go for that magic Lina. Because he can definitely blow up Terrorblade later on in the game. So maybe he'll be the counter.
And it feels like it's probably a little bit easier to deal with a Spiderling army knocking out one of your towers, right, with magic damage, Lina. Not having to, stand there and click individual spiders down and hope for the Maelstrom procs.
Yeah. RTC sniping a little courier there. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice move from him. As you said, lanes are going to be fairly standard here. Nothing super crazy. It is MSS who's missing from that left picture on your screen because he's actually pulling the creep wave on over. Fly doing the same, though, so the creep's being taken on a bit of a field trip through the dire jungle right now.
Yeah. This is always so clowny. Like, you don't know who's gaining from this.
It does time out Arteezy's Metamorphosis, but I think they were expecting this because he did get still a lot of utility out of the first cast.
Yeah. So I think this is pretty good for Sonics. Oh, okay, this is I don't know, maybe this is smart by Fly? Because he wants to be here hitting this Mars, right?
Right.
But they will get the way behind the tower and deny. So yeah, I mean, it's just... We'll see who loses the most out of this. It's always hard to tell.
So what's the thought process behind doing these lane shenanigans here? If you can help me understand it a bit better. MSS is going to intercept the wave, so he wants to deny this whole wave away, right? And Arteezy just wants to farm closer to tower. Is that the gist of it?
I mean, the wave pulling definitely it comes from they have all the they get to decide if it happens or not, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, their idea is just they don't want to sit in the lane here 2-on-2 when last hit and deny and harass because it doesn't favor them. So. They're just gonna try to pull the wave, and whatever happens, happens.
Got it. So it's kind of Sonic's way of dealing with almost this Undying, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm a little confused though. MSS just pulled it into the tower now, so it pushed out. So yeah, let's see what they have planned there.
They've doubled up on the range creeps here. Arteezy doing a decent job at still claiming these. Fly, of course, has his stash. He's got a mango stash, probably to go with his avocado stash. Making sure that he's got plenty of mana to continue harassing. Hanging on to that second skill point as they are fighting a little bit down bottom. Where we see that first glimpse doing a little bit of damage from Fata.
Yep. Max damage 150. But yeah, I've never seen anyone get that level 1.
Yeah, especially with the minuscule cast range enemies don't have mobility items. It's not too likely here. Sonics, I think they're preparing top lane for what is going to be the second cast here, Metamorphosis. I don't know if Arteezy wants to wait for that second level in it. No, I doubt it, as down goes the Tombstone here, right at level 2. Pretty good shards there, as MSS likely forces the harass onto himself instead. Arteezy's going to oblige him, and there's the damage with the reflection. Lillis maybe still in some trouble, but I don't think Arteezy can go dive in this early.
Yes. So Arteezy missed a few CS there because of Undying Zombies pushing out the wave, but overall, probably worth it.
Yeah, you seemed a little bit surprised at how aggressive and how much damage they were doing there.
Yeah, those last few hits on the Tusk are always like the 16 or whatever, 12 strength stolen with Undying, 100 attack, like base attack by Terrorblade. Yeah, it's a lot.
Mid lane going Quinn favored here early on, 22-7 compared to 16-3. Just to check up on what the mid lane status is. Abed making haste towards his Urn of Shadows. We'll see and keep our eyes on what Quinn is going to queue up, because that'll let us know early if he does want to go for this physical or magic damage build. What's like the first item that kind of delineates between the two that we should look out for here?
I mean, usually if they queue up some arcane boots, then you know for sure that it's magic. But he can also just go travels anyway, and then you don't know until he completes everything.
He has the option of keeping it a bit more open for himself. As you said, down bottom as well. It's getting a little difficult now. Quincy, make that Sonics forced to farm a bit underneath their tower. You can see the Slark doing the best he can here. He's going to get jumped, though, and has the pounce ready to get out of there with the stick charges, but that's just about all his HP and all his regen. Fata can only offer him a couple of tangos.
Is he running back to base here? Wow.
Looks like it.
I'm a bit surprised, too, how hard this lane is for them. I mean, you gotta be honest, like, Nightfall is an extremely strong laner. Yeah. I mean, and Crit is nothing to scoff at either. So maybe getting slightly outplayed here.
It's looked difficult. Anytime I have it looked down bottom, you know, Slark is able to trade eventually with Assassinship, but Nightfall's doing a good job of making sure he's only directly trading with Insatiable Hunger.
Yeah.
That Silken Bola, the little web as you called it in the draft as well, giving that miss rate, does need to be dispelled. So you can kind of just force that at a whim, and then Rubik feels really strong because you can reduce the damage with Fade Bolts, and then the trades just feel horrendous.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I see it here now.
Yeah. The glimpse, yeah, and you can see the Sonics, they're not eager for this lane. I mean, the glimpse back, incredibly preemptive there, right? They leap away, and glimpse, they don't want to be trading here for good reason.
Yeah, no, I wonder if he's ever played Slark vs. Brood before. Because, like, you kind of have to listen to your carry here. Like, what can you play here? Like, what's good?
Top lane, I believe this is the third meta they get popped. Lillis is missing a bit of strength here, and Arteezy wants this kill, finds himself skewered, however, to the tower. Shards now doing a bit of damage to him, but MSS, has he gotten a little bit too cheeky here? No, he's just doing a good job getting some return damage into Arteezy.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, you should be very worried for Sonics right now. Like, I just looked up, and they were 2k gold up. Both side lanes are... They're going even more poorly than game 1, right? Like game 1, their rotations were on point, so they managed to keep even in net worth. Okay. Oh, no, I thought it was Sonics, but it's EG.
Yeah, it is EG. It's EG picking up a kill there, 2 straight now unanswered. Onto the top lane, I believe, as Lillis is going to take a dive.
Yeah.
So there's a support missing from the bottom lane, and that's because Crit, of course, assisted there. He might look to rotate mid now. He's a little bit late for 6 minutes, of course. Didn't see who that rune quite went to. But he's going to find MSS now skirmishing with him.
Yeah, no, and now it's just very tough. Like, the difference from game 1, they have this Leshrac mid who can rotate. But now you just have a Lina with no mana mid. So, like, what can Quinn do? Nothing, right? He can only sit there and farm.
And Rubik, very much one of these laners that tends to be a little bit more lower impact for 4s as far as laning stage goes, like, you know, helping his 3, right? You can see Nightfall doing a decent job of holding his own, but I think Crit's going to end up rotating on back. But what Rubik does do effectively, much like an Earth Spirit or an Earth Shaker, is his rotation game can be very strong, right? We saw what that impacted in top lane for a second kill onto Lillis to continue accelerating Arteezy's game. But he's back now bottom to support Nightfall a bit more.
Yeah. No, you can't underestimate him in lane either, though. For sure. He has a lot of armor, high damage, and a nuke that deals... Okay. What is down there? Yeah, MSS down there.
Sneaking on over. There's Silkambola, and still a pretty easy kill onto Fata, trapped inside the kinetic field though, and now leashed up with the bonus damage on the tag team. It's Yawar, who at least trades away Nightfall this time, his first stack of the permanent Agi.
Oh, that's huge for him. If he can hit 6 here, like, life will feel way better.
Life's not feeling too right though for Quinn, who unfortunately, while both of his supports are ganking bottom, he's going to be unable to contest the rune. Fly shows up and secures a DD for Abed. But it's okay, Quinn has the bottle refill courtesy of Fata, so not too much lost.
Yeah. No, but Abed is kind of shutting him down mid here, right? Together with the supports. Supports gathering the runes, and Abed just burning his mana.
Once again, it's Arteezy who being left a little bit alone by Fly. I mean, not in a bad way here, but Fly's once again done really well in this lane. He's gotten 2 kills onto Lelis. Now I think they're confident Arteezy has enough armor, enough levels here, level 6 already for him, to be able to kind of sustain on his own a bit easier, rotate between the jungle and lane for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Fata, though, he'll get out of here. He's got a good Observer ward down that'll at least prevent him from dying.
Yeah, now Broodmother is 6. Spiders are coming online. Yeah, Snark has to get out of here.
He's going to TP mid, where they might look for a play onto Abed. They're going to actually hit the stun on the LSA. Oh, in trouble and dead is Abed. No wand charges, and even Fly taking a point in the Soul Rip, but doesn't matter much. MSS has the kill, like you say, with the Ice Shards. Looking for the +1 now as they go behind the Tier 1 tower, and will collect a second kill to equalize at 3 apiece here. Sonic's still making some nice moves. 4 heroes mid, but it's well worth it.
Yeah, no, okay, he's going top here.
Yeah, it's Arteezy onto Lelis.
Oh
Lelis with the spear back. Ooh, the illusions. It gets actually back into meta form. He needs to break vision and maybe look for a TP out. Only has the bracer. The wand's completely empty. The illusions caught him now. Can Lelis make it out alive here? Breaks down another tree. Wasting a lot of time of Arteezy here. And the spear back as well is going to prevent the illusion from getting the kill. They're going to catch Fata. Another illusion spawn. Lelis on those way out will make it out alive.
Nice.
Mid lane, though, they're going to be skirmishing over this rune. Arcane into the inventory, active now for Abed, but Quinn, he's being jumped, Fly onto him with the cold snap. Not really doing enough, but Abed here can cover himself with the Ghost Walk. Quinn still alive, ticking down to earn 8 strength missing. They get the vision, allows the Fade Bolt to come through, and Abed collects the kill. Crit now stuck on the high ground. Well, not for long. Nothing really to hold him there, and it's just going to be a death there for Quinn.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, you need these miracle kills with your Slark TPing mid, killing Invoker, getting a Tombstone last hit. But it's just, the game is hard, right? The Nightfall is just free farming with his Broodmother, going for this Wraith Pact as we talked about earlier. And yeah, the pressure's on. Look mid. Damn.
Yeah, just another kill there onto Fata. Tombstone as well, put down quite aggressively. That is a level 2 Tombstone for Fly. And they still have the wagon here to support. So this could be a serious tower siege coming now from Sonics. You can see, or sorry, coming at Sonics from EG. You can see them starting to really set up maybe to look for a defense. But I'm not sure. It's going to be a little hard here with the Tombstone still there.
Yeah, and I'm also a bit worried for Fata. I think that MSS ate the Tome. And Fata is now a level 5 Disruptor with no ultimate. So, and I don't know, we might be looking at a 14-minute level 6 Disruptor here, which is really bad. Yeah, he's smoking, but he's not level 6, so it's just very weak.
2-2-1 as we'll cut to the jungle to see Arteezy get stomped by the Stompy Camp. But he's well out of the way of this gank, which is what, of course, our observer was showing us. Fata as well can't prevent the Sunder from coming out. Arteezy, he's not holding on to his skill points. He has committed all 8 skill points. He's approaching his 9th. But right now, approaching the mid lane with some force is going to be Nightfall and the Spiderling army. You have to be careful that Quinn doesn't get a bunch of free gold off of that. And he is going for BOTs first, almost has enough gold for it. So not really revealing his hand yet as far as to what build he's going to go for.
Yeah. No, I'm still looking at Fat there. He needs to get a lane somewhere. Like, you cannot play this hero and be level 5. Like, you do nothing.
Uh-oh. And they've actually surrounded Quinn. Arteezy's here as well. Oh, down goes Quinn. And no one from Sonics, unfortunately, in the area. Arteezy's going to farm some enemy Ancients. This also is going to really put a question mark onto the push that Sonics had going here against that Tier 1 tower as Arteezy TP's back.
Okay, he doesn't have Sunder, but so maybe they could. It's still so hard to kill him. So
He's got the skill
hard.
point now, at least. He's holding on to it. Doesn't really have a lot of mana to go around, but
And like whenever anything's happening, right? Like maybe a standoff or something like that. Like no heroes farming. Like Nightfall is always down here, farming everything.
yep.
Oh
Setting
yeah,
up the
highest net worth
spider.
again, right?
Yep.
Just like last game.
Quite easily here. I wonder if he's like gonna bother to block camps and whatever with these spiderlings as well. That he's just kind of shotgunning across the map. You can see one being eaten by Quinn there. Not really sure. I guess he's just kind of scouting. He's gonna recall the spiderlings now. It was like a spiderling requiem of soul or something like that for Vision from Nightfall.
Yeah. Very frustrating to play against when you're already down. Like you can't make any move. Okay, here we go.
Oh, here they go. Oh, well, who's gonna go on who though? Quinn took up a few spiderlings and MSS is getting a couple more. Not bad. That'll at least push him back.
No, so Sonic's basically, they have no place here. The Fata is still level 5. He's actually not even close to level 6. Oh, this is... He needs level 6 anywhere.
Yeah, he's gonna smoke again. Maybe as he does at least have another one ready in the inventory. BKB's second item now for Quinn. Maybe indicative more of a physical damage, Lena, here. Is that still enough for you to make a call on that?
Yeah, I would assume he's normal. Right click Lina. Unfortunately for him, he has no items, so...
Yeah. Not much to play off. The item, though, for Yawar is on its way here with this first item, Diffuser Blade. So this is what he's going to go for, of course, after the Falcon Blade itself.
No, but you can't even describe how much stronger EGR right now.
Uh-oh. Light doesn't get off the tombstone here, and won't live either. Just a little bit too much physical damage. Abed is going to sweep up at least MSS with a Tornado, Spiderling, Spirit Vessel, Urn, Cold Snap, an easy kill there onto the Tusk, as well as has Arena of Blood, has a bunch of enemies diving him. Nightfall even is going to spit down a bunch of webs here just to get on over to the fight. Has a full Wraith Pact operating, by the way.
Yep. Oh, they're pinging Roche. No way. No.
So kind of just conceding the position right now, letting the creeps tickle his tier 1 tower. It's EG just farming the triangle.
Alright, Fata is 6 at least. Thank
There
God.
it is. He's done it. Static Storm. Might be enough to turn something here. At least it might dissuade Arteezy from getting too aggressive, who has committed now for the point in Sunder at level 10.
Yeah, and at least since Nightfall left the bottom lane, Slark is getting to farm a lot now, so that feels way better.
Diffusal coming soon here. Just needs that little wolf. And now it's on its way being fetched from the core. But EG they are doing Roche here.
Yeah, and contesting this, oof, I don't know. You would need to land some amazing Arena and Static Storm. I think it's too difficult.
And it's already too late there at that pot. Down it goes. Tombstone as well, really helping that one out. And they even want to fight. There's a little bit left here, I want to say. Yeah, half duration still on Metamorphosis. EG just running into a fight. They're going to scout 3. And there goes the Static Storm combo, the Arena of Blood as well. They've caught Abed in here, but they're going to be focused down onto Arteezy.
Yeah.
That means Arteezy is dead. Aegis is on Abed. So it's something here. Yawar as well showing up to fight for a bit, but they do manage to save someone with the glimpse, but it's Nightfall with 2 kills onto Lelis and MSS.
Yeah, Arteezy a little cocky there. Maybe he even thought himself that he had Aegis. But,
I thought he had Aegis for a second, I won't lie by.
Well, at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal that he dies there. It's just gonna come back here, TP to Ancients and farm. So.
Well, look at that one again, right? He's just super aggressive and in their face.
Yeah. You got the heals and stuff, but yeah, you're not living through every ultimate in the game if you don't have Aegis there. Maybe if the Wraith Pack was down there, but I feel like he's dead.
And even then, Aegis, especially first Aegis on TB, sometimes feels like Aegis for what? Like he respawns there but doesn't have meta and it just kind of dies again on his second life.
Yeah.
He's definitely here. That Aegis feels a lot better when you're sieging high ground in melee form.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Right back though, as you say, ready to go. I think there's going to be a hood as well coming on its way for Nightfall. I do wonder if that'll get upgraded into a full pipe just for even more damage block early on. EG really putting their foot on the gas as they're sieging even a tier 2 tower. Sunstrike actually hits Fata.
Yeah. No, they scanned. They just dropped the Sunstrike. Very nice. Okay, so EGR, like you have 2 ways to play this now, right? Like either you push the towers as they're doing, or you try to outfarm them on the map. But they're kind of letting Sonics farm their whole entire jungle here for a tower, which
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom tower is under
I think it's
attack.
fine. They can take the
Yeah.
outpost now.
It gets Slark onto a tier 1 tower for Sonics. Maybe he farms one more time in the enemy triangle before TPing away, but AG already starting to sweep across the map here. You can see Sonics, they've done well to stay low. Well, mostly everyone. Fata, was that a gem?
Yeah. Oh, no,
whose, whose gem is... That's a kill there. Whose gem is that? Sorry, I didn't...
Abed has the gem, crit
Oh,
bought
okay,
it.
okay.
So they really
Alright.
want to shut down this map.
Yes, they do. EG is starting to... You know, I called it a bear hug, and it is a little bit of a bear hug, isn't it? It's already looking like EG want to cut eyes. Normally, that's, you know, the advantage you have with a Slark. You're able to always detect wards and play around vision, but it's been really difficult for him so far, especially when Nightfall farms, you know, almost everything on his side of the map. He's left with very little here.
Yeah. At least Sonics are kind of out on the map now. Like, they're not sitting in base with 5 heroes. Leslau is in the top lane, getting some creeps. Yawar is bottom, ready to farm.
Yeah, unfortunately, he'll be forced back, maybe into a fight. There's 2
I
heroes
bet he's
showing
just going
elsewhere.
for it.
But he is going for it. Quinn, oh, a nice snowball save to avoid the EMP mana burn. Fata has a static storm, but is not even going to use the stick. Down he will go. MSS quickly to fall next. As EG just right now, I mean, it's just 2 support kills, but maybe some structural damage. They might look to go chip in at tier 3s with this Aegis.
Middle tower
Yeah, yeah, they are. And Quinn is just traveled out. He just pieced out.
Here's Yawar.
Oh my
Spell
God.
already down to half HP. Yeah, he's
Oh,
just got a
yeah,
Shadow
yeah.
Dance. Wow.
Yeah, they don't even have RTs here. They don't care.
Oh.
Okay, now with the glyph, now it's time to care. But do
Time
they
to
want
care.
to go? It looks like they don't want to
they
give
want
this up.
They want to go. The full pop of insight there for Nightfall, so they're going to be able to shrug off a lot of this magic damage now here, Pi. And maybe they keep going. Fata has to keep them from pushing high ground just with the kinetic field. That only lasts a couple of seconds here at level 1, and right back up to the high ground they go. Now Arteezy is here. He's
Yeah.
going to use meta. They're pushing Pi.
20 minutes in, hitting the racks.
Radiant's middle
Okay,
tower
I don't know. Let's see if they're gonna try for this fight there. They have arena.
Fortify is out. That's a new chain. Every single time you lose a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 tower, the first for it to fall, you get another Fortify. So another Fortify here, but the wave still continue to come in, so backward defense isn't here. And Sonics, they're just not going to fight this. There's 2 heroes pushing side waves, and
Yeah.
that is a mid lane of barracks.
has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be happy with this. Aegis times out, right? Yeah, it's about to time out to 20 seconds. Now they can farm a bit, go for the second Roche, and the game plan is very simple.
Well, this has Blink Dagger. Quinn has BKB. Feels like if you're going to make a move, right as the Aegis expires, right as you know that there's no Metamorphosis, maybe now is the time. Who you're going to catch, though, is an entirely different question.
Yeah,
It's only Arteezy's illusions, of course.
It's tough to get that dream fight you want right now.
Oh, and
really
EG are looking to pick a fight here, too. They've got a ward down.
Oh,
They
yeah,
see Quinn.
Yeah.
Okay, but the arena from behind does allow at least Ellis to get the surprise jump in. Sunstrike raining on down. Oh, but a nice save there momentarily. Static Storm doing some decent work as Quinn. He's BKB'd up, but he's being forced out of this fight by Nightfall. A good glimpse will save him temporarily, as now back onto the EG backlines. It's not going so well for Sonics. They will stand their
beautiful.
ground and fight.
I wonder if we get a replay on that. That was... Crit really played that fight well. I believe he stole Snowball, saved himself, and Fly.
Yeah.
And then through that, because they didn't even have RTC there. They're fighting 4-on-5 without Aegis.
Nope, you're right. There it is, right? And that's what confused me. I have to apologize for that. Because I saw a snowball, I saw 2 snowballs, and I got real confused there. That's the second snowball that saves Fly.
But did he steal it? I don't even know. No, because there's no Lotus Orb, right? He must have stolen it.
He must have stolen it, yeah.
Yeah. Because, yeah, so the mistake there is basically that Leslau misses his spear. Because this fight can be very different if they just insta-kill this Rubik. But he gets to live, and yeah, now the despair is just almost at 100%.
12k net worth lead already here, bubbling for EG. Arteezy not in the last fight, just casually farming. Probably didn't even look on over, honestly. Has a full eye of Scotty to show, and he is ready to continue pushing. Tier 2 is going to be the next target for them. Sonics are going to find maybe this double damage rune in the river. That's going to be some small victory for them.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure what you do here. Okay, I guess... Okay, they have a few items coming up, so I guess you try to get those. They have the Aghanim on Slark. And he's kind of close. Yeah, kind of close to Shadowblade on Lina.
MSS is kind of close to Blink Dagger here. I mean, maybe not close enough to fight for this tier 3 tower, which
yeah,
EG
going high
are going to
ground.
go up to push.
Oh no, Yalakar did a creep.
Get him! Get him!
Strongest
Nice.
creep in history.
They need to Midas it or devour it to hide his shame.
And as the creep dies, the tier 3 tower falls.
Yep, down it goes. The Ice Shards, of course, not going to stop the Spiderlings from doing their thing. There's Slark. He's in, though. He's onto Arteezy. BK beat up his Quinn, but he's dying so fast. He's almost dead already. Down he goes. The Arena not up in time. Static Storm at least might allow him to catch Arteezy here. He's still silenced up, but he's still fighting by. Gets the Force F off. Gets the Sunder now as he continues to eat alive. The rest of Sonics retreating back into their base, but they're going to throw in the towel. This one's over, Pi.
Yeah. No, that was easy. They made it look so easy. Unfortunately, this game was even worse for Sonics than the first one. Like, the lanes went worse, and the EG is stuck to the script. Get Roche and push Hydra.
Nightfall, what a series out for him, huh? I mean, first game dominating on the Beastmaster. Game 2, he gets the Broodmother in the second phase, and he's just kind of unstoppable here.
Yeah. Because a lot of criticism I feel Nightfall has gotten, or like when EG do poorly, they say, oh, Nightfall farms too much. But if you look at strong teams like OG, for example, like, is anyone complaining that Amar is farming too much? No. So like they just, I'm pretty sure they need to fix other stuff. And like they'll look like this versus even stronger teams.
For Sonics, though, it's a difficult way to kick off their group stage. You can see, obviously, a little bit of disappointment and upset with the way that one went. But for EG, it's all signs looking good for them. Laning stage, Draft, of course, getting their kind of heroes and their kind of matchups that they were looking to get for, especially with Flies on Dying, right? Some pretty major impacts in both of those early games. Crit as well with some nice plays. EG, so far so good, right? So I think definitely firing on many, if not all, of their cylinders in this first series.
Yeah. No, I think honestly in both games, Sonics just had a rough time from the draft standpoint. Just playing these games, I think they were like under pressure from minute one, and it was just hard. So I think they should look at the series and maybe copy a bit of what EG did. That might be an idea for them.
Yeah, it just seems like, especially like compared to Abed, like Quinn didn't really have much of a much to do in this game, especially. The second game was really hard for him on the Lilina. He kind of just pushed waves, got BKB, and unfortunately still died to right-click damage. But game 1 especially, after laning stage, didn't really get to do too much on that Lesh. You know, so just something not really clicking together for Sonics in their first series versus EG, and they'll fall 0-2.
Yeah. No, very convincing. I'm looking forward to see. They're playing LGD and OG today too, right? So.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, EG with some pretty big games. We are going to be able to catch their LGD series here live on the stream. You and I are actually going to be casting that one in about 2 hours here after our following series, which is going to be a little bit of a different one. We'll get to that in a moment. But I mean, EG, of course, you know, starting off with a win. The other teams that they're going to be facing, I don't know, LGD is playing now on one of the other streams, of which 5 we have running, by the way. So lots of Dota for you guys to tune into. Hopefully you're enjoying this game, even though EG did make it a real fast 2-0. But yeah, EG off to a great start. I imagine they're going to be heading into their next series. A difficult one, right? LGD historically have been quite a roadblock for EG to get through, right? Especially for Fly when he was on this EG roster last year. A bit of a different LGD still. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be an exciting one. But they head into that series with a win.
Yeah, no, there's nothing much to say except EG looked very impressive here. Game plan on point and play very strong as well.
Yeah, certainly. Looking at some beautiful heroes on our scoreboard in the back lines, the background. But it was, you know, just really solid stand-up performances from all the EG cores. I think Arteezy, you know, farming a lot on the game 1 on the Drow Ranger did have a little bit more of a difficult laning stage. But here you can see just a handful of deaths for everyone. This time it's Crit, the one to go deathless on his Rubik performance, played amazing. Fly does die this time around, a bit more on the Undying, but yeah, why not Crit MVP, right? I think off that snowball save did really seal the deal there for Sonics, right? Sure, a missed spear there, but certainly not made any easier by the stolen snowball and counter initiation provided by Crit.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I didn't even know he never died. Like, he played a really good game. But you also got to shout out Nightfall a bit, like picking a Broodmother this early in the tournament and like decisively winning the game puts a lot of fear in other teams when you go up. Like that's one of like Huskar, Broodmother. Those are the type of heroes that like create, what do you say, like ghosts in your head. Like you get scared. Like you're drafting and you're like, oh, should we ban the Brood? I don't know, ban the Brood. So it's very good to win an early game with Broodmother in a tournament like this.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, especially with so many matches going on, I imagine their opponents will be Xiao Ba kind of keeping an eye on this series, making sure he's doing a bit of scouting right ahead of their series. But that's going to be something to consider. Are they going to go ahead and brood us again with all the other things to consider as well? Lots of things to consider, lots of things to break down. And fortunately, we've got a very lovely and talented panel. So over to Nat T and our panelists to break down so far what's happened today.
Outside of picks, though, going into how they actually executed and were able to play, T-Panda, does it give you hope for EG? Are you looking forward to seeing what they have to bring? Again, it's only the first best of two.
Yeah, exactly, like you said. First series of the day. I mean, I'm stumbling with my words here. It's a good start for the day. You know, you get a shift for the 2-0 to start off. Picks are looking pretty decent. You know, you've got a lot of meta heroes that have been played in the LCQ and in the regional qualifiers. In general, I mean, maybe I'll hope to see more Drow pick up because I feel like TB is a pretty contested hero right now, but I guess you guys can fill in more with the deets on that one.
Yeah, I mean, game one, we saw it a little bit more back and forth, Kezu, rather than that game two, which was really unfortunate for Sonics. You want to walk us through game one?
Like, game one, I feel like the lanes didn't work out that well for Sonics, first of all. I think EG's draft was pretty nice, and the way they set up their stuff with the lanes, that they could, like, move forward and, like, do well with their Beastmaster, push forward top, and then some of the smokes actually didn't work out for EG at first, but then later we'll, you know, have a highlight where we're going to look at a fight that kind of turned around, like, most of the whole game.
Yeah, I think the highlight is ready. If we can show it up on screen, you can walk us through just what happened.
Yeah, like here. So EG already ahead, and this is a crucial fight where they kind of mess up the sleep into the rebound, and then Lelis jumps in and he hesitates a little bit. And here, it just becomes somewhat of an easy fight for EG. They get the roar off, Abed goes in, he catches Quinn, who's one of the key targets in this fight. They catch him out, and now they kind of die. And EG only had a 2,000 gold lead at this point, but they're already ahead in this game. And I think for Sonics here, after they lose this fight, I feel like this just somewhat seals the deal for them. And then Nightfall had an insane performance on Beast, and they just walked away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely gonna have to agree with that. The Beastmaster was doing super well snowballing the laning stage. The only shot they had on Sonics was the farmed Lesh, but I think Arteezy shut that down by once he purchased the shard on the Drow, the Bloodstone was kind of nullified there, and they just didn't have another avenue to come back.
Game two, I think we also have the draft. T-Panda, if you wanted to give some thoughts on that one, why it felt so one-sided?
Well, I mean, draft-wise, when you're looking at like these Invokers, Broodmothers popping up from EG's side, Sonics, I guess like they were prepared with going for the Lina pick, for example. Slark versus TB is a pretty interesting matchup because it feels like it could go either way. Somewhat similar items and item timings as well, but I think TB just outfarms in the end. Plus, if Brood gets a good start for his early game, just takes away the map pretty efficiently from Sonics, and you never like to play behind as a Slark.
Yeah, like just to quickly chime in, if you look at these two drafts, so Sonics are second pick. They're supposed to have the better lanes, but that did not work out. EG drafted very well. They have this Invoker. When you have Invoker, you want winning side lanes or side lanes that pressure. EG have a Broodmother that will kick out the Slark eventually. Mars, with the last pick, is going to lose to the Terrorblade as well. So you have an Invoker who, like Abed, who can just run around freely as he wants to, because Sonics are going to lose their areas. They cannot protect it. And their last pick didn't really work out. I felt like they should pick Legion Commander. You can lane well, you amplify your other cores, you deal with Broodmother. Kind of gives you like what you're looking for, but I mean, EG, they just look better.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of like a hard pick for them too, right? Like you want to pick like the Legion, maybe a Darkseer, but it's Undying every game. Like you have to lane some double strength cores into like this Undying hero, and you don't really have much of a shot. But you can't ban everything right now, and when you're put in a situation like that for Sonics, it can be a little difficult. And it just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah.
There's not only this mainstream, though. We do have a lot of series going on. There's 5 streams in total. So let's quickly run down and go through what is happening or has happened over on some other streams. We're going to start with the B stream, this RNG Liquid, and
Oh, boy.
only game 1 for you.
Yeah, this game was crazy. I think there was about 5 to 6 Roshan kills in this one. So
gosh.
RNG, they snowballed the game really well. Like, their lineup was meant to. They got a Chen, Ursa. They got the first Aegis. It was like, all right, maybe Liquid's going to lose this one. But Liquid's superior team fight in the mid game took over. They got Black Hole, they got RP, they got Requiem. Whereas RNG didn't really have much of that at all. So, but a lot of, like, you know, there's a lot of mid game skirmishing, fighting. It went back and forth, back and forth. But at the end of the day, after like the 6th Roshan, Liquid with a superior team fight. They definitely took the game here. Obviously, they won the game, but it was a real barn burner.
Yeah. I mean, you got a player like Rubik on the other side, Kaka. I mean, you've got a lot of good ultis and spells to steal on Liquid's side, but do you get to use all of that and in the right time? That's a really high-stakes hero in this game.
I was looking at this one fight where Matu had like 80 Essence Shift stacks. I don't know if that one is still going to come up. I feel like it might. There were so many
was
fights.
right here, yeah.
It was right here? Yeah, he just basically gets to slap for like 50 seconds in a fight. He uses ult, keeps hitting, uses shard, keeps hitting. Yeah, it's going to be in this one where Ghost ends up with like 40 Essence Shift stacks, which is pretty insane this late in the game. Remember also he has Empower, so that stacks up like even more, and this was a pretty crazy game.
Yeah, and game 2 going on right now, so we don't actually know how that one's played out. That best of 2 going a little bit longer than here on the mainstream. Over on C, though, the Hikari LGD. That one was pretty interesting, T-Panda, because I think at 20 minutes, Hikari was pushing the high ground for LGD?
Yeah, Hikari, I think like when you look at the draft that they have at hand, like Clockworks and Kunkas, Brewmasters, these are really really good at kind of getting yourself a good laning stage and post-laning stage exit as well. They got a lot of kills for themselves, but Networth was breaking even at like 15 to 20 minutes. Like when we head to the mid-game part, Hikari, they get to push high ground at the top lane, but they couldn't really deal any building damage, which is, you know, you look at this lineup and be like, hey, that would be easy racks if you can get like 2, 3, 4 kills from LGD, but they never did. And I think that's mainly also thanks to the good farming pace that Ame had on TB.
Yeah, like if you look at Hikari versus LGD, the game was somewhat even and Hikari were ahead, as T-Panda mentioned, but LGD's strength, they just make it so hard for you to like close out the game or get more ahead. And then they have this Ame Terrorblade who is supported by an Enigma, buffs, black holes and whatever else, and then eventually just becomes too much to deal with.
Yeah, since we've been highlighting a lot of these drafts, one that has been standing out for me is over on that D stream, Boom and OG. OG seem to be sort of in their own meta there, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like if we look here, I mean, who's playing Oracle?
We've only seen it once in last chance qualifiers.
And we did not like that one.
No.
So this one is looking a bit better. I think here, in terms of the draft, we've seen the Clockwork before against Primal Beast, so that's very good. You have the Razor for Amar, probably one of the only players who's still playing it. And then this Oracle. I think the answer is so it's good against Snap, of course, you mitigate the damage with your W. Against Primal Beast as well, you can W someone later on. In the lane, if you lane against him, you can root him to stop him from running with the trample. But overall, OG, you know, it just shows that they still have some of that, you know, TI championship mentality where you just play your own style.
Game 2 here as well. Do you feel like that is just another display fear of OG coming into their own meta?
I mean, yeah, it looks like Amar, he still has the same hero pool as when he entered the scene here on OG. And if you're an OG fan, you could be pretty happy for that, I think, because like they're just sticking to what they're good at, and that's kind of been always the OG way. Like, just play what heroes are good at, regardless of the patch, and just make it work.
Yeah. They picked up game 1, so you know it's working, and it's proving right now, at least for the start, that it is working. Our final stream, though, that we have to catch up onto is GG versus Bet Boom T-Panda.
Yeah, that one started out with a shocker, right? I mean, the scoreline was 1-19. It was a 12k net worth lead
At
as well for
15
Bet Boom
minutes?
at 50 minutes. It was like, yeah, this game should be over. But if you pay attention to the draft as well, you'll notice the Hawk is actually playing Weaver against what? A lot of burst damage and lockdown, Beastmaster, Tusk, Shadow Fiend, Invoker. This is like a great lineup against the Weaver in general, despite it being the 4th pick from Bet Boom. They could never get to the high ground. That was their biggest issue in this game. Even if Gaming Gladiators would have 1 or 2 kills, they would always try to cut their losses and try to play the map and buy time, because it worked out in the end. They turned the game around, they got that net worth lead on their side, and Bet Boom, they just felt like they have no tools whatsoever against them.
There's a lot that we could break down. There are so many more games to come. This is only the start, but we need to have a very quick look at the standings so you guys know how they're playing out. EG Sonics right now, the only best of 2 that has finished at this point in time. A lot of other teams still in the middle of their game too. So that's it. Group A standings right there. GG, LGD, OG, and Liquid picking up their wins for themselves as well. For you guys, first series, how important is it? I want this to be the last question we talk about before we head on back into our next game, because I gotta know, especially from you, Fear and Kezu, what is that momentum? How does it feel for you mentally?
Go ahead.
It's, I think, very important, especially for a lot of these teams. The first series, like, it's gonna give you the momentum boost, or the, it's gonna put you back. I think the most important ones is your first one, and then like your series on the second and third day, because there you need to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely taking note of like players' reactions, and I kind of looked at the Sonics booth there after this, and definitely looks like they need a hard reset. They kind of got stomped 2-0, and yeah, I want to hope they keep their morale up, but just looking at that booth, there's a little bit of despair in there for now, but hopefully, going forward now, we'll just get like much better games, especially from Sonics. I expect way more from them. They can normally do much better versus a team like EG.
Yeah, and that's something we talked about earlier on, like at the start of the day as well. Like, you have to not focus on the small things and think about the big picture, and coaches and analysts step in there.
Yeah, going forward is what we must do, though, as we head into our second best of 2. It's Secret Thunder with Pilot Eye and Seek and Strike again.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, panel, as we are getting ready to start our second series here. Quick turnaround time here with 5 streams, with 5 best of 2s on the day. We're looking at an amount of Dota 2 that I cannot calculate thanks to my NA education. But Pi, I'm super excited to get started with our next stream here. Our next match, rather. It's going to be Secret taking on Thunder Awaken. Team Secret coming through first place in those last chance qualifiers. Thunder Awaken directly qualifying to the event. Pardon, they're the second team out of SA to do so. I believe they placed somewhere in the middle of the table as far as DPC points. But impressive performances, top 6 finish at the Stockholm Major, and then a little bit of a worse finish at Arlington. But certainly a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, so like historically, if you would see this sort of matchup, you would obviously expect Secret to be huge favorites, right? Like, it wouldn't even be a match, really. But like throughout this year, they have honestly looked more impressive, right? Been to every major and like performed quite well. Now though, Secret just coming out of the last chance, as you said, looking really strong. So I think we're in for quite an interesting game.
With momentum. As you can see, Puppy, there he is.
Yeah.
His game face, ready to get going. Sure, he might be the oldest player in this TI, but you better bet with that age comes experience. His 11th TI. Hasn't missed a single one, this guy.
Yeah. No, and as he pointed out himself, taken every path, gone through qualifiers, qualified directly, and now going through the last chance.
Not directly invited back when that was the format, and has placed every single finish at TI. And I hope this is not an ominous foreboding for Puppy. Wouldn't wish this for anyone involved in the tournament, of course. But the only place he hasn't finished is the new places, which are, of course, what is this, 16th to 20th. He's placed everywhere though at TI. That was his feat he got last year. So he's been around the block a couple of times, and we'll see now how he is going to fare versus Thunder Awaken, who, as you say, are certainly going to be the favorites of SA, at least. I don't know about the favorites in this matchup, but certainly not going to be discounted whatsoever. This is the team that has placed first throughout Tour 1, Tour 2, and Tour 3 of SA DPC. They've come in and have disrupted Beast Coast from probably being the #1 SA team. Beast Coast with a better showing most recently at the Arlington Major, but these guys overall have been beating them consistently in Tour 1, Tour 3, and Tour 2, of course. They did decently well, of course, as well at the ESL 1 Malaysia, which is going to be the most recent third-party event, where they once again lost to OG on main stage after OG went on to win the whole shebang. So not bad showings from them whatsoever. I think certainly a team to look out for, maybe a bit of a dark horse, but I think certainly one with plenty of potential, as of course that's not our draft. Our draft now just getting underway. Thunder Awaken on the Radiant side with last pick, and Secret kicking this one off on Dire with first pick.
Yeah. So for me, the games I've caught of Thunder Awaken, the guy who stands out the most to me is the Pakas, their carry player. Every time I watch him, I'm pretty amazed. Like he is, especially when he plays Monkey King or even Spectre. He somehow always manages to get a game. And when he plays Monkey King, he plays right on the edge, right? It's a lot of escapes, a lot of stuns, and he just plays it to perfection.
Let me tell you a little bit more about Pakaz, because I think he is the rock for this team. As you'll notice, the other rock being banned is Tiny, and that might be a little bit of a head scratcher for those that aren't so familiar with Thunder Awaken. But just mark my words, if Dark Mago ever gets a game off of Tiny, he's a little bit sink or swim on the hero, but I would say it's like 75 swim and 25 sink. And on his games where he gets Tiny, he makes all the space that his team needs him. He can basically carry them through the worst of early games. So that's definitely a respect ban there on the Tiny. But the scary thing about Pakaz is that we're living in a Morphling patch, at least the early beginnings of a Morphling patch. And they call Morphling for Pakaz El Prohibido, which in Spanish means like the forbidden one. As in, you don't let Pakaz play Morphling against you.
Okay.
And
Spooky.
again, yeah, that was back when Morphling was not top tier material. He seems like he's a bubbling S tier carry right now, this Morph.
No, for sure. And now the second series in a row where we see a team give up Mercy to instantly pick like what they believe to be some sort of counters.
Yeah, and the counters that Thunder select are this Omni Hoodwink. I think this is going to be the Omni 5 for Panda. Pardon me, he really likes his save heroes. The Abba being quite a big one for him. Oracle as well. He's a little bit like Insania on the heroes he likes to play in that regard. So I think Omni available for some dispels. Hoodwink as well is something that they played a little bit in SADPC in the tours, but I don't think I've seen it from them too recently. So I wonder if this is a different strategy. That's something, especially in the first phase, that's a little bit different to me.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I guess they played it a bunch in scrims, and it's just a solid hero for the offlane. Like he supports the offlane well. Like he's definitely a strong laner, so it's just a comfort pick, I'm guessing. Not especially good versus Marcy.
And speaking of comfort picks, a couple bans here against Crystallis. That Monkey King, of course, being a big one. Another must ban, I think, against Dark Mago, at least when the hero is good, as it seems to be now, is this Bat Rider. That's another favorite of his. They can flex it over to Sacred in the offlane, but Dark Mago really likes to kind of run over games, as we see Matthew drafting for the team here. The rest of the team surrounding them. I don't want to read too much into the the non-verbal stuff, but it's interesting. The entire team just kind of standing around one PC, standing around the captain. A lot more teams prefer to sit in their chairs and, kind of take it a little bit more easy. But for these guys, a different approach. Oh, and something I just want to say, because maybe there are people watching this team for the first time that are a little bit confused. This is not the same Thunder Predator that we saw last year, go 0 and 16 in groups. That team is currently kind of known as Tempest, and they did not manage to get out of LCQs. This is a completely different roster. They're old No Ping, if you kind of remember them from the Kiev Major. They've changed 3 of their players, so not really, but that's going to be kind of where Dark Mago and Panda, or you might recognize them from for you Dota fiends.
Yeah, good history lesson.
Okay, so last couple bans is going to be this Mars, mid and offlane flex for Thunder, who Thunder in turn going for another ban there on the Puppy Enchantress. Certainly a hero, the Enchantress that you know, but we've seen Puppy do a lot of great things on.
Yeah.
So they go for a lich. What is this? Is this a mid lich?
No, I would expect it to be either a mid hoodwink or offlane Omni Knight, but honestly, the most likely seems to be a mid hoodwink. We'll see though.
Okay, so that's going to be a little bit newer for Dark Mago. He's been really looking to change that his kind of his reputation is the best word for this, of being like a 3 to 4 hero, pool spammer. You can call that a pool. It was certainly a weakness of his back when he was on No Ping, but he's really taken a lot of strides this season to pick up the Mars especially. He's played a couple games on Tinker, so maybe be on the lookout for that. But yeah, maybe the Hoodwink is something that he's prepared and now is bringing you for us to break out on the group stage.
Yeah, because I would be a bit surprised if you pick offlane Omni Knight this early, especially into a Shadow Fiend, but I guess that's also possible, so we'll see soon. And I mean, Secretary is bringing out the ultimate meta of the last chance qualifier, right? Like getting everything anyone wanted in that qualifier. Like this
Yeah,
is
for them,
Yeah.
that's what's been working for them, right? So I think they're continuing to kind of play their Dota because they looked unbelievably good actually during the last chance qualifiers, especially towards the latter half. They looked amazing.
Yeah. This is probably the Resso offlane Mirana, I'm guessing. Carried a
Yes.
game with that.
Okay. I like the sound of that. We were hoping for an mid lane Mirana, or maybe expecting the mid lane Mirana for Abed. Last year's for EG didn't pan out. So I'm eager to see the Mirana in a core role.
Yeah, now I'm really curious how Thunder will... What they'll do with these 3 heroes. Like, well,
Yeah,
what's
me
the
too.
plan here?
Yeah, me too. They always have something in store. Generally, what's been most impressive is that they've drafted really well for like their mid game, especially to me in the DPC tours. Like obviously being the top team in a region, you know, you generally some teams kind of get the EG experience, right, in the not so competitive regions where you kind of just win your lanes and win all 3 games. But SA is not really like that. You very frequently had, in fact, I believe Thunder actually, they lost a team to this team called Wolf Team, who I think ended up getting relegated. So like that was one of the only series they lost this entire year. Beast Coast commonly loses to Infamous. Doesn't matter who's on Infamous, they just always lose to Infamous. So the region is still competitive in the Div 1, but they've always had a plan in mind here. Is they're always going to go, they're going to go back to the Flesh now.
Yeah. No, I'm still... So is it an offlane Omninite? I'm really curious to see what they'll do with this. What is this Hoodwink up to? What is she up to?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Again, as far as I know, I've never seen Dark Malgo actually take the Hoodwink mid. So he's been practicing it.
It feels more like the Leshrac would be mid now, right?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And usually you don't pick Leshrac into like 2 range cores like this, like a Shadow Fiend and Mirana. Like because he'll just get hit running in, right? But you have this Omni-Knight now, so you're just brute forcing it. Like you're just buffing him up and like go, go, go.
Yeah, and you've got, what are you looking to dispel here? Because, of course, we've seen Omni Knight into Jakiro, right, giving tons of bonus strength and HP and regeneration off of those stacks. Nothing as crazy this game, but as you're saying, right, you just give raw HP to Lesh, a hero that just, you know, with mana can tear apart through anyone. And it's looking maybe like a recipe for success. You've got the ice armor as well to buff him up here, reduce the physical damage he is taking on the way in. So that's going to be a greatly aiding his survivability.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a surprise though is because generally you don't pick Mirana into Abaddon or Omni-Knight, right? Because he just removes your arrows. So like any setup into arrow, you'll just dispel it. But I'm guessing a core Mirana, it's more about the right clicks. So you don't care about the arrow as much. But I mean, it's still going to be there. Like you think you got something brewing, you know? You get that 5-second arrow and then Omni-Knight just dispels it.
Okay, a Razor ban against Team Secret.
Yeah, Crystal is banned, I'm guessing.
Yep. A couple of respect bans thrown his way. He's certainly worked on expanding his hero pool as well. Crystal's kind of had this reputation, I would say, back when he was playing on Entity. Certainly when he was on Creep Wave, it was like Bloodseeker, Razor, or Monkey King almost every game, any opportunity. But of course, against the upper echelon of Dota, against those teams, it became a little bit too difficult to continue running that.
Yeah.
So I've also enjoyed seeing his growth as a carry here on Secret, especially. He's got a Chen to support him, likely. Do some lane push, lots of sustain as well. Decent lanes for Secret. Their lanes are looking genuinely pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should just be Shadowfiend mid. And with Chen, you generally want a melee carry. A lot of stuff is banned out though, so I wonder what you go for here.
Yeah, Secret even taking the CK out of the pool as well with their final pick. Yeah, I'm not so sure either, because I think part of me is also not 100% sure what role this Omni. Well, I suppose he's got to be a core. Yeah, so it'll be Ursa then.
Okay,
And that's the melee core you were looking for.
It's a solid pickup. I was thinking you could go create maybe like an anti-mage, but yeah, it's not worth it. Kind of a bad hero.
Yeah, the panel was saying earlier the AM's just always this hero that ends up kind of coming into the meta, you know, at some stage with a couple of games when the hero looks good. Almost the ultimate 1v5 support. It's Thunder. So they're in their last pick. That's their coach of Vintage.
Now we get to see what Pakas wants to play. Yeah, it's hard for me to predict. Like, this Hoodwink is really throwing a wrench into what... Like, versus Mirana, yeah, they banned it. Like, I like the CK. That was probably a very good ban. I wouldn't want to... I'm just thinking of his specialty heroes, right? Like, Monkey King is banned. I don't think... You don't want Spectre into this. It's a really bad pick. Could you do, like, a Sniper? Like, is that playable?
Marcy presents some issues in lane, right? I think, but do you have a Lich to maybe help you out there?
Yeah.
You can interrupt with like maybe like a second or a third skill points into your Sinister Gaze, your interrupt, maybe?
No, I mean, because, yeah, preferably you would just want one of these melee heroes that can go, but I don't know if that hero exists here. Would you pick Slark into this? I don't know.
Phantom must
PA, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's a hero that generally gets to lane, right? She almost always gets a lane just off of the strength of Dagger. A hero that can look to farm and maybe take this a little bit late game. Is the evasion perhaps a big reason why they picked her into this Ursa, into this SF?
Yeah,
sure.
for sure. And she can also get on top of this Shadow Fiend and just go in. But you can also end up in a situation where you're just farming for your Battle Fury, maybe even have Battle Fury, and then Secret just group up with their Chen and start pushing down lanes, going for Roche, and you can't really help out. But yeah, okay, so we see now that Omni Knight is offlane, right? That's sacred?
Right. That is sacred, yep, that's correct. And it was going to be a Lush mid, and almost certainly I don't think they're going to try and innovate here. Yes, there's Pakaz locking in the Phantom Assassin. So that'll leave, of course, the position for Hoodwink. So this Omni Hoodwink lane.
Yeah, it's very strong lane. I mean, I think Chen can do fine versus it. Like, if you get some creeps. I mean, and you would expect like Ursa, versus melee hero, wow, but it's not as amazing as you like, because they can both spam spells on him, right? Both the Hoodwink and the Omni Knight. He can throw his little hammer, he can heal, and Hoodwink is always annoying, just hitting you, stunning you.
Yeah, I feel like that's generally been the weakness of Ursa's, right? And maybe why part of the reason why we saw the Battle Fury builds come to fruition a couple of years ago is the hero sometimes struggles with regen in lane, right? You trade very effectively because, of course, of Fury swipes, but if enemies can just time out the Fury swipes and wait them out, especially if they can heal in the middle of your exchanges, you do start to usually run a little bit lower on HP. So that might be something that Thunder could look to take advantage of here. Lesh mid versus the SF. And then Pakaz going carry here into this Core Mirana, man. Tell me about this Core Mirana. Like, how does this hero be a little bit more active as an offlaner?
I like, that's not really your job, actually. Like, I thought maybe that's how you play it, but like every time I've seen a Core Mirana, they play it more like Amar would play it, you know? They have some items in mind that they want to get, and they kind of farm for that. So usually they go for like 1 or 2 Wraith Bands, like Power Treads, maybe Falcon Blade, so they have a lot of early stats, and they just right-click the carry in the face, make it difficult for him to lane. And obviously ganking him is kind of difficult with 3 leaps, especially for a Leshrac. So like that's usually how you play it.
All right, looking forward to see it then. Seen a bit of the mid lane Mirana. I think Toronto Tokyo started playing that a little bit last year, right? Leaping out of arenas back when that was a possibility. Of course, that's not something that you can do anymore. But certainly that evasion, right, on leap, or just the, not quite the evasion, but your ability to leave fights and escape ganks, right, is going to be something strong as there's a bit of skirmishing over the wards early on. Arrow does catch Sacred here, but that's a nice little acorn shot. Does bounce around. Oh, Nisha. Okay, there's 3 raises on a Matthew, but no one dead, actually. And now Sacred and Pakaz running down Nisha. The Dispose doesn't get him off the high ground, and that's first blood for Pakaz. Dark Mago is going to die. At least he didn't lose first blood. And Gristles as well, not looking like he's in a great position, stuck between 3 enemy heroes and a cliff. He chooses to jump down the cliff. It's not going to save him, though. Matthew was waiting for him down there. Panda as well to fall. Zayats as well, still continuing here. What is this? 5 dead already before the horn. And I think we're not quite done yet. Rezo has taken arrow, so we actually cannot leap away. But I think Thunder are just about all out of catch. And that is quite the early game skirmish, huh?
Very intense, yeah. I wonder, maybe we can catch up here who got what. Like, who got the first blood there?
Thunder got first blood.
Pakaz got it, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty big. Oh, he already... What did he buy? He bought something. He probably gave it to his Lich. Okay, so you got an Orb of Venom. So he has Orb of Venom and completed Magic Wand. Okay, it's pretty strong.
Plenty of stats and, of course, the ability to trade a little bit more effectively. Always going to go a long way. There it is, the replay here. In we go. You could see, I thought Seeker were going to do a lot better there after Nisha lands all 3 races onto, feels like 2 or 3 heroes.
Yeah, Nisha felt that way too, because he could have done it even earlier, and eventually he was like fed up with it. He's like, whatever, I'm doing it. But this the tankiness from the Omni W, he probably also dispelled some of that races on the PA. So they and Lich spamming Frost Nova, like they were stronger than they expected.
Especially much tankier, just kind of running him down.
Lich getting caught out here, no TP scroll.
Down he goes. It's going to be a walk of shame back to the lane here. So it'll be Pakaz, who's a little bit lonely for now. Zayats did take that first point and dispose. Might be able to set up for a Sacred Arrow here. That Rezo's now got coming off cooldown. It will connect, but I don't think the right-click damage is just enough. And there's a full, well, not a full wand, but a 10 charge Magic Wand at the ready for Pakaz.
Very good, very good.
Nisha connecting his Shadow Races in the mid lane.
Yep.
To dispose. Yeah, actually, maybe onto Pakaz. Ooh, yeah.
There we have it. Marcy.
Wand charges the stuns. He didn't get the Fairy Fire out in time. Couldn't.
And I'm slightly curious about this. Like, I would expect this mid matchup to be very, like, quite annoying for Leshrac. Obviously not unplayable since you have this lightning spam. But it could be easy to get caught out here by a few too many races. And you just end up feeding.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, lightning bounces, what, I think like 1 extra time now per level, which is a huge buff to this hero and a big, I think, reason why we're seeing him. One of the bigger changes to Lesh that's impacted his pick rate. But Puppy's got quite the creep top lane. I think that can be a little bit of a game changer, if not a lane changer. He's holding on to the Satyr Vanisher, right? It comes with this Purge, the Dispel, essentially, versus the Omni Knights, which is something that they could look to take advantage of here. I think Puppy's going to try and keep this one alive.
Yeah. You need more levels in Ursa here, though. Probably some boots before you can really play aggressive. Until then, they're just going to harass him, and he can't do much. But yeah, so far, everything looking good for Secret. Especially getting these kills on the safe lane. Pakaz and the Lich, Pandabu. Because the PA had this first blood, right? So he could have snowballed.
Uh-oh. I think he didn't mean to dispose him up the hill there. Panda, 2 bounties. 2 bounties at minute 3. No one picked those up. And Zayats would have otherwise had him if he didn't position himself and ended up disposing Panda up to the high ground. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Mid lane, though, starting to be like a little bit of a lead for Nisha. I think no like surprises like we were talking about there. Between the Shadow Races advantage, doesn't give you careful to get a bit of harass, and otherwise has an empty bottle until the water runes show up. But it is Zayats who's rotating over maybe to contest here. Expecting a bit of a skirmish for the 4-minute rune.
Ooh, he's TPing for the bounty rune.
The bounty, yeah.
So Leshrac cannot get it.
Nice play there. Zayats is going to be a little bit sore to see that.
Very annoying for Mago. And now we can also just stay mid here and help contest for the water rune. Yeah, they should not let Leshrac get this.
So it'll be a big win, and he is going to need to get out. He's not going to take a death here. Dark Mago, of course, valuing his life over a little bit of a water bottle. Not that thirsty. But he is really lacking some mana, and without the mana, of course, it doesn't mean he can, or it means he cannot really trade or really harass the SF effectively.
Yeah, and now it's just a very difficult...
Top. Sacred.
Okay.
Die.
Yeah. Yeah, the boots are up. When Ursa starts getting like 2 Infurious Wipes, right, the damage actually matters. They're looking for Pandem. Cannot get him.
It is kind of, as you say, or what if, I forgot what she said in draft, the Ursa into melee hero, haha, but it is sometimes just off of boots alone, you might be able to get a cheeky kill here or there, right?
Yeah, it used to be the way that just Ursa level 1, right? The Furious Wipes used to be way stronger. And you could just, I don't know, the lane was over from minute 1. But nowadays, like, you need a few levels in Ursa before you can really start putting pressure on.
And Puppy as well with that point in Penitence, which is a great way to test if your pot filter is working, is doing, you know, he does make things a little bit scary here, right? Between overpower and that bonus attack speed, it is a rather easy kill there onto someone like an Omni Knight. And he goes. That's without penitence, of course, and a bit of bonus HP. But up to 7 Fury swipes.
Yeah.
HP.
No, they're very comfortable on Secret right now. This game is looking very good.
Dire's middle tower is
Darmago,
under
he's just been pretty much sitting on almost no mana this entire, well, for the past 2 minutes that we've been looking mid, maybe the entire lane. They are now looking to contest 6-minute runes here for Thunder. Panda does rotate on over. That'll leave Pakaz alone down bottom.
Yeah.
He's starting to take a bit of damage. 3 points here in Starstorm for Rezo.
Now, Spakas is the only one doing like really well. Both Leshrac and Omni are gonna struggle. Like, there's no future in the top lane for Omni Knight, right? Like, this lane is not getting better. Ursa picking up face boots. Shen getting more and more levels.
Now the regenerate is going to be for Secret into the bottle for Nisha, so that'd be a nice one, of course, for Darkmaga to hold on to, but he's been restricted to basically ferrying out clarities here.
Yeah. Also, what they... I don't even know. Like, they could try to get some sort of kill on Shadowfiend, right? But that's not easy either.
Especially with Zayat's kind of idling around the mid lane for now. Yeah, I mean, they can't really kill Rezo, can they? So this is an arrow. Thought maybe that was going to connect on the Panda, but yeah, Rezo's just a very difficult kill as well. I mean, he's got Falcon Blade, Wraith Band, holding out to infused raindrops, and this maxed out wand, so he is quite tanky.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna sit there and try to get whatever farm he can, right? And whenever he sees the PAs alone, he's gonna go up there and right-click him as much as possible.
Leap now to level 2, so a little bit more of attack speed. Well, it doubles actually from level 1 to 2. Making sure you can get a little bit more effective there. As there's the one to actually pop that forces back Rezo. Or sorry, that forces back Panda is what I mean to say. Sacred as well, not having a really fun time top. There's going to be the overpower with the penitence. Oh, but Matthew in the vicinity. Crystal's was going to break the tree. Another tree planted from Matthew, but the bushwhack missed. That's Crystal's getting the kill. A front flip there on the corpse of Sacred.
Yeah. So that would perhaps be the chance if Leshrac could get there somehow, but it's very, very difficult. He even had Enrage, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so all Dark Mago can do is just a little stack at least. Matthew has made him. Matthew's going to head over mid and look to absorb some experience. Careful here, though. Could be trouble for Panda.
Yeah.
As he is going to be killed off. Likely will reveal the presence of that ward there, but for Secret, it's just, a much still, they're just padding the start, right, for Nisha.
And you can see Nisha actually just cleared up 2 stacks that Panda had made for his Leshrac, so. Very well. Okay, finally he can get a rune here. Nice.
There it is. His bottle's not empty.
Yeah.
He's managed it. Oh, the Chen army. 2 small creeps, but honestly, some pretty bad creeps for Thunder to be seeing. Puppy grabbed this early on, right? The Courser for basically almost a full pipe of Insight Aura, and the Satyr Banisher to purge off literally all of Omni Knights.
Yeah.
This one feels rough.
Baited up the Lich TP here.
Yep.
Oh, maybe they can get Puppy? Yeah, he kind of missed
there
there a little bit.
And he's going to die for that. Acorn shot is just about going to guarantee it.
Yeah.
On bottom, though, maybe now they make to look a move on Pakaz. We already see 2 heroes smoked for Secret Pakaz. He's going to be picked up by that ward placed behind the tower. He's going to go blur now. Arrow, dodge. Pakaz is going to see Nisha. That'll trigger a TP in response, but Hero's just jumping right on top of him by no chance to escape. Now Mago's the only one to TP here, and he's almost already dead. I think he just dies. Has an illusion rune. Will he do anything with it? Disjoints it, but no, he dies all the same.
Yeah. Oh, it's I think he expected a TP from the Omni Knight as well, but Omni Knight's just dying top, I think.
Yeah, Crystallis is going to kill him there, and Crystallis is completely alone up in this top lane. Didn't even use Enrage.
No, because I clicked Omni Knight quickly, so I'm like, what the hell, dude? Help your team. But I think he had like 4-second cooldown left on TP when that all started.
Rough for him. Now the tower bottom taken by Secret. Already a 4K net worth lead here. Secret looking hot after coming through the LCQs.
Yeah, no, I'm, because I don't know what I expected with this Leshrac, right? Because this is what I think would happen when you pick Leshrac into Shadowfiend here and put them both mid. It's just not, it's not easy. It is playable, but it's not easy at all.
Because he's already been booted to the top lane. He's at the Ring of Hell, but trying to get up towards his Battle Fury, as Matthew looks like he'll be able to evade death here, or will he dispose? Gets the Frost Armor, there's magic damage aplenty for Nisha.
Yeah.
Kill there for him is easy.
No, and Secret just have such an easy way to play now, right? Like, Resolution is under no pressure. Like, how do you kill him? If he has 2 leaps up, like, there's no way, right? Like, you need to, like, wrap on him heavily with, I don't even know. So he's just gonna sit down here and grab whatever farm he can. Crystallis is gonna finish whatever item makes him comfortable, and then they can either push towers together or they can go Roche. So, looking extremely good for Secret.
Is that Puppy's mech already? No, okay, he still needs the chainmail. But he's getting there. Chainmail, one of the more expensive components in that mech. So he's getting there, though. He's getting there. And that'll be a really early mech. So even if Thunder are able to try and connect in a fight, being able to heal off a lot of this Lesh damage early on makes his game really difficult to play.
Yeah. I mean, they if Secret do mess up and they like try to dive mid, for example, with Thunder Awaken already, then they could potentially lose a fight, right? With this Omni Knight just healing Leshrac and him dishing out the damage. But they would need Guardian Angel for that, and he hasn't skilled that. He's only level 6.
Yep. And they need to make sure Puppy's not there to dispel. I think, yeah, he's still holding on to the Satyr Banisher. So that might be problematic. Not a good cast range on the Perch, though. So that's how it's balanced. So Puppy needs to get in there with his creeps, but might not have too much of a hard time, you know, if there's an Ursa and a Marcy and a Mirana leaping in, right? It does leave a lot of room for creeps to just follow up quite easily.
Yeah.
Kyle's coming along decently here. I mean, the Thunder, they do have some pretty decent pick-off potential. Well, of course, I think that's what Hoodwink gives you a ton of with this 550 damage nuke if you are able to stun someone up. Might be able to force some reactions as they're going to go into Dark Mago. They actually kind of got baited here. Okay, they've actually defeated the Centaur Stomper creep, but that's Nisha already with the Yule Scepter set up for the Requiem of Souls, the Hand of God, the mech, and plenty of heal. Secret barely taking a scratch there. I think they're just going to go straight into Roche. Christus already has Diffusal. Not like that'll help him much against Roche, but he doesn't need it when he's got a Puppy here to buff him up. And of course, the Fury Stripes to take down Roche.
Yeah, and how do you fight? Lich is not even 6 yet.
No, it's starting to look really dire already for Thunder here. So it's not great. As down goes Roche 12 minutes in. Already the age is here for Crystallis. Sacred still does not have his point in ulti, sealed back only to level 7. He's keeping pace with Dark Mago, but it's kind of bad news for both, isn't it?
Yeah, they somehow need to stop the bleeding in goal. Like, they can't fall too far behind in net worth. Like, this is where it has to stop. And unfortunately, they haven't gotten that offlane tower, right? Dire safe lane tower.
Yep.
So their map is very constricted. Because if they could like stop the bleeding here, keep it at 7k, they do have some timings where a Leshrac backed by an Omni Knight and a PA with Battlefield BKB they could win some fights.
Just kill Dark Mago here? I don't know. It'll be hard for Nisha without having the Requiem. Agency is on Ursa, but it's a measly level 2 split earth, so rather easily dodged there by Nisha. And now there's a smoke, actually. Crystallis is going to be joined by Zaya. That's Nisha trying to bait in the mid lane with the banners.
Let's see here if they can catch something. Omni Knight in the back here, perhaps?
Yep, there's the wrap, and they did scout this on the ward with the 2-man stun. They're going to be looking to nuke the Omni Knight. He's going to be able to get his heals off at the very least, and instead it might be Zayat who dies first, but the mech heal from Puppy, not enough. Sacred, though, still gets chased down and killed by Crystallis. As underneath Tier 1 tower they go. Chain Frost mostly bouncing harmlessly to the creep waves, as trying to get out of trouble here is Dark Mago, but he cannot run fast enough. Pig pull or not, Crystallis and Nisha will clean up.
No, that's the Chen coming in there together with just overwhelming net worth. Like that Cloak Aura, 15% magic resistance, and then a mech. Just reduces all the damage they deal there too much.
It's 100 damage done there by Dark Mago, at least something in return for him, but it's only a kill onto the position 4. The tower still falls. Pakaz, they might say, is still farming. So we'll take another look at that fight, but without Battle Fury, it's just not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, you can see there where in the Leshrac lands his, Dark Magul lands his stun there, 2 heroes, like, you start believing a little bit, but then all the heals come in, and the big net worth cores of Secret, and they just clean up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, it's just looking mighty difficult for them right now. Look at that, Ursa actually leading in terms of damage. That's how involved, and hero damage that is, right? To Crystallis even getting involved in a lot of these fights. And with BKB soon to come online, and again still with Aegis for a full 2 minutes, he can play rather fearlessly, honestly. He's got Puppey to back him up with heals and mech.
Yep.
And a Marcy who can always just join him for the fight. And we haven't even, like, we've barely talked about Rezo. It's like he's been the carry this entire game. Oh, Rezo's still farming, you know?
Yeah.
He's barely left the bottom lane.
That's how he gets to play the nice role. He just farms bottom lane, and then when a fight starts, he usually TPs in. He gets to decide.
Looking for Sacred, the stun. Oh, they've tossed him back with the dispose. Chain Frost bouncing around between the Puppey creeps. That might do some damage here, as they are controlling Crystallis rather nicely. He used Enrage already on the first life, as the Chain Frost bouncing almost actually gets him. Not quite enough damage, though, and now Rezo leaping on in, along with Zayats. The heal's not sufficient to keep the Lich alive. But Secret only getting the Lich there, and actually nearly losing Crystallis' Aegis is a small win for Thunder. Not enough, though. They probably still lose this tower.
Yeah, fortunately he has Aegis, right? They have a bunch of heals in this gen. Yeah, look at the Puppey's creeps here. They're like the perfect aura creeps.
Oh, yeah.
Like you get so much stronger. 15% magic resistance for everyone, 12% movement speed, 30% damage increase. Like it's just, you're just so buffed.
The Soaker Frost Mage, of course, for some additional armor in case this PA dares to show up and try and fight you.
Yeah.
She really hates dealing with that kind of ability. They're just going for more. Dark Mago, he's almost dead. Oh, he is just dead. Panda and Sacred, they're going to be routed back into the base. The arrow from Rezo chasing them back in. Sacred does keep himself alive, but Secret, they're sieging already. First Aegis 16 minutes into the game. They want to set the record here for fastest racks.
Yeah, well, what's stopping them? They can throw this little bushwhack, perhaps. And they have a Frost Shield coming up, so like all these glyphs are gonna be annoying, but if Secret really want this, I don't see what's stopping them.
There goes the little bushwhack. Frost Shield as well onto the tower, but down goes the first tier 3 of the game. Zayats as well on his way on in. He's gonna get Fiend's Grip, make that Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, look, like this Alpha Wolf just increases their damage so much.
And
okay, nice.
Here they go. Nice pushback onto 2. Does set up for a nice split Earth, but the mechanism heals out from Puppey. Hand of God, Zayats is out of there, but also down the once is Crystallis. He has Enrage. They might even still look to turn back and fight, but no. Looks like they're going to be playing this one a bit disciplined. Secret, perhaps looking for the reopening here. Nisha does have Requiem and Yules, and in he goes now onto 1. There's no GA. It was already used. The damage, and Dark Mago's dead. Oh my goodness, they get the tier 3 tower, the melee barracks, and a kill onto the mid laner before Secret are done with that siege.
Very well played.
Make that Pakaz at least. He's farmed up, right? He did get Battle Fury pretty much right after Roshan and the bottom tier 2 was taken, and has nearly the full Desolator up. But his game is just simply it's not looking easy. I mean, he's got quite the tall order ahead of him. He's facing down cores who have at least half an item ahead of him, as Sacred is dying in the mid lane, burning the mana, trying to keep himself alive. Frost Shield, but everything dispelled there by the Yule Scepter of Nisha, who has BKB, by the way, just looking for an opening to maybe use it. Secret playing a bit more restrained here without the Aegis. Definitely know that in a couple kills here to Thunder could see them back in this game.
Yeah. I mean, Thunder's hope here, right, is that Secret kind of overcommits on one target.
Whoa, Rezo? Gone fishing with an arrow here that does catch Dark Mago. He's got 14 wand charges. Okay, and an Omni to back him, but that was... Yeah. I mean, even that's just scary, man. He's just walking around his base.
Yeah, does he have a full... Yeah, it's a full Gleipnir coming out, so it's quite annoying.
Frost Shield, not going to protect the tier 2 tower. It'll go down. And, the thing to look out for here is, of course, this SF's push is only going to get stronger here when he gets this 15 talent of minus, 6 armor? Minus, 6 up to 7 armor against structures, right? That talent is going to be really speeding up the push. That's going to cut down the amount of time that Pakaz has to try and get his items online.
I mean, Pakaz deals he's quite strong right now. Like, if he just gets to hit. The problem is a lot of things can, not that many things, but some things can disrupt him. Like if he just gets caught by this Yule, by Shadow Fiend, he'll get one shot. But if his team can tank a bit here, like this, and he could come in, if Secret overcommit in a position like that, like he could clean up, potentially. Obviously it's very difficult when you're 13k gold behind, but there is a small possibility for this.
No, not completely out of it yet. Kaz is again now with queuing up BKB and Shard. Just with Deso now and Battle Fury, he's really going to have to make a stand, I think, with these items, as Thunder are going to smoke out of the base just
Yeah, I like
before
this
the Roshan
smoke.
could respawn.
They need to take this fight now. They need to find anything. Pakas should come with them, and they should maybe even go more brave than this. Like, just run into the jungle.
Oh, it's so hard, though. And you're now BKB for Ursa as well as SF, both have 9-second duration. I mean, I definitely agree. Like, this, you have to make this move, otherwise I think you're just, you know, not so much, you're not making moves to win the game, right? So they need to get a way back in. It's simply how things are looking for them.
Unfortunately, I would have wished they got like at least some sort of ward out there. But they kind of smoke it to their own ancients and then run back. And now, now they're dying.
Yeah, mid lane. Down goes Matthew. They'll catch him there with the haste rune as
got
well.
him
It's going to allow him to get a +1. It's going to be Panda. Arrow is going to miss from Rezo. Don't think it'll make too big of a difference here. Pi, yes, Panda. Yeah, plenty of arrows in flight there from Resolution. Down he goes. And it's a fast Roche.
Yeah, it's only 30 seconds.
Radiant's top tower.
Secret, though, I think they're going to play this one calm, cool, and collected. Make sure that they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Setting up vision, taking down the tier 1 tower, making sure, of course, that they have their outpost, which they do. They're going to go probably right in a Roche. That second Aegis, of course, for Ursa. It's generally a big turning point here for Ursa in terms of how aggressive he can look to be.
Yeah, free ag shard, right? Yeah. And I think, Nisha is about to get Blink Dagger. So before now, Pakas doesn't have BKB, right? So he can get solo killed by Nisha when he gets his Blink, like quite easily. So we might be looking at like Secret kind of faking a push and Nisha trying to find Pakas.
There it is. Yep, Nisha with his Blink online. There's a DD rune as well down bottom. Pakas, I mean, he's trying to find farm wherever, cutting these waves top lane, but the Secret might actually go out to hunt him now. And of course, Rezo with 2 ways to stop his TPs. Nisha with a couple.
Yeah, Rust has been clever here. Like, he expects Pakas to cut the wave, but Pakas he wants to win, so he has TPs out.
And he does. Okay, Kaya's online for Dark Mago. We haven't really talked about this aspect of Kaya, but it does amp your spell lifesteal, which is, of course, what Bloodstone gives you. So, you know, again, this is an interaction we kind of only see with Lesh these days, at least in this tournament. 2 games so far of our 3 we've had on this main stream. We've had the Lesh with this build, but it's more survivability. Will it be enough? Double damage. Nisha might have something else to say about that, but who knows? If they can get the right jump here, Thunder might find themselves in a position to make a comeback. For now, it's Secret who are going to be pointing a quite scary cannon up to their base right now already. Second Roche, they're looking at least for their second pair of barracks.
Yeah, so sometimes the Lesh Shark has to live for more than a few seconds here, because he can dish out a bunch of damage. It's not easy. Oh yeah, they think Pakas is over there farming, but he's just in base. Chilling.
Yeah. TP. I mean, it's a good move, right? Generally, you see enemy cores sneak into the enemy triangle, right? To try and find a little bit of farm when sieges like this occur. So Secret with a disciplined move here. And that buys enough time for Zayats, by the way, to get a BKB. So I think now you're fighting to 3 BKBs, if I'm counting correctly. Yep.
Yeah, and Wraith Pack completed on Puppet too.
My goodness. I think Rezo's not too far behind this unless he's going for a Deso with that Mithril Hammer. Nope, that's BKB as well. Although he does have a Deso queued up.
Yeah. Now it's kind of up to Secret now how they want to...
Oh, Matthew, he's going to break this gank attempt. Trying a little bit longer here, but yeah, Gleipnir is going to stop him in his tracks. He's cut down. Doesn't have buyback either for these 30 seconds. It's a whole wave that Secret can look to go push in. Things are looking, I mean, still pretty hard. Pakas with another Ogre X is going to be slightly tankier here. He's even toggled actually off the Ring of Echola to make sure that he's not scouted on these creep waves.
Yeah.
Just any little thing that he can get to sneak out of the base just a bit more and maybe get that BKB online, maybe find some kind of miracle fight here for Thunder. But Secret, I mean, they got through the last chance qualifiers. They're kind of warmed up. And they got through the LCQs by not being, you know, too dangerous with this move. I mean, look at Dark Malgo here. Arrow is at least tanked by a creep that's going to allow him to get off a couple extra spells, but Zayats insists here, pops the BKB. There's GA now used. And with that, I think Zayats is going to be forced to back up. Crystallis maybe looking for the jump in with his own Blink Dagger, but that'll be put on cooldown thanks to a little swift dagger thrown his way from Pakas.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like that's 2 heroes, the position 3 and position 4, basically jumping into 5. And they don't really care, right? They're in no danger. But they use Guardian Angel, so maybe this
be an opening.
Yeah.
It's a big one for Chrysalis, right? It's a big one as well for Nisha, who, yes, has a lot of control and can burst heroes, certainly with the ultimate, but the bulk of his damage is going to be done with these right clicks now. KB Yules, he is actually going for Arcane Blink as well, which, if you haven't seen, is a lovely, nearly instant animation and cast of Requiem of Souls.
Okay, Resta is going to try to find Pakassia.
Oh, and Chrysalis is in, but he does get interrupted.
Look at Pakaz, look at Pakaz.
Zayats walks in, Dark Mago's on in, but Pakaz, he's going to be in some trouble. Rezo has caught him here, and Nisha's TP'd in, and that's the kill. No buyback either here onto Pakaz.
And they're turning mid too.
And Crystallis still fighting to do this one. Panda a bit too tanky for him, and that'll be the first life here. Secret likely just going to be able to reset, though, and allow Nisha to rejoin them. Some nice stuns, at least, from Dark Mago to slow the retreat here of Secrets. They'll be right back here onto the tier 3 tower in a moment's notice.
Yeah, okay, so they have Shamefrost. That's it.
Back door as well. It's going to be broken with the creeps running on in. There goes Zayat yet again onto Dark Mago. Disposed back into the hands of Crystals with a good Force Staff out. Requiem of Souls catching everyone. No chance for Sacred to dispel anything there. 4 dead for Thunder. Yeah. Crystals even popping the BKB there, of course, having already lost the Aegis, but that's mid barracks. That's probably top barracks. That's just GG. Matthew's going to call it. Secret dominating in game number 1 over Thunder.
Yeah. A very comfortable game for Secret. Yeah, I mean, you can see it in just the score, right? 5 kills in total for Thunder. And I'm guessing, like, yeah, the last chance qualifier meta still holds up, you know? Yeah. This, the Omni Knight Hoodwink, they're not enough to stop it.
No, yeah, didn't see that in the LCQs for Thunder. And the Secret are going to be they're just going to keep using what works for them, right? And that's certainly going to be a strategy that at least finds them a win here in game number 1. But it looked fairly comfortable for them. I think mid lane was slightly favored for Nisha. You know, I think based on the hero matchup, that's maybe like 60-40 for SF or so. But off and safe lane for Secret were pretty one-sided, I think is safe to say, against Thunder, which just didn't really give him an into this game. I mean, Rezo goes 7-0 and 9 here on the Mirana just because he's able to continue farming for, well, basically as long as he pleased.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the best part for Thunder in this game was this level 1 fight, right?
Where, yes, that's true.
They definitely came out ahead. But then after that, like, yeah, the Omni Knight he basically looked like a support this game. Had a very difficult lane, and then, you know, he tried his best, throwing some supportive abilities, but just doesn't do enough.
Nope. And Secret eventually they find the one fight they need there to close out that game, and yeah, with the net worth just climbing and climbing and climbing. You'll see here through the replays. I mean, this is just, what, 13 minutes in, Secret already tripling the kills that Thunder have, and Thunder, by the way, only find 1 more for the rest of this. Is it. That's the last kill of the game. I mean, that's how rough this game was for them, you know, just in case it wasn't obvious from what we just saw, but just really tough. Really, really tough for Thunder here. But a great opening from Secret. It kind of reminds me sometimes, you remember last year's DPC Majors where we had teams that would qualify directly to playoffs from their TI regional leagues, and then you had teams that would go through the wildcard stages, kind of just 2-1 them, or 2-0 them, because they had so much more practice and they were so much more fresh, right? It was looking like Secret putting a lot of their recent experience to work.
Yeah. I mean, generally though, like, that's not as much an excuse here for TI, where you have had like a long boot camp before. But at the same time, yeah, it definitely helps to like have tried and like true and tested strategies compared to Hoodwink and Omni Knight.
I don't know if we'll end up seeing those again, at least so quickly, perhaps for game 2. You can barely see us behind this massive SF, and SF was massive here for them this game. Really broke this game open for them.
Yeah, he went for kind of an interesting build, like that old school Yules first, you know? I don't think I've ever saw that. Even people who went like more magic SF, they usually still went Dragonlance BKB, and then they went for that Arcane Blink. Like that was more the path. Nisha, a bit more old school here.
Yeah. Speaking of old school, though, I think the last time I saw this build straight up, just with power treads and whatnot, was back when Dendi was playing for Bates and ended up going for this build a couple of times. It has been a while, you know, back this old style build. So we'll take a look at our MVP for Zayats. I think played a fantastic series here, right on that Mars. He really did break open that bottom lane, especially for Rezo. Really no opportunities to kill him. He was free to rotate around the map, moved top, moved mid. Yeah, and 73% kill participation, I think, is something to be quite proud of here. And definitely means I think you're playing the Marcy as she's best suited.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he abused the hero to its fullest, right? Because Pakas showed up there in the safe lane with, like, what, 500 more net worth than it should have? But it didn't matter. They just feed on the... Like, you step out of position just a little bit, that's a position 5 versus Marcy, and you die. And then your carries are low, and then he gets cocky, and he dies too, and then it's just very difficult.
Yeah, certainly. Some pretty one-sided games so far here on the A stream, with EG finding their victory earlier. Secret look like they're well on their way to repeat the same. We'll see what Thunder is going to be able to bring here in game number 2, as that takes us to our break here in between games. Stick around, guys. After the break, Secret versus Thunder Awakened, game number 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. The TI-11 group stage continues here into our second series of the day. We're going to be advancing a little bit faster here over on the A stream compared to other games, so thank you guys for keeping up with us and staying tuned as we're about to get started with game number 2 between Team Secret and Thunder Awaken. And like I'm saying, Pi, it's been a fairly one-sided day so far here, with Secret really dominating in game 1.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was... something
no
happened.
problem.
Yeah, no, I think, and even when you go back to the earlier drafts with EG, they every game has kind of been an outdraft, especially when you're looking at it in hindsight. There, I think the first game here, Secret versus their first game versus Thunder Awaken here, you could see it more clearly. Like I felt very uncomfortable with what Thunder Awaken ended up with, like their draft. It felt not very cohesive, and like most of their cores were countered. So I hope they can bring something better here.
And I have to say, I'm really impressed with the amount of preparation that Secret have managed to get ahead of this tournament. I think not only did they have to prep for 11 other combatants, you know, in LCQs, some of which is a little bit difficult because a lot of those teams, especially from like NASA, are a little bit more wild cards, no pun intended there with the team name, of course. But they've also done a lot of research here on Thunder, right? I mean, that Nick ban is very, very targeted for Matthew. I mean, it's a hero that he can make a lot of space on, and it's a hero that SA has been keen to pick every now and then. Not the biggest stranger to this patch, of course, by any means. I think Nine's even playing it mid on occasion, but certainly not, you know, a first phase ban material against most teams. So kudos to Heen or whoever else assisted with his draft preparation, because I think Secret have been on the ball.
No, for sure. And yeah, we have a bunch, because I'm just thinking back to the EG game, right, where they gave up Marcy, but in return they got Primal Beast and Undying. That seems like maybe it's a fair trade. In this game, we see like Enigma is open. I don't know how highly people rate that. And I don't remember. Do you remember if Undying was banned in game 1?
I believe he was, but I'll go ahead and pull up our draft and double check.
Okay. Because that's also here I'm curious about. Because I still feel like you just pick that guy when you get the chance. Maybe Secret are not as scared. I feel like in the last chance qualifier, Undying was more and more like out of the meta. People still liked him, but they were not like ready to first pick him as much.
Team Secrets.
A little bit of a more reserved admiration as Thunder. They're gonna go back to this Hoodwink again.
Okay, first pick.
Yeah.
Very strange. I mean, I guess because you and me, we both watched like basically 30 games the last chance qualifier, and I don't even remember seeing
10
Hoodwink.
seconds remaining.
Maybe it was in one game or so.
Yeah, I can't claim to correct you on that. Yeah, I wouldn't stand to correct you. I think I mean, let's talk about what the hero does bring, right? One of the more, some can be a quite annoying laning presence, especially against maybe some summons. Maybe that's what they thought the strength would be. You know, if there's going to be a Chen or an Ench surrounded by a creep, the Acorn Shot naturally can bounce and do a lot of damage there. It brings a break. I'm not sure if that's maybe something that Thunder are valuing it for. But yeah, I mean, it didn't, at least their lane didn't look so fantastic between themselves and the Omni, and it's not going to stop Puppey from picking the Chen, if that's what it was for.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my best guess is just he's a strong laner, right? And that's it. So they just want a strong position for laner. Yeah, so they just want a strong position for laner picked.
Well, I think, yeah, Undying just not contested in game 1, actually, in the series. Quite fascinating. Secrets with a slightly different opener here. Last time, of course, they got away with the Marcy. This time they actually ban it out. So they open up with Chen SF instead of the Marcy SF. We'll see if Thunder are going to go with the Omni, which they picked up at this stage last time.
Yeah. No, so it seems like both of these teams have a very different outlook on Undying. You can see EG heavily prioritizing it, kind of locking Sonics into a way where he always also ended up with a good matchup in his lane, and then providing strong team fights. He barely died too, right? Like usually with Undying you can end up feeding a bit, but Fly had like what, one or two deaths both games. So
Yeah, I think he had exactly 1 or 2 deaths in the entire series. Yeah, and I think let me check his Dota buff just to make extra sure. But the Undying is not a hero that Panda has particularly been spamming lately.
Yeah.
You know, I would assume if you want to be picking up this hero ahead of the patch because it looks good in LCQs and whatever the stats look good behind the hero. Well, he hasn't agreed with that. He's only played 1 game in the past 8 days on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and he hasn't won with it. So I don't know if it's just something he's been looking to avoid, or if it's just not in his wheelhouse here, really.
Yeah, they're just doing completely their own thing here. They first pick Hoodwink and they follow up with a Crystal Maiden. Yeah, saving their course, I guess.
Team secrets turn to ban.
He does kind of play the Undying. He's got 38 matches played on it. I'll try and find the most recent one anyway for Panda, but in an official, right? But yeah, it's certainly they're forging their own way. The Hoodwink Maiden opener now. Very squishy supports.
Yeah, no, I'm still gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, right? It's early on in the groups here. I'm guessing they have practiced, you know, so game 1, what they did not work out, so maybe they can change it up slightly here and make something happen. Because here, like, you have to ban Tusker, I believe. Like, Secret are just instantly gonna pick Tusk if it's available.
Team secrets turn to ban.
Okay, so they don't ban it. They ban Mirana instead.
Yeah, just our producer let us know that Secret only picked Undying once in the LCQs, so it's just not a hero that either of these teams value or like to play.
Yeah.
It's not the case here.
Yeah, and Enigma also
10
untouched.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, also quite curious, huh?
But I get it more, like, because when I see Secret's pick, right, like whatever they pick early, like I go like, yeah, I can see why that's stronger than that. When I'm looking at Thunder Awaken and I see this Hoodwink and Crystal Maiden, I'm not as sure. So that's why I'm curious what they're gonna follow it up with, because I'm expecting them to at least have something.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's a safe assumption. I think whatever they had in mind last time around, I think Secret kind of just managed to pull at the strings of that draft, especially with on-meta picks that Secret were running that have already proven their strengths. It looked fairly easy for them to kind of dismantle the Thunder draft. We'll see here if the second one is a little bit more in store for them.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to these 2 picks now from Thunder. I agree.
No, so they pick up Earthshaker instead of Tusk. It's a little surprising for me. I would expect you wanted like this, like a bit faster tempo. Like Tusker doesn't need Dagger. Earthshaker technically doesn't need Dagger, but he needs it way more than Tusk does, at least.
Team secrets.
Okay, Dawnbreaker.
All right.
And Zeus. Okay, so maybe a little bit of some sort of global play where you got Hoodwink hiding in the trees, throws in a stun, Dawnbreaker to ult in, Zeus to ult in. Well,
I like this way more than the first game. Like these are not common heroes, right? And you might be looking at it and go like, oh, this is perhaps a little clowny. But if you like look at stats and stuff and you really think about it, like Zeus versus Shadow Fiend, it's quite a good matchup for Zeus. Also versus Shaker, Zeus is pretty strong, and Dawnbreaker in lane versus Shen especially, it's easy to feed on him. The only unfortunate part is you have this Hoodwink with Dawnbreaker, right? And you can end up in these situations where you break the trees with your hammer when you try to follow up on the go. So, but I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, not the biggest deal, and you know, even if you are bringing it with a hammer, ideally you follow it up with a Starbreaker to stun, right, and some damage. But I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of counter synergy, which is certainly worth pointing out. Something that Thunder are going to have to take care to avoid.
I mean, okay, so yes, let me say the unfortunate part too. Like Dawnbreaker generally wants a hero that can initiate and go, right, so you can follow up with your ultimate, so you can be aggressive. In this case, he doesn't really. He only has a bunch of backliners, so he can only counter-initiate. So that's where they are now. They still have 1 more pick, so they can maybe get some sort of carry that goes in. But we'll see.
That's a pretty mean Ember pick as well, I think, out from Secret. Not a lot of control, right, for this Ember that you can reliably count on. Maiden would be lucky if she gets into range of an Ember Spirit and she doesn't die with how little armor she has and HP, and of course with probably an Orb of Corrosion and a couple of Maelstrom procs, she's just simply dead. So the setup onto this Ember is not amazing, which is why it looks like Secret will, what do you think, transition the SF carry and run this Ember mid?
looks that way, but it's a little surprising to me. I would rather do the Ember carry, to be honest.
Okay.
I want to see. Maybe they do, as you say, though, but because I think Zeus versus Ember mid is it's Zeus favored, like for sure. And Shadow Fiend, you can die. Like it's quite easy to die to Dawnbreaker Hoodwink. Shen can't really protect you, right? It's only later on if maybe he starts getting like stronger creeps, but the first 5 minutes, it's quite easy to feed.
Okay, I see that. Something to contend with, right, on this Thunder. It's certainly an offlane that it sounds like you have some concerns over, right? You need to send someone who's a little bit more durable in that lane, someone that doesn't necessarily need the Chen to take all the damage from it. Because like you're saying, you can feed on the Chen, and you certainly wouldn't want that to extend to your safe laner as well.
Yeah.
Enigma Morphling banned, so Thunder is still looking for their safe laner. I don't think this is quite the Pakaz hero for the team, this Dawnbreaker. I would expect it to be offlane, as we have been alluding to.
I mean, you are right there too, though. Yeah, you could just play this carry. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Another ban, though. Looking for another resolution hero to ban here. I guess it kind of depends what Thunder have in mind, right? Rezo has not shied away from some slightly off-meta picks. For example, like his Darkseer, he's really been a fan of. Darkseer Earthshaker, into an Illusion hero. Doesn't sound like the worst case, but I kind of doubt Thunder would pick an Illusion hero with the Shaker and Ember already showing, to be honest.
Yeah, more likely like maybe a Lifestealer, something like that.
Okay. Oh, they banned the 5... Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, for Thunder, yes.
Yeah, that Enigma ban is probably a good ban.
Yeah, it's heads-up ban. Secret as well with last pick. So then we're going to be thinking as well, trying to limit whatever damage the Thunder can look to do in their safe lane with this last pick.
I guess Thunder could technically go for a Slark too, but I like the Lifestealer a lot. I wonder if there's something you can counter it in lane with, but yeah, let's see what to do. I mean, and you brought it up, right? Like you could still put this Dawnbreaker carry. I don't know what offlaner you would want for that, but it is playable.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the craziest suggestion. Don't see it here recently played for Pakaz.
No, it's not this style, right? Like I would be very surprised. Okay.
Gonna be the Pudge. That's a little bit more in his wheelhouse here. He's been learning that one. And of course, certainly a high win rate hero. Something that might actually maybe be able to threaten the Ember, right? If you do manage to land a stun onto him here or there, maybe a Pudge comes in with a hook and there you go. You're on top of the Ember. Certainly something that threatens the SF.
I mean, I like it for the Dawnbreaker especially. Now he has a target he can either save or follow up if he gets like Dagger BKB, right? So you can just go. So I think something like this was necessary to pick.
Having a laugh about something there. I think they might be maybe choosing Pudge Cosmetics or something.
yeah. Makes sense.
Making sure he's got the nicest ones. But Thunder, they seem fairly pleased. They don't look too shaken from game one, even though it was quite one-sided. They look pretty reset and ready to go, which I think bodes well for their chances here, right? You certainly would want to bounce back after how bad of a lashing that game one was. And Secret not thinking about their last pick here. He likely hovering over something, has locked it in.
Okay.
It'll be the Doom for them.
All right.
For Rezo.
Fair enough. I mean, if you look at Thunder Awaken's lineup, they have a very fighting lineup. Not a lot of Roche, not a lot of tower push. That does come later. Like if you finish like a Deso on the Dawnbreaker, for example, you can do that type of stuff. But early, like the first 15-20 minutes, I expect them to just run around and fight, look for kills.
Yeah, and there's the Pakaz Pudge. Maybe they bought him the Arcana real quick to make sure he'd have that one ready. Rezo with a pretty nice guitar himself. But yeah, I mean, very fight heavy, right? Skirmish heavy. The Doom targets there's a couple really good ones actually, aren't there here? Especially that Dawnbreaker, I think. You end up dooming her. She's not going to be super happy to be in the fights. Either of the supports you can just ignore as soon as they're doomed.
Yeah, I feel like you doom anything here. Even dooming the Pudge is probably okay. Let him kill himself.
How do you feel playing Shen into Pudge? And this is something we can discuss a little bit more, but on occasion it can be very annoying to have all your creeps be instantly killed and hooked if you actually kind of end up needing them. How good of a Chen game basically is this looking like?
Yeah, it depends on how good, like how the game pans out. If you start falling very far behind, or like they have the tempo on you, then it can be difficult because it's hard to get creeps. If Puppy can get a game like last game, where he gets to pick these aura creeps that don't have to go in, then it really doesn't matter, right? You just keep the creeps in the back and let them be auras.
That's true. See how Puppy decides to go this time around. And finally, you're a support player. You play lots of pubs. You're still very active, right, in playing. Thoughts on Maiden right now? Right, this is something that Thunder are showing to be a little bit newer here. Where do you think she stands in the meta?
Like B tier. She's alright. I get it though with the Pudge. It can be a very strong lane, right? You basically just freeze them in place and he gets a free hook. And she also gives mana for all the other lanes. Like, see, she synergizes very well with the lineup. And you were talking about Ember versus Maiden. It's true. Like, you do get cut up quite easily. But if you get a lot of points in your Frostbite, it can get very annoying for this Ember Spirit.
We'll see here how they are going to be looking to lane this one and play this one. It is going to be Crystal's safe lane on the SF with Nisha heading mid on the Ember. I know you highlighted some concerns of Crystal's potentially maybe taking a couple deaths here with how brutal this off-lane Dawnbreaker can be, especially when paired with a long-range stun to initiate on. So if Thunder can look to avoid that hiccup that is a little bit of their anti-synergy, yeah, I could see SF being a pretty easy target here, and Chen not being able to do too much about it.
Yeah, but they might be switching, like how they were moving in the start. You see where Sayak is, right, and his items. So maybe I think they're putting the Shaker with the Shadow Fiend. So they have a stun here to disengage if the Dawnbreaker goes. And then the Chen will just play in the offlane with the Doom. And they'll just try to regen and farm. So that makes sense. And at the same time, Thunder, like, they're thinking the same, right? So maybe they'll putting the Crystal Maiden in the offlane to counter the Shen. But then the Shen will already be bottom, so we'll see.
And Rizzo with some nice coordination there on the voice lines. That's a bit of a show early on. I imagine he's going to find a good amount of farm. He's already got that Midas queued up, of course. Doom already comes with one in the Devour. So he'll be able to farm up plenty. That's always something that the Doom gives you, even if the lane is incredibly hard for him, like this Pudge Maiden lane could be. He's always got that to come back on and farm extra efficiently on to make sure he has relevance in the mid game.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like Puppy is ending up with this Doom. And yeah, Crystal Maiden sees it, and she'll be with her Pudge down here.
Yeah, I think that combo's maybe a little bit too good. I don't know if you would want this Maiden top necessarily into SF and Shaker necessarily.
I think she would be fine wherever, but
okay.
This was their original idea, right? So
they want this lane combo basically.
Yeah.
I'll see. Hook ready to go. And we'll take a look here across all three lanes, of course. Mid lane Ember versus Dark Mago Zeus. Nisha on that Ember, of course, with the early points in Flame Guard, nuking the way, forcing the Mago to come under tower. But yeah, should be plenty of action on all three lanes here, actually, for Thunder. Now, something I was discussing with you as well previous to the series getting started, and a little bit of background, is I really do think that this team tends to win or lose the mid game around Dark Mago. If he's able to have a game, he's generally very aggressive and has a pretty good sense on the map to kind of run around and get the job done. That's proven to be the case versus, the top teams as well, like versus OG even, he was able to make a lot of work happen here. Puppy, of course, is one of the most veteran players and the most veteran player in this tournament. He might be a different force to be reckoned with. So, and I don't know if Zeus is necessarily that tempo hero that he really likes to play, such as like a Tiny or something like that. So I'm eager to see how he is going to be looking to play this game, because it does seem like Pakaz is going to have to get involved much earlier than he might be used to.
Yeah, now you're definitely not, maybe like very early if you're like ahead, you can run around a bit with Zeus, but generally, you just push out the mid wave and you maybe TP into a fight, but most of the time you're just farming, pressing your ultimate.
Securing kills for the team. Hook there onto Puppy underneath tier 1 tower. He goes and first blood for Thunder.
Yeah. Can't really stop that.
Yeah. That's why they drafted that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fairly simple combo, and not a lot Puppy can do about it. Does need to be in the area to at least contest some of these creeps and make sure that Pakaz with his incredible, 83 base damage already. Doom not bad at all, right? But my goodness, it's so hard to see us against this Pudge hero.
The lanes are already going way better for Thunder Awakens here.
And a very small win in the mid lane as well, as Anisha fails to actually secure the second water rune. So that means Mago got both refills here at 2 minutes. Just a small win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane. Careful here, as they will make a play on a Chrysalis. Look at this damage. Is he just dead? Needs to break vision at least. Matthew out of range. Sacred giving chase. Matthew here, he's got another bushwhack in a couple seconds. Crystals, he has no choice but to juke in the trees, and he is easy pickings for a bushwhack. Zayat's even's gonna go ahead and cancel the fissure. Nothing he can do. Crystals is just dead.
Yeah, but honestly, that kill is not even... I think they lost like 5 creeps to the tower there.
Okay.
So that kill was like... Yeah, you're okay with that.
And Zayat's as well, I think he actually kind of...
Resso is getting killed bottom?
Yes, he is. Oh, yeah, the rot. That'll get the job done. Even the purge there, that slow, couldn't stop Pakaz from rotting down onto Rezo. 3 unanswered kills so far.
Yeah, I think this lane is not very... It's not very fun at all. I don't really know how you counter anything they do. When they go on you, like... Yeah, you either die or escape with 50 HP.
Yeah, and Panda's even feeling confident enough to get in a little bit of last hit in here, clearing the camp so Puppey can't grab a second creep as much as he'd love to right with that second point. Carol top lane. Another bushwhack here. Zayat gets off the fissure, prevents that last little Starbreaker from coming through, and Chrysalis did get 2 stacks there, the Shadow Raise up. So that'll force back Matthew and Sacred. What is going on over here, Panda? You're going to die to Puppey here. Oh, this is... Well, we all knew Maiden dies to creeps, but not like this.
I should be fine. I don't know how he ended up in this position, Owen. I guess he went for the rune.
Yeah, looks like it. Puppey gonna do well to chase her all the way away. I don't know, maybe he's gonna gank mid or farm the jungle a little bit. You know, these support quote-unquote Chens that farm jungle until they get mad.
Yeah. We can see mid lane, yeah. Sue's favored for sure. He's up, what, 600 net worth right now? It's just quite an annoying matchup. Like, Zeus has so much damage. Oh, are they killing Rezo again?
I think they're killing Rezo. The TP back to lane here for Panda. Because thinking about throwing the hook, doesn't need it.
Yeah.
He's just going to take the guaranteed kill. His 3rd flesh sheep stack already.
Yeah, no, I don't see what you do in this lane. Like, I don't know. It's very difficult to play. So, like, this game... Oh, they go top.
Can they? Fissure is in time. Chrysalis didn't get stunned, but I don't know if that even saves him, to be honest. The Acorn Shot bounced a couple times. Stick charges, Wand even from Chrysalis. We'll keep him topped up. Does need to be careful. There's another bushwhack here in a second, but he's going to receive a healing salve, which is only healing now for half onto Chrysalis, but it'll keep him at least in experience range.
Yeah.
But he's going to get his courier killed by Matthew. What a snipe.
Oh, wow.
That's brown boots, a little bit significant.
Yeah, no, very significant. Now it's way spookier to play.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you can see every lane is rough. Like, both side lanes losing quite heavily, and the mid lane is... It's like okay, right? But it's not going great.
Yeah. Nisha's getting his farm, and it's got the potential to be like a pretty decent Ember game here. The problem is, of course, is like Maiden's getting a lot of levels, top lane's getting a lot of levels, and then it doesn't feel so great. Bushwhack here, Chrysalis only has the short Shadow Raise, so he won't be able to collect the kill. And Zayat's already used Fissure. Okay, nice job once again interrupting the Starbreaker, but it's still not going to save him. It's going to be Sacred getting a kill, and Dark Mago's ganking Killux, a kill down bottom onto Rezo.
And going top again.
And top lane, Chrysalis as well, dying underneath a ward. At the same time, they might still chase for Puppey here. There's a Dismember ready, and Puppey, he is slow, but still manages to escape underneath his tier 2 tower. Okay.
Yeah. No, this game is snowballing out of control. I guess, yeah, I should have stressed more. Like, I wasn't confident enough that, like, how bad, because the lanes did look really bad to me. But they're even worse than I expected. Yeah, Ria's gonna kill him again.
Mid, careful here. This should be the first death for Thunder. Oh, but Matthew TP's on in. Some decent damage done. Rezo dies down bottom in the meantime. And Nisha finds himself behind the tower, but with remnants still. Does kill the courier of Dark Magos. They make the jump. Zayat as well. Has Fissure in 2 seconds. So that's going to enable Nisha to go diving. Oh. But he's going to die. The Fissure collects the kill. But Nisha doesn't get the experience.
Yeah. I mean, at least the Zeus died. You got that going for you.
I got something there. Finally, you know, secret that they can taste the blood of Thunder. If it bleeds, they can kill it here, Pi. So that's the first kill that they managed to get. Thunder almost doubling the kills that they managed to get against Secret in this first 8 minutes. Yeah. They got Secret in the last, what, 26 or however long that game lasted. They're feeling much better.
Yeah. No, Secret is going to be in catch-up mode now. Like, their timing to fight, I don't even... Like, they need more levels on Shen. I mean, Doom is level 4.
Yeah, he's got 21 CS, and you have to imagine maybe, what, a quarter of those are Devours.
Yeah.
Puppy dies in the mid
okay.
lane.
Oh, yeah, okay, I guess he just gets spammed down. I just looked at the position where he died. Like, okay.
Very nice, very nice.
And
I mean,
Rezo-
nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe for Rezo. What is that, his 5th death?
I don't know, that's a lot of deaths.
That's rough. And Crystallis might not be safe in the mid lane here. There's only Panda here. Not a lot of mana, pardon me, but enough at least for the chain. Or sorry, the Frostbite. Crystallis is gonna die. Sacred connects from the bottom lane after killing Rezo.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing Puppy can do here.
No, I think it's like now you can finally see like Thunder Awakened style here.
Oh yeah.
Like it's working out. Like last game, that's why I wanted to give them. They picked 2 strange heroes first, right? But this time they follow it up like with a more cohesive lineup, and now they're just running them over.
Starting to make sense here, what they were kind of picking for in the drafts out of the laning stage. Reminds me a lot, actually, of what Secret, even this Dawnbreaker Zeus strategy, actually, is what Secret used to defeat LGD in the Riyadh Masters when that was their new team. And now Chris, I mean, he can't farm anywhere, Pi.
Yeah.
He's going to be killed right behind his tier 2 tower. Zeus ulti, you thought you were getting out. Think again. Dark Mago with a DD rune, but doesn't really want to fight versus Nisha. Oh, no, they don't catch him in there either with a Sleight of Fist, even. Behind enemy lines, Puppy is dying. The Bushwhack as well, onto 2. Might buy them enough time to escape. But there's a finisher for Zayat. Zeus is here and still fighting, and looking to join is actually Pakaz. He was pushing the top lane. He'll be here momentarily, but Sacred doing so much damage here on the Celestial Hammer, and now Nisha, he doesn't have a remnant back.
No.
He's just going to be eaten and killed.
Oh, are you getting rested too?
No way, Panda
No,
giving
dude.
chase. Oh, the sharpshooter, the maiden right clicks. No, it's going to be the Frostbite, but maybe the maiden right clicks. We'll attribute it to the maiden right clicks. That's Rezo dying now a 6th time. He didn't even have TP. He walked into that fight and immediately got killed. This game it's going disastrously for Secret.
Yeah, no, and it's just hard to find a way back here because they don't have. It would be nice if either the Ember had like, you know, he was like at least close with the Thunder Awakened heroes here, or the Shadowfiend, just any hero. But they're all so poor right now, and that makes it way harder to come back.
I mean, look at levels as well. Puppy and Earthshaker and Rezo still not to level 6. Oh no, and Nisha doesn't even get the rune there. He cuts the tree at least. Bushwhack, of course, can't be interrupted, but Matthew doesn't exactly turn on a dime there. It turns more like a dumpster truck, so he's not going to be able to find the Bushwhack. So they'll at least give Nisha something, a little kill there.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right about the levels too. Like Secret, what do they need? They need like 5-6 minutes of time here to get their levels up on all their heroes.
Crystallis as well, farming real close on the edge. I actually jumped on over to him. I thought he was dying to a gank, but he was just dying trying to farm Ancients there. At least completes it. Zeus ulti, that's not up for 20 seconds, but he's... Alright, he got to sell. He's okay. He's got to sell. He's fine. Sacred going for this Vlad's early. That's because, of course, Ag Scepter for him. He's almost there, Pi. And I think he's not like he's been too inactive. He's 6-0-1 on the Pudge, right?
Yeah, he was feeding good on Rezo down there.
Yeah, seriously. Rezo still does not up to level 6, by the way.
Still going for that. That's what is that? It's gonna be like a 14-minute Midas for the Doom here.
Yeah, I mean, you remember our last series when you were talking about Fata not being able to get level 6 on Disruptor this minute. There he is. There's level 6. He's got it now.
Now, the only positive part, I guess, is that, yeah, Thunder Awaken can't really, they can't force they can't force objectives as much.
True.
But they can also kind of kill you anywhere, right? And
yeah,
especially at this point.
So how does Secret leverage that to their advantage? Do they just like obviously they have to choose what objectives they fight over and defend, right?
Yeah.
Bottom tier 1 tower, probably not very high on that list, for example. But like first Roche, second Roche, do you think that's where Secret can maybe look to press their advantage?
No, I think they're probably good to ignore the first Roche and just try to push out these lanes.
Okay.
And try to get like weird pickoffs. And then later on when they get a few BKBs, then they could look to team fight. Because BKBs versus this lineup, they're like very strong.
I think Nisha deviating slightly from the more normal Ember builds, pardon me, I see. Obviously, he still has a sort of corrosion, as there they go breaking the tree. That'll free Nisha, of course, and he has a Remnant. No, he's not really in any danger here. Yeah, just asking for the high five. But you take a look at his quick buy, right? And he actually does have this Deso queued up in compared to the normal Maelstrom.
Yeah. I don't really know what his plan is there. I don't. Maybe he'll go for BKB instead. It's quite far away from anything.
Yeah, could be. That's maybe could walk in for an Echo Slam here, and he is top lane on a Sacred. He's in a bit of trouble. He's still at half HP and has a full wand, or half wand, so that's not happening, unfortunately, for Secret.
Yeah. Pakas going in by himself into the triangle.
Yeah, hello, Rezo. Oh, okay, Rezo's going to be able to avoid a hook there. And he's got eggs, by the way, now on this Pudge.
Yeah.
So his rot is extra stinky and extra smelly. And the only other item I wanted to highlight here for Secret is Zayat's. I mean, he's realistic about this game on the Shaker, right? No Blink Dagger in the quick buy, simply just the Ag Shard, which is the item that makes it a little bit more difficult to contest objectives versus him. That being said, ooh, nice sidestep there on the Sharpshooter. Nisha might chase here, actually, after Matthew. He might die. Has 13 wand charges, will pop it, but has no stun. In comes Panda, though. 2 supports fighting versus the mid laner, but a nice kill there for Nisha. He'll secure it.
Yeah. Panda, a little slow there. I don't know.
That's...
Oh my god.
I just killed. That's so salty.
Yeah, so Secret basically need to keep... Oh, but there you go. They tick from 7k to 8k. But they need to keep this. They can't let the net worth spiral more, and then just keep the game like this. Just catch up a bit here on there. Because Doom has his Midas finished. He'll slowly get towards that BKB.
Slowly, no.
Same with Shadowfiend. He's got this Mask of Madness. Yeah. So when he gets BKB, Doom gets BKB, then they could realistically take some team fights.
For now, though, you can just see they've had to kind of cede a lot of control. It is true, right? Thunder have not really been able to push too much. And Nisha, because it's not an impossible Ember game, right? It's a pretty good one even. He's been relatively liberal with his map movements here in the top lane. You know, like I feel like if this is a more dangerous Ember game, like if there's a Bane, he's not farming like this, right?
Yeah.
But he definitely recognizes someone needs to be able to get farm and farm away from the rest of my team, as you can see Pakaz and Thunder smoked into the triangle. Yeah. Someone needs to get this farm, and he's the only one that can do it. So Secret, they're playing well from behind. I have to commend them.
Yeah. If we're speaking about Shen games, right, like this is one of the tougher ones. Like if Pudge ever gets on top of your creeps and kills them, like it takes so long to get new creeps.
Despair. Maybe he might have to sacrifice a creep here so Chrysalis doesn't get hooked. Oh, okay. Hopeful hook there. He's going to go swing wide because top lane. Sacred saying hello to Nisha. Trying to connect on the stun. Won't find it. There's a Shaker as well nearby with another slam coming off cooldown. Maybe they're trying to connect something here, but you know, it becomes difficult, right, for Secret, because the point I was getting at is while they can't really stop Ember from farming up top lane, if Thunder bring the bodies, he just has to get back. I mean, they just can't really contest the map. They cannot contest the map control that Thunder are exerting over them, just because of how well Thunder fights. Here goes Pakaz, and I mean, I guess it doesn't even need to be all 5. It can just be him, really.
Yeah, when he gets Blink Dagger, it'll be easier. He can just TP from lane to lane and kill whatever's there. Because Secret are playing very spread, and they do have to play very spread. Because, yeah, they just desperately need to get their items. Okay, they're trying for a little play up here.
Yep, they are. Rezo is coming in. He's got Doom. He's got Midas. Just needs to close the gap because he doesn't have Blink. Hook's going to miss wide there.
Guardian,
the Doom
though.
is out. Oh, there's Solar Guardian.
Echo?
Rezo wasting no time. He's going to eat another creep here. Zayatod, nice Echo Slam, but they're so tanky up here, Pi. The Doom's about to expire. There's going to be a Maelstrom proc, but they've actually caught the Ember Spirit, and he's died. He's died to the supports.
Yeah, that level 4 Frostbite. 3 seconds.
He might not be out of this one. Actually, he does manage to juke. He does manage to juke Sacred in the tree, so he'll be safely away.
Dark Magoo finding Rezo.
Oh no,
Perhaps?
Rezo.
Okay,
there's a Zeus ulti. Yeah, not enough time, and yeah, he's not going to be jumping up.
Oh, and there we see bottom lane too. Pakas with the Blink Dagger, he just TP's bottom and collects.
Chrysalis. That's a big one.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, you know? You just... Yeah, you need your BKB.
And there might be even a tower down bottom. Thunder, they're still not really making a big effort to make a push for an objective. For now, they seem still pretty content to continue kind of playing the game as it is at this 20-4 scoreline. When do you think they need to start, looking to force objectives a little bit more? Does that ever become a concern for them, or can they just continue playing and looking for kills like this?
No, you probably keep looking for kills like this a bit more. Yeah, I'm wondering... Yeah, I don't really see when they're supposed to. I think you just have to let it happen naturally.
Got it. get like a couple kills, and hopefully
Yeah.
you're in a position where you can just naturally siege an objective from there.
Yeah, because you kind of need all your heroes to just hit the tower for it to go down.
I guess like if you, Secret, they're going to bail out of that tier 2 tower defense. I was going to say that'd be an excellent opportunity for you to flex your team fight prowess right now while still sieging immediately after. I think Secret would do well to try and fight away from objectives.
Panda
Look for
move
pickoffs
playing very
like
cocky.
this. There's a Requiem. It does catch Panda, but the fear is minuscule, and Panda, he's not going to die.
Yeah, and instead
Because-
Resto goes down, yeah.
Yep, he's going to die his 7th time now. 0, 7, and 0, because sieging by himself is the answer when they start sieging.
Oh, Puppy is in... Yeah, they're looking for him.
Yeah, and they see his creeps, and they'll see him. Here's Panda. Frostbite onto him to follow up. Nisha doing what he can with his amount of damage, but again, very limited impact he can have. Crystal's still just about halfway towards his BKB. He's really struggling.
Yeah, here's Bakas. Oh,
And
the
here's-
creeps. No, the creeps.
The Chen army. They do split, and a couple more boulders hurled in their death throws, but that's always disappointing as a Chen player to have your army die, especially when you're this far behind and you're. I mean, it's so hard to take away 4 creeps, you know, from your team.
Yeah, no,
But-
you don't get to choose either, right? Like you get a couple of mud golems, like it's
Pretty much. The Zeus ulti and Secret, they
they're running.
don't like what that might imply. They're out of there.
we just have to speak about too. Like look at Pakas's farm here. He's 12.5k net worth. It's 19 minutes in. It's extremely farmed. Just he's just queuing up the Lincolns. Whatever, dude. He can get whatever he wants.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh,
is under
Secret.
attack.
I can't help but laugh. Just these matchups on just Pudge and Professional Dota being this monster that he is. This team fight constant run at you, Dota. It just cheers me up no matter who's playing it.
Yeah.
Hard not to smile whenever you see a Pudge throw a hook or a Pudge just blink in and dismember someone.
Yeah, I mean, he
here
doesn't
they
even
go.
use hook.
Rezo. Yeah, that's right. He's not been throwing too many of those. Hasn't really needed to. Rezo finding farm where he can, doing a good job here in the enemy ancients. And I think they're gonna know where he's at, but he's gonna TP away in time.
Yeah, he saw the sentry being placed there.
Is under attack. Radiant's
But I mean, they're still doing a good job. And it's also easy when you have a Dawnbreaker, because then naturally you always have a guy farming while you're looking for them. Well, he's playing very cocky. Can he die here? I don't even know how they get on top of him.
Yeah, he's got a full Wraith Pact as well here. 2200 HP. I mean, they're smoked.
radiant structures.
As far as the question of how do they get on top of him, Fissure from range, and maybe that's where they kick things off. The Doom actually connecting there on Rezo.
Yeah.
Okay. Echo Slam was used just for the stun onto Fissure. Didn't connect onto the creep wave, but maybe this is still enough damage. He is ticking down slowly. Rezo easily keeping pace, trying to go for the deny, but he accidentally lifesteals there off the creeps. In the meantime, though, Puppy dies just outside of his base near the mid lane. Nisha, though, maybe, yeah, he's going to go for a bit of a dive, and actually the Fissure to connect it. This could be actually some mistakes coming from Thunder. Way back in this one for Secret, but it looks like Dark Mago, is he strong enough, actually? He's fighting with an Arcane Rune. Nisha might have bit off a bit more than he could chew,
okay.
but no, plays that one perfectly on edge, and Secret, maybe this is a little bit of a leverage. They can get a little crowbar in here, and Gordon Freeman their way back into this game.
No, for sure. I mean, I don't know what Thunder were doing there. Like, that death on Dawnbreaker is so silly. And he didn't even get any TPs for him. So it was just a very strange play there. But I mean, they're still very much in control, so...
Absolutely, but you can start to see this is how Secret gets back in, right? A couple little silly pickoffs, as you say,
Yeah.
here and there.
No,
Now-
and it's going to get way worse. Like, if you make mistakes and they have their BKBs, because then they can actually take these fights. Like, when the Doom gets BKB, and he's close, right? Yeah, he's basically has it. And Shadow Fiend too, he only needs 1,000 gold.
He's getting there. There's Pakaz with his Lincolns now. That'll protect them from the Doom. I think is going to be the big one. And what do they have to break it? I suppose the Mana Burn that Rezo's holding from his delicious creep that he's digesting, as well as Penitence, being kind of the only two right now.
Yeah. Oh, they're going in.
They are, yeah, and that's a kill on the Chrysalis. That'll put him back on his BKB a bit more. The hook out as well. Zayats is going to die very quickly to Sacred.
Yeah.
That's the tier 2 bottom sieged and taken down.
Now, you can see, like, if they have BKB in those situations, it's possible that they can fight. But before BKB, there's just no way.
Kaz as well is going to TP on back to the mid lane. Level 18 here already on the Pudge. And he's gonna just start whacking Roche.
Yeah.
There he goes. It's not very elegant, is it, Pi? But he'll eventually get through this, Roshan.
here comes his lifesteal.
Because that's what he needs. Dismember being put to work. Obviously, I think Secret are going to be aware, as Dismember is a global sound. I don't know, but I can't contest. This time around, Crystal still needs 1,000 gold for his BKB. Nisha, for now, he's holding on to this one Mithril Hammer, but he hasn't committed for either the Ogre Axe or the second Mithril Hammer for, say, Desolator, which he does have queued up.
Yeah. No, I get this idea here. He wants to be able to kill these supports really quick.
Okay, so the Secret doing a good job of holding the ward. Besides, of course,
they have a gem.
with just Fissure, they do have a gem. Yeah, Matthew, he's holding that one. He's kind of a target now, especially because Nisha has committed for the Deso. What were you saying? You liked it, right? This Deso pickup.
I'm not sure. I mean, I trust him more than I trust myself when it comes to that.
That's true.
So I can potentially, like, I think, like, if he hits one of these slides on Hoodwink, Crystal Maiden, you know, like, they're almost dead. Like, 2 slides and they're basically dead, so I get the idea here. Oh,
well, they went into the triangle,
okay.
and they'll find a Puppy who was left behind, maybe trying to collect some creeps. But Dark Mago, I think he's going to get revealed on here with the death, so you can see that minus armor going to work. They're actually ulting in on her, and she lives. In fact, she cast the Frostbite Chrysalis from the trees, at least, is going to send him scattering with the Requiem of Souls. They doomed the Dawnbreaker, but she actually got down the Wraithback, and she's giving chase.
She's running at him.
She's giving chase. She says, damn you instead, Rezo. He's going to TP away. Oh, the hook just a second late. And Nisha is taking them on a little bit of a wild goose
They know
chase
he has
here.
no remnants.
Oh, they do, actually. The Zeus ulti as well for Vision. The roots persist. You do not dispel there on the Starbreaker. Ag's Scepter, sorry, the Ag's Shard. And Matthew, he's even getting in there aggressive and in the face of Nisha. No remnants. And, I mean, his best case scenario there, unfortunately, was dying to neutrals.
Yeah.
But you might have missed it there on the right in the pop-up. Crystallis has BKB. That's I think maybe step 2 perhaps here in the comeback sequence.
Yeah. Okay, step 3 now. The Aegis. It's quite annoying.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because, well, not connecting under Rezo, it's a small win, but without Doom, they feel pretty confident. Oh, Puppy, he's found a couple. I really like this actually counterplay, right? He's doing the best thing he can. He's actually grabbed Holy Persuasion.
Oh,
well, I
God.
might not even have time to say that. Zayats. He's just getting initiated on Sharpshooter as well. Down he goes. SF, again, with BKB. They got to take care of this Wraith Pack Totem, and down it goes. Maybe an opening here for them.
Yes. I just wonder. Okay, yeah, they have Nisha coming up here.
Huh?
So if they can Searing Chain something.
The siege is so slow. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a 25-minute siege. You know, many lineups are not online at this stage, right? But I mean, this one's gonna
Yeah, they
take
don't
another
have a lot of
25
heroes to
minutes, I
siege
think,
with
before
there.
they get through structures within 30 seconds or so. They are not fast. But real quick there, you just saw, of course, Picasso hook a creep. Of course, we all know Pudge can do that now, but he cannot hook through these Ancients. In fact, the hook passes right through them. And I think that's why Puppy was eager to get a hold of this Ag Shard. Allows him to grab Ancient Creeps. Some more of these passive stand behind and just give aura creeps, you know. Those are going to be
Yeah,
good ones
so
for the
Secret
team.
there is gonna sit in their base here.
And the only problem for Zeus is when you're, the only problem for Chen and for Puppy is it tends to be a little bit difficult to actually get into your own triangle when the game kind of devolves like this. So actually getting the Ancients is kind of the hard part. See though how many he can hold on to by the end of this game.
Yeah, Secret doesn't have a lot of options here. Just sitting, camping their base. Yeah, okay, they're gonna try a little smoke at there. I think most spells are up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that BKB importantly, right? Ready to go for the SF.
Yeah. They have Doom. Yeah, okay, so...
Could be a catch. Dark Mago. He's got a minute left of Aegis though. Is he really the ideal jump?
No, there are no ideals anymore. Okay, there they go. But
There they go.
you don't want to Doom him.
No, not on the first life. Absolutely not. And, well, but can they even kill him the first time becomes the question with the haster, and he's off and away, and he's going to be able to turn and fight. In fact, Rezo, he's being dismembered.
Picasso
Crystallis trying to fight through this one. They do drop the Doom here onto Picasso as they get through the Lincoln Sphere. Crystallis now on the Rickham. I think it catches 4 heroes, all 5 even. The fight's been split. Nisha's starting to tear him apart. Zayats as well with a 2-man Echo, but they're going to lose Crystallis. Nisha is all out of remnants here, and that was only the first life for Dark Mago. He's doing what he can from the side, but it's just not enough, and they cancel his TP with the bolt. Pakaz now has Blink, has Heart, has Dismember, and it's still a full wipe for as well as that fight looked for Secret Thunder. Will clean up all 5.
Yeah, that's a good try though. If they could have timed the smoke a little later so the Aegis ran out, perhaps there was something there. But the problem is just this Heart now on Pudge, right? They doom him and hit him 100 times, but he's still a 3rd HP.
He refuses to die. And I think now Thunder with a 21k net worth lead. 30-40, I mean, completely flipping the script, pardon, from game 1. They are probably not going to back away from this push. I mean, Secret used everything they had there.
Yeah, they have BKBs coming up soonish, but as you said, no Doom, no Requiem.
And not even max souls here. I think Crystal's, I mean, they got to give him a couple of these, but Rezo also really wants to get his Blink online. Now he has it with Devour and Midas active, but kind of wants to save for buyback as well. And well, to be honest, he's 1 of 2 on his team with buyback. In goes Pakaz. Oh, and Crystallis, he's just picked off like that. Once again, the Lincoln Sphere proved to be rather difficult for them to deal with. Now Nisha even rooted up. Look at the damage as well as Pakaz closes the gap. The right clicks, the Zeus ulti avoided with the Remnant, but it's not going to matter. There's GG. Puppey calls it. It's a 1-1.
Wow, I don't know if Pakaz hit a single hook, but it doesn't matter. He's just too farm.
Yeah, he might not have hit any hooks onto enemies that were not already frostbitten, but you're right. I mean, it didn't matter, right? He was just there for the rot damage. He was there for the dismembers, the control, and you can see Thunder breathing a bit more easy. They know that they're not completely outclassed at this TI. If they can take a game off of Secret, they reckon they can take a game off of anyone like that. That was very well played. I love their draft, and well, I loved Secret's draft in game 1, and look at this, 1-1.
Yeah. No, I like that they got to pick their own thing and make it work out too. Because if you only watch game 1, then you're like, what the hell are these guys doing?
Yep.
But then you see them like kind of completed game 2, and they just rolled them over, right? They had no chance.
No, it didn't look too comfortable there for Secret in game number 2. Certainly a frustrating game to play from behind, but even so, especially so, even when you lose your 2 sideways. It's pretty much like game 1, but reverse scripts. And game 1 draft not really coming together for Thunder. Chalk it up to nerves, chalk it up to the first warm-up game of the day, chalk it up to whatever for Thunder, right? But they strike back in game 2, and I think they're going to show us a couple more interesting and unique drafts here as they continue along for their group stage run. But pretty fast games here on the mainstream, regardless, right? I mean, they've been
very
4
one-sided,
games,
yeah.
Very one-sided games, exactly. Yeah.
At least here it was a 1-1, right? Like both teams got to pick up a point. Like Secret kind of tried to force their game 1 draft again here, right? But this time, Thunder Awakened, they were ready, and they kind of fixed the holes.
And I mean, again, Pakaz missing a hook XD, but I think that was kind of, I mean, this was even before the last fight. I thought this next fight really had a lot of promise for Secret, but everyone's just too tanky on Thunder. It's really what it felt like, especially this Pakaz hero. But, that kind of summed up the game, right? It was, Rezo getting a Doom off onto Sacred, and then Sacred just runs him down. Rezo has to BKB and run for his life, and even then
yeah, so this is the
this fight.
Yeah, this is their best chance. Because you can see Pakaz is actually starting to die eventually here. And I think Nisha picks up the Zeus in the back here, but that's the problem, right? He has Aegis.
Yeah.
So he comes right back.
You could see that timer was still up for 30 more seconds. Yeah. And Zayas just can't kill these 2 supports in the backlines as much as he tried. And
yeah, then suddenly you didn't kill anyone,
and suddenly you cancel the TV. I mean, the fight looks really good. I mean, I saw 5 heroes, with a SF ulti in the middle, and I went, surely this is where Secret starts to make the comeback. But now we leave just way too much. And then, of course, it's as easy as just, kind of shoving your net worth down their throats, basically, right? You just blink in, and there's nothing they can do. Look at Nisha. I mean, goodness gracious.
They're too tanky, too much damage.
Yeah.
Even though you can't really push, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Secret are going to GG out of that one, and it's Thunder who will go 1-1 versus Secret. Both of them, as you say, picking up the points. But yeah, the story so far here on Stream A has certainly been one-sided games for now. As we'll see, again, that Thunder lineup. I really like this one, though. And again, it reminded me very, very similar. It was eerily similar to a secret draft that they used versus LGD, who's going to be the next team we have on the stream in just a while. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But the global kind of lineup, right, between this Zeus, between this Dawnbreaker, who's not a hero we've seen a whole lot of, but in the hands of Sacred and with a lineup like this, did look rather convincing.
Yeah. No, I like it because they saw the Shadow Fiend. Like, they just picked 2 supports early, right? And then they pick cores to, like, match these supports with, like, a core advantage there with, I think, like, Shadow Fiend laning into any of those heroes, like both Dawnbreaker and Zeus, can be quite difficult. So especially that Zeus pick, I really like. It's a good pick.
And Sacred here, MVP. I think it was a dangerous lane, like you called out pretty much from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
Ascending that SF safe lane, right, with the Chen only to back him up. I think that certainly kind of played out how you were expecting. But it was up to Sacred to continue that momentum going into the mid game, and I was especially impressed by, you say, by Dark Mago. Both the pick, right, the wisdom in that pick, but also the way that he played it, really up and aggressive, constantly on the enemy side of the river, finding pick-off after pick-off and canceling TPs here and there. Really, really lovely game out from Thunder, especially after their comeback from a dominant Game 1 Secret performance.
Yeah. No, that speaks to their, like, mental fortitude, right? Like, because what they used just didn't work, but then they stick with it. They go hoodwink, and then they fix the rest of their draft. Because I do believe Game 1, it was just, they didn't follow up with the correct course, and it just made it very hard to play. And now they fixed it up. And yeah, Secret they kind of got outthought, really. Like, they tried to force what they like, and just didn't work out.
Yeah, it looked really, really capable in their hands. And I think right now, there's a lot of action going on, of course. You guys are watching the A stream, but there's a B stream, there's a C stream, there's a D stream, and even this year, new to us, there's an E stream. So many games going on, 5 at the same time, of course, for all 20 teams playing in TI. That's a little bit too much to keep up with. So we've got our amazing panel to get you up with the second round of results. So over to Nat T and everyone else over in Sweden.
Secret and Thunder going 1 game each. I got some fabulous minds next to me here to have a little bit of a breakdown of what actually played out during that best of 2. And Fia, I know you had close eyes on that Game 1, so what worked really well for Secret in that game that might not have really translated to Game 2?
Well, that Game 1 was pretty crazy from just the pre-rune fight. There was just blood everywhere. And like all the lanes are just crazy to begin with just from that, but Secret just took ahead in the laning stage. They won all 3 lanes from there, and we've seen a bit of Leshrac now, and overall have not been impressed. People have been picking it game after game here. It does not look like to be having a ton of success, and they also went for a little different strategy with the Omni off lane. Haven't really seen that in pubs even, and here it is coming into TI, and gotta say, didn't look good in its debut.
You gotta kind of pull out all the strats. This is group stages. This is when you get to experiment just a little bit. But flip side, Kezu, what happened so well for Thunder in Game 2?
Well, it's like in the second game, they basically flipped the script. So Thunder, they got to win most of their lanes. They had very good picks to like abuse the laning stage of Secret. Secret had the Shadow Fiend who got ran over by a Dawnbreaker lane. They had a Doom who got ran over by a Pudge CM. And then basically Thunder won the lanes. They did the same thing Secret did in Game 1. Win the lanes, play fast, don't give them space. And that's Game 2.
Yeah, well, let's catch up with what's happening on the other streams as well. They've all entered their second series, their best of 2 for it. And we're going to start with that B stream, the Spirit up against Fnatic Fear.
Yep, alright, so this game, some interesting things to note is the Undying. We've been seeing it terrorizing the laning stage game after game, especially versus the double strength, like dual offlane. But Team Spirit, they chose Centaur, they chose Snapfire against this Undying lane. And I think something interesting to note here is that Centaur, he has one of the highest, if not one of the highest base regions in the game. So he can deal with this decay spam pretty well. And we saw Liquid do it in the last chance qualifiers as well. In this game, collapse. He just had a great laning stage, and he transitioned that laning stage into helping mid, ganking for that Death Prophet, who was top net worth a couple times in a row with the Snap ulti, just really putting his team on his back, in my opinion, this game. And it was a solid performance here from Collapse on his Centaur and Mira's Snapfire.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, that's what we've seen Spirit do before in the past. It really works well for them. Anything that stood out for you, Kezu, that maybe you feel Fnatic might want to change up for their game too, which I think is underway?
I'm not sure if they were too comfortable with this offlane Monkey King. I don't know if that's something that they wanted to do or like were kind of forced into. I feel like Armel had a very good early game, which got kind of thrown away then when, you know, Collapse started, you know, picking up the pace and kind of owning him in a way. So I feel like they want to make sure that they're more in their comfort and then just help out the hero who's having a good game.
Yeah, Spirit taking that game one. Entity, though, taking the game one between Beast Coast over on Stream C. Something interesting popped up over there, Kezu.
Yeah, so something that I saw again is that this Pudge hero is just starting to own quite hard in most of the games that I've seen it. Also, we have more Brewmaster. We had a mid Venomancer coming out from Chris Luck. Spoiler alert, didn't work out that well. He did max Gale, which was very interesting. So he did well in the lane, but it didn't transition that well like into the game really. And then we had a Medallion on the offlane Enigma, which was kind of cool. And then
Something different.
Yeah, so and that kind of helped him in the lane a bit, but it didn't transition all that well into the game actually.
Yeah, I mean, South American region definitely known for just bringing out everything. You know, the unpredictability. If you guys didn't know earlier, Hikari took a game off of LGD. Then we see Thunder take one off of Secret here. And now Beast Coast pulling out that mid-Veno. Didn't really work out, but there is a clip from that game one, Panda, that you wanted to highlight for how they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty interesting fight. So actually look at the Enigma and like what happened to the Black Hole because there was no cancel to it. This is a moment where Enigma had his Eidolons coming into the fight and his control group of his Enigmas just dies on the side of the fight and he's trying to A-click them in there, causing him to actually cancel the Black Hole because he's still got his hero selected. Not sure if that Black Hole, if it went full duration, would actually change the fight. He's got Fishman almost dying, Stormstormer was dropping pretty low. Maybe K1 could have just slapped him down with that Metamorph on that TB. So that's just a mystery that remains unresolved. But still, I mean, small things can change, especially with big ultis like Black Hole.
Yeah, 100%. We've got to quickly move on, though. This D stream having Talon up against TSM. Their game one draft, the last pick being Doom, really kind of not threw a spanner in the works, but made everyone realize that 23 Savage was going to be that Shadow Fiend. T-Panda, how did you feel the game was to play out? Because we didn't actually get to see too much of it.
Yeah, I mean, TSM, I think one of the most interesting things here is Saberlight's Dawnbreaker, who has been playing it quite a lot recently. Feels like they've got a lot of hero counters in this draft on Talon's side, just responding to the picks coming out from TSM. You've got the Shakers coming in, you've got the Rubiks responding into that, you have Pangos picked up, Puck is brought into it as well, you have Doom, which makes Snipers and Dawn's life a bit hard. So, seeing like the draft in general, you feel like maybe Talon could just slip away with this game. Like you never really know that what actually is going to happen. There was actually a good clip from that same game as well, where they would basically take a fight at around the Radiant Triangle. Saberlight ends up getting doomed. He dies. He buys back because he sees the Sniper's about to die as well because he wasn't able to do anything during the doom. So he buys back. He ults in. Sniper dies, and then he just TPs all the way back home. So you can see from here, like, Saberlight's just getting controlled in this fight really well by the Doom. You can look at KP's just targeting, I want this Dawnbreaker, the only thing that can really help this Sniper. He's controlled on the side. There's going to be a Fissure Block coming out as well, so even more extra control, buying some time. He's dying, and Tomato, look at Tomato. He's just trying to man fight against the Shadow Fiend. No luck. Buyback coming in, ult in, BKB back home. There's nothing to see here.
There is nothing more that you can add on, except I'm still going to ask Kezu if he does have anything he wants to add on about that Talon TSM game one.
Honestly, the only thing I really didn't like was the Sniper pick in the first phase. I feel like you don't really need or want to pick the hero that early, so I feel like they kind of jumped the gun on that one. Perhaps, you know, wait a little bit, and then the Dawnbreaker, overall a good hero, works well with Sniper, but when the other heroes pick that early, it makes it really hard to complement it later on in the draft, no matter what you really pick.
Our last and final stream is that E1 Aster up against Tundra, Kezu.
Yeah, so in this game, we have Tundra. I think it's their opening series, right? They have 3-3, one of the most notorious Brood, whatever type of players that is going to play the summon. So he picked Brood, but once again, it's very early. I thought it could work out a bit better because he's playing against the Luna, but in this game, I think Aster had way better answers to the Brood as we saw in the EG series earlier on. And then I feel like Tundra just ran into some really big damage problems in this game.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at how that game one did play out a little bit, T-Panda.
Yeah, so basically you can see that Tundra, they have somewhat of a good grip and an idea of this one, but look at this fight. The fissure block is pretty awkward for Skitter. He has to go all around to try to get some damage in, and Mars, quick reaction from XXS, gets a perfect lockdown on them, and this is a complete disaster for Tundra at that point. Like, you couldn't even get one hero down with some damage being dealt up. You're just getting controlled, everybody's running away. It's a full rout, basically, and Aster are really good at these quick initiations. You see XXS, if he goes in, he's already got like 3 buddies at least with him, so they quickly react to these moments, and that's a big strength for Aster as well. Tundra has to be prepared for these.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that game 2 does play out then, but I'm also looking forward to seeing the group standings now that we have seen everyone play at least one game. Some of the series still going on. Fia, are you seeing any shifts in the meta? Are there certain teams standing out to you that aren't abiding by what we saw happen and play out in last chance qualifiers?
We still have a lot of games to go here,
Oh,
but
for
like
sure.
I'm definitely most interested in OG and GG right now. Like GG had like that great comeback series against BetBoom. OG just playing their own style right now and doing really well. EG beating Sonics, like not a huge surprise to me, so I want to see more from both teams. I want to see Sonics hopefully pick it up a little bit in that group at least.
Yeah, like for me, I kind of feel like the teams that really have these range cores that have an easy time dealing damage with the ones that you buff up. We've seen multiple like Beastmasters win today with their snipers, Drow Rangers, Lunas. I feel like those teams kind of perform the best, apart from the ones that pick a melee carry in Pudge, because the hero just seems busted. And yeah, I think for some of the teams, that are losing right now, it's not too bad. They won, you just keep going, check out your heroes. But at the end of the day, they need to make sure they talk about the right things moving forward.
Yeah, and we'll see at the end of the day what is going to happen, what's going to shift when it comes to some of those picks and bans, see if there is any significant changes in the meta. But the schedule is still ongoing. We are only 2 series out of our 5 that are happening today. So you got that EG LGD, Entity Spirit, and EG OG later here on the main stream. Over on the B stream, that Fnatic Team Spirit still going on. Then you're going to have Sonics Team Liquid, Fnatic Thunder, Sonics LGD. Our third stream that is occurring is still ongoing again with that Beast Coast entity. Then it's Boom, Hokori, Beast Coast Secret, Liquid, Bet Boom. We have another stream. That fourth one, OG Boom, Talon, TSM still going. GG OG, get to see them play again. Then Tundra, TSM, Boom, RNG to close out the day. And our very 5th and final stream has Asta Tundra ongoing. Bet Boom, RNG, Talon, Asta, Hokori, and GG. God, there's so many games.
Yeah.
There are so many games. They're unfolding. When you look at the ones to come, I know that you said Game and Gladiators for you, Fia. Was there a team for you, T-Panda, that you want to keep eyes on?
There's 2. I think the Dark Horse, everybody kind of outweighing Hokori here, taking the game off of PSG LGD. Very impressive. Showing some of the strengths that they've applied in their drafting, and of course their aggressive playstyle with Lumiere and Analog. I feel like they are in a very hot streak right now, so I'd like Hokori to go up. But BetBoom, also another team, they got to get up from that 2-0 upset. They had 2 games they should have won. Didn't win them. Got to bounce back up.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that real quick. Is like we talked about how the first series matters the most. I'd argue maybe the second series might matter more, just because if you are 0-2 and seeing if you can bounce back from that is going to be crucial. If you go 0-4, that's a really rough spot to be in. So I think the second series for all these teams that do have losses are going to be incredibly important coming up.
Well, we're going to be jumping into EG and LGD's second series, and the third one with our casters, Pile Die and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, we're really looking forward to this one. Lots of games going on at the same time. We've had 2 pretty one-sided series so far, Pi. But EG versus LGD, I mean, this one's got a lot of history behind it, doesn't it? Of course, just between the 2 orgs, between the players, Ame especially versus Fly. There's been a couple grand finals between these 2. I think Kia Manager, of course, comes to mind from a while ago. But really, really looking forward to seeing how the roster changes overall have affected them. And, of course, with Faith Beyond, rumored to this one be his last TI, I don't know. Really, really looking forward to this one, man.
No, for sure. We saw EG being super dominant their first series, right? And I think we didn't catch the LGD one, but they struggled a bit versus what you would expect be one of the weaker teams, right? The Hokori?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe they could even have lost both games, but they ended up going 1-1. and like whatever EG were doing was working out. So I'm curious to see if LGD have some answers here.
Yeah, of course you can see two TI winners on that team from Wings Gaming, Y and Sin Q. Oh, sorry, Faith Beyond. That is. Pardon me. But yeah, I mean, Ame as well. What is it? The uncrowned king, right? Of course, back on the grind. For this year, we'll get to see how he gets going. Yeah, I mean, versus EG, right? What they've drafted has been working so far, absolutely, for these guys, right? Abed, I'm not sure I think they would have had a break series, so we're going to be able to catch their first 2 series here. Arteezy as well, playing very well. This is the entire roster, but that's been an NA matchup that they've known, maybe have scrimmed during the tours. You know, this is going to be one I think that they might not have played for a while. So I'm wondering if they're going to have to switch things up and maybe switch out of NA Dota mode into some more international Dota mode to take on LGD here.
Perhaps. I think they'll stick with the same ideas, right? Yeah, because LGD has banned out Undying. They don't want to let them have that. So I'm curious to see what they have to follow up here for Fly, because he did play Undying both games and he did dominate.
Yeah, he looked amazing, didn't he? So I think that ban is going to be very warranted. And just checking out LGD's first series to see what they were playing here. And looks like they got their hands on the Enigma, the Tiny twice, a Zeus and a Lesh, a TB, a Faceless Void, and then a Dazzle and a Visage. Okay, so we're looking at those heroes for them now. Of course, we don't get too much time to prep in advance for those series that LGD already played because we were cast in a different series. But yeah, it's really interesting, you know, that Hikori were able to draw even with them. I'd be really eager to watch those replays and see exactly how things broke down. But Hikori, I think certainly Dark Horses now, I think definitely going to be on people's radars, a team to watch, and a very highly skilled team at that with lots of two pretty brand new players to the scene. Honestly, this is their first LAN, but also some veterans in there with the Core as well. So cool to see them doing that. Over to this series, right? The Chen ban as well from LGD.
Yeah, we'll see if the meta sticks here, if they're looking for this Marcy. Yeah, of course.
Oh. EG, just a quick note, I believe they banned Clockwork in both of their series versus Sonic, so they find an opening and they're going to stick to it.
I'm guessing they pick Primal, right? That seems to be their idea versus Marcy.
Yeah. Yeah, so what did they do? They got Primal Undying, but that's only because Sonics didn't ban Undying. So here's Primal. Every single time they have another pick, and that'll be the Rubik.
All right, makes sense. Could be offlane, could be mid Primal, and then the Rubik is just a quick lift if the Marcy ever goes in, and just a solid laner. I don't think a lot of other teams pick Rubik that much, right? I mean, he's probably been picked a few games, but
yeah, I think we've seen a bit of him, but yeah, Crit eager to get his hands on the Rubik. I wonder if this has got to do with like just the interrupt. You know, you talk about how Primal is strong in theory versus this Marcy this year that wants to be rebounding in, and you just kind of run her over on accident when she's trying to engage with the onslaught, right? Maybe Rubik a little bit more targeted there, right? He doesn't have such a generous AoE spell to interrupt and stun, but telekinesis being instant cast with your cast range modifiers on your passive there for Rubik. Maybe he can be a decent counter initiator against the Marcy.
Yeah, he's usually good versus all of these, like Magnus, Earthshaker, Marcy, and even there was one more I was thinking about. But these type of heroes that are tiny, that want to go in and burst and get out, then he just picks them up. And yeah, counter initiator, I guess. You can call it.
And LGD back to their Visage as well. They did pick that one earlier today versus Hikori.
Yeah. No, solid. It has a bit of synergy with Marcy too. You can buff the birds. The lane is not bad at all. So they potentially have their offlane here with Marcy, Visage.
That's a good point, yeah. And banning out a couple of counter picks. I wonder if PSG LGD will take out the Monkey King, which has been a pretty common solution to the Visage. You just kind of get to do your mischief and usually avoid any instances of burst off of the what's it called? The Soul Assumption. That's what it is on the Visage.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty common solution I've seen.
Banning out Arteezy Naga. He's been playing that a lot in pubs, going for Radiance. So maybe we'll see that later with EG. they ever get that.
I don't know, the nothing to say. Ember, one of his best heroes. I mean, he's got so many good heroes. Maybe he's one of his best heroes also that Tinker. That's always a pocket pick for them here. I heard our panel earlier to start the show saying that maybe that Tinker is going to sneak his way into a couple of drafts here. That I think, I don't remember who it was saying, but they don't think the hero is actually that bad and a little bit niche, but might still have a game hero too. And well, if you're looking at mid laners that like to play Tinker, it's nothing to say for sure.
Yeah. Probably, unless they see like a lot of stuff now that it's good against, probably not. Like, because it is primal, right? It's just so easy for him to early
Just
on
get on top of the hero.
Get on top of the Tinker.
You don't care about laser because you're tanky and most of your damage is spells. And
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Well, that's a good point. Let's just think about other nothing to say heroes here.
10 seconds.
Yeah, what you say. Yeah, the Ember was banned out. He also likes Invoker. They could go for something like that, and they can really buff up the birds, or buff up a carry of their choosing, with Alacrity and Sidekick. So that could be a strong. And I think Invoker does very well versus Primal Mid. Cold Snap and Ice Wall, all sorts of things.
So still, well, not likely not with the Marcy. Let me see. I'm seeing, yeah, Marcy got banned against them game 1, which is perhaps why they went for the Tiny. In game 2, Hikori, they managed to 5th pick or 1st pick for them. They managed to 1st pick the Marcy. So it seems like they settled with Tiny when Marcy was banned. I think that's PSG LGD's way of looking at this initiating 4 for now.
Yeah. No, they seem very popular. Like the Marcy Tuskar, even Earthshaker. He seems a bit weaker though since he's slower, but also winning some games.
Okay.
Sven.
That's some way to cleave through the birds and the familiars, right?
I feel like this is a position 5, Sven.
Really?
Yeah, just armor versus the
10
physical
seconds
damage here.
remaining.
It's my feeling.
Right. I've seen a lot of 4 Sven, for Entity and Katomi especially. It's been a favorite of his. Essentially, it's like if you can get a Vlad's, great. He's a pretty good Vlad's carrier. And especially the Shard, which gives your team an AoE 7 undispellable armor, is fantastic. I think you're up to 10 armor with Vlad's on a very generous AoE.
Yeah. No, I feel like the idea here is position 5 Sven, just stunning the RC when she wants to go in, being tanky. Could be something else though, but
I think something else. Well, I mean, if this is going to be a mid primal, it might have some problems, right? Because safe lane primal, like we've seen a lot of counter picks. For example, like with the Morphling, just a casual stun, a casual low mana cost stun, and especially for Morphling 1 that does a lot of damage. If with the 1-2-1 build that we've seen a lot more, but just to stop him, from getting on top of you. Not really such a popular option in the mid lane, but something now to consider, right, for LGD is this mid lane matchup, because we've already seen Abed can and will take this into the mid lane. And something else to consider, right, as we get that close-up shot there on Nightfall. He's looked amazing in his 2 games he's played so far today.
yeah. And they also did ban out that Broodmother.
Yeah.
You don't want to deal with that. It's very annoying.
Yeah, Xiaoba paying attention for sure, the director for PSG LGD. Not letting that one slip his gaze.
So EG have one more pick here or what? Yeah. No, okay, no, never mind. It's the LGD. Go for it. Okay. Oracle. Interesting.
I didn't really suspect we'd see that much Oracle being played in the tournament, if I'm being honest with you. We got rid of 2-1. They got eliminated and sent down a lower bracket on a game where they picked the Oracle. We casted that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't expect this to be a mid Oracle, to be completely honest.
No.
But yeah, I don't know.
No, but
it's
the
an interesting hero.
theory craft is right. Like, I thought about this myself. It's versus primal. Like if you use your W, the Edict, I think it's called.
Yes, Fate's Edict.
Yeah, Fate's Edict. You basically reduce his damage to 0, right? The primal, like it doesn't deal any damage. But usually what ends up happening is like before you cast any spell, you just have this primal in your face, killing you.
Right.
Yeah. But if they can get it so he can stay back and he can just, because right now EG only have single target, right? Like everything. I mean, I guess primal is kind of AoE, but if you can save that one hero, you're looking good.
That's kind of been, I think, the problem that Oracle's had for a while. Call it power creep, call it just, the amount of mobility being strong in the game right now, and I think you were right, by the way, about that support, Sven, is it feels like there's so many ways for heroes to just get right on top of the backliners, you know?
Yeah.
And that feels really hard for him. I mean, like you said, Primal's got his own built-in way, and if Oracle ends up false promising himself, he's a little bit easy to ignore in these fights from there, right? Primal will turn his attention towards more important heroes in that fight and consider that objective completed.
Yeah.
So, SF then for Evil Geniuses. Of course, they can flex this between mid and safe lane. With the Primal, of course, able to, well, actually, I think Primal between mid and off, right? And then probably SF between mid and safe. That'd be more accurate.
Yeah, we might see the first game here of Nightfall Primal Beast.
5 seconds remaining.
LGD aren't so sure, though. They're going to be keen to take out another hero that Nightfall has shined on in our previous series versus Sonic. So that Beastmaster, he didn't take a death on that game.
Yeah, that's a good bet. That's a good bet. You have Oracle Marcy. Yeah, you have nothing for him right now. Let's get rid of it.
There a consideration then similarly for like a Lycan ban? Are you concerned about that, or do you think the Mars does a good job to build the Arena of Blood and build a kennel for that one?
I mean, it also depends on what they want to pick, right? But yeah, if their carry is not particularly good versus Lycan, I think it would be a fair
5
ban.
seconds remaining.
Okay. I mean, it's not. It doesn't look like it's a carry Sven, and it could be for EG, right? We shouldn't say it's impossible, but then the last pick probably wouldn't be Lycan because it'd be Primal Beast off lane or something. I guess it could be a Primal Beast 5. I don't know if 5's been playing that.
Yeah.
But you know, just Wolf Bite Sven seems like something that could be pretty mean.
No, sure. I'm just worried, like, if they have for the Oracle, if they have this Lycan, it's just very, very hard to play into a Lycan as Oracle.
10 seconds remaining.
You have to stand next to your Mars or something.
All right.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so a lot of his heroes are banned out. He likes Pudge. He also likes Naga.
PSG LGD's
Yeah, Drow Ranger, good ban. So what does he have left here? With an Oracle. Because I don't know, like a lot of these times when... Okay, they just got Luna. Okay. Go for buffing the birds. And it's a mid-Mars, correct? Or a mid-Visage. Could be both.
And they do have that flex potential here for LGD.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
wonder how Visage does versus Shadowfiend mid.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't even know that if nothing to say plays Visage. Probably does. Probably plays everything. Hey, I've seen him play Mars a bunch though, so I'm expecting it to be mid Mars.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of wondering, I think maybe like 2 points in the cloak, and you're probably
Ooh,
feeling
there was an
pretty good.
Enigma left.
Wow. Yeah, that one snuck on through. And now it'll happen, Pi. I've been anticipating this. I've been putting the lead out there and not getting any bites from EG, but here it is. The one time I don't say anything, they're going to go for the Nightfall Enigma. Not contested, I believe, before, or I think banned, but by Sonics, right? And
Yeah.
you are going to learn why Sonics have been eager to ban that out.
No, for sure. Let me see. Yeah.
Doesn't-
I don't see how you really stop him here. Early on, you can run up and kill the Eidolons, right? But Enigma is going to get his levels.
And
then-
now, you know, having learned from the tops in Oracle, I wonder if there's a point in going for like 302. I mean, maybe not, right? But just going for that AoE damage on Fortune's End and trying to contain and lock down those Eidolons early seems doable for the Oracle now that the magic resist has been reduced for those Eidolons on the earlier levels. I mean, I don't know. Definitely just run on top and get on top of them early on. But yeah, that's going to be maybe a bit hard with a Rubik there to punish.
Yeah, I think you stick with the 1 point. Just root them and auto, use the damage from your auto attacks instead. Because you do want to get up your E spell. What's that called?
The E is the Purifying Flames, the nuke, and the nuke and the heal. Yeah.
Yeah, because like you'll get to level 8, and after that it's up to chance, you know. So then you want those skill points done.
I like that. Up to chance. We'll see here how this game will be going. Nightfall over on the Enigma. Both teams smoking out of the fountain and eager to get into battle for game 1 of our 3rd series here on Stream A, TI 11 group stage. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really excited for this one. Lots of tips. Lots of tips. Lots of horns. Wow.
Well, it's like a carnival.
It
Woohoo.
it is, yeah. It's like WTF mode with horns. They're experimenting with GarageBand or something like that right now. Very lovely stuff. But again, these two teams, they've met each other a couple of times, some in higher stakes tournaments for some, and grand finals for others, and for the first time for a couple of these guys on these respective banners.
I mean, so far, every time I've seen Sven support, it's been extremely underwhelming. So I'm hoping that it will show me something new here. Because you always have the dream, right, of what you want. You want the Wraith Pact and you want your Ag Shard. But usually I just see brown boots and under-leveled with no impact. So I'm curious if they can show me something new here.
All right, so what do you think the strength of a support Sven, part of me, could be in that case? I know he's looked underwhelming to you, but what do you think? Is there potential for him to get some work done here?
I mean, it would be if they somehow could get kills with the Shadow Fiend using the Stormbolt, right?
Okay, charge on through. They're ignoring the bounty because fights. We got to fight first. Then they go. Crit's going to retrieve the bounty and collect first blood on the Faith Beyond. Sin Q has been forced out. 3 stacks of Shadow Rays should probably send him back to the fountain. And there's going to be all EG here to start.
Very nice. How many bounties did they even get there? I think they got
Looks
3?
like 3.
Yeah. And getting first blood with an Igma in your team, like, quite good. Very good start. No, because I'm just wondering this Visage Marcy lane. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this Sven a bit here. Okay, I think they're just killing this guy.
Yep, they are. Arteezy with a kill there. Got to be careful on return damage just to not give him enough soul assumption charges for a return kill. Faith Beyond, as you can see, easier to go for it, but Fly and Arteezy doing a good job of balancing that lust for a kill with some harass damage out from Fly early. No, nicely done. He's now back, but he did go for this Dispose early as mid lane as well. Early level is a bit difficult for the Mars. He always does have this spear to push back Abed if, nothing to say, gets kind of trampled on and whatnot. But you got to be careful with that, because an Onslaught could put him right back in your face if you're not careful.
Yeah. No, I think this Visage lane is the most intense one. Because I can see it definitely going both ways, but I feel like when they hit level 2 here with Marcy Visage, they're going to be really, really strong.
Can they just as easily kill this Sven as well as SF, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Marcy's... There you go. Now
there it is. Bounce off the creep. Maybe go for Fly, but not really such an eager, you know, proposal when you got SF idling under tower with all his Shadow Rays and full mana.
Yeah.
Too risky as Abed is taking the creep for a bit of a walk. He looks a bit worse for wear. We'll collect the Water Rune, and nothing to say is zoning him from the mid lane pretty effectively. Abed, he's got Onslaught in 2 seconds and a Fairy Fire, but he's going to send his courier the long way around, and that'll be the refill for him.
Oh, Arteezy is going crazy here.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's in Q. Did actually rebound and dispose already, so he'll pop off a little bit. Mid lane, there's that Onslaught on through. The spear, not quite under tower. Abed still trying to do a little bit of damage here, but nothing to say, just too tanky.
Yeah, nothing to say that. He played it beautifully. He didn't let Abed get his bottle before he had to pick up that rune. And then he basically made him tank the creeps. So he's looking really good right now.
2 creeps mid as well, actually, for EG at the moment, watching over both runes, perhaps scouting for rotations as well. As there they go, clearing some Eidolons down bottom. Yeah, nice job making quick work of those. Why? Might be in for a bit of trouble, though, but Crit's all out of mana. They actually, I don't know if by luck or what, but
no.
Kind of pulls, and that's going to be the salve getting canceled,
yeah.
right?
Oh, that's so bad.
He's got another. Oh, no, he doesn't. Just the 2 tangos then to operate with. It'll be a punishing moment in this lane, perhaps, especially as the wave's pushing on in. Crit might go and stack a camper. Yeah, he's going to contest this pull for sure. You can be sure about that. Sometimes those Warpine Raiders, though, you auto-attack them, and they don't really care so much. That one was more like, it got really, you know, it was like a dog. You show it like a little toy, and it just wants to chase it. That was Oracle's cape right there.
Yeah. At least they can triple the Eidolons here.
Yeah. Looks like he'll be able to get that one done. Mid lane, nothing to say, though. Abed, got pretty close there for a kill, but it looks like the God's Rebuke slow did get him out of what could have been a sticky situation. 4-minute Water Runes, though. It looks like both would be going to Abed here. Nothing to say. He's got to go to his own jungle to refill the rune, and we'll TP back on in.
Fly dying top. Yeah.
He's gonna die, disposed and rebounded. A little bit of space created, but now the waves, the equilibrium's in a bit of a weird space. I think this is where the creep wave normally meets top, right? On these stairs.
Sure. RTC got it. Raindrops here now, so he's feeling way better.
Suppose. Might not be feeling too good right now, but has some support from Fly as they're going to make the jump onto Faith Beyond and an easy kill there. They also pick up a kill down bottom onto Y. So Q is the only one left standing here, and Fly can't really eagerly chase for a kill like that.
Yeah, so Ame is doing really well in the CS here, but this lane is not going to get easier. It's just going to get harder and harder, right? Especially when Enigma hits level 5. Then he probably has to plan to head into the jungle. And you can see mid, it's absolute clown show there.
Maybe a little ring around the rosy there in the mid lane. And eventually Abed doesn't really want to contest CS between a tier 1 tier 2. And he runs the risk of being speared into a tier 2 tower, and those things hurt early.
EGR playing their safe lane beautifully.
Careful though. I think Y takes another death here. This could be really punishing. Yeah, Maleficus is there instantly. Crit with a really nice wraparound, and that's just an easy kill. And now he's got to walk back to lane. Ame, he's going to be alone for some time.
Very hard. I mean, this is not the lane you pick if you want to counter Enigma, you know?
Top lane as well is not going really swimmingly for LGD. You can see now SinQ pulling creeps behind the tower here. Just needing to avoid this lane. It's a bit easy, isn't it? It's just Stormhammer into triple raise, and it feels like they can kill either of them.
Yeah. And they have... Oh my god, he missed...
Mid? Oh,
yeah, mid's just taking so much damage. And it's annoying too, because even when nothing to say hits level 6 here.
We're hitting mid here for the minute 6 power and spawns. EG with good coverage, but no wards here. There is a Spear of God, but the rune's going to spawn top lane. But guess what? Nothing to say. We're here for you. Abed's got pulverized, and they've got him dead.
Yeah.
SinQ ends up taking the rune. It's an invis, so Abed at least won't be getting a bottle refill here, but he'll be happy with the kill.
He's got the bounty up there.
And he's still got his bounty in the jungle.
Voila.
Yeah, and Abed closing in on level 7. Mars still level 5. It's not easy.
It's a rotation top, though. Oracle looking to go top, but mid lane is where Nothing to Say is in trouble because Fly closing the gap. A nice spear back is going to stop Abed from getting the kill, and it'll actually save Nothing to Say. The top, that's where the action is. Once again, Arteezy is going to be disposed from underneath this tower. That'll recall Fly to the lane. But it also leaves Ame completely abandoning this bottom lane to Nightfall's Enigma. He has a game here.
Yeah. No, this is what we expected, right? I mean, obviously, the Oracle dying that many times, perhaps not. But it's not easy. Eventually, this Enigma is just going to take over.
Crit even lingering in this mid lane. Good wards up from LGD to at least prevent anyone from ganking Ame in the jungle too easily. So he should be safe, and he's off and continuing to farm out 3 points on the Lunar Blessing. So he does damage here, going for that Mask of Madness early. We should see his farm continue to accelerate, but right now, LGD turn their attention towards the opposite side of the map, where they get a swift D-ward against Fly, and maybe looking to threaten the life here of SF.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm going to say it's got an arena as well towards this mid lane. Minute 8 runes are spawning in, and LGD is bringing more bodies here. In fact, both supports to the top rune spawn, which is a haste. Abed's going to get out of here. I don't think he quite saw the rune. Perhaps he did, but back to safety, he'll go all the same.
Yeah, the thing is, even if you trap him in the arena, right, I don't know if they have... They might just have the damage. It's a level 3 Oracle and a level 4 Marcy. It's not... Might not be enough to kill him.
A bit worse for wear. Y, by the way, went for a full null tally here on the Oracle. Does feel like Oracle, you know, with all his magic damage, similar to a Skywrath Mage, right, can actually take advantage of this with that little bit of spell amp, but maybe a little bit greedy here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even get spell amp anymore, right? You only get mana regen.
That's true. That's you get mana. No, true. Yeah, that's been forever ago. It's just mana. I guess maybe it is for the mana regeneration.
Yeah, I mean,
Arteezy?
I'm actually not sure. Okay,
top lane.
He's tanking. Oh, and
Oh, he's got Requiem. Look at that. He's threatening to go for it as well. Y as well, throwing in some damage. There's Requiem. This time Arteezy, he's not even letting it go quite yet. Teasing LGD with this as he makes it back safely underneath his tier 1 tower. In fact, he's going to get a little bit of healing off of that Oracle. Of course, he'll TP away. He doesn't want to be too greedy here, but nicely done. He'll tank through 3 yet again.
Yeah. No, so LGD are desperately trying to pressure here, right? Because you can see the Enigma by himself is killing the bottom tower.
Yeah.
So I wonder... No, they're just leaving Fly by himself.
Yeah, and he'll die. He'll die that time. Nothing to say with a haste rune as well. It was just about to secure that, no matter what was going to happen there.
No, I'm just wondering, because it would be huge for LGD if they could get this tower here. I feel like Abed maybe should have tried to rotate up here. And,
He still has time. I mean, Faith Beyond, this push would go a lot faster if he was level 6.
Yeah.
And
the thing is, if they get the mid tower, then that's fine, but...
They do force a rotation on back there. It's going to be now. Oh, he tried, I think, to catch him with the God's Rebuke, but didn't. And now with Arteezy here with the Shadow Raise damage, the control, it's almost flawless, but it's good enough for the kill here. They might have to let this top tower go in the meantime, but it looks like mid is all theirs. LGD have already used their Fortify.
Yeah, getting this mid tower, then it's fine. You can let them have the top tower. Kill on the mid hero and the mid tower, it's huge.
And now Abed's going top. Another TP coming in from Crit. Abed is going to start with that trample. Plenty of damage now after the onslaught on in. Faith Beyond trying to micro the familiars on over, but he's not making it out of here alive by the looks of things.
Yeah, just auto attack.
Oh no, and he might lose a bird. Oh, the familiar, that's going to be a plus 100 right there for Crit. That feels amazing for a Rubik.
Oh, and just look at the cooldown too. He just used it.
That's real painful. Oh, he still gets to play a little bit of Dota, about half Dota. It's not as bad, right? As I like to say, as when a lone druid loses his bear, because at least Oracle, at least Visage has items.
Abed is going for it.
Okay.
Just baiting a few TPs here.
And that's how you, neglect the trample damage, right? You saw it there. Fate's Edict meant he ignored all of that trample damage. It is dealt as magical.
Yeah, completely countered.
Let's bait TPs, as you say, and that buys a lot more time for Nightfall to do as he please. And right now, that is Rush Wraith Pact. He's got that one done. It's already flying his way.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a quick look at the net worths here, it tells the story that EG are feeling amazing, and LGD don't have anything right now.
Regain net worth lead, but it might blossom into a bit more. Ame, I think, is going to do his best to keep that as close to 3 or even 0 as he can, and he's going to get a lot of Eidolons here. That's certainly nice.
Yeah.
But his game is going to be looking a little bit challenging for him. He might need an item or two before he can show up to these fights with how eager EG have been to fight into him. And you can see EG even expecting him in the triangle. Won't find anyone there.
No, I feel... We have seen this Luna Visage a couple... Okay, never mind. We have the smoke here. Let's see. Maybe a fight. Fight the brewing.
We'll
Fly
get back
baiting?
to that point, but yeah, there is the fight brewing. They're going on a fly, but oh no, from behind, in comes Abed. He catches 2 with the onslaught. Sinkyu pulverizes. Well, nice interrupt though, instantly. Oh, but he's actually disarmed by the Fate's Edict. They're gonna lose the Oracle. Sinkyu on the run here. Abed giving chase. He's got another onslaught in 2 seconds. Yeah. I don't think he makes it out. He might even use it to try and catch Faith Beyond. No, he's not gonna be too greedy. He didn't know what lied in the shadows, and maybe for the best there. It's nothing to say. Did rotate on up and won't really have anything to show for his efforts.
Yeah. I mean, the only positive thing here, Ame is farming up a storm. He's getting everything he wants.
Crit and Arteezy kill him. What do you think? Probably not, right?
If they came from the correct angle, right?
Okay.
But like this, it should be very difficult.
Yeah, they had a ward down, so they knew where he was. Crit made the rotation, but couldn't connect for the kill fast enough.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was gonna say, we've casted a bunch of games now with Luna Visage, and I feel like for some reason it's always looked like this. They just, the lanes are just too hard for some reason. And you feel like it shouldn't be that way, like these are pretty strong laners, but... Okay, catching crits.
Yeah, he's in the Arena of Blood. Dispose got off the wand charges, but he's still dead. Does force a few more spells onto himself, and Nightfall's coming in. Hasn't used the Black Hole yet. Has Wraith Pact even. Might look for the 2 supports. No. Okay, but he did make them scatter, and LGD are not really looking like they want to fight this any longer. Nothing to say. Doing his best, trying to get out of here, as using the False Promise. Why? He's going to live on 40 HP. The Black Hole doesn't catch anything, but he's going to get those Alpha Wolves. Down they go. Nightfall catches the Black Hole he wants, and LGD make it out alive.
Yeah. Dude, actually, a little thing I noticed is when Sven presses Warcry, right, this Primal Beast goes insane. He's running so fast. There's so much damage on this trample.
That's a good point.
And also with the Eidolons. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
You know, these Eidolons used to be much more sluggish. They did receive some pretty significant buffs, I think, like to their animations and turn rates, which helps them move much more fluidly, but even more so, right, when they've got that move speed buff. Absolutely. Yeah, good call on that. Warcry for Fly. And of course, this is not a chorus fan. He's ignoring what? It's Great Cleave? What? Am I going to hit creeps? Absolutely not. I'm a position 5. You crazy?
Yeah, this is definitely the best I've seen a position 5 Sven look. Like, solidify his lane, win it, and now just running with his team. Being kind of tanky, having a stun, and then buffing.
No. I mean, and tanky enough, right? I mean, he's just got a wand, he's got these infused raindrops, and he's going straight into Shard, wasting no time. He's not going to quite be able to buy it right at 15 minutes, but again, that's 7 bonus armor early on. That is completely undispellable, which stacks fully with Warcry.
Yeah. But they haven't managed to catch Ame, so he's still the top net worth now, actually, and this is what you need. Like, this was one of the problems for Secret. Like, they didn't have this top...
What? Arteezy? What, you gamer? He caught him in the trees! Unbelievable! Nothing to say. Tried to get out in time. Arteezy knows where he can smell the fear off of him and will collect his soul with... What a kill!
Yeah, very good glyph usage there.
Unbelievable.
And now Abed really quickly sits up top here. But I don't know if they can go. Fly is coming.
They've got Y as well behind. He's got False Promise ready. This does feel like a difficult kill, but not if you take down the Oracle first. He has managed to so far be a bit evasive.
Here's crit.
There's crit in with the stolen rebound. Fit Beyond certainly not expecting that.
Yeah, look at the Primal go there.
Oh, and they caught Y. He aggroed the wagon on over. So unlucky. Abed is not even bothering with the kill onto Y. Might even just give it. Yeah, there they go. They'll give it to Abed. A double kill for him. Everything's turning up EG.
Yeah. No, looking good. I mean, their hope here is Ame the Luna, going for BKB. And how are they? Yeah, they're kind of closing in on Wraith Pact on Faith Beyond. So that will probably be their timing. Oh, but Roche.
Roche?
The timing is just, it's too slow.
Yeah. In they go. Nightfall with all the Eidolons. Abed as well can tank this easily. He'll probably come in and relieve Fly momentarily. If they can. Yep, go ahead. There it is. Pathing a little bit obstructed there, but this is going to go down relatively quickly. And I just don't see LGD, not without this Blink Dagger at least, for nothing to say. They just don't have the team fight to contest that.
Yeah. No, they're gonna need to Luna BKB, hit the nice arena, and then go in with the Bird's sidekick on Ame and hope he cleans up. But now this Sven is actually...
Birds. Oh, they got both of them. 200 gold for crit, and now maybe even a kill into Sin Q. They are going to lose, however, Fly for this, but Arteezy's in. He's already got another bird. 300 gold already in the fight, as Sin Q trying to tank through this one. Does get the false promise. There's nothing to say with the blink, and he does catch Nightfall, but the Wraith Pack's still out. Arteezy gets off the Requiem. He's still alive, toggling out back to Agi to collect the soul of Sin Q, and he's still going to live through this one. Farming Ancients. Down he goes, finally, I think, to Ancients, but I bet activating the BKB, he's going to go ahead and route Ame from this fight. He's kind of completely alone here, though. The rest of the team trying to catch up to him, and now it will easily collect it now. The life of Ame. Black Hole as well. This time it doesn't miss, but it is still canceled. There's the onslaught on it. It catches nothing to say as soon as he blinks. Abed really trying for this kill here as the stolen Eclipse used just for a bit of disco lights from Crit. Joining this fight for the second time is Sin Q. This time Arteezy without an Aegis. They're going to have to let Faith Beyond live, but is at the cost of nothing to say, and Ame.
Yeah. Ame really didn't want to fight there, but it was actually looking kind of promising, but EG, they just had too much stuff there. And I think Fly, yeah, he's completed his scepter here, so
here's a replay. When does this stop looking good for LGD? Because from here it looks great.
Let's see here. I think, yeah, Enigma is on his way here, so the Enigma hasn't done anything yet. And when he arrives here, I think the tides... Okay, he gets stunned up first, right, so you don't notice him. But the Wraith Pact is here, already reducing damage, and now it's just hopeless. And this is when Ame shows up, when the fight is already over. And he feels like, yeah, now I ran all the way here, let's fight. But
there's a kill onto Y, and unfortunately this doesn't really give him a lot of information. Finally, Ame's going to move into the jungle after he respawns, but they were trying to get the D ward there, and they'll swiftly punish him for that. Arteezy, okay, slightly displaced from his team. He's just going to activate Mask of Madness and remove half HP from Sin Q, though. Just like that. And EG, they seem to really like this tempo kind of playstyle. They're already onto the top tier 2 tower, even before mid. You get the fortify out. Nothing to say is going to clear the wave mid to make sure that they can't siege 2 towers now. That's a good play. It's going to give some breathing room for the rest of LGD to farm a bit more. And with that space, sorry to cut you off, Pi. BKB's on the way now for Ame.
Okay. Let's see. They're still lacking a little bit in damage, but they do, like, it's not completely hopeless yet. They can still win fights here. There's no BKB on Enigma, for example.
Nightfall, he's snuck past his ward. Why? He's tried to catch them out here with this. But LGD as well, kind of following on through, but it's going to be Ame. I think the person they get the jump on. Behind, though, is Y. Can he get the ulti off? Getting the BKB off at least is Ame, but there's going to be no black hole for this fight as they kill the Enigma. It was on cooldown for another minute anyway, but they forced the BKB all the same, and now they're going to look to counter-engage. Abed, it's time for his BKB. Nothing to cancel here, the Pulverize, except for the Dispel. Ooh. There's another Stolen Eclipse here, still doing damage, but Ame still lives. Arteezy has killed both birds as the down goes Crit, down goes Ame. Y with 2 kills here. Arteezy trying to get the ulti off. Zinky's going to interrupt it the once before he sent scattering back with the fear. Abed still chasing after this Oracle. Now it's to contend with nothing to say. But EG, they picked up now both supports, or will shortly here, as Y being ran down. Another Stormhammer stun in a second. Nothing to say. Able to TP away. It's Arteezy who gets through Y, and maybe Abed still looking for more. Onslaught in a second here, Pi. Does he die for it? Absolutely. There he goes.
Okay. No, you could see like there was slight hope there, but they have 2 BKB. No, they didn't even have BKB on Shadowfiend yet. He just came in later when most spells were used and they could clean up.
Yeah, I mean, and check out Fly's damage in that fight recap. He's still doing damage here in these fights, actually. Second most behind Arteezy, sure, but 1,600 damage done by a Sven is pretty commendable.
Yeah, no, he's showing that this hero actually works.
And they might be able to catch something to say. Ooh, that was a close one, but Nightfall, ooh, he knows where he's at, breaking the trees, giving chase. There's no TP away for nothing to say. A good spear, but no trees to stun him. As Crit is going to cut him off here. Nothing to say, trying to jig through the trees. I think he now realizes he is well, just about dead. Nightfall doing what he can here, bringing in a couple more Eidolons. So they will eventually get that kill on nothing to say after he escapes their grasp down bottom.
Yeah. And now this game is very difficult. You lost that fight showing the BKB on Luna. I mean, you probably still have 1 or perhaps 2 more fights like that left. Roche is still 3 minutes. So if Luna can pick up another item, and hopefully Enigma doesn't finish BKB, but I don't see... I don't know. He only needs like 1.4k gold, right? And he'll have it, so...
That'll be a bit difficult. He's getting there. And anytime they do group up for a siege now, Arteezy has this 15 talent, right? Presence Aura affects buildings, and he's eager to push. He's going to make use of this even through backdoor because apparently his attack range exceeds that of the towers.
Yeah, and the problem here even is they have a lot of physical damage on LGD, right? But this armor that Sven provides is... I don't know, it's just Luna does not deal the damage you think she does. How much is it? It's a lot, right? It's 7 passive plus 15. So 22 armor if they pop their BKBs. Like, they're not dying to this Luna.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, right? I've only calculated it with this 10 Warcry armor talent, but you know, when I tested it in demo mode, it'll bring a hero with 0 armor all the way up, I think, like to 28, which is like 66% damage resist.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and it's undispellable. At least the 7 armor is, right? And of course, if you have Vlad's, that's undispellable as well, that aura. So you're already looking at like 10 armor easy in these fights.
Yeah.
The damage mitigation, I mean, maybe this is why, you know, like you said, this is not the first time we've seen this Lunar Blessing with familiars go to work, but they're just not living in these fights. This nerf that Visage received quite recently, where they nerfed the radius from 1200 to 900 on the cloak, it means that the birds can't be that far away from you before they lose that resistance aura, and they're made of paper, man.
Yeah.
Like here, look, Arteezy 2-shots him. I mean, sure, he's got minus armor, right? But that doesn't normally happen if they're close to the Visage.
Yeah. And Enigma is about to pick up his BKB. Everything is just smooth. They're just trying to like constrict the map a bit, waiting for the Roche.
But here's an opening, though, maybe for LGD. They're going to smoke up.
Yeah.
They are fighting maybe into this BKB, but Nightfall's not here, so it would be a 5v4 fight. No Aegis advantage. This could be an opening, and that's a great start as well, as Crit is going to be left behind. Fly thought about counter-initiating, but they'll just let the Rubik go.
Now, you got to respect it about, like, strong teams like this, like LGD. Even though Marcy is like 300 gold away from BKB, Luna really wants to finish her butterfly. They still look for any opportunity they can to like stop the bleed.
Yeah.
'Cause it's been at 7k gold now for what, 4 minutes? And like you don't want to let it slip further.
Yeah. I mean, that power spike, you know, is essentially just on Eagle Song, right? A little bit more armor, some damage and attack speed thanks to the Agi for Ame, and in you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you can really wait, like you're saying, for all these luxury items. I mean, now they're coming online, right? There's Marcy with her BKB, but Arteezy with an eye of his own with a fresh butterfly and likely a kill on a Faith Beyond. Decent micro here, but with a pulverize at the ready, yeah, that Piggy is definitely going to market.
Yeah, and Fly, instead of helping up with the kill, picks off a bird.
Yeah.
He knows how it feels.
Yeah, he definitely knows.
Oh, a full butterfly in Shadowfiend. Yeah, him, you give him 20 more armor, I don't see him dying.
So magic, yeah, the magic damage is not really gonna be enough. Plus, he's got BKB, of course.
Yeah.
And the beauty, right, of being able to disassemble your Mask of Madness is you put all the components to use. That's, what is it, Quarterstaff goes into the Butterfly, and that's Morbid Mask is going to head into Satanic.
Yeah.
So pure efficiency there for Arteezy. You can see Ame looking to do the same, and he's done a commendable job keeping even here with Arteezy, especially considering how dangerous the map has been for him to be showing on or farming on.
Yeah, for sure. And Roche could potentially be up now, right? So it kind of forces LGD to go.
Yeah, LGD are going to be spurred to action here, but this time I think EG in a much better position compared to when they got the pickup onto Crit. Zapping the wave here, Nightfall. It's going to be hiding in these trees. Blink Dagger and BKB, but the wrap from LGD might break on him here as they're all smoked up. EG, though, showing patience, holding good cliffs here in the enemy triangle. LG just out of range is Ame. He's going to peek on forward. His blink's going to break. There's going to be the drums of endurance. Nothing to say. He's going to go on, finds a spear, but Arteezy's too fast on the BKB. Gets off the ulti. The BKBs, though, from Ame, and nothing to say. Allow him to turn, and the black hole is only on to Sin Q. He should die during this. No, he's still continuing to fight, thanks to the false promise, which only lasts another second. Down he goes. Faith Beyond on the run. But LGD, they've been scattered from this fight. They're chasing now even a secondary hero there. That's why he does manage to escape thanks to a fortuitous Invis rune. Good luck at least for LGD is that Roche is not yet up, but this might cost them still some map control.
Yeah, and they're quick here. Abed, because LGD still don't know if Roche is up, so he wants to farm. But Abed reads this and just finds him here.
And Flies here as well, and there's no BKB here, Pi. They just use it in that last fight. The trample, look how fast he is there with the war cry. Pulverized to secure it, and Abed's got like 9-0 and 11 here on the mid lane Primal Beast.
That's the difficulty, right? You know the Roche could be up, but it wasn't up. So instead of Roching, EG are just out looking for you.
And
that's
now,
the gamble you take.
And now, because you gambled wrong, it's just all gone. You know, you're almost bankrupt now at this stage, because now Roche is going to respawn. Crit is just going to be, you know, the man in the pit, the ward in the pit to notify the team. And that'll go down relatively quickly here, to say the least.
Yeah.
LGD, maybe still a couple fights left in them, but EG with some proper positioning here in that last fight certainly are able to flex their net worth advantage, and now are looking to get an Aegis on top. Nice reaction time there from Arteezy to get the BKB off. That made all the difference in that fight.
Yeah, and even more armor here coming up from the Sven, going for the Solar Crest.
Wow.
So yeah, he buffs up.
You know, of all the heroes to take advantage of a Solar Crest, I think Primal does it pretty well, right? Because not everyone cares for that 10% move speed, or the armor even, but Primal certainly does. He's happy to have that. That one feels pretty good. Abed did lose his courier. It looks like it had a Shiva's Guard on it, so he's got even more armor now.
Yeah.
Careful. LGT looking for a bit of a jump here. They do have a ward, and they see Arteezy farming, but quite suspiciously, Pi, he's completely alone.
Yeah. But you don't know, right?
Yeah, that doesn't look right to me. It was kind of the right move.
Ame.
And guess what? They're going to find Ame completely alone again. He has BKB this time, but can he even get it off? There's no one here to save him. Someone help out Ame. Oh, he gets the BKB off, but he still dies, Pi. Sin-Q trying to fight through this one. Abed as well. Pops his own BKB. Nightfall has no black hole, but they don't need it. The damage on a Faith Beyond, who's hiding against the spear wall, at least is going to be able to live a bit longer. Sin-Q dies, though. All in exchange only for Crit. But Ame, the big one to drop yet again, just moving, trying to make the right moves onto the other side of the map, and EG's just waiting there for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Oracle is so close, but yet so far away. Doesn't make it there with the ultimate then.
Nope.
With the false promise.
Dire structures.
Because if he gets that off, I still think they lose, but at least they can try to fight back.
Oh no, the birds.
Birds.
Oh, it's just... Okay, he's got 2 more. He's got 2 more. And they're level 2 birds at least. You didn't have to cast it at level 11. That never feels too good. The Fortify used out though. And LGD now, they've just about used up all their defensive reserves here. Wraith Pact even. It's going to keep EG off of the high ground.
Yeah, they even still have Black already.
Yep. I didn't have it in that last engagement. I don't know how much they really need to force high ground now. They still have Aegis for 3 more minutes here. And now you've got rid of the Fortifies of the birds. All those were brand new birds. They barely get to spread their wings, and now the black hole, it's going to find 2 cores yet again. This isn't a core spec, but he's still doing some damage, and now goes Abed. Down goes Ame. Arteezy punches him into the grave, receives a double kill now. It's nothing to say at BKB, but he's running for his life, and they call it. LGD taken down in just under 30 minutes here by this EG lineup. Well done.
Very well played by EG. Suspicious Oracle pick. You always give the benefit of the doubt, you know, but at the end of the day, it did not work out. It's also this last pick Enigma, right? It's just nasty. Yeah. It seems like Nightfall, like giving him the last pick there's just so many things that can mess with you. But what has he shown so far? Broodmother, Enigma, Beastmaster, all game-winning heroes, and he's performed every single time.
And for EG, it feels like so much of this does revolve around this Primal Beast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give credit to EG, right? When they find something that works, they stick with it, and it looks almost unbeatable here. Granted, this is only 3 of their games into what is going to be 18, so we're still pretty early on to be speaking too decisively. But, I mean, anytime they get first pick Primal, I bet just completely pops off.
Yeah. And I mean, there's also this thing, like, even if you somehow, I don't even know what the pick is, but if you completely counter him, you don't have to play in mid, right? That's the point. And they're really using that.
That's been looking really nice for them. LGD back to the drawing board for game 2. Perhaps a ban onto the Primal is going to be warranted. But even early on, right, this support Sven pick ended up doing quite a bit of work from the lanes and especially here into the mid game, as we'll catch a couple of highlights from this last match.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is the Nightfall here, because he was last pick, right? Yeah.
He was, yes.
Yeah, so like, I just don't think teams are ready. They don't exactly know what... I mean, you should know about... Obviously, you can say, like, Beastmaster, Enigma, they're not new heroes, right? But when you get more ready for this, then you can at least prepare with your picks for these type of things, so you're ready, because their lane is just not ready to face that at all. Like Luna Oracle, like, you're not gonna have a good time.
No.
So you need to prepare that with different picks. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, a sniper is not good here, but something that deals with that.
Unfortunately, just taken down. You know, this is, I think, what, the 2nd or 3rd time, if we include the Last Chance qualifiers, that we've seen this Visage in some core capacity. Sometimes it's been mid, right?
Yeah.
But paired with Luna.
Yeah.
And, I mean... I don't know, by fate or luck or just turn of the cards, it's always been kind of Visage not doing very well in their lanes, and the hero just feels so underwhelming. You saw very last second, I mean, I don't know how much gold was fed from the familiars, but it constantly felt like they were just dying all game.
Yeah. No, he always seems to struggle in lane, and then, I don't know, they never get the first Roche, they never get to team up to do anything, and yeah, it just hasn't worked. I don't know why. Like, it shouldn't be that bad. Like, they're both strong laners, Luna, Visage, but it's not happening.
Oh. Yeah, not really coming to fruition here for them in game 1 as EG will continue their flawless streak here. LGD, best they can hope to do now in this series is tie it up, which would see them going 1-1 versus Ikoria, now 1-1 versus Evil Geniuses. But certainly I think a team that a lot of people had ranked very highly in terms of their TI expectations. Of course, this LGD, the name has been legendary for so long now that it always feels like they are surely a safe bet to go all the way, if not very deep into the playoffs. And so far, drawing against both EG and Hokori. You know, not to speak too decisively, we still have a lot of Dota to be played, and I guarantee, you know, I think LGD, one of those teams that as the LAN progresses, as they get more and more experience, I think they're a team that improves with more games under their belt.
Yeah, perhaps that's true. And we can see our TC with 0 deaths. So now I believe we've watched every EG game, right? And so far, every game they've had someone or multiple people with no deaths.
Very true.
So,
Yeah,
so far, very smooth TI for them.
And we'd be remiss if we... I mean, okay, Abed as well played amazing, but we'd be remiss if we didn't hype up RTZ just a little bit in that game, right? I mean, having the no-wall to get the Requiem off down bottom to make sure that they could get the kill there onto Nothing to Say, his quick BKB reactions, how aggressive he was in lane, especially when he knew that LGD's lane was just really weak at level 1. I think he played a phenomenal game.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, and that's the thing with all the EG games we've seen so far. Like, yeah, Abed MVP, I'm totally behind it, but like all of them end up playing really well, and that's like they just have a good draft and they play well together, and I mean that shows. Like every game so far, 30-minute stomp. Yeah, just very, very strong team right now.
Yeah. And they have looked pretty darn good at that. We'll see what LGD are going to be now going back to the drawing board with, as the director Jalba has a couple words with them, and that has me excited for draft number 2. But it's EG who lead 1-0 at the break. We'll see you soon for game number 2.
our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to the group stage, everyone, for the International 11 here, 2022. The team's down in Singapore as it's day one of our group stage. Pretty one-sided series, one-sided games so far here on the A stream. And the way that game one went, it looks like we might be able to continue that trend should game two prove to be the same for Evil Geniuses, as they do manage to take down LGD in game one. Every single time EG has played today, there's been someone, maybe even up to 2 people on the teams that have not gone deathless. How long can this trend continue, man? Like, is this just early out of the gate momentum for EG? Do we expect LGD to come back a little bit here, or is this the early makings of quite the run for EG in the group stage?
I mean, it might be the makings of a great run, but what holds me back a little to say it's going to keep going is it's not like they're playing heroes that no one else is playing, right? Like, if you take a look at OG, for example, for TI9, they had like almost their complete own meta, which with the IO carry, and they had what else? They had something else too. I don't know. Maybe it was the tiny mid that no one else was playing the same. And so far, like it's Shadowfee, and then they're like very dirty offlane picks that's been carrying them through. So, but at the same time, they are looking strong. So can't speak out against it.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Right? These dirty picks for Nightfall have always been looking pretty clean towards the end of them. Usually cleans out the enemy safe laner, and I don't know. He's gotten last pick. I think we've casted him 3 games so far. Right, we're about to do this 4th.
Yeah,
and he's gotten last pick twice at least in the series, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every time they have second pick, right? I mean, the thing is, it's so few games, so they have had Primal Beast every game, and people, I've seen this guy playing Primal Beast in pubs a bunch. So you don't know, right? And then he sees a good pick for last pick, and it's like, yeah, let me have Beastmaster here, let me have Enigma, and it's too strong.
For LGD, of course, going to be back to the drawing board a bit there. Some things maybe that they're trying out here early in the group stage, not quite working out for them. Having drawn, of course, earlier today on the C stream, I believe, to Hokori, now do find themselves down 1 game already, playing for a draw versus Evil Geniuses. Eager to see what else they're going to be able to bring us. I think, you talk about performers from this game. Faith Beyond, of course, we talk about Nightfall, rather. You look at Faith Beyond, I mean, naturally already quite the accomplished offlaner in Dota history, right? His pedigree speaks for itself, certainly. But previously in Riyadh, when we've seen him play versus international teams, also quite the player that stood out to me there. Do you think perhaps we'll see LGD look to kind of borrow a couple of ideas here from EG and maybe look to prioritize his picks a bit more and create some space in the early game?
Yeah. I'm thinking, I don't know. I mean, they do like their Visage, right? Mm-hmm. Visage, because a lot of the time, this is how they draft. Like, their first 2 heroes are the position 4 and the offlaner. And they try to find heroes that they can pick into anything. So it used to be Death Prophet a lot. And then they just, they have a Tuskar or a Shaker. So I don't know how they communicate after this game. If they talk and because it was a bit messy, right? I think Marcy didn't get the skill she wanted. She wanted to have rebound, but for the fight, the level 1 fight, she skilled whatever. What's that? You drag them back.
Yeah, dispose. Yeah.
Dispose. Yeah. So she skilled that, and then she kind of just fed. So maybe they're like, yeah, no, this lane should be better than this. And
okay.
They're fine with it. But because I'm more worried just about how the safe lane ended up. You can't have it that bad. You can't get that countered.
No, I mean, you're completely right. I mean, obviously, we don't have the biggest sample size of LGD drafts to look upon. Obviously, none of us really know what's going on in the drafts. In the pubs, make that scrims, right?
Yeah, the scrims.
Allegedly, though, I mean, I'll only repeat this because it was sourced from Xiaoba's their coach's what's it called, Weibo, like the Chinese kind of Twitter text client. It looks like they had a 0% win rate in scrims versus Liquid. Obviously, that could be anywhere from like 0 or like 1 scrim played against them to, I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe more. Right? We don't know that information, but all we do know is, again, not the best sample size, but anytime they've picked Visage, which they've done already here twice, they've lost with it. So the Visage just doesn't seem to be working right now. It didn't work against Akori, didn't work here against EG.
Yeah. No, and I feel anytime you and me have casted, maybe
Visage.
once it was good. Yeah, I casted the Visage. It's usually looked pretty underwhelming. Always the lane too. Like it just seems like a struggle to play.
But I do want to highlight, you're pretty right with the kind of somewhat rigid drafting style that LGD have. You know, let me just take a couple look again. We have to look back at the Arlington Major for some more data, which we've had a meta shift by then. You know, obviously this was the tournaments that they played pretty late in and lost the semifinals, or sorry, grand finals versus Spirit. But you know, they do like to pick their position 4 and offlaner usually in the first phase. That is absolutely a fact.
Yeah.
So it would require pretty major adjustments and a shift in draft strategy if they did want to try and focus Faith Beyond a bit more. So I'm not sure how easy that is to do.
I mean, they can. It shouldn't be too hard because they have some overlap, right? Like I think, especially versus EG, people have to start prioritizing this Primal Beast more. And if you get the first pick, just take it away from them. Like there's no way Faith Beyond cannot play Primal Beast. And I think the same should go for Nothing to Say.
Okay.
And definitely for CNQ. Like I believe they can play it as well as anyone. So you just take that away, and then you can do your offlane. You can pick Primal plus whatever CNQ likes to play, and you wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, Kuro even showed us a couple of convincing games on Primal 5 during the European qualifiers, you know?
Yeah.
So I do think there's room for this here to be played. And right now, until the meta kind of discovers a solution to the Primal Beast, it does feel like he is super valuable to pick, especially early on. Like the heroes that are so obviously strong, until the solutions kind of rise to the top, I think you just have to contest them. And they'll do it here. LGD, they'll do it with their first pick.
Yeah, they let the Marcy go and they take the Primal instead. So let's see here what EG, how they trade, what they think about this. Here comes the Marcy Visage that we know.
Yeah, the Undying removed, so it's not going to quite be the same as we saw versus their previous series that EG played versus the Sonics.
Yeah.
They've always kind of picked. Well, they can go back to the Rubik if they want. They've done that a lot, but something a little bit new now.
Oh, okay.
Go for this Enchant. Fix this Void in the very first phase.
Very curious. I mean, the Void makes sense. People pick that a lot versus Primal. Like, you can leap away and stuff. But usually, if he's offlane, that is. I mean, he might still be mid. But my experience is like the Primal Beast just starts trampling on him. He tries to flee away, and then he just charges him, you know?
Yeah.
And you die. And it kind of similar to Ench. The damage is usually too high. So sometimes you don't even get the pop heal. You just die instantly. I'm a little bit confused.
Some burst, yeah. But a somewhat strong lane, some survivability there, right? Built into both the Ench and the Faceless Void. They can engage from range. It's probably Arteezy, right? Who's going to be able to disengage as well and get some HP back, ideally, depending on his lane matchup. Of course, EG, they're still going to be needing to round out this draft. Obviously, there's 3 more heroes to consider, but they are going to be needing likely some more damage into Chrono, especially early on. That's not going to be coming from the Ench. I don't think Fly quite plays the Ench like he plays Puppey. Like Puppey plays the Ench is what I meant to say. Pardon me. But I mean, Ench is not going to do damage in Chrono. So we need maybe like a Snapfire to consider, or some mid lane with some splash damage into Chrono, which would be nice.
Yeah, they picked Doom. Okay. I mean, if we go by their history, this is a position 4 Primal with a Doom, but no, that's kind of an odd pick to me. Obviously, the plan is to Doom the Void, but I mean, the lane is okay for Doom. Like any hero that deals damage over time, right? Is decent versus Void. But in general, I would say Primal has a stronger matchup than Doom in the lane, at least. Later on, maybe not.
By the way, this is the 4th straight game that Evil Geniuses have banned Clockwork in the first phase, pardon, and the 3rd game that they've banned Morphling. You know, I know everyone likes to meme on EG, but it seems like once they find something that works for them, they really just kind of stay true to it, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, especially now when there's not a lot of information, right?
Right.
Like, what are they gonna do? They look at LGD's games versus Hokori, where they almost lost both games, and they're gonna go like, yeah, let's ban the Visage. Like, nah, let's keep banning this Clockwork. We don't like playing it.
Yep.
Whatever.
Nothing here to deal with. No?
I mean, I wonder if this will be the first match ever where Marcy is not banned or picked. That will be interesting.
Yeah, curiously, so far uncontested. Also, another elephant in the series to address, pardon, is that Enigma not the best synergy, right, with a Faceless Void. So, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if EG pass on it this time in exchange for, I don't know, something like a Beastmaster, say, for example. But yeah, it's also uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Oh no, never mind. EG, yeah, they can.
PSG, LGD.
For EG.
Okay, oh, never mind. Here, there she goes.
Okay, there's the Marcy. You just had to remind them, didn't you? There's the Marcy. Okay, sets you up for a fairly aggressive offlane. Of course, right now EG have very little information on what that lane is going to look like into the Marcy, but given how strong the hero is, I'm sure that's a confident pick all the same.
Yeah,
5 seconds remaining.
for sure.
So for LGD now to respond.
Wait, so EG have second? Did they have second pick both games now?
See what.
Yeah, no. So I guess they're choosing Radiant, or they're choosing first pick. Quite strange. Because it seems like versus EG, you don't want to let them have second pick.
Yeah.
They just have too many strong last picks and like second phase last pick. You just get countered.
Okay, so the Slark Lich. Lich, a hero we're starting to see a bit more of, and of course in a hero that's very annoying to the Faceless Void. You don't really want to have to chrono a Lich. He doesn't like desperately ruin your chrono like a Wyvern would, or what's another hero? Like an Oracle would absolutely ruin your chrono. But he can certainly be annoying enough to consider with the strength of his shield, right? Reducing the physical damage. That's something to consider now for this Arteezy Faceless Void.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're considering Leshrac now. Like, that's the insta hero you think about when you see Slark. It looks pretty good to me. I don't know what would stop them.
Well, these kinds of heroes that, like, obviously they don't like being doomed. No one really does, except Doom when he has his own Acceptor, right? You can doom yourself now, quite funnily.
Yeah.
But no one really likes being doomed, but there are some heroes that don't mind fighting into it, as long as you're not broken. And I think Lesh, right, if you can, you know, toggle on your Pulse Nova, maybe you still actually fight okay.
Yeah.
You know, Monkey King as well is one of these heroes, right? Like, he sometimes doesn't care, especially if you doom him inside his Wukongs. Like, he'll just fight you anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
These kinds of guys. So, for EG...
Yeah, never mind. Enigma makes
the
sense.
Enigma. Okay.
It's strong, right? Yeah. It's also a hero that Slark really doesn't like playing against. Like, you're just taking this casual AoE damage from Midnight Pulse, getting trapped in the black hole is spooky. And I don't think the lane is particularly good either.
Yeah. I don't think Lich really fancies that matchup either, right? He doesn't want Chain Frost bouncing to 6 Eidolons in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, and I don't think the lane is... I mean, they're going to do fine versus level 1 Eidolons, right?
Yeah.
But then it's not very good.
Yeah, and even then, like, I feel like even if it's like level 2 Eidolons and you get rebounded and disposed and they split on you, you just have to run. I mean,
it's very easy to feed here with the Lich.
Yeah. He's a kind of a sink or swim hero. Generally, he does well versus these like singular heroes that bully offlaners, or the singular bully offlaners, like an Axe, right? He really is good against, or someone like a Centaur. He can be good against, right? Because he's just magic damage and you can never catch up to him. But as soon as you bring summons, yeah, Lich is a little more difficult there to deal with. So EG looking still for a mid laner then. Right now, the only problem I'm really seeing here, Pi, with EG's draft is they are, especially in the mid to late game, a bit dependent on their cooldowns, right? Black Hole, Chronosphere, absolutely teamfight turning abilities, right? It's the ones that make the caster scream. But we don't get to do that very often, and that's the problem here for EG's lineup. They need a little bit more. They're reliant on their uptimes on their ultis.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I like the Tiny and the Lina ban, especially if you go for like Matt.
Really curious to see her. If LGD, if this Primal is mid, or I mean, I just get the vibe that he's position 4, right? We looked at a lot of their games, and I mean that's their history. They picked their 3 and 4 first two, and then look for something more nasty here for the mid lane. And EG should be feeling good. They have so many picks. I guess a lot of mid laners are banned out, but I mean the Leshrac is still there, and depending on what LGD pick, it might just be an amazing hero for them.
Yeah, and the Lesh still is an option. That's certainly a hero that fits my criteria. Low downtimes, lots of damage output, even into Chrono, right? That could be something. Nihilism is always somewhat interesting against these melee heroes that want to get on top of you. We saw that earlier for Quinn, and unfortunately we didn't really get to see too much of it, right? Because that game didn't last long
they
after.
ban it. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, and actually, I hear you mentioned earlier, but not for mid, is Snapfire. Like, if LGD pick a melee hero here for mid, Snapfire can be quite strong as a core. Long range damage, and then you have low cooldown spells that also deal decent damage.
Okay, somewhat of a risky pick here, but without like an instant stun or disable, it's really only the threat of Chrono or Black Hole that is really going to condemn this puck.
Yeah.
So I like this for nothing to say, right? Give him a skill-based hero, something he can outplay his opponents on.
Yeah.
So for EG, is there mid laner comes to mind, has that kind of catch, that disable for a puck, while still meeting some other criteria, perhaps, of being able to assist in early Chronos and a little bit more of a generic skirmisher and not so much a big ulti kind of person? I don't know. It's kind of asking a lot.
Yeah, it's hard. Like a tiniest band, right? I guess you could go for like a Queen of Pain. It's not the best though. It's like feels a little awkward.
I mean, there's a Void Spirit. That's usually something we see.
Oh,
against
Ember was left. Okay.
Okay. That's damage in a Chrono. That's a decent catch.
Yeah, no, it's a good in lane too. I mean, it will still be hard to catch puck later on, but I mean, you catch him once and that's enough. It's Chrono him.
Exactly, especially once, I mean, if this game goes really late, Navi, they're not with us here for the, they didn't make it out of the last chance qualifiers, but if this goes late and in Navi fashion where everyone's got refreshers, that's probably enough catch, isn't it? Pardon me, isn't it?
Yeah, not for sure. And I do believe this matchup is very good for Ember. Unless Puck gets some help early, like deny some runes, because eventually, like, it's a brainless matchup. You're just spamming Sleight of Fist. And it's just too much damage for the puck to handle.
Yeah, of course. And with the removal of the mid-side camps, right, these kinds of matchups do get a little bit more punishing and difficult to recover from in the mid lane. Yeah. You're going to need to look for some rotations. And this lane puck with some lanes to rotate into, right? An Enigma pre-6 or even a Faceless Void might be an option to gank alongside a Doom as long as you have the coil up. So, yeah. I'm liking this draft from LGD a lot better. I like this Lich much more than Oracle. Again, the Oracle I'm a little bit still on the fence about. I think we've seen 2 games, right? Didn't Thunder try it out as well? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 2 games of it that have not really looked so good. Lich we've also seen, and I'm a bit more hopeful about this hero in this kind of lineup for LGD.
Yeah, they have a shot. Like, especially if the Marcy tries to rotate early, they can just go for the kill on Enigma. Like, because Slark, he can dispel the stun, right? But if the Marcy like commits to laning with Enigma, I think this lane can get really rough for Lich and Slark.
And there you go, the exchange of tips. Everyone eager to get them out ahead of time. I think is a nice showing. Making sure you're not saving them for, you know, when an enemy misses the last hit or an ulti or something like that. Fly gets into the mid lane rather quickly, but of course there's Ame up on the high ground who's got really good night vision. We say it every single time, and somehow I always forget that he has 1800 day and night vision.
Yeah. And he went for Orb of Venom, so they're looking to go really aggressive early. It's Lich and Slark. I wonder if they can even get a kill.
Huh? The dove voice line. Sorry, I always forget about that versus the mental game, right? This is Arteezy. Good tough there as he plants his banner. He's looking eager to fight here. Both teams kind of just sat across the river, staring each other down. See who will break the peace right now. It's kind of Sinkyu wagging his tail in the middle lane there.
Some respect to Nightfall there. Even as an Enigma, he shows up to contest runes. It's very helpful.
Yeah, make him think you're going to take level 1 Malefice, right?
Just being the body here is good enough.
Not good enough. And it'll be runes 2 apiece. LGD will get the river runes, and EG will settle for the high ground runes.
Okay, so I'm very curious how they'll play their safe lane here. Because he has an Orb of Venom. Lich, obviously, low cooldown Frostblast. So how do you do this? Let's find out.
We'll take a look. Mid lane, of course, Abed versus Nothing to Say. On the Ember and Puck matchup, certainly a high skill-based one. Might end up seeing a solo kill if things start snowballing one way or the other, but of course EG with the ability to rotate slightly easier on this Marcy.
Okay, they're just manning up on Enigma straight up. And
and he's TPing. Oh, he cancels it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Crit did take, of course, Dispose early, as somehow this wave got completely pushed under tower for Arteezy top lane. I didn't quite catch how this happened, but this lane already is looking a bit funky.
Yeah.
He's going to need to stack and recover them here. Has Time Walk, fly with level 1 Impetus, just harass it as much as he can. He will go fly and try to absorb as much experience here. So it's solo XP for Arteezy on, I think, what was a double range creep lane. So he's doing pretty well for himself up there. The Primal having to split experience a little bit with the Doom.
Yeah. And yes, Nightfall survived the level 1 here.
So far, so good. And it does get the split there on the Eidolons, but again, they're not super scary early. More when they get upgraded and they get some titles in front of their name. That's when you start being a little bit more concerned for your well-being. Bottle for Bottle in the mid lane. Nothing to Say gets his just slightly earlier. But of course, with the points at Flame Guard can be extra annoying. And as you say, just max in Sleight of Fist. That's all there is to do in this matchup, it feels like.
Yeah. No, you just spam that on Puck. It's very easy, harass. And we can, like, Abed Ember, it's also a little bit of a specialty hero. I believe, like, every time he's reached one of these MMR goals, you know, like, whatever, he was one of the first 10, 11, or 12k, one of those.
Yeah, one of
It's
those.
always been Ember Spirit carrying him there.
A skill-based matchup, and you know, like this game, his enemies are going to need to put, you know, together the lockdown here quite effectively to make sure they can kill him. You know, with a Puck to get the ball started, it should definitely be possible. Not to mention, actually, Lich has somewhat decent catch. You know, whether or not he actually lives through Ember jumping him is an entirely different question. But Sinister Gaze is actually an instant cast if you're facing already your target. So that's also a possibility to set things up on for an Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Cheeky point there in the Syrian Chains for some more damage. Forcing back Nothing to Say a bit. And it's a minute to Water Runes, so Nothing to Say is going to be forced back into his jungle. But look at Crit already moving on over to pick up the rune. Nicely done.
Very
asking
good.
for the high five there. Making sure he sees me, you know?
Yeah. It's well played.
Bottom
Okay,
now.
maybe Nightfall can die here.
Yep, he has left him, and there's not a TP scroll here. There's a Dispose, and
Yeah,
that's going to give enough space for Ame at least not to collect the kill. Why with insufficient damage. But I don't know how aggressive they can look to get top. A little onslaught here on the fly. He's not really pounding so much there, Sinkyu. It's like a tired toddler, really, as soon as he has that debuff of time dilation on him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's harder. It's not much damage too until it hits level 3. Fortunately, Ame's courier gets... Oh, both. He crit snipes both couriers.
Yeah, that's
So
pretty
the Orb
big.
of Corrosion is not coming now.
Yeah, that's right. So a little bit... Well, you've got the components, but you're just missing the recipe, so I don't know how much you're actually missing out.
Yeah, true.
but-
A bit later boots. I guess
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the most
definitely. That's going to be the impact here. Hey, Beyond, if they get a couple of bashes here, Artur looking for one. It's been 8 or 7.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we
there we
go.
go. There's the double bash he needs. Is that still going to be enough? Faith Beyond quite speedy here. Fly looking to cut him off as Arteezy has to just wait patiently. Go and trying to find him around the trees and will receive the kill. Nice
Very
patience.
Dire's structures.
Maybe even another? No, there's an onslaught. All right.
Need to time the impetus there for maximum damage. Oh, mid lane, Abed is diving. Oof.
Oh, and Abed's getting a kill and nothing to say.
Oh, it's so like being this puck. How much armor? Yeah, he has 2 armor. Like if you're playing puck in this matchup and you don't do well the early waves and get to a chainmail, like you're in trouble.
For a rough time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it feels like it might snowball, right? Look at Abed. I mean, yes, he was low in that exchange, did have to tank tower, but he's right back to mid lane, full HP, full bottle.
Yeah.
Remnants, man.
Now showing up here now is just horrendous. Because you'll get harassed down, and then when Amber feels like it, he'll just fire Remnant on top of
Ame,
you.
I don't know if Ame is so safe here. Yeah, they toss him under tower. He's gonna die.
Yeah.
And why? I think he makes it out of here just fine, but a Nightfall with these level 2 Eidolons and some nice movement from Crit, they will punish that attempt.
Yeah, and it's not getting better down here, right? He's about to hit level 5 on Enigma.
Yeah.
That's when the Eidolons are really powerful.
Something didn't quite connect there. I mean, it is the Frost Shield, right? Level 1, you do reduce a significant amount of damage at 30%. Nothing to snuff at, right? Or whatever, sniff at, whatever you want to do with your nose.
Yeah.
But just clearly wasn't enough.
Oh, tossed into the tower again.
Yeah, there's a Maledict, but of course with Dark Pact and Pounce, they'll force at least some abilities to be used. Mid lane though, 6-minute rune time, and that's where the supports are paying their attention. Abed's going to get his regen rune, refill the bottle. Fly doing a really good job there at harassing back Sin-Q.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh,
killed.
Coil. Breaks it.
Yeah, he'll snap that one voluntarily. Do they have enough control? Abed, he gets off the remnants. He had one stored down bottom. Regen active is
It
interrupted
broke.
by something. I didn't. Maybe there was a projectile that was chasing him. I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, I guess.
Bottom though, they are going yet again, and this time, just like before, it's not going very well for LGD. At least it's Ame who stays alive, but it's Y who will take a dive. And
Yeah, unfortunately, this game is looking very much like the first game in terms of net worth, right? Every lane winning for EG. And these type of games are so difficult to play.
Jan, Arteezy's getting body blocked a bit by the creep. Fly will micro it away. It's a TV coming from Crit though. They really want this kill, and with rebound and even now the
Yeah,
what's
there
that
he
called?
goes.
Yeah, the side kick. That'll be a kill if Arteezy can get a bash. There it is.
Yeah, giving the kill to Arteezy there. Feels
though to refill the bottle of the puck. He's only at level 3 though. And nothing to say here with Coil coming off cooldown in just a second.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is
okay,
what they have to do.
We've got to do a picture. There we go. Okay, back into the action here. Coil onto the mid lane. It's 3 heroes, soon to be 4, with the TP completing from Faith Beyond onto Abed, but he still gets thrown off. That last projectile mid-air, the bottle sip there, certainly is going to leave with enough HP. I think he would have been fine regardless, but Abed doing his due diligence there, and still with 7 wand charges, may look to counter-initiate because guess who's here? Arteezy, getting ready to flex this Chronosphere onto the mid lane. Faith Beyond only level 4. Has plenty of armor, though. Be a bit of a difficult kill here, especially with Abed worse for wear. Instead, Crit is going to be trying to tank this one. Rune spawns top. It's a DD, but Arteezy, he's down bottom, wants to look for a Chronosphere. Pump fakes it the once. There's the bashes he needs onto Sin-Q, and it's eventually going to be a kill in favor of EG. Abed doing a fantastic job playing this one on edge.
Yeah. Finally, a rune for nothing to say. So that's a bit of relief. Yeah, I was going to say, like, LGD, they don't want to sit in any of their lanes, right? So that play they make mid, that's the only thing they can do. Coil the Ember and pray that them as 4 heroes can kill him.
Now the problem is you don't have Coil immediately ready for this DD rune. Nothing to say though, still eager to get it used. There's a Remnant as well showing mid from Abed. Maybe they can still string together a kill with DD, but it is slowly starting to tick down here for Nothing to Say. About half duration remaining, and doesn't really look like he'll get much out of it. Nice warding for EG. I'll go ahead and credit with that a little bit. Scouts the rune top, and scouted Nothing to Say with the active, so Abed stays well out of his way. Top though, it's Slark.
Can they kill this
He's
guy?
Here. Arteezy has Chrono, and
Yeah,
he might not
looks-
even need it here, Pi.
Yeah, he looks quite dead on my screen. God damn.
Yeah, he's dead on my screen too. And that is the second death for Slark. I mean, obviously bottom is, I mean, he's had to give this one up. Just look at this. There's nothing he can really be expected to do here, to be honest, not without dying. But top lane, he gets going, and maybe a bit of frustration, not enough patience. I don't know what to call it there, but he kind of just runs straight into his death.
Yeah. Q lives at least. No, this game is almost even worse, right?
Yeah.
At least they don't have this Shadow Fiend push towers, but...
Yeah, Leash. Oh, but there's been a Chrono the whole time. Arteezy, how aggressive is he going to want to be? A little aggressive. I mean, look at those bashes. How could you not, right? And it's going to be the impetus from Fly to get the kill. Arteezy didn't even have enough mana to time walk out, but wasn't really in much threat. Faith Beyond's only level 5.
Yeah. Arteezy, yep, he finishes Midas.
Tower is under attack.
Let's see who gets the rune mid here.
Bottom.
Yeah, looks like Abed is gonna get it.
Regen. But now that Chrono's been used, it doesn't look like EG are too excited to defend this tier 1 tower, so they'll let it go. Less than 200 HP anyhow. They got a kill onto a Slark. They got a kill onto Y. They're pretty happy with that, and they'll let that one fall. Maybe, just maybe, they can look to do some pushing mid because they know that Slark TP top for that tower.
Yeah.
And with Nightfall perfectly connecting, right on cue as if, he is getting to work already. Still has Black Hole.
Alpha Wolf there. Look at this tower.
They doubled up the Eidolons briefly. The Searing Chains on the Sin-Q. Oh, couldn't even deny the tower. As Crit will pick up the kill onto Sin-Q there. Top lane Arteezy's gonna receive this big old wave that Ame's been pushing. And Faith Beyond finally up to level 6. He's well on his way towards Midas, but it's difficult Doom game here for him, to say the least.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. Oh, here they go.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to get the Doom off. That is going to dispel at least the Flame Guard as well. Abed might have bit off a bit more than he could chew. Arteezy gets the deny! And now he might even go for a bit more. Faith Beyond on very little HP. He might even drop to the time dilation. And it's Ame who's going to die. Oh! Oh no! EG, 10 unanswered kills there. They're going to snatch that one away from Faith Beyond.
That was a beautiful deny. Beautiful. I was just gonna say, this reminds me of a Doom we saw earlier, Resolution Doom.
Yes, it does, versus Thunder Awaken here on this channel, game 2, which was also quite one-sided. This one, well, Pi, it's a 5k net worth lead already, but we'll take another look at that one, why don't we?
Oh yeah, you expect them here to get a free little easy kill, perhaps a comeback going. But like these type of denies just...
They're heartbreaking. And Abed's going in, by the way. Look at this! Nothing to say. He's got an Elusive Whip in a second on a Strength Treads, 9 HP. Can he escape? The escape? No. Cut down in his tracks. Nothing to say. Is killed off. Nightfall's coming in as well. This fight is not looking good right now, and they're looking set as well to catch Faith Beyond. Evil Genius is diving underneath tier 2 tower. Why? Trying to pick up the first kill here, but Crit's just a bit too tanky, and with Fly here to tank and Nightfall to cut the trees, there's just no hiding. Abed, cool guys don't look at their Searing Chains kills, but he's gonna definitely get this one. His Sleight of Fist at the ready. Abed blowing up a balloon, and he's gonna pick up the double kill with style points here. Oh, EG, they're feeling themselves.
Oh my god, yeah. No, this is utter pure domination.
Oh yes, it is. And it just nothing seems to be going the way of LGD. I mean, 14 unanswered kills, 8k the net worth lead. It's almost 1 a minute. Arteezy, no one can farm near him right now. He's got Chrono, he's got Javelin. He might even be able to kill some of these heroes. They're so underfarmed.
Yeah.
And just like, we've barely said it here, and we haven't even seen a black hole. But once again, Pi, Nightfall. He's top of the net worth, boy. He's pushing tier 1 towers all by himself here. Ame, he might be just dead.
Sniping the courier.
Okay, they're not gonna be that aggressive. Okay. I'm gonna hold the horses. No need. Can you tell I've been casting a lot of SA Dota? I was expecting them to just walk up and black hole them. No, not quite.
Going mid though.
Instead,
Faith Beyond.
The action's mid. Faith Beyond takes another death. EG, in they go now. Finding a bash there onto Y. Just a Lich, but...
Oh, and you have to point out that it's 14 minutes in now, and Lich is still not level 6. That's
rough.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
I thought you were going to point out the Arteezy, what is that, a triple, maybe quad bash there? I mean, just no luck here for LGD. And their map is being choked off. A DD rune spawns top, that might be something for them, but nothing to say. Is not in a really great position here to be able to recover that, as he's still well behind on his build up towards the Switchblade.
Yeah. And you can see Fly, he's going for the ultra greedy build. No points in heal, just max damage. Almost complete the Dragonlance. Like, he's really strong too.
Right, that was incorrect. He is going to be going for a bit. Pick it up, Fly. Come on, come to the dark side. Abed doesn't need that. Oh, but Abed maybe needs some trouble. There's going to be the onslaught. Senkyu is up to level 6, has Pulverize, and they're going to be able to catch him, but Arteezy threatening with the Chronosphere, scares away the puck, and Abed easily lives through that minuscule amount of damage he takes. Nothing to say now, being given chase. He's got Phase Shift, and he's got now the Illusory up. Black Hole to catch him for Nightfall, and down goes Nothing to Say. His third death this match. Of course, no kill still in favor of LGD, as Evil Geniuses continue just to absolutely apply the pressure everywhere.
Yeah, no hesitation on that Black Hole. Only level 1 Phase Shift, right? So you're gonna pop up sooner than later. Only 1 second.
This one just isn't getting any easier here. The all too familiar jingle that LGD is going to hear. Aegis 15 minutes in for Abed. We'll cover him, and that'll honestly allow him to make some more aggressive moves on top of this. I can't believe. I mean, Abed, he's having such a game. Does have 1 death, so is there? I mean, there's got to be deathless people still so far, right? He's been denied the ones.
Yeah, but it's not even a real death, right? It doesn't show up on the scoreboard. It doesn't count to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Will it be 20 unanswered kills here for EG? Only time will tell, but right now it's a smoke play, as they were, at least forcing back Arteezy. Still has Chronosphere, but of course this Slark slightly tankier now with his Echo Saber up.
Yeah. So how do they even kill Arteezy here? Guess they have to catch him in a Pulverize into Pounce.
Yep, and then a Chain Frost maybe with that creep still there. This could be an opportunity. There's going to be the Pulverize. Arteezy left alone. Is he going to be first to die? He is. The thanks as well from Arteezy in the quick chat, but in exchange, it seems like they might be able to find Faith Beyond. No, he's a bit too speedy, unless Crit really wants to go diving. Likely not underneath the tier 2 tower he wants, and I don't believe has the night vision for it either.
Ooh, looks like they want to dive though.
Yeah. Oh, Nightfall wants to push this tower, and now they see Faith Beyond. He gets the Doom off, but onto Crit mid-flight, and Faith Beyond won't even see that Doom time out by the time he dies. TPs are coming in, but the coil it's not going to connect. And Abed's in now as well. He's got a full Maelstrom as they're going to focus down on Nothing to Say. Look how quickly that puck goes down. Ame might just be next. He's already used Shadow Dance. 3 dead, all 3 cores, just like that.
No, you can see, and who's dealing the damage there? It's actually Fly on the Enchantress. Ooh, beautiful.
Nice jump. Crit might pay that with his life as a Pulverize. Going to send him to the ground. That's going to be the second death here. Is LGD falling 2 to 22 here. And this is all without Arteezy. He still has Chronosphere.
Yeah. Didn't even bother to rank it up. Too much mana.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this Ench is doing damage. It's everyone really chipping in here for Evil Geniuses. So they look to take down a tier 2 tower the first of the game. We'll take another look at that one as well. Faith Beyond.
Yeah, you can see here, it's a very good Doom. He gets him in the air, but here you'll see they missed the coil on Nightfall, right? And Fly is gonna start dishing out damage here.
And that just absolutely frees up the Ember as well, right? He doesn't have to worry about coil. Got an Illusion Rune as well for a casual dispel.
And that's how she goes.
Mid, Crit. He's gonna tank it.
You know, that's it. Because they do have Midas on Doom, so he will get some farm. So if the game can keep going on, like, and them not dying that much, that's all they can hope for right now.
Absolutely. No, Arteezy wasn't able to catch him there. Not much missed, but Coil on cooldown here. Shadow Dance just coming off cooldown and Doom in 20 seconds, but EG are not going to wait that long here. They still have got Aegis. They've got Arteezy with Chronosphere. And they've got themselves now maybe a Slark cornered. As in goes Arteezy. He gets off the Chronosphere. Time dilation slow. Nightfall in as well with follow-up and a Black Hole if needed, but that would have been more than overkill. Ame is dead. Arteezy, all he's going to do is just Midas to creep over his dead body. All right, Abed. No, he's fine. Q even. Oh no, he's gonna run into Eidolons. Get micro from Nightfall. They've actually split here, and Abed might give chase as they are going to be able to catch Faith Beyond, trying to cut a wave in the mid lane. That is swiftly punished.
Yeah, this is unfortunate when you're trying to catch up through farming, but you're dying all over the map. It's not a good feeling. And Abed is going for the Aghanim Scepter, right? Which means he'll be able to jump wherever he wants. He can like travel the map in 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, and he just kind of has to be a little bit scared if he's affected by Witchblade or maybe a Frost Blast slow. That'd be a little bit annoying for him as it does impact your Remnant move speed. But yeah, he's going to be feeling pretty good. Nothing to say, did jaunt on that. Abed once again giving chase. He's completely alone here, but I think given the net worth lead and the state of this game, that's a position that he's rather comfortable in, and nothing to say, feels like he's in the new Halloween movie.
I wonder if he'll stay for this wave here. Or, oh, nothing to say. Is he going for this?
Oh no, look at why. He's just trying to farm, man. Come on, Arteezy. No quarter given. Out comes the Chain Frost. Some damage on Arteezy, but I'll just time walk that one off, and they even get a sync you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
AG, I mean, they've got to be feeling really good here right now in this series. They've dismantled Sonics 2-0. They're about to do the same to LGD. Whatever they did in their boot camp has certainly been working out for them. They look almost unstoppable right now. And there's a black hole as well up from Nightfall. Out from the trees, a Root, surprised they had nothing to say. Oh, a little bit of HP he's going to be living on. Gets off as well. A really good coil, and he'll make it out alive.
Very nice. Didn't have Unleash up, so not enough damage there.
So, spell wasted there. Maybe a potential opportunity now for LGD. I mean, Pi, if there's any time to go, I'd say it's now. No Chronosphere, no black hole. Sure, you're without coil, but with whatever farm that Almay's managed to muster up, I think it's time to call him to arms.
Yeah, they're smoked up.
And they go, but it's Fly. That's not the target that they're looking for here. Crit is well ready to counter initiates, but it looks like they should be able to get through Fly. Nightfall wishing he had a black hole right now with 4 heroes surrounding his Enchantress, but ultimately can do nothing but watch.
Okay, Arteezy is here, 3 seconds to Chrono.
And that might be problematic.
Caught crit.
Yeah, and that might be crit going down as well. Silence, he shall die.
They have a Doom
and a Doom onto
Abed.
Abed. Oh, but the Chronosphere, it's only going to catch 2, but Ame has been caught by it. Arteezy not finding many bashes, no like here for him.
Dead, right?
And now even Arteezy in an amount of trouble and killed off. 4 dead. They get Abed as well there. Pi.
That's
okay.
huge. Actually, a slight breath of hope there.
Some breathing room at least for LGD. They're still... Now there's still some pretty far behind, aren't they? I don't want to sell them down the river. That was a great move, and I'm sure they're going to be very relieved to have gotten those 2 core kills, right? But they're still facing a 7k net worth lead, and unfortunately, it's not quite in this Roche window.
Yeah,
but
no, for sure.
It's a start.
I mean, even the thing with their lineup, even if Roche is up there, unless they have like what 30 stacks on Slark,
yeah,
it's quite hard to kill.
That's a keen observation. We'll take another look at that fight though. This one kind of just felt like a little bit save your body syndrome here for Evil Geniuses. Just too keen to fight.
Now, because they know how far they're ahead, right? So crit is kind of baiting. Like, come on, guys. Like, there's no way they can do this. No. But then they... Yeah, I'm wondering in the back there. Yeah. Faith Beyond is just patient. He sees Abed and he catches him.
Nice shove there for Faith Beyond. That's a nice good bit of bounty for him. Does seem a lot closer to this BKB. That'll be a significant item. I'm going to say as well, with the Blink Dagger, it's going to enable him to cut waves. He gets that one off of that last fight. And even look at Ambe. He's finally got a real big item, right? He disassembles that Echo Saber and turns it in, or uses that Ogre Axe, pardon me, for his Ag Scepter. So now double pounce, which now does apply a little bit of essence on every single successful latch. So it does help you quite a bit in these fights.
Yeah. No, he's almost the most farmed hero on the map, which is something you need in combat games. You need one guy who like to carry the hope or whatever, like someone to carry you. And then the rest just have to land your spells.
Exactly. I think the only issue is I think LGD fights kind of need to go like that for them. Kind of one at a time for this Slark, because even with, the 3 essence now on Pounce, like he's still a hero that wants to go 1v1, through the entire enemy team. Not quite, 5v5 where he doesn't really get to click on everyone a couple, dozen times. Like, the fights want to go along. They need to go along for this Slark to feel really impactful.
No, for sure. And they're going to have this problem because Enigma is going to finish his BKB now.
Yeah.
And, maybe they can get a killer on crits.
Yeah, submitting the coil. Nice to
he's living a long time,
he is living a while, and Abed's in now. Nothing to say. Wants to commit for the kill, and in fact, maybe Abed in some trouble, but careful here. Arteezy looking for a bash on. Nothing to say. He's got no spells because of time dilation as well. The cooldowns, the bash is Arteezy with the kill on a nothing to say. That'll stop LGD's aggression in its tracks, and even a DD rune spawning in the river. EG could look for an aggressive move of their own here if Arteezy spots that one, and they will.
LGD are here smoked though. Doom is ready.
I think Arteezy, he knows something's up. Okay, DD Rune's gonna
going in.
go invisible as now Ame in
No
the
mana
second
for
pounce
Black
as
Hole.
well, and now the Doom prevents the Black Hole from coming, but Arteezy's just a little bit too scary here. Chain Frost with the Axe Shard now from Y, just not doing enough damage and bouncing on over to the Eidolons. Great micro from Nightfall, as Y is going to die for that attempt.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they doomed for nothing there, but you know, it was a decent attempt. Could have worked. He got the Wraith Pack down, which was huge.
Yeah, it's
Like, it
problematic.
reduces the damage a lot. And now Roche is up.
Yeah, they do kill crit, but nice positioning there by Arteezy, and yeah, that 1 point in time dilation, man, so valuable. The cooldown progression slow, it's super punishing there. Just absolutely no chance for it. I was about to say, there's still 2 seconds left. Where's the phase shift? Where's the phase shift? No chance.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Ag Shard for Arteezy, right? He consumes that. So now he's got this little slide whistle time walk that he can use. Helps him in these poking and prodding matchups when LGD are a little bit already on edge from, to be honest, basically prior 25 minutes.
Yeah, but at least LGD, they've kind of completed their basic items here, right? Doom has BKB now, BKB Blink actually, and Primal Beast has his BKB.
True.
Slark is decently farmed.
I
Puck
think
has managed to scrunch up some net worth, so they can fight back now.
I think Lich is even decently happy with a shard, right?
Yeah,
To be
no, for
honest,
sure.
400 gold is it's something for him. Oh, but in trouble for nothing to say. There's a Black Hole at the ready, and Nightfall, he's gonna go ahead and let this one go. Abed as well this time won't blow up a balloon, but still is gonna find the kill. I don't know, nothing to say.
All right.
Nice timing there by Nightfall. It's not super easy to catch a puck like that with Malefice, but he cast it at the right opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. EG going high ground, probably not that. It's probably not that easy, right? It's Frost Shield, the Doom lurking in the back.
Do have Aegis still, but that Doom is going to be, I think, perhaps the big boogeyman right now for EG to face, especially with Ember Spirit on the high ground, right? That BKB not going to do much against the Doom. Well, that Lotus is going to be a prerequisite here for him to be standing on high ground with any degree of confidence.
Yeah.
Ame doing his best here on the enemy jungle, has picked up now the Mage Slayer. A little bit of more stats for him, and some magic resist. So I'll be happy to have this, just any little bit of additional agi or stats or survivability for him at this stage to just drag these fights out a bit longer. LGD, they've done well to stem the losses, to stem the hemorrhaging really, and they've kept the net worth lead mostly stable for the past couple of minutes. There's still a long road ahead of them for a full comeback.
No, for sure. But at this, like 10 minutes ago, it was looking way worse.
Definitely.
That's for sure. Okay, they're trying to set up some Chrono Player. That's kind of hard, but...
The trees, there he goes, on in, and the Shadow
That's
Dance
fast.
is used. Nicely done there from Ame, but there's absolutely no reinforcements for him here. Can he make it out alive? No, he can't even, he doesn't even get to turn around.
And they're killing mid too. Sink you down.
Unlucky there. The bashes, maybe. There was a hope, maybe there's a universe, right, where he gets to pounce away, but not in this one.
Yeah. Oh, this is very well played by EG. Just using their cooldowns for something. Like big kills like Slark.
Yeah, and it just, when you're in this advantage, you don't need to win this big, ginormous 5v5. It's just about securing the kills and stopping these heroes from cutting lanes as the Invis rune into the bottle of Abed. Oh, okay, but the Doom actually to turn on to him and now try using that Invis now, Abed. Down he goes. Mid lane, though, they are diving into the base where Y.
Yeah, RTC got killed.
Yeah.
Solo killed by the Lich.
He did go down. Very good point. And nothing to say, maybe bolstered by this. Jumping on a Nightfall. He knows that there's no Black Hole. Oh, but the bash is out from Arteezy on the Faith Beyond. The BKB comes out. Crit chasing for more as well as
they're
Arteezy.
respawning, though.
Okay,
LGD
he's
are
going to time
respawning.
walk on back, but Nightfall is in a bit of trouble here. Nothing to say. Giving chase. Arteezy now on top of him. In goes Sin Q with his own BKB. And now with the Pulverize has a kill. But the
Here's
bashes are relentless from Arteezy. Eventually forced to back up as another coil onto Fly. Arteezy continuing to fight, but Ame is actually alive here and out fighting him. Arteezy not super comfortable here. No BKB, only has the Mjolnir active to use now, but with plenty of time walks away. Is still being chased by LGD. Another pounce doesn't lash. doesn't latch, and that's going to be Arteezy with one last time. Well, crit, perhaps not as lucky. His BKB on cooldown. No, gets a rebound target away, and Arteezy thinking about turning. Did get 3 stacks of time dilation. There's a silence, but that's not going to stop the bashes, but Faith Beyond there to support him as well with the hoof stomp. Ame going in, does miss on the pounce. No, he didn't actually. He's still leashed up, but crit on the damage. They're trying to turn this, and EG, they're reviving. Down goes Ame. They've overstayed their welcome a bit. Sin-Q desperately tries for the kill and doesn't get it. Abed saves his life.
Oh, that's so close for LGD to like start their comeback right there. It's just so close. I wonder, because he TP'd out of base, right, with Ame. If he could have picked up the Ag Shard, it would have made him a bit more brave there. Yeah. It would have been very useful, but he wants that Basher, so fair enough.
Great plays, though, from LGD. I mean, you have to respect it as well. Just, you know, diving, unfortunately, beyond their reach at that stage, right? EG respawning and are keen to punish, of course, how aggressive they were being, but absolutely, I respect the plays there. They looked to be like the right ones at the time.
No, you have to say too, like how this game started off. Like LGD they're not making it easy for them.
No, not at all. And there is that problem with high ground, right? So they did lose Aegis solo there on high ground between that Ice Spire and Chain Frost, as we're going to take a replay here about how close Arteezy actually was to death.
Yeah, so the first pounce misses and he uses his second pounce.
Ah, thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, and I mean, if he hits the first pounce, it's honestly probably dead.
Yeah.
It's not that easy of a pounce to hit, but you do wish you hit those.
Yeah, now that was close for Arteezy. I wasn't quite clicking on the hero, so I didn't quite catch that in time. But yeah, certainly a woulda, shoulda, coulda moments there.
Yeah.
But ultis are back now for LGD. Ultis are up now for EG, but they're feeling all of a sudden what was a 7k net worth lead 10 minutes in. Feels amazing. 7k net worth lead at 20 minutes in. We're still in control of the game. 7k net worth lead now 6k at 30 minutes in. Pi doesn't feel nearly as good.
No, for sure. I mean, the thing is, that's the nasty part about EG's lineup, though. They still have this Chrono and Black Hole. So, like, when you win 3 lanes and you have Chrono Black Hole, even in these like slight comeback situations, you're not feeling that bad. Like, you know, you have this backup, and you're all farming too, right? So
right. Yeah, I suppose that's fair to point out. They've been, I don't want to say reserving these ultis basically for solo kills, but they've been a little bit flippant with their use, right? Oh, yeah. Whatever, I can just use it because I can still just time walk in and bash them and kill them. They can't kill me.
Yeah.
But now it does feel like, okay, now I actually have to utilize my Chronosphere in a proper team fight. Use Black Hole maybe to counter initiate, something like this, right? Of the sort. And that's, I think, where things are still scary for LGD, but I have to commend them. 5K, I mean, I didn't see much of a way back in this game for them. Heck, 15 minutes into the game. Here we are.
No, for sure. No, it was that they had that one fight there on the shrine, which turned around a lot of things.
That's right. Yep. Their first 4 kills, and from there, they figured out, yes, this is how we do it. But now things may be looking a bit more difficult for them. It's EG, it's Arteezy with the DD in the bottle. Abed's going to go ahead and lend him that. Abed now as well with the Lincoln Sphere.
They're going.
And they are going to make the jump. There's going to be the Doom as well. The Hope Stomp perfectly had to do it from Faith Beyond, and 2 heroes just deleted. LGD, the perfect initiation for them. Maybe even Abed now with a Basher. Ame, he's got him leashed the once. Ooh, he can't quite leash him a second time, but that's where Nothing to Say comes in. Does force Abed to TP away. Crit as well, retreating under the cover of a BKB. Might not be too safe here. LGD might look for more. The second time they go diving beyond Tier 1 towers, beyond Tier 2 towers. How far will they go? Not this deep. Okay.
They give up there. All right. Roche potentially up in 15 seconds here.
That has got to be the dream catch. We talked about how EG still have these big ultis to count on. Not if you're getting caught by a 2-man war stomp out from Faith Beyond. What a play.
No, that was a really nice smoke by them. You also have to say that EG are a bit careless there. They haven't seen anyone on the map except the puck split pushing for a while. But overall, just a great play by LGD, how they smoked and set up there.
Absolutely. No hesitation there from Faith Beyond, just makes the move. Great job as well from Nothing to Say. And the fortitude here, LGD showing a lot of fight in game number 2 in a series where they were stomped pretty hard in game 1. In a series where game 2 was looking way worse than game 1 was. Yeah. Here we are, on the verge of a comeback, and I think for the first time this entire game, about to equalize in terms of net worth.
Yep. Very impressive. And I think, yeah, now they want to wait a bit. obviously never know, right? Roche can be spawning any second, but they need their Doom. They have to wait for that.
This will be 30 seconds. I mean, LGD, of course, they're not so scared that they're hiding in their fountain, but, you know, they'll regen up and stay safe back here. BKB is ready to go. Faith Beyond as well. He's got the Quickening Charm in his clutches just to make sure that he gets these abilities off cooldown even a little bit so much faster. Might make a big difference here. Roche up in 7 seconds. I think LGD, they might get a go at really contesting this.
I think so. They have everything, right? Doom is coming up now. They're actually looking for Arteezy here. He's desperately trying to finish his Lincolns.
He's got Basher. Okay, but he's not going to be so YOLO. There's a bunch of enemy heroes missing on the map.
Yeah, but he knows there's no vision here, right, with his ultimate.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Slark able to be a little bit more of a hunter, opportunistic, but still wants to be playing it cool, right? So they already went diving, maybe somewhat recklessly once, past tier 2s. Maybe, right? I'd say that was completely justified, but I do think it's enough to give them pause on making some solo plays like that.
Okay, the Roche is going down now. I mean, LGD don't know anything, right? They know it can be up, that's it. But they're gonna be too late for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, are they really scared of this Aegis? The last time Arteezy had Aegis, Y took it from him.
Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate part is you have Doom, right?
Yeah.
And his biggest counter is Aegis. So it's quite unfortunate that
That's a good point.
they don't get to have this fight here.
I believe Abed as well. He is holding on to the Axe Blessing from Roche, but Ame, eager to fight, does find a bash there, starting to really get these essence shifts up. In fact, helps the Shadow Dance as Abed uses the BKB, commits for that.
Yep. Oh, just a little poking. How much? Yeah, 13 stacks, 52 agility, not bad.
Not bad at all. He's really getting up there. He's climbing the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that simple for EG anymore, even with this Aegis to like force high ground or force a fight.
Of course. That net worth lead, of course, jumping back to 5K, favoring Evil Geniuses. The bounty, your net worth does increase if you actually consume this Axe Blessing. Abed hasn't done it yet, so he doesn't. You need to consume it. But I think the reason he's not is because it would increase the cost of his buyback. Oh, bottom though, Sin Q, trying to onslaught away. That was a mini black hole from Nightfall. He committed there. And Sin Q, he's going to be doomed. No, it's the self-doom on the new Faith Beyond Acceptor with the guitar. That's how metal he is. Doom's 2, but cannot save Sin Q. Trying to TP away, is not going to be able to do it. Doesn't last long enough. And Crit, despite being doomed, fights through it for the kill onto Faith Beyond.
Yeah, very, very optimistic play down there. Probably need your Slark to be making moves like this.
But I did want to point out 2 Acceptors there revealed. The Doom Ags, as Arteezy is giving chase here with Chronosphere, but didn't quite catch this Slark with 2 pounce charges. But that was 2 Acceptors revealed, right? That was the Doom Ags, which allows you to cast it on yourself or allies, and gives that little really beautiful Doom AoE. Dooms anyone in there. But it also this Primal Beast Ags, which breaks and does decent damage, honestly, on those shockwaves, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, it's I'm guessing mostly for the damage. But breaking Enchantress, for example.
Oh,
they're going in.
Crit. Abed, I mean, okay, he's okay. Arteezy even tanking a little bit there. That's a little dangerous there, just a bit. That's why trying his sneaky move yet again. He's gonna now
nice
be a
sniping couriers.
Gonna be a minute without it. Ame does get the 2 couriers. Oh, the onslaught canceled.
No,
Q, no, he's got BKB in 2 seconds. Gets off at least his Acceptor, but Ty's not able to live too long. It's activation on the Uproar, that one. Does break EJ a bit, but otherwise the push going unabated for the most part. Damage onto Arteezy is significant. But yeah, there's Fly to top him back up. Arteezy just poking in for some more vision.
So they have no black hole. Yeah, it's a little sloppy there. I feel like LGD can get better fights than that. I guess there's no Doom either, so that is a problem. And there's an Aegis with Chrono. No, I get it why they're a little careful. But it's very... Sin Q probably, like, it's that feeling, right? When BKB has less than 10-second cooldown, you kind of believe that you have it up, right?
Yep.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, it did get nerfed as well. I think for a lot of these veterans of the scene, you know, BKB cooldown had been pretty stagnant for, I want to say, it's majority of what... a couple patches ago, that thing got reduced. And maybe for supports who don't buy it every game, maybe still kind of internalizing that change, that extra 15 or 30 seconds that it got. But yeah, I think I count 2 Lincolns here, by the way, Pi, on the side of EG. Ember with one, Abed's got one, and Nightfall as well. And you can fully stack those Lincolns.
Yep.
So that's a powerful tool for an initiator.
No, for sure. I mean, this makes the game way harder for Doom here. I don't know. He cannot break it right now, right? No.
No, he can't. He doesn't. He hasn't grabbed a creep that allows him to break it. Again, he can self-doom himself.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
So-
that's what he's going for. He's never gonna doom anyone anymore. He's just gonna be dooming himself.
He's gonna doom himself and blink in. I gotta be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of this, but I mean, it looks really nice with the guitar immortal. So I mean, I can't blame him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, Nightfall. It did end up turning into one of those games where, at 40 minutes in, now we're lead back up to 7K, but game a little bit more finely
Ooh,
balanced
they
than
see
that.
slow.
Is Ame. Arteezy thought about Chrono, but of course, remember, there's another one. Oh, but the shard! Oh, crit. He bought the shard, and that actually pushes Arteezy within range, and that's an easy kill for him in the Chronosphere. Ame thought he was safely away.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Scanning.
Wow, that's the only time I've ever seen Marcy Shard do something. Usually you grief your teammate or you
Yep.
kill yourself,
Yep.
but that was beautiful.
That was amazing. Yeah, you can go ahead and autocast. So whenever our observers clicked on Marcy, if you see that little border outlined, it means that he's gonna shoot whoever his target is, right, instead of himself. And that ended up being the exact perfect usage of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess for crit, you know, it's not the most casual of pickups, but he's got BKB, he's got Basher. What else do you want on this hero?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not bad at all.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of makes sense for this game too, right? If the Doom self-dooms and he's like on top of a hero,
Yeah.
you just toss him out, right?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Arteezy then can time walk, get his HP back, and continue fighting. Something like that. Absolutely. Yeah, good call.
I mean,
Ame.
Puck is. I mean, they're all farmed though on LGD, so like these games with these type of heroes are never simple.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh.
Setting
We're
up
gonna
for
fight
fight.
it. 15 seconds until Ame's back, but nothing to say. He TPs into those trees. Has a Blink Dagger, of course, an Octarine Core now. Almost at Aeon Disc, actually. I think he's... What is that? That is Aeon Disc. But he doesn't have the components in his bag, does he? It looks like
Yeah,
he's going for Overwhelming Blink first.
Yeah, I think he's still choosing.
Yeah, so he's at some point likely had the Soul Booster and the Vit Booster, sorry, the Energy Booster and the Vit Booster, but instead turned it into Octarine because he was like, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Now, Overwhelming Blink. That does leave him without buyback, but just by about 400 gold here, crucially. So
There's been this double damage rune on the bottom side here for almost 2 minutes now. No one scouted it out yet. Yeah, I guess it'll just disappear. Gaben will take it back.
Gavin will take it back. Mr. Frog back into the vault of runes that could have affected a TI. This one, it was passed.
Yeah. No, so I'm pretty sure EG, they have their bottom ward down there. I'm pretty sure they've seen everyone walk over here now, so they know that LGD have snuck down.
Faith Beyond as well, just pointing this one out in case it comes relevant later. He's camping this Tinker Ward where the Dire Tier 2 bottom lane used to be. There he is, our little picture-in-picture. He's trying to be a little bit of a ninja here, cutting the waves, eating a creep here. Zinq, of course, coming in to support him as well. Just continuing to cut these waves now. Forcing an EG. EG, they'd rather not split here. It is looking a little scary, right, with a Doom that can Doom himself and get through your Lincolns.
Dire are
Yeah, you'd
scanning.
rather not split. The pickoff lineup is maybe even favored if you end up doing that. You want to be able to use your team fight ultis, even not two of them, right? Arteezy with a Refresher Orb. You can no longer stack them, thankfully. That was the most recent change. You can no longer stack Refresher Orbs and Refresher Shards for 3 Chronos and stuff like that, but he does have 2 of them, and the BKBs, of course, and Refreshing Lincolns. That might be...
Yeah, and it
big.
no longer, if you have it in your backpack, right, it no longer shortens the cooldown.
It no longer
So-
counts down, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe backpacks, you know, they double the cooldowns essentially, but basically people would use the refresher and then slot in a more efficient item for a fight,
Yeah.
you know, or just have it in the backpack between the long late game fights. Arteezy, by the way, looking for a Chrono.
Ooh,
The
so
reaction
fast.
time from nothing to say, not gonna let that one happen. Will Arteezy refresh and look for another one? Oh, he gets a bash. He's thinking about it. He's got the refresher up. He's letting him sit, nothing to say. once again here. Does jaunt and blink away. Absolutely leading EG on a wild goose chase. His Fly's going to be the one to catch him with the Scythe of Ice. In goes Arteezy, the bashes, and the kill. Nothing to say, but here it comes. Faith Beyond, he's already self-doomed himself, and Ame's in on this. The black hole onto 2, and there's going to be the save from Crit. Arteezy needed to escape, but he's feared up, and the Chain Frost is going to put him down. Nothing to say, he's bopped back, and he's in this fight as Sin-Q pulverizing down onto Fly. The remnants of the Doom will condemn him, and EG, they lose 3, maybe even 4, as Faith Beyond setting up for this kill onto Crit. Ame's in on top of him alongside Sin-Q, and EG are going to get picked off as they chase and what seems to be nothing to say to the ends of the earth. What in the world?
Yeah, what is the buyback status here?
Not looking good for EG. Arteezy with buyback and 90 gold. Abed, though, is the only one that's really far off buyback alongside Nightfall. The black hole, not enough there to turn things here. And LGD immediately up to the high ground.
Do they get thrown there, or what are...
Evil geniuses. The Fortify's out here. They're going to nuke the wave. The fresh reinforcements now trickling in, which means back door's not going to be broken. No buyback here on Arteezy. There's no bounty runes either on the map. Y is in the Roche pit. He's picking Notice Me. And LGD, they are going to back up. Happy with the mid lane of Barracks, but EG breathing a sigh of relief that they are not going to have a certain website updated today. Not yet.
Yeah. No, and I also forgot, with the new glyph change, right, I think it's too hard to go throne there. Because they get the second glyph after they kill that tower, right? So
look at the
there was no way, right?
And
ooh, look at this Shame Frost, beautiful.
And Crit almost saves him too, doesn't he? In that last team fight there, looking at that replay.
Oh yeah. No, but I think I almost want to, after this I'm done, I want to check the replay here. Because I'm wondering if he misclicked his rebound. Like I feel like he should throw him further away, but he was trying to be so fast that he kind of just yoinked him a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
Could have been. Yeah, maybe trying to be ultra efficient, right? Time walk back in. I'm not exactly sure, but it did seem like, yeah, Marcy should be able to rebound just that much further.
Yeah, because he was still stuck in the Doom, so he couldn't get anything on.
That Doom AoE, I mean, it's fairly generous. I have to say, I thought this change to the Doom Axe was maybe strong, but I'm having my mind changed on it. As we get through this game now, progressing well into what I think everyone would consider late game. 45 minutes in, refreshers abound. And I think a lesson learned there for Evil Geniuses. Have your buybacks in the green here. I'll bet only 300 gold away from it. Arteezy has quickly farmed up the sum of money he's needed, but it's left Nightfall without much farm for himself. He's still very shy of a buyback.
Yeah, but he does have every item he needs, you know. It's just that LGD keep getting these beautiful initiations where they just get to blow everything they have. Because Nightfall has 2 black holes, you know. I don't think he's gotten to use it a single time. And the same for Arteezy. He had a refresher chronosphere there, but they just never get a chance to use their spells.
No chance. Yeah, he held on to it. I mean, he's got to be asking, what could have been, right? Remember when he was looking right into the eyes of the puck, found a bash, didn't want to refresh for that second chrono, right? What could have been? What?
Yeah, but the thing is, they did catch him, right? He just fought back. They got the Scythe of Device on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you have to give credit to LGD.
It's true. And a win condition somewhat neutralized, right? LGD, they play well, and they secure Aegis now, for nothing to say, and now they're going to smoke up. EG itching for a fight here. They're holding this ward cliff right now. Smoke is going to break onto 1, but the immediate Hex, Scythe device on a nothing to say. LGD waiting for the opportunity to counter-initiate now as the onslaugh's onto 3. In goes Nightfall now, but it's Arteezy with the Chrono onto 2, and he's caught Ame, and he's got another Chrono ready to go for Faith Beyond. He catches Abed in this one, but there's no follow-up damage. 3 buybacks out from LGD. What's left to fight with for EG? Not much, they decide. Trying to TP out. The break there is not going to cancel the TP, he'll fly, and it looks like Arteezy as well will make it out alive. Not as lucky though, perhaps, as Abed. Gets off his BKB, and he is going to TP away. Whew, that was close.
That's a huge fight for EG. They got every buyback, basically, I think.
Yeah, I just missing the one on the Lich, but all 2 cores buying back there. Whoa.
Yeah, that's when you catch the Slark in Chrono, and he doesn't press ult in time.
Yeah.
He's just gonna die. And I like Nightfall, like he doesn't hesitate. He has black holes, a position for Primal Beast. Like, let's just use our spells, you know? Like,
yeah, that Primal
is what we got.
That Primal is certainly no joke, and they triple buyback.
Ooh, he's going top Faith Beyond.
Yeah, he
Catches
is.
Arteezy.
And he has caught Arteezy, and Arteezy's muted. Oh, but he actually gets kind of pushed out. I think that was nothing to say. Is that accepted? But it's not going to matter much. They still have the kill onto Arteezy. He's going to have to buy back here. LGD needs to apply a little bit more pressure, and things looking real spicy now for EG. Everyone else with buyback, though, as there's going to be a chain frost. Why? Unfortunately, cannot get a kill there. He's also got buy, though.
Yeah, no, Ame got caught by a black hole in the mid lane.
Uh-oh.
They're still fighting.
They are still fighting. There's a buyback, but Ame can't be back in this one. Arteezy holding on his buyback, but Abed, he's being stunned up and killed. He has buyback. He's got remnants in the fight, and he's going to come back immediately in onto nothing to say.
BKB,
but he's been silenced, and no BKB. Sinq trampling around in the fight, chasing after Crit. In goes Abed now. A Hex out from Fly as Abed with the BKB active gets the die back onto Sinq. Faith Beyond as well in trouble. He's bought back earlier. Now he's died back.
Ooh,
Nothing to say, holding
EG.
on to Aegis, but EG, they're making the call. There's blood in the water. They bought back on Arteezy. They bought back on Crit, and they're chasing down nothing to say. And the Hex, it's caught him yet again. But they don't have enough lockdown. He's out. He's away.
But they have the creep wave at least.
No
They have
buybacks
one creep wave here.
for LGD Pie.
Yeah, no, because nothing to say is cutting this wave here. So they have one creep wave they need to keep alive. Because I'm guessing they'll just go throne here, right? Yeah.
Looks like it. LGD cutting
Ooh,
the
he's going
wave
in
there.
for the
He's
creeps. Two more
almost
creeps.
nuked the wave, and the coil's going to connect
Scythe, though.
onto 3. Oh, but he's been caught. And a Hex. He has Aegis, though, but no buyback. This is almost truly it for LGD here. 2 seconds to respawn, but the Chrono
beautiful.
awaits him. Arteezy mercilessly makes the jump, and even though I think there was an Andis active in there, hold on. He's still alive. Can he get out? No. Crit times it perfectly.
No creeps though yet. They don't have any creeps. So backdoor's gonna kick in soon.
It will
But
kick
the
in.
creeps are coming though, so this might be it.
This could be it. EG, they started off this game, what, close to 18-0, I believe. 17-0 we got up to. That's no damage that tower's taking with Frost Shield. Creeps, though, are about to kick in this back door as Ame makes the jump in. Okay, that might be something onto Arteezy. The Chain Frost, but falls in with the BKB, and he's caught Ame with this one. Arteezy back into the fight. Chain Frost bouncing around, but not doing enough. Ame throws his body on the line, trying to stop this game from ending, but EG, it's just a bit too much. Arteezy now with the Chrono in the fountain, and that's all 5 dead, and that's GG. Well played. Oh, that one was close. That one was close, Pie.
That was a nice game. From looking completely hopeless, LGD almost pull it back. But at the end, yeah, EG get it together. They finally start casting their spells. And yeah, in like buyback mayhem, they come out on top.
And some absolutely chaotic late game fights. LGD, definitely a tough loss to take there. A game that, by all means, 15 minutes in, was almost not even theirs to win, right? They get that close to taking it, go back for the Roche, get the Aegis there, nothing to say, and unfortunately are still just going to be that much outfought by Evil Geniuses, who will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, no, it almost feels worse because you kind of forget like what position you were in. Like you were what, down like 10k gold at 12 minutes? Like it was something absolutely terrible. And then you come back and you're actually ahead. Like not by a lot, but like you're looking pretty good. And then EG finally get it together and they finish you off in a 50-minute game. So does not feel very good.
No, yeah, especially as we continue LGD's story, you know, from their first group stage series, right? It's kind of, I think, taking that surprise loss to Hikori, a team I think not many people even knew all 5 players on, and fair play, right? For 2 of those players, it's their first LAN. LGD drawing the series against them. EG come out swinging, look like they're about to deliver the nastiest 1-2 punch I've ever seen in a group stage of TI, and we get this incredible game, only for them to just fall that short. Just so close.
But EG, they should be ecstatic now. 4-0, right?
4-0.
Yeah. And I mean, except this game, very convincing, but it is LGD. Like you just give them a little bit, and they won't stop fighting.
It's got
they showed it here.
A terrifying reminder for EG, I'm sure, right? And that killed, you know, if they get Arteezy there, who knows what looks different there, right? So that dive on the first time where...
Yeah, but it's these type of fights, right? Like Faith Beyond, you have to be like, you had so many beautiful initiations.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I think maybe you're right on that rebound as we were looking at that highlight, just not quite yoinked out far enough out of that Doom AoE.
Yeah.
He gets in the damage. This is 4 dead. all of a sudden for EG, and things looking mighty rough. You can see that buyback from Nothing to Say, and then they're pushing high ground. They're taking barracks. Like you say, that glyph change certainly slows them down and does eventually get them to double back to take Aegis. Whew, what a game.
Yeah. And then they take kind of a poor fight there where Puck baits his Aegis. But EG have this beautiful ward, right? So they see everything. And RTC finally gets to use his Chrono on Slark.
Absolutely.
And just kills him.
Well, he uses Chrono on Slark. Was this not when they got the black hole onto the Slark mid?
That was later, after they all bought back.
Yeah.
I mean, no, this is, I don't know when this is.
Yeah,
but like, it started off with Slark dying to a Chrono, then he buys back, and then they kill RTC in the top lane, but at the same time they catch the black hole on Slark.
Yeah. That one was absolutely punishing. So well played to Nightfall yet again. You know, he keeps getting his kinds of heroes. It's once again an Enigma not banned against him, and perhaps once again a game where it shows that maybe you should consider the ban against this kind of guy. The playmaking potential that Nightfall has doesn't just stop at the early game when you give him his Broodmothers, when you give him his Beastmasters, when he's pushing early, taking over the map, giving the boot right to the enemy safe laner and increasing your map space. It's also these late game plays it looks like he's capable of making. And that, I think, is kind of what makes an offlaner truly terrifying, right? And kind of takes him to the next level even.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, the biggest confidence, I mean, the best feeling, like when you're in a team for your offlaner, is that he has these heroes that you... Like, he sees 3 or 4 of the enemy heroes and he requests a hero, and then he performs. Like, that's when you feel good. Like, 33 from Tundra, for example, he has similar things. Like, if he asks for a Lycan, like, you pick him the Lycan and you feel good. And now, Nightfall is like similar with EG. Like, you give him a lot of, like, information and he gets to pick a hero that always performs.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard. This time, though, EG, their streak of having a hero each game in their first 3 games during the group stage where a hero does not die is going to be snapped. It was really, genuinely looking that way for a while.
Yeah, like no kills.
We even quipped that Abed got denied one, so that was maybe the only kill LGD we're going to get. One little chain feed and extends the game maybe about an extra 30 minutes or so. As we'll get our match MVP for crits. It's hard to say in this late game scenarios, but he's certainly played a wonderful role on the Marcy. Always does, right? On your Tusks, your Shakers, your Marcys. It's like just a hero whose toolkit is so easily integrated into this kind of play style for this kind of player.
No, for sure. I mean, and his highlight was the tossing the Faceless Void into the Slark,
yes.
Right? I don't know how much that mattered, but that was the coolest use of the shard I've seen so far.
I agree. And an absolutely barn burner of a game here between EG and LGD, I think, like we were all expecting. Of course, that's only one of 5 series that was running at the time. So to break down the other series and catch you guys up, do stay tuned. We're going to throw it on over to our amazing panel to catch you up with all the other action that you may have missed.
EG 4 for 4 so far with this 2-0 against LGD. Oh my goodness, that game 2, whilst it wasn't clean, it was definitely very hyped. Liked seeing what both EG and LGD were bringing out there. But let's start with game number 1. Let's have a very quick discussion about it, especially in your eyes, Kezu.
Yeah, so starting with the draft, I think this is a very illegal last pick Enigma that EG got their hands on here. Yeah, very much so. If you look at LGD, their draft doesn't really deal with it at all. Also, the best carry in NA, he got his hands on Shadow Fiend, so that's good. So I have 2 clips in this game that I want to show you guys that had very, very, very high impact. The first one is going to include Arteezy on the Shadow Fiend. So the enemy team here, LGD, they're bringing all of their heroes into the top lane. So what EG are going to do, they're going to rotate out their SF. He's even going to join his team in the mid lane. And they're going to end up taking this mid tower, you know, kind of together. They also pressure Nothing to Say here quite a bit. As you can see, Abed comes over. They get the charge down. Bam, bam. They slam it into the ground. Primal Beast, very cool hero. Take the mid tower with a lot of heroes. Nightfall, he chills around. He farms the jungle. And then the next clip, which is basically just going to sum up the whole game, is going to be a clip in the enemy triangle, which we have here, where LGD kind of try to take like a last-ditch effort fight. They have a high ground ward. But as you can see, sure, they do kill Fly on this Ven, but continuing again, they have this Aegis, Arteezy is very strong, They already have auras for him. Nothing to say. He kind of, comes around, tries to get off an arena, but here's the Requiem. They can't really fight. They end up losing this fight, and then the whole game just kind of crumbles from there, and EG take it.
Yeah, pretty rough game, like for PSGLG, when you look at the Eyes of the Visage, for example. Pretty tough game to play when you're pre-level, like under level 12. In a game, I'm trying to get it right here. So in a game where like your opponent is ahead, you've got no lane pressure, you've got slow farm, you have to sacrifice your own farm efficiency for the other cores to catch up. So it was really rough watching it, like from where the Visage was going.
Yeah, this game 2 draft now popping up here, Fear. So let's run through this back and forth game where EG were looking good. LGD sort of bring it back. EG close it out.
I mean, what do you know? Nightfall again with the Enigma.
Hey.
Counterpick the
Beautiful.
Sark. It's not a good matchup against the Enigma. The Lich isn't so great either. And like, EG dominating this game from the beginning. They were completely dominating. Then a couple good team fights with the Doom. They caught the Faceless Void. The one clip in the middle where they ended up getting the Void and the Enigma at the same time.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive, but you're playing versus Enigma, you're playing versus Faceless Void with fresh orbs. At some point, they're going to take the late game. Really back and forth game, but EG take it in the end.
Yeah, EG looking really good. I know you kind of made a little bit of a joke, but you're a big believer in EG for this TI, Fear. I'll go some...
That wasn't a joke.
That wasn't a joke. I said you made an NA joke earlier. Okay, there's a difference, slight difference. I'm going to come back to this, though, because I do have some questions about how it's looking for Group A when we do circle around. We want to look at Group B, though. There were some games going on that weren't finished last time we were on this panel. So let's quickly jump to this Fnatic and Spirit One, Kezu, and you can run me through it.
Yeah, so basically we have a couple of clips coming here. First one, I just want to highlight a few very cool plays in this game. You have DJ coming around with the Avalanche, they drop the coil. Then you have the toss out of the coil. They do kill Yatoro, and as you can see, the game is pretty even. So not only do they kill Yatoro with very nice spell combination, they also end up finishing Collapse here. And then slowly you can see that they're like, okay, so from here on, we can go Roche. And this is the first time that Fnatic really take like the first lead in this game. Now we have a second clip in the Dire Triangle, with the game still very even, and I want you all to put your eyes on Collapse, the brown dot on the minimap. So look at him on the left side, he's waiting, he gets the arena off, double spear, but look at Team Spirit. This is already a win for them. Tombstone dropped, Exorcism used, Meta used, now they all just disengage, this is a win for them. And another really high level play. Team Spirit, they're down 20,000 gold, their Mars is back. Look at how they defend the space. They jump to TB very casually with some spells, they use a buyback on Collapse, and important to note, Collapse has Hex. He Raven respawns on TV, he gets Hexed, Requiem, lifted, Arena Speared, and even though they're down 20,000 gold, because they know how to use their heroes, their items, their spells, bam, they hold.
That's it. All done and dusted.
Yeah.
Talon and TSM also very quickly feel the game 2 there. We don't have to draft the show, but just a very quick summation for you on how that one played out.
Well, Tomato on his Morphling got really, really farmed. They tried to do the carry Lina to end up stopping it. It was laying versus Death Prophet. I was very hopeful for it, but at this point, I've seen it enough. It's not working. But Tomato pretty much just put his team on his back. The game always #1 in the net worth from start to finish, just having an amazing performance on his Morphling that game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring out when we do have Group B versing off against each other again. But let's round out what we're seeing at the current moment in Group A, the best of twos that are happening. That Liquid Sonics 1T Panda having a little bit of an interesting play out.
Yeah, this first game was actually a pretty interesting roll because when you look at the drafts, and in general, you're like, all right, well, Liquid's been on a good roll. They've learned how this Morphling works out. Should be an easy win, right? I mean, Sonic's coming out from a loss earlier on, and this, again, comes back to our segment from earlier on where the talks from the start, you got to get focused on your next series. And goddamn, did Sonics pull off a show against that Team Liquid game. It actually ended.
Oh, did it?
And Sonics actually took game 1 against Liquid, and it was pretty one-sided in the
There
end.
you go. Yeah, we were here
Slow but
on the
one-sided.
panel. We were on that panel, so we actually didn't see it all play out. Your laptop could get had the opportunity to watch it. C, though, I know did finish before we came here live. That was the Hikari vs. Boom one, and the Boom draft looking really nice in favor for Boom. Sort of the style that SEA likes to play. I know FBZ got his Mars. They also had a Tusk 4 there to really help DP mid. I think there was an essence, Kezu, where it felt like maybe Hikari could have done something.
I mean, they had a pretty good draft, and I think they started pretty well in the game. But then when you pair it up against Boom heroes who are very fast, they can take objectives with their TA, they just kind of got the ball rolling, and Hikari ran into some damage issues, which can happen when you have like the single core who's playing into like anti-teamfight heroes.
Yeah. All right, well, OGGG as well. If we do have the draft, I believe, Fear, you're going to have a look at that one. We don't have it, so don't worry.
Don't look at it.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Do you even remember what the draft was off the top of your head?
Too many games. I
Yep.
don't have the draft right now.
All right, well, hopefully instead we can bring up the standings. The RNG Bet Boom draft we do have.
Oh, yeah.
This is their game one. So Fear, instead you can theorycraft this one as we didn't personally get to see it play out.
Right. Everyone was laughing at me in the last chance qualifier about the carry bat. I
No,
made a
we
comment.
didn't. No, we didn't.
Maybe not you guys, but maybe
Everyone else.
Everyone else. But the Hawk playing carry bat rider in this game, very interesting. It does make sense because Laurel is playing the true carry and the sniper in the mid lane. And the Hawk, we all know he's not a man that is afraid to pick like an off laner as a carry and just play tempo. And I really did enjoy like this type of stuff.
Kind of like the Matumba man of old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you will.
For yourself, Kazu, was there anything else interesting about that Bet Boom? Or are you more focused on the standings here as we see all of Group B being 1-1?
I mean, the first thing I want to point out is EG at the top of the group. 4-0.
Yep.
My main man, Arteezy, Nightfall, missing Black Hole, still top of the group. You know, they can show, you can make some mistakes. It's still good enough for you to, you know, like, pull your stuff out, win, doesn't matter. So they're looking great.
I just want to point out all the Gs at the top of the group.
All
True.
the Gs.
Oh, EG, OG, then GG, and RNG, except for LGD.
But B only has first place teams.
Everyone's
everyone's a
done.
winner.
Everyone's winning and everyone's losing.
Everyone's happy.
It's Schrodinger's cat. They both win and lose all at the same time. Do you expect there to be a clearer difference in Group B when we do jump into our iteration of their best of twos soon to come?
Would it be too wild to say maybe no? Maybe we get another 1-1 round?
Tomorrow, we will have a bigger discrepancy.
Tomorrow, you
Tomorrow
reckon
we
it's going to
will.
happen.
Yes.
Probably not this best of two iteration.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty. Well, you know, we'll see if it's going to happen now. We'll see if it's going to happen tomorrow. Either way, we do have our fourth series of the day, and our cast is Moxie and Waga to walk you through it.
Thank you so much, Nat T. Oh my goodness, it has been quite the day of Dota. We still have so much more to come. It's about 5 a.m. if you're over here on the East Coast here in NA. I'm sure that everyone's been watching though and been very excited. So those of you just joining us, welcome. For those of you who have been staying up, whether it's the morning, afternoon, night, you know, we're really glad that you're here. Waga, I know that Entity is very close to your heart and you're very hyped for this game.
Yeah, I'm just a mild Entity fan. I mean, I used to be on the same team with Stormstormer for a long time and know him going back. Also, I think they're just a fun team to follow because they play in a pretty creative way and have done throughout the DPC. But I'm also a major fan of Team Spirit, and we just cast one of their matchups here right before they went into this. Of course, playing, we saw it in some of the highlights there even, as they played up against Fnatic.
There's your boy right there, Stormstormer. This has been a very interesting team. A lot of these guys started off on the team Creep Wave from a while back. This includes some of the other players that are in this DPC. And they kind of started off as, I'd kind of say, I don't think they're a dark horse anymore, because I think they've got a lot of high expectations for them to perform, but they definitely have grown over the course of the DPC for a lot of people, and they are one of the teams that I think a lot of people are really rooting for. I know Sheep also mentioned that in her interview recently, that she's thinking that Entity's looking real hot, and lots of people jumping on board this train.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, they've become more and more a team that people want to keep an eye on because they're performing so well later throughout the season. Because early on, we did see them struggle a bit in DPC in the first tour, but they've just been, you know, peaking and playing better and better. And I think they're at their highest right now. But a team that peaked at the right time as well are their opponents in Team Spirit. Last year, I mean, these are the TI international defenders, right? They are the champions.
I feel like this is a very good barometer for a lot of these teams that people think, you know, have the potential to go the distance. Going up against the TI defenders is going to be a very eye-opening experience, I think, and will give us a better picture of where people are going to place. But again, we just saw a match with PSG LGD, and they got 2-0'd by Evil Geniuses, who a lot of people I don't think ranked highly at all at the time. So it's a very interesting time to be a Dota fan and to be watching these group stage games and just seeing who's mastered this patch and who the patch really, you know, fits better in some senses.
Yeah, I mean, currently seeing LGD being one draw and one loss after two rounds is very surprising, especially against, you know, Hokuri getting the draw against them as well, and then getting at first crushed by EG in the early game. They did hold on long to that game, but they got brought down in a 2-0 fashion there as well. So perhaps our preconceived notions here going into TI about who's going to be the strongest, we'll see if it's going to be correct or not.
5 seconds remaining.
Curious to see if we get a Marcy ban. That seems to be one of the top. But Enigma also kind of... Okay, so they do ban the Marcy, which does leave Enigma in the pool. And that has been one of the higher banned heroes in this tournament.
I like this approach, though, by Team Spirit. It's a hero that more and more teams are starting to rate higher as well, is the Nyx Assassin. Because if you pick Nyx and the opponents now take Enigma, so if Entity were to draft Enigma, it's not very fun to play into a Nyx Assassin. All the way until you have your BKB, you pretty much cannot Black Hole because despite Carapace is very good for cancelling. You can also stun on Midnight Pulse, so it's not just the Black Hole that's countered, it's your entire existence, sort of. So I like the opening of just having a Nyx. I also like to see that Entity are banning out Marcy and Primal Beast. These are heroes that deserve respect.
Oh yeah, we've seen a ton of the Primal Beast recently. I think we saw it over in the mid lane on one of the games. And then we're also seeing it in the off lane quite a bit. The Sven pickup, though, from the side of Entity, that is not a hero we've personally seen too much of. I think we saw it once during the Last Chance qualifiers being played by Wildcard, but otherwise have not seen it in our matches.
Remaining.
Yeah, Sven, like I said, Entity, you know, quite commonly play in an unorthodox way. This is the first Sven first phase pick that we have seen, and it pairs well with their second pick. I was expecting the Visage to come here as well, since neither team banned it out. You have that Warcry together with the Birds, got some speed now in the chase, and also a lot of survivability from the Sven armor. And this could certainly be carry Sven, but it can also be flexed, 100%.
I'm curious what they're opting to pair up with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx, traditionally not the strongest of laners, does have to kind of, you know, soak some of those levels and be able to make it out of the laning phase to have that bigger impact. Do go with a Pangolier, though. I think that is a very strong hero. It's going to be able to, you know, deal with the birds quite nicely.
Yep, we've seen teams ban a lot of Pango when they pick up Visage, so probably would have seen a Pangolier ban coming out in second phase if they didn't pick it now. But that's a good reaction for Team Spirit to the Visage here, and again pairs up decently with the Nyx, just kill potential. So much lockdown between these two heroes.
See the Pango counter banned out. Not going to be seeing a Bloodseeker in this game.
Yeah, Entity love playing it too. Bloodseeker is a hero that they have run many times in the past. They were playing it a lot in, I think, Season 1 of DPC. They were countering a lot of Pangos, but also just picking it. He's been nerfed slightly since, but Bloodseeker's still a good option whenever you see Pango.
Curious to see what they're also thinking, because right now it feels like the first two bands make sense. They're very very meta currently. We've seen a lot of Clockwork and we've seen a lot of Undying. Undying's probably one of those top picks that I've seen. It's okay, so they did ban out the Enigma on the other side. Good. The SF, okay, yeah, that's another hero that is very powerful. We actually just saw that in the last game here on the stream, but has been extremely popular throughout the course of these qualifiers and the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Super strong, certainly in the current patch, and we see a lot of teams having success with it. So banning out the Shadow Fiend, I'm thinking Team Spirit, they see the Visage, they know what's gonna be on the off lane, and they haven't revealed yet what they have for their own carry. So Entity should probably start thinking which hero can struggle against Visage. We saw earlier it was Ghost playing on his Ursa, completely demolish Zai Visage in laning stage. Granted, there was a lot of tri-lane versus tri-lane action before that, but that was an absolute shutdown of the Visage. She was level 4 against a level 8 Ursa. So could be an aggressive style hero that plays into the Nyx and the Pango as well.
And provides you with a little bit of that vision, gives you the tower push, which is also nice. But again, does have to be careful that you don't get behind in levels that will end up proving to be a really difficult time trying to catch up.
Yeah, Entity taking their time here in this second ban phase. I think it's very important they get it right and get the idea set. The second ban phase is usually the best place to take a lot of time, honestly, rather than trying to go too fast through the draft or finding yourself with a lot of time towards the end. They're gonna ban out the Hoodwink for Team Spirit, so they're scared about that long-range damage paired up with the Nyx and the Pango. Of course, Nyx can look to set up a lot of things. He needs something to combine with his kill potential, though. So something like Hoodwink or Zeus or Invoker could be a big hero for either of the teams here in this game as well.
We do know that Stormstormer really loves playing his Invoker. Definitely.
So does Toronto Tokyo as well. He plays a fantastic Invoker too. So high-rated hero in this matchup, and so far not banned in the second phase here.
Feels like they're going to want to do something to deal with the Sven's Warcry, having that additional armor over on the side of Team Spirit.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Yeah, would be nice for him to have something against it, but okay. I mean, now they have some incentive to go for something. I know this hero hasn't been played a lot, but Oracle comes to mind when you see Silencer and Sven. You were talking about the armor. You can actually dispel it with Oracle. But the hero is so sad against Visage, though, is the downside. So perhaps you don't want to go for it still.
Yeah, we've been seeing an uptick on that Silencer, usually run more as a support, sometimes position 5, because the Curse of the Silent now, I believe it's, it's the Arcane Curse, right, that does
Silencer
burst
is
damage during the landing
finding
phase,
himself in a pretty good place right now in the meta, and he straight up got like a nice damage buff recently.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Oh, okay. Full on Zoo.
It seems to be. Seems like Team Spirit giving themselves nice tools to play aggressive. So this Pango is now looking more like it's going to be a mid Pango, quite likely. With the Beastmaster coming in.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they gonna go? So there's still a Morphling available in the pool, because I'm looking at like what we have, because we've got the Beastmaster most likely going into that offlane, probably paired up. I feel like you usually want a ranged and oh, they get for the Pudge. Okay, all right, interesting. They ran a Pudge earlier today against Beast Coast, and they actually had the Silencer and the Pudge. I believe they won that match as well.
Yeah, they played carry Pudge in the past as well, and it's also an option to maybe put the Pudge even mid. If you expect the Pangolier here to go mid, I think Pudge could actually win that lane quite hard. You have really high base damage, and the E can block a lot of the swashbuckle damage. So that's also an option here. Entity, I like the draft that they have overall. Silencer is fantastic for team fighting, and this is not the biggest team fight draft that we've seen. Earlier today, we've seen a lot of big, like Magnus and Enigmas and Chronospheres from Faces Voids, but there's Pango ulti and there's Beastmaster, but other than that, both teams prioritizing more skirmishy things with low cooldowns.
It feels like Team Spirit wants to play very, very fast when you consider like they have the Zoo coming out from Beastmaster, you're going to have the Enchantress, who also will have some of those creeps. I'm a little concerned just looking at the draft on the side of Entity, because they do have a Pudge, and generally speaking, when we see the Pudge, he tends to want to take a little bit more time to come online. Granted, if he's mid, he's probably going to be a bit more active, but he likes to go for that Aghanim Scepter and is not necessarily the most tempo that early on.
Yeah, Pudge needs a little bit of build-up time. Until he gets his Aghanims, he's not that keen on fighting. But even so, the rest of their heroes, I mean, if you run Sven as a carry or support, doesn't really matter. He's capable of fighting quite a lot. Visage is always online, and Silencer he kind of just wants to fight so he can keep stealing the brains as well of his enemy team. This final ban is difficult for Team Spirit. They're digging into their time now. I'm really not sure what I would ban if you're Team Spirit, because there's so many possibilities here. That this could be a support spend, this could be a carry spend, it could be a mid pudge, could be a carry pudge. Like the flexing from Entity here is very, very obnoxious for Spirit. I'm assuming they're going to ban out one of the mid heroes that you don't want to face against when you're Pango. So maybe something even like a Monkey King ban would be fair.
Entities turn to ban.
Or Tiny, yeah. Similar thing there. It's just huge damage, and Pango struggles to get any last hits against it. So I think this is to try and secure a better laning stage. Also, I hear that Storm has been running a lot of Tiny.
Yeah, I also see the ban on the Brew. That was something that they ran against Beast Coast earlier, so don't want them to get a run back with this draft.
5 seconds.
So what is the core then for the side of Entity? We've seen an uptick on Luna recently, which would also lend itself to playing very, very fast and early.
Yeah, I was thinking Luna for Team Spirit here, actually. I think it could fit really well for them. And the TP ban makes a lot of sense, because Terrorblade is one of the heroes who can bring down Pudge quite easily in the team fights with just tremendous damage. But when you have Beastmaster and Enchantress in your lineup, would be lovely to just have a Luna for that extra tower hitting. So I think you're not a bad call there.
We'll see if that's also on the mind of Team Spirit. And they go with the Lifestealer.
Okay, that's also another counter that you see every now and then coming out against Pudge. So Lifestealer is just a dread to play against this Pudge. It is so terrifying when he locks onto you. Pudge usually doesn't want to go for an early BKB, but if you don't have BKB, you just get slowed and you cannot move. And of course, Lifestealer's damage against you is massive due to that feast.
Seems like a pretty well-rounded draft coming out from the side of Spirit. You've got some ways to kind of counter off with this Pudge, depending on, you know, how they want to run it. You've got the vision from multiple sources, right? You've got the Hawks from Beastmaster, you've got Nyx Assassin, who's going to be climbing around. And that's another thing that you've mentioned in the past, too, having a hero that forces them to buy detection, to make your supports even more poor. And there it is. There's the Stormer Invoker, like you talked about earlier.
5,500 games of Invoker or something. Oh, yep, he is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Toronto plays a fantastic Invoker, but if there's Invoker spammer talk, Stormer is the Invoker spammer in high-level competitive Dota. He seriously spams this hero. He makes me not even look like a TA picker. You know, he has more than double my TA games on his Invoker. So he gets to have it last pick. It was not banned all the way through. There was that potential that he was going to be a mid-pudge or something. But yeah, Storm on Invoker also means that we're going to have Kataomi on his support Sven here, which is exciting. I think it's quite good against Lifestealer. That speed and armor can really help bail people out against the Lifestealer.
So how do we feel about these drafts? Because when I look over at Team Spirits, it feels like their draft is a little bit easier to execute. And I look over at the side of Entity, and again, Entity likes playing just, you know, kind of very interesting drafts. Like, you know, we don't see the Sports Sen very often any longer. How are you feeling about both of these drafts?
I think I would favor Entity slightly here, and one issue that I see for Team Spirit is that they have 4 melee heroes against the Pudge. And once Pudge gets that Aghanim Scepter, you can struggle a bit with getting close to him. And if you don't have something that, like Terrorblade, who was banned out, right, who can stand far away, dish out tons of damage, then it can become problematic to kill him. They have Lifestealer, but if Lifestealer fails at bringing down the Pudge, then there really could be a big issue for the side of Team Spirit here.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of eyes on Yatoro, making sure that he can, you know, sort of shut down the Pudge a bit. Is there anyone else that you really want to keep your eyes on for the early game?
I mean, I would probably want to see just a Sven here and how they're going to implement it, because like you said, it's not very popular in the current patch, and it's a creative pick. So for Entity, I would keep an eye on him, and for Team Spirits, the Enchantress is a crucial hero in the early game.
All right, well, it looks like we are made our way into the game now, and we'll have our first matchup here of Spirit versus Entity. So let's dive on in.
Both teams heading out with a smoke, going down to place down the wards. Same thing that we usually see from all teams. And Miposhka is just, he's speedy as hell over here. He's got the boots on Enchantress with smoke. He's rushing down for the ward bottom.
He's already got it in place. Got the Omi, though, leading the charge. Does have Stormhammer leveled. We'll walk right past over here. Smoposhka does get revealed. Not sure if they necessarily saw him, though, with that nighttime vision like we talked about.
Yeah, both teams just dropping some vision. Nice deep ward here by Entity. And they're checking for wards mid. Pure trying to make sure if there's any form of vision. Expecting to see them check on the other side as well, but look at Team Spirit. They're ready to punish if it goes too close.
A lot of pings, very patiently. I'm waiting for that horn to sound.
The battle begins.
Yeah, there's going to be fight on every single rune, pretty much. Visage taking a stun there.
Looks like Team Spirit will secure themselves 3. Miposhka sitting very low during all of this. Will just probably back off, heal up, and rejoin the lane with all of that HP missing.
Yeah, I mean, she's a fast hero. She can run back to base and it's going to be completely fine. Bottom lane, we saw Pure do a little hook as well on Beastmaster just to damage him. Mid block is even. Both of them start in the center of the river.
And I'm curious too here in this top lane, with Kata Omi, just seeing the way that they play this. Mira having to be careful though. Again, this is not a particularly strong laner. Nyx Assassin does tend to have some issues. It is usually a bit stronger when it's paired with something ranged, so having Toby on the Visage is going to probably be a boon, but Mira's definitely keeping Kata Omi very busy for the time being.
Yeah, Kataomi doing a good job as well, making sure the Visage doesn't get bothered by Nyx here, but while Nyx is a weak laner, the Lifestealer makes up for it a lot here by just being a powerful last hitter against the Visage. So expecting him to have quite good of a time still.
Seeing a lot of trading in that top lane. How do you feel about this new silencer too? Because we did just get some of those changes in the recent patch.
Yeah, the curse is just straight up stronger now. I think Silencer support mainly was buffed a lot, and I think he's quite useful now, since you can cancel Blink Daggers with it as well. The instant damage on the Arcane Curse. We haven't seen too many teams playing it, but I think he's worth picking up.
I wonder if we'll start to see more of him as the
oh, they're bringing down Beast.
Yeah, he's sitting very low, and it's going to be Fishman who gets the first blood. Seeing the power of that silencer and the harassment, but of course he is out of mana at this point. Does have some mangoes being brought out now.
Yeah, they got that kill quite easily too. They didn't even need to use a Sunstrike for it. And top lane, we see a lot of damage being taken by Team Spirit. And Team Spirit here, the Lifestealer gets past the Tango over by Mira.
You can see the all the mana regen over on Kata Omi. He's got himself another mango. He's got a clarity. Just gonna keep seeing these Stormhammers. I have a feeling just trying to harass as much as possible. Bottom lane, we do land a hook onto Miposhka. Just gonna run him down.
That's 2 kills right now. The kills over for Pudge early game are quite impactful, because if you get a lot of kills early, you get those Flesh Heap stacks retroactively, which is really nice.
That does feel pretty good. So for those people who are not super familiar with the Silencer position 5, what typically is the build that you're going to want to go?
I doubt that he's gonna get too many items. I think usually just a 4 staff, you know, like that's it. That's your luxury farm. 4 staff is fantastic for him, because usually mobility is a problem. But I don't expect him to be getting too many items in this game. He probably has to take a very supportive role and sacrifice himself greatly.
That's one thing that Fishman does pretty well from my experience of watching him play, is he tends to be very sacrificial.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to do it so others can thrive. It's, you know, It's not about having fun when you play Boss 5, it's about winning.
I don't know about that. I think there are still Pos 5s that enjoy playing it, but they like taking more of that supportive role, not getting all the glory.
The masochists. Playing without anything.
They like hard mode, you know? It's like people who play Dark Souls. They like a challenge.
It's true.
And the bullying on Maposhka. Look at Pierre. He's looking for a hook. But he's going to just turn his attention back. And the Sunstrike comes in. Boop. There goes Maposhka. No collapse. Taking a decent amount of damage from Pierre and Fishman. Need to be careful with those boars.
Yeah, that was really well set up as well. Fishman doing all the hard work there. They threaten with the hook, and that removes a lot of options for where the Enchantress could even run. So the Sunstrike was quite easy to predict since she can't come back. And you see how they work together to set that up.
It's looking very powerful, especially with the amount of harass that Fishman has been able to place using that recently buffed Arcane Curse.
Top lane, the trade never ends between these two. The supports are battling. Kataomi, guess the creep wave gonna pull it down.
Have to be a little careful. We'll pop the war cry. A little bit of armor. Gonna shuffle that courier out of the way too. Is now Mira. Stormhammer gets thrown out with the Sunstrike. But
missing.
Not enough damage here as Toby chases, but Yatro going to fight back, and Kataomi has to be careful. He might have, no, he's gonna barely survive that on 24 HP.
Yeah, the creeps coming in and tanking so much of it.
He's got an Impale ready. He's looking for it. It's gonna land over onto Toby. Couple more hits should do the trick. There it is.
That's despite Carapace. He's just taunting Sven now as well. Mira, he's completely fine. This is what we expect to see more, though, on top lane, that the Lifesteer should be taking over. Bottom, Beastmaster in trouble.
Collapse. He is very dead. Fishman not looking too healthy, though, because they do have the Centaur creep, so we'll get a trade in that lane. But, of course, you know, Pure very happy. He's got 2 kills under his belt and 1 assist.
Yeah, they have the Centaur creep for now, but you have to be careful as well when Pure will have mana again for hook. He can just hook and kill this creep. So, even though you have two creeps that can, or 2 heroes that can bring some creeps to the lane, Punch can also just farm them.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo actually having to walk all the way back home. So Stormstormer does have his level 6 before here. I mean, it's an Invoker, so
yeah,
it is, but
he's played it quite well, though. He got some experience from that Sunstrike kill earlier as well, so he can get experience from outside of the lane. Bottom. Oh, blocks
bottom, top lane to Kataomi. Forced to use that war cry to try to run away. Mid lane, they use the Rolling Thunder over onto Stormstormers. Maposhka is here. They've got the Alpha Wolf to try to do enough damage, and by God, they have it. As Pure makes his rotation here to the mid lane, only sitting at level 5, though.
And Visage gets brought down top, possibly Mira with a bit of body blocks.
Yeah,
should be doing it.
Everything, just all hell's breaking loose right now.
Yeah, at the start of that, there was also a really hype thing happening bottom where Collapse was running away from the hook and Pure was looking for the angle for the hook. But Collapse last second summons a boar that tanks the hook, so he made it out. Some nice use of his summon there to keep himself alive.
Definitely value, and while this is going down, Maposhka got all the way down to 14 hit points as barely making it out alive from Fishman here.
Yeah, the lanes are very high kill potential all over the board, and we see Sven coming in mid, thinking if he can make a rotation happen here.
See Stormstormer shoving out the lane a little bit as Mira also doing a little bit of scouting, trying to see if there's any stacks perhaps, or where Kataomi is. Do ping it out. Poshka getting harassed yet again by Fishman.
Yeah, room control, both teams bringing 6 heroes to the mid lane.
Toronto Tokyo though seeing an opening. The Stormhammer from Kataomi coming in. They'll follow up with the Sunstrike. We'll try to stand off on the distance here. The Warcry over onto Kataomi, trying to give him a little bit more survivability. The Force Spirit off to the side. Do you have in the bottom lane? It sounds like Pure was using that Dismember, but not quite enough damage. Fishman joins back in. Pure sitting so low. This creep. Look at this creep go. It's trying to get the final hit on Pure. Over in the corner, though, Collapse also sitting so low. Ends up being the one to fall over in the mid lane. Stormstormer getting jumped on. The Rolling Thunder coming in hot yet again. They will end up losing Stormstormer. Poshka sitting so low. Kataomi making this rotation, throws out the Stormhammer, but not quite enough damage to finish off anyone.
is such a volatile laning stage. Everyone dying all over the place. Nobody can really stay alive if the rotations come in. But so far, I would say Spirit are off to a better start. They have more stability in the farm. They are not being threatened much on the lifestealer, and the Pango is now at 3.8k gold after those 2 kills that he got.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo having a very good understanding of how to move and play around with this hero.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good now. Top, we see a bit of an aggressive move here. Lifestealer wants to dive tower.
He's going for the dive. They land the Storm Hammer. Follow up. In comes Pure, though. He's looking to see what he can do. Grabs a hold of Yatoro, and they just need to burst him down a little bit. No, the silence comes into play. The chasing after Yatoro. There's the clicks. They'll ensure that they get the kill.
It's funny that they silenced to stop him from infesting, but the full greed build by Yatoro, he doesn't even have a point in infest at this point. He went full on for the Ghoul Frenzy. Bottom tower being brought down now by Collapse. This is dangerous for Entity. Leaving Beastmaster alone, he will do so much damage in such a short amount of time. You can't really leave him unattended. So the rotation top was nice. They did get a kill, but it's going to come at a price.
So where's the priority move right now? It feels like a lot of people are moving to defend this top tower. As they make their own, or as they see Mira, they see Yatoro, they'd love to get another kill. Birds will land over onto Mira. Spike Carapace coming into play, but at the same time, not really gonna matter. Yatoro not gonna get hit with that Sunstrike. There's the Dismember going right in. They'll stun lock into place. Toronto Tokyo jumping in, looking to see if he can finish off Toby. Perhaps he does have some walls to bounce off of. Fishman needs to be careful with his positioning. They're just hitting into Toby non-stop, but the hook coming out from Pure, dragging him right back. They have these birds. They're going to be able to go with the stun, and they'll finally kill Toronto Tokyo.
Tries to survive with the Invis, but they had the sentry ready. Beautiful hook there. He could maybe have hooked his teammate to save, but he had a Fishman standing in between. But meanwhile, mid Collapse, no intention of slowing down, pushing mid.
They have the roar available too if they want to try to use it. Fishman sitting very low, using that clarity. Does get denied. Won't be getting any gold off that.
Yeah, nice to manage to remove a little bit there, but that is the map opening a lot for Team Spirit. They now have access to the bottom jungle in a very good way, since there's no tier 1 mid tower as well. Cute ward he puts there in the tree line. I haven't seen that one used too much, actually. Very, very sneaky.
We mentioned this earlier, that in an interview recently, Maposhka said he wanted to see some map changes because he felt that warding was just way too predictable. So it's interesting to see, you know, what he's been able to cook up in some of these more interesting wards that come into play. Sword Stormer, though, Mira creeping forward.
Yeah, they have the Hawk on him, but at the same time...
They've got the vision. They drop the sentry, drop the Sunstrike, and the Spike Carapace buys a little bit of time, but it's still going to be a kill for Stormstormer.
Toby getting rolled down on mid lane.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder coming through. The rest of the team is rejoining, though. Global Signs coming into play. Another big Storm Hammer coming out from Kataomi. The nukes come out, and that's another kill. This time going to Fishman.
Man, Pure has been in 9 kills right now. 9 out of the 11 kills the carry on the side of Entity has been taking part of. Like, it's crazy how he always just happens to be there at the right place. Like, he surely is building up those flesh heap stacks.
This is the most active Pudge I think I've seen so far in this qualifiers. Like, we've seen, you know, some of them that are taking part, but usually, like we said earlier, you know, they want to get that Ags. They take some time to farm up and let their team make the space. But Pure, like you said, just everywhere. In good position. Yeah.
He's not waiting for his power spike. He just realizes that he can join, and a simple dismember can be so good if you're there at the right time. Like after a Pango roll, he just happens to be right next to him, and the silence makes sure they can't get away on the Pango. But you have to be cautious if you're Entity, though. The more you join fights, the more you get pulled into these engagements, the more time you give to Collapse to get that split push, and for Lifesteal to get that farm as well.
Do you see that at this point, Pure, he's got himself phase boots, he's got a casual cloak, and then half of the Aghanim Scepter already, which is making pretty good time here, considering.
I think it's smart to not go for the full hood. See a lot of Pudges go for the full hood as well before the Aghanims, but just leaving it a cloak, I think is sufficient a lot of the time, and especially in this game, there's not really that much magic damage coming up from Team Spirit. If they were a more magic damage team, oh, the hook. from Smoke.
Yeah, there it is, the drag on Miposhka, and that's a dead Enchantress. Good pick off, trying to get that creep too while they're at it. But, Spike Fishman chasing after him, he's not going to be able to get it.
Toby lost both his birds top to Pangolier using 1 Q and 1 W, and the birds died. No resummon.
Kataomi rejoining top, does have a haste rune. Pure also coming in, looking to find this opening. Love to get himself some more kills, I'm sure, but Kataomi is gonna kind of poke back and forth. Mir, though, opening up with the Vendetta and the Impale. Nice save by Pure. He says, get out of there. We're not ready to take this fight just yet. I would like to hit. But they do have a ward over here on the stairs, so they can see who's coming forward into this jungle right now. Hook still on cooldown for another 6 seconds. Pure being that wall in front of his team for the time being.
Yeah, they also missed the Observer Ward just a little bit. They put the sentry right on the cliff, but the Observer Ward again, Team Spirit with Ward surviving. They've had really deep vision now for quite a while, and we're gonna see Team Spirit make a move towards their Beastmaster now. Stormstormer could be trouble. He's under a ward.
Yeah, Mira creeping forward, opens with the Impale. There's gonna be the Global Silence, but they do have plenty of damage here. As he throws out the Tornado, he's not gonna be able to escape it. Follow up with a nice Curse on top of it over the back lines. Again, Pure finding Miposhka, but Toronto Tokyo rolling on through. We'll be able to keep Miposhka alive a little bit longer. Kataomi coming forward, does throw out the Stormhammer, but now Pure, he is not looking like he's going to be able to survive the onslaught coming out from Team Spirit as they'll jump out from that Infest Bomb, and they'll finish off Toby.
Beautiful fight by Team Spirit there. They didn't have the Warcry ready because he TP'd in, Warcry to run over there, but else maybe the Sven could have bailed them out. However, Team Spirit, they don't lose a single hero. Can't believe they actually kept Enchantress alive there throughout that as well. But now I think they're recognizing that Lifestealer is just too strong for Entity to want to deal with them right now. Since they have Pudge as their core, it's not a fun matchup.
No, it's not. I'm curious. I wasn't sure if the Enchantress got off her sprites first, but yeah, it's surprising that she was able to survive that.
Yeah,
They're doing a lot of hunting. Looking to have the Stormstormer here top.
Yeah, he wants someone to come help him get that kill though.
Nice. I'll just give a poke. Does have Kataomi nearby though, and I like the way that they're playing together. So Stormstormer finds himself in a situation. Can just have your Sven back you up with the Stormhammer and the Warcry.
Yeah, they need to play pretty close to each other overall, which they have done so far. Whereas I think Team Spirit have more of an open game where they can sit back and farm a little bit, especially now after removing the tier 2 bottom tower. They have both the outposts. The majority of the jungle farm is theirs. So they can either make a move or they can keep scaling up their item progression.
What would you prefer to see them do?
I think for now, try and make moves when you have Pango ulti ready. So it's ready right now. I would like to see them just try and go for a pick-off somewhere. Looks a bit like they might try and group up for a smoke. Yep. So smoke coming out from Team Spirit.
Again, they have this vision with the Hawk, with the Boar. So you can see Pure over here. He's looking like a pretty big target. Wild Wing opening up the roll forward from Toronto Tokyo. Pure taking a lot of damage. Again, that Global Silence coming into play. As Toronto Tokyo just going to roll back a little bit. They use the Spike Carapace. And they're going to see if they can finish up Port. They need just a little bit more. Yes, they'll be able to get the kill, but they'll end up losing Mira.
Yeah, they'll happily take that trade though. That's great for Team Spirit. So now they're invading. Immediately after the kill, they look to do something. They go in, try and invade and take over the Ancients here. 17 minutes have hit, so there are new tier neutral items to get. They also get the Dragon on Beastmaster, so he gets the best Overlord creep.
Do walk directly over this ward vision into the pit, but you don't have your Pudge for another 14 seconds. I'm not sure if they want to try to contest this. The Stormstormer is making his way over.
Yeah, they're gonna be trying, but I think they might be a little bit late. This is so much damage. Beastmaster Aura.
Sunstrike. Yeah. You can see Stormstormer. He just backs off. Just a little too late, although they are smoked up on the 2 supports. If they decide to get very aggressive, might be able to get a pick-off back. They see Toronto Tokyo. Got a casual Stormhammer into that hook. And that's a pretty nice pick-off for the side of Entity. And a little bit of int going towards that Silencer. It's got 16 now.
Yeah, I mean they're they're the team that's scaling, right? They get that int, they get the strength as well. So every single kill makes a big impact for them. Now they're looking to even go towards top, take over this part of the map. As Yatoro just TPs out. He wants none of it. He just wants to keep farming and get bigger.
Trying to get some of these Enchantress creeps, but here, hunting. Looking to see if anybody's left. Would love to get another hook. Like we said, we've got some infinite scaling going on with this team.
Yeah. I like the item build, by the way, the Yatoro went for in this game. This is something we see quite often whenever Lifestealer is, or whenever Silencer is picked. He's going for the Manta-style second item on Lifestealer. Not typically your Manta hero, but it's just so convenient to Dispel in this game. And Dispel is also good against the Visage and even Invoker.
Almost got that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes or so. So he's feeling pretty confident. Do see movement coming out from the side of Entity. They're smoked up. Mira will pop the smoke. Go. Get the dust down. Follow up with that tornado. And Pure just wandering on through. Will be happy to help out. Get that kill.
Yeah, just tanking the ganks. It doesn't matter too much for him if he dies. He was really close to Blink Dagger though. He's at 2,100 gold. So soon we're gonna see a Blink Nyx. We've seen quite a few different builds whenever Nyx is picked, but he's looking decently farmed here due to all the towers they've taken.
I feel like most of the Nyx games that we have seen has been Zayats. I think he played 8 games of Nyx during the last chance qualifiers. They don't look really good.
I think 9 even. Yeah, he played a lot of them. End? Yeah, I think so actually. I think he got his 9th game in as well. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, it was working out really well for him. But yeah, I think Nyx is a hero that probably should be prioritized higher. Now, trying to go for a Vendetta gank with the Lifestealer Infest. There are good Observer Sentry combinations here though, so he's gonna walk through and get spotted.
Got all the memes about, you know, Abed playing Storm. Zayats is now the wake up Zayats, it's time to play your Nyx assassin. But yeah, look at this. They creep. Look how fast they're moving away. They show themselves. There's the Infest Bomb immediately jumping over onto Fishman. Fishman, he just doesn't have much for items just yet, so he is going to fall. And they use the Rolling Thunder over onto Kataomi. Trunta took it very far away from the rest of his team. That needs to be a little bit careful because you're going to try to follow up, use the Sunstrike. The bounce back, though, using the Lotus will ensure they get the kill on Kataomi. And now Toby, he has been left behind, is going to try to buy himself a little bit more time by turning himself into that stone form, but they're just waiting so patiently for Toby. And they'll finish him off.
They almost caught Pure as well. They were in the animation of using Beastmaster ulti, but he TP'd out in time. But still, that's 3 heroes going down. They do keep their pos 1 and their pos 2, but a big blow towards Entity again. And all of Team Spirit are trying to find where Pudge left, because they saw him TP away.
Getting so close to that BKB, too.
If you click on the silencer, I feel like this is one of those trivia questions like, which hero is this? Who bought these items in a recent pro game? And I would not have been able to guess Silencer, but I suppose it's good armor value at least for Silencer. He does use the attack speed decently, but only 1 point glaive.
I mean, he's just super poor, right? And he's trying to get the most bang for buck. I'd love to see him pick up a Force Staff, like we talked about earlier. I feel like that's super important against heroes, again, like Nyx Assassin, like the Enchantress, the Lifestealer, but he's just... You know, someone had to be the sacrifice, like we said.
I think this is going to be his items, you know. His next power spike is going to be 25 minutes when the Wraith Bands evolve and get twice as strong. But other than that, he has a gem already queued up, which I love that idea. I think generally teams need to buy gem more often and more frequently, especially when you're against both Beastmaster and Nyx. True Sight is so crucial in this game.
I feel like we have been seeing more of the early gem get picked up in a lot of the games we've seen, though. It seems to be trending a little bit more commonly.
Yeah, it's being rated higher, and I guess the difference is that more teams are buying it even when they're on the back foot or when they're falling behind a bit, and not just using it as a tool to get more advantage.
Well, vision is incredibly important. So you can see by all the sentries that have been placed all over the map. Some to, you know, deal with the invis here, some to just make sure that you're getting the vision out of your side of the jungle and getting the jump.
They're doing a good job on Team Spirit right now to play out of vision, by the way. They until they decided to take this outpost, they were hiding a lot of heroes. So Entity were sitting back and not really showing on lanes that much. We saw Visage kind of just hovering, not sure if he can go out. And that's because they're staying off vision so much. And when you have Nyx, that's a powerful move. Like, Entity have to respect Nyx off map and you don't see Lifestealer as well, perhaps, then the gank could be anywhere.
Do end up forcing Stormstormer. Oh, a nice play here from the Nyx Assassin. They'll pop that global silence BKB over on Stormstormer. They'll turn back around. They're going to try to defend. And it looks like Team Spirit, they respect this. They will back off.
Yeah, that was costly for Entity using both the global silence and that BKB charge. And the dragon is gonna live. Just walk on out.
Flap those little wings there, ancient black dragon. What a goofy looking dragon.
Yeah, it's got a great portrait. This shard on Beastmaster, by the way, has already paid itself back. It's so good to just be able to root the enemy, holding them still, and dealing that bit of extra damage as well. It's 250 from every bird you send.
Bird v bird battle going on with Visage and then the dive bomb birds over on Beastmaster. So we've had this this Aghanim Scepter completed on Pure for a little while now. I'm curious, is it just a matter of waiting for the Blink Dagger 2? They just want to make sure they have this very strong advantage, or is it just that Team Spirit is playing so aggressively that they haven't had the chance to take the opportune fight?
Honestly, I mean, that's the reason we say that Pudge is slow, is that you can get the Aghanims, but then you usually need something more. Aghanims on its own doesn't really mean that you can go head first into team fights. So he does have BKB now. He finished it since the last time they were fighting. He has a 9-second BKB ready. That does make him a little bit more fight ready, but for me, I think it's gonna need like Blink plus maybe Plate Mail, or he's queuing up the Kaya Sanch right now. Could be a big item too.
Alright, well, they're smoked up on the side of Team Spirit. Wandering over towards the top, there is Pure nearby. Yeah, look at this. They look at Stormstorm, but they're going to open up the jump onto Pure instantly as all the team comes in. They even get the roar off, so that's just a dead Pudge, despite the attempt to save him coming out from Stormstormer. Yeah,
that was good catch. I mean, they use everything, but it doesn't really matter. Just dump your spells, you get the carry killed. Now they can push.
Fishman. Feeling pretty scary for him as Yatoro's going pretty deep, but we'll back off, take the attention to the tower. Katomi throwing out a casual Stormhammer. Nice dodge. Yeah, they're just ripping through the buildings now with that Deso.
I think Entity, when they group up and go S5, are actually quite strong. You saw a Lifestealer hit the silencer there, like 7 hits or something, and he only lost half HP. That's the carry hitting a +5. Those double Wraith Bands with 25 minutes, plus the shard from Sven. This shard gives you 7 armor passively to everyone around, so I think for them, they need to group up, play around Sven with the Warcry as well, and then the Beastmaster and Lifestealer will not hit that hard. The physical damage can be mitigated greatly.
Alright, Pure completing the Blink Dagger. Does have a casual Plate Mail queued up, but you can see that Entity. They're trying to take control of this area again. Smoked up, trying to clear out some of these camps, see if anybody's lagging behind. Kataomi doing a bit of reconnaissance here with Toby. Spirit, though, hiding very carefully around this Roach pit currently. They do have one of the Warpine Raiders sitting in the pit waiting for this Roach to respawn.
Honestly, Spirit have done such a good job. What they're doing right now, look at their positioning both the supports right now. They're literally just choking out the approaches to their own jungle. So if anyone smokes in there, they would smoke on a support. Like, they're guaranteeing that smoke ganks are not happening on their cores. And that has been crucial this game so far for them. Multiple times, Entity have tried to make a move and just run into a Nyx Assassin, and it's worth nothing.
Gonna be able to go and grab themselves the bird over there. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a block on the rune too, because we did have the Pinecone Warrior waiting, and they denied the double damage, so definitely worthwhile. Don't want Pure holding a hand at that.
Yeah, probably not the scariest carry to get it, but still, just controlling the runes with the summons is very handy for them. They have so much vision with Enchantress, Beastmaster taking over the area, and then you also have Nyx running around. They are going to bring down the Dominator creep top, so 253 gold for Pure. Has he used his dismember?
Oh, nice use of the birds. As they'll get the pick off on Fishman, who's waiting in. Oh, hey, look at this. Look who's up and alive. That's going to be a Roche. But it does feel like they would like to get maybe another pick before getting into that pit. Especially when you consider Toronto Tokyo is bottom. He has boots of travel. He can be there in a pinch.
That's
that is
important.
very scary to fight into that.
Yeah, it's important that he shoves as far as possible bottom to try and force any reaction. If someone goes down there, then they can go into Roche pit. But not gonna go just because one pos 5 did. They're respecting the possibility from the hook too much.
There's Sunstrike going in, trying to keep tabs.
Yeah.
On the Forge Spirit.
He changed his quick buy. Sorry, he put back the plate mill on Podge as well. Storm. Getting out.
Just trying to get that vision. They have a smoke over on Moposhka. I'm curious to see if they were going to try to make another play, or...
I think
they definitely want this Roche.
Yeah, I think it's time that they look for something now. So they go with the Infest. They have the Blink on Nyx as well, so he can really just close the gap for Lifestealer. They're just
Look how
guarding.
patient Mira is.
Yeah.
I dare you to come this close. Hey, Toby. Toby, moving forward a little bit. Again, they don't have that protection right there, so Nyx just gonna kind of wander away for the time being.
Yeah, they were trying to control the top rune as well in case it was a crucial rune for the Roche fight, but no rune there. And looks like Entity now are calling possibly to smoke over, but lanes are being shoved, so someone has to deal with mid. They do have intentions to go immediately after this creep wave dies, I think, just judging by how they're moving right now. Perhaps they want to go. But again, these Dominator creeps, they're pushing top with Dominator creeps, Forge Spirits being sent bottom by Stormstormer. Here comes the move though. Team Spirit coming in with the Nyx on Podge.
Creeping, again, opening with that Spike Carapace, that silence coming out. It's Pure, gets off the Dismember, the rest of the team standing nearby, the Roar comes out, the follow-up, can they finish up Pure in time, though is the question. A little bit more damage getting dropped, yes, they'll be able to take him out, but then Stormstorm finishing up over onto Yatoro. They'll buy back on Pudge. Poshka just chain gunning from such a far distance. We'll be able to finish off Toby as now Kataomi, seeing if he can catch anyone here.
Oh, yes, Gem on Enchantress would be a big
managed to
kill.
go and they managed to go find Maposhka. He's popped the sprites, trying to stay alive, but there's a decent amount of damage as they're chasing after him. As over on the back end, though, they do end up losing Fishman. And Maposhka, again, he's like a little bit like a tank.
The untouchable. They can't hit him.
That untouchable is a real deal. Right, Mira looking for the opening, will be able to land over onto the Pudge. Another buyback coming out from Fisher. Stormstormer is just taking too much damage.
Oh no!
My word, Maposhka
solo killed Stormstormer. He Hurricane Spiked him and killed him.
Enchantress 5. They could not handle it. As Pure now with that Spike Carapace from Mira is causing problems. Maposhka, he's just taken over, it feels like. This guy's dishing out all the impetus. Can they find Kataomi here? No, Kataomi will be able to teleport out. Pure popping the BKB gets the boar, but not going to be able to get anything beyond that. Oh man, Fishman, I believe he bought back during that fight. The dive bomb will be able to secure kill. So they take out the silencer. They've lost the invoker.
That was
what a fight.
That was a pretty interesting fight because it started out with both teams losing their carries. Both Pure and Yatoro on his lifesteal went down immediately there. And then it was really Enchantress doing all the damage. She killed the Visage almost on her own. And here we see Invoker was trying to chase over on the Enchantress, and we just see the spears flying in. The impetuses actually manages to kill him completely on his own.
Imagine if they had Sprink on Maposhka. Oof.
Yeah, that was a case of just Entity getting greedy though and trying to get more. They wanted more.
They're teleporting in. Immediately, though, they spot him out. They see Stormstormer. They get the roar. He's just absolutely dead. Buys back immediately. The chase is on over after Toby. Toronto Tokyo rolling around. Pure, though, over on the back end. Does manage to get his hands on Collapse, but that Spike Carapace doing damage. Again, just canceling out the Dismember. They'll get the kill on Pure. Down for 86 seconds. This Roche belongs to Team Spirit.
My poor boy. I'm sitting here trying not to be biased, but now I'm crying. Yeah, that was a bit of miss micro there, sending in the birds with the travel on the Invoker. We're gonna go ahead and blame the Visage for that. That is his fault. He was driving the cab. We didn't see where it was going. But that is Pure now dead as well with no buyback for 60 seconds, Aegis in hand. Team Spirit are in a great position to just crack the high ground and get some racks here.
Got the ancient granite golem just whacking away over at the tower.
Yeah, and Lifesteer, there's nothing that can really stop him if he just stands here and hits. They don't have that great poke into him, and of course he can keep healing himself as well. He has the shard ready. If someone comes close, he can slow them.
He's got Aegis for another 4 minutes because he just picked it up, so he's feeling very, very powerful. And I don't think Entity can take him down twice, as Toronto Tokyo does just teleport back in, joining the rest of the teams. They make the rotation top. They are going to have the pudge up in about 16 seconds, but it's still be a little bit difficult. They'll open up with a EMP Tornado, but they just immediately shrug it off. Entity, though, they get jumped on by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's creating space.
Just pushing them away, absolutely, as they can hit these buildings. They do manage to take another tower. They have all 5 up as Pure goes in for the hook, manages to go and grab Maposhka. That Lotus Orb coming into play, though, will bounce back over onto Kataomi. They do end up losing Maposhka. Now Mira trying to climb away. They have the vision. They had the Infest Bomb. Yatoro popping out. They've already lost Mira. They'll turn their attention to Kataomi, get a couple of these clicks off. They're silenced. The drag back again from Pure. The nukes are there. The Lotus, all right, he'll be able to take him down the first time. Gem down on the deck, but he's gonna pop right back up again. And I don't know if they have, no, they just aren't gonna be able to contest now as Yatoro just walks away.
Beautiful hooks by Pure though, landing multiple there. Doing a backwards hook for style points in the fountain while he's waiting. See if he can land any backwards hook on the enemy in this game as well. Yeah, we have a replay and we see the first hook there. I think Enchantress going down is super important for Entity. They cannot ignore Ench. Too many games we've seen where Enchantress just, oh no, Stormstormer in the game gets caught.
Yeah, oh dear, yep, he is very dead.
Yeah, the gem on Beastmaster, he just walks past them and they see him, they catch him. They have a basher on the Pango. 90
wow,
seconds.
Lotus Orb completed for the position 5 Enchantress already.
Yeah, she's a position 5, but she also has gotten quite some damage done and quite some kills in this game. She got 5 kills to her name and been part of a lot more with all her assists. Now with 75 seconds dead Invoker, we again see Team Spirit just going for it.
There's a lot of bounty runs over here on the ground.
It's a treasure cove.
That was a treasure chest for sure, yeah. Collapse, more than happy to pick these up.
Almost 30,000 gold lead right now. Nyx going in.
Gonna make the jump onto Pure immediately. Good force step forward though. Gonna keep him alive. The Rolling Thunder though coming up for Toronto Tokyo, and that's gonna be the BKB popped over on Pure. Throw the Lotus Orb out over onto Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't want to fully hard commit because in the bottom lane, Yatoro is already putting some pressure down. We'll get the Lotus Orb put on himself to bounce back any of these stuns, potentially. The jump forward though from Toronto Tokyo just absolutely blows up Fishman, even though he went for the hook to try to save him. Tension placed over onto the tower.
Nice play by Mira, blinking forward, dropping those Warden sentries behind the tower, and then just sitting around to stun whenever someone comes to deward them.
Oh, the jump over onto Kataomi. Casual hook from Pure, hoping, you know, maybe I'll catch something. All these birds, though, they're taking a lot of damage. Nice get Roar over onto Toby, trying to force staff him away, but Toronto Tokyo closing the gap with some help from his friends. They'll be able to get Mega Creeps, should they want them. The buyback now coming out from Toby. But that is the Mega Creeps. They do manage to grab a Poshka, so they'll be able to get themselves a consolation prize, but the rest of the side is Spirit. On their way out, Pure, they're considering going back in. The Rolling Thunder plus the Lifestealer Bomb jumping over onto Toby. The pop out immediately. It doesn't matter. They have so much right-click damage. They're just ripping them apart. It's a triple kill now for Yatoro. They call GG. Team Spirit just running away with this game with a 37k lead. And they'll pad the stats. They'll get one more kill.
Yeah, like you said, they were just way too far ahead in gold there. They managed to grab themselves more and more of an advantage in this game. I would like to say this game credited almost entirely here to the performance by Mira. I think he played such an outstanding game on his Nyx. And also the Vision game overall from Beastmaster helped so much. But this game was Team Spirit. The moment they got that bottom tier 1 and you leave Beastmaster unattended, they took that tower, swooped in towards mid, took the mid tower as well, and then they had full access to Entity's jungle, and Entity just didn't have the same thing going. They don't have the same type of super fast pushing heroes, so they got the smaller piece of the cake for the entirety of the game, and Spirit just outplayed them quite a bit in a lot of these team fights too.
Yeah, it was looking pretty decent because, you know, Pierre was being super active, right? What, he had like 9 assists or something like fairly early. Definitely, you know, trying to put that pressure on the map. But I have to say, this Nyx Assassin, we're seeing a little bit more of an uptick on this hero. Mira just being in the perfect positioning a lot of the times, jumping forward or, you know, getting that spike carapace off, stopping Pure, having the lifestealer bomb come out, and then, you know, also the synergy coming out with Collapse's birds, right? The birds did a lot of scouting, which then made the job for Mira so much easier.
Yeah, they also stayed very active with their carry on the side of Team Spirit. Yatoro decided to join for a lot of these ganks with the Infest. He was almost always there at the start of the fight, infesting the Nyx, going in. And even in fights where he did end up dying early on, they always got a better trade or got in a favorable position because of it. So I think they understood their draft, played it to a really high level, and Team Spirit certainly looking strong here in Game 1.
So what would you like to see from Entity in game number 2?
For them, I think maybe this first game, it looked like quite a few things were just misplaced from them, where they were greedy or trying to go for more than was presented. Like that one time that Enchantress got the turnaround kill on Invoker, that was really a result of them thinking, oh, you know, she's easy to kill. I think just be a little bit more methodical to, like, you know, kill someone until they're dead, leaving them and hoping that they're gonna go down. You really need to know that you have sufficient damage. One play like that can really cost you a lot.
Here, as we can see some of these later fights where Spirit just starts to really dominate. There's the triple kill again for Yatoro and the GG call. So yeah, I mean, Spirit, we've watched a couple of their games so far. I believe they had the split earlier. It'll be interesting, though, to see, you know, if they're able to keep up this kind of momentum. Because I think every single game in the side of Group B has gone 1-1 so far.
Yeah, that's true. The Group B is truly the tied group. We're looking at the group stages after we finished our first series of casting. It was just a draw all across the board. But we'll see. I think if Spirit play like they play here, that will be tough for Entity to bring it back. However, I know that Entity have a very high highest level that they can perform at as well. So excited to see what we're gonna see them come back with.
You can see here, Mira not getting a single kill to his name, but he did get 20 assists throughout the... It doesn't look that impressive in some ways.
0 kills? Right? MVP? Who said this?
MVP, what?
What? Fire someone. They have kills or they have nothing.
I mean, that's a true support right there. Doesn't take a single kill for themselves, but definitely was an integral part of these fights, being able to have the vision and kind of, you know, having the initiation. And when you're on something like a Pudge, you have to be... Okay, there we go. Got some other stats here. 16 wards placed, got some wards destroyed, and 64.5% kill participation. Nothing to sneeze at.
He also had some really creative placements of a lot of the wards, so that's cool that you know, picked up that they had been talking about wards being a little bit too obvious, and then they hit us with some wards that were not necessarily fully obvious and definitely didn't get dewarded for the entirety of the game. So yeah, good performance overall by the supports there, I have to say, for Spirit.
Yeah, they look very, very good right now. And Entity, you know, again, a lot of people still have high hopes for this team. They'd love to see them take a game, but we are going to have to wait just a little bit longer before we see if they're able to take a game off of Spirit. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if they can even it up and keep that 1-1 trend going.
swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone, welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream here over. We've got the TI-11 group stage. Right now we have an amazing match. We've got Spirit versus Entity, and a lot of people were very curious to see how, Entity were going to be able to perform. And we did see that, they put up a bit of a fight, but at the end of the day, Team Spirit, they're still proving why they're one of the top teams here, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely playing some high-level Dota. It was quite even until like 20 minutes or so, but I think when you're running this this carry Pudge into Lifestealer, you almost need more than even. We've seen carry Pudges quite a bit lately, and they can do fantastic against something like Naga Siren or TB even come late game, but in this particular matchup, they needed to be in a better spot than they were. And Spirits, they just played a great map rotation overall. Like, wherever they moved on the map, they made something happen, and they were punishing any form of misplay by Entity a lot.
I felt like the vision game was very, very on point coming out from the side of Team Spirit. They had the Beastmaster, so you had the Hawks for vision, as well as Boars and the Helmdom Creeps. Then, of course, you've got Nyx Assassin, who was able to do a lot of scouting, and it was just a fantastic pickup against the core Pudge, right? Because you get a Life Stealer bomb inside of the Nyx. You see the Pudge doing something, he's rotting a creep wave. You just slide on up there, pop the Spike Carapace, have the Infest come out with the Impale, and you're just doing so much to shut that guy down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nyx become more and more of a staple pick and perhaps even find his way into the first band as we progress throughout the group stage, honestly. Because he was first phase pick, he was the first revealed hero, and we ended up giving him the MVP. And I've seen it multiple games before in the Last Chance qualifiers as well, where Nyx Assassin just seems to be a great hero for the way that Dota is played right now. So if you have a player that enjoys playing Nyx, then good for you. If you don't, tell them to start enjoying it.
That's so funny because I was reading, I'm trying to remember which interview it was. I'm not sure, it might have been Entity, actually, where they said like, oh, this year is looking really, really strong. And they talked to their support player, I don't know if it was Kataomi or Fishman, I could be thinking of a different interview, it's starting to blend together a little bit, but they said, I'm gonna lose with it a lot, but I will learn it.
Yeah,
and that's the mentality you need to have when you start to see things that are really popping off. It's like, even if you don't play it, it's time to learn it.
That's your MMR grind, the grind set, if you will. You gotta have your mind in the right place. That either you win a lot immediately, and that can be nice, but you can also have games where you lose and learn, and you learn to understand the limits of a hero. So in particular for that first phase of getting used to something, but teams are well past that right now as group stage starts out. Now they have to pull out all the things they're comfortable with and whatever they believe works the best. We see the coach giving some ideas here to the team. They're discussing, probably still probably like breaking down exactly what they did wrong in last game, because they felt like they were in a pretty good spot starting out. They got a lot of kills, got a lot of rotations going, but I think overall the towers falling so early against the Beastmaster can be the downfall of a high aggression team, because if you don't have towers, you can't really get out on the map as fast and make those moves.
Yeah, important to note too, they value Metplum, their coach, very, very highly. In fact, I think in a recent interview, Stormer said that he thought that teams without coaches only reach about 70% of their potential. And they were saying how involved he is with the draft. Whenever they go into replays to like look at old matches, he's got all these notes already like prepared, so that way they can go through and work through them one by one. So pretty neat to see, a very active coach and a team that's very responsive to it.
Yeah, I think it's wild to think back that it's not, it's not ages ago. I guess it is ages ago. I'm just old, but there used to be a time when we didn't have coaches for every single team at TI. You know, like not even every single team had a coach with them. That's crazy to think. Like we've really come a long way from the early days where it was common for just 5 players to hang out and play, and that was it. But now you gotta put so much work in understanding the strengths and weaknesses of your team and how to work around your weaknesses and play into your strengths a lot.
Does every team at TI have a coach at this point?
I'm not sure. I would imagine so for this year's TI, but
Imagine. Like, I'm thinking of all the teams that are here, and I feel like they all do have a coach.
I'm sure they all do. I mean, even a lot of like tier 2 teams that are not necessarily making it to TI already have coaches as well. It is the norm. It's just a long time ago it didn't used to be that common even to have it, but we've come a long way from then. And I think Dota is reaching a higher beauty in my eyes because of all that. Like, the more thoughts go into one team's performance, the better they play on the map afterwards.
Yeah, I believe Sonics is the last team to pick up. I think they most recently picked up Clairvoyance on like 13th. They made the official announcement that they have a coach that they're working with. So I believe every team here does have a coach.
Yeah, and we're looking like we're about to get ready here. We're getting the clear from the lobby that it's starting, and good luck to both teams. So Entity are ready, Spirit are ready.
Yeah, I'm curious if Entity is going to be able to win one of these games, or if Spirit's just going to continue to just look very, very dominant. Again, I really enjoyed that last draft that they pulled out against Entity.
Yeah, it was a good draft, and I also liked how they played it, but they did have a draw in their series just before this, and while it was pretty dominant, especially the mid to late game fights in the previous game were just extremely one-sided for Team Spirit, but the start was certainly not as dominant as the ending was there, and I think Entity have a good chance to take one game of them here.
We're seeing the usual suspect get banned. We've got the Undying. He's been removed. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Marcy or Enigma to follow up.
10 seconds
Or the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has been very, very popular too.
Yeah, I think banning out either Primal or Marcy for Entity here. Last game they went with a Primal and Marcy ban, so yeah, they're probably going to do the same. We see same. The Clockwork gets banned out by Team Spirit as well, a hero that Entity enjoy playing a lot.
Feels like Entity not so cut and dried with their bans, taking some time to consider what do we want to let slip through and what do we want to potentially try to pick up for ourselves.
Yeah, I said it earlier when we were watching Fnatic versus Spirit, but I really like how they huddle up and like have, you know, this talk over the draft together and not just sitting everyone by their chair. I think it does something that you bring everyone together and like nobody is off on their own just sitting and waiting by the chair. Really having a huddle down.
Yeah, I'm curious too because I know in one of the interviews they mentioned on the side of Team Spirit they actually worked with a sports psychologist before Arlington. So I'm not sure if maybe they've picked up some techniques from the sports psychologists of like, you know, grouping up together, trying to feel more as a unit, because I know that is something that some of the psychologists do really try to kind of bring up. Oh, wow, okay.
There it is.
They go for the Nyx ban. I like it. I respect it because it was just too good in that first game.
That explains why they were discussing so much there. They were clearly communicating a lot throughout the start here. And Entity took their time, but finally take out the Nyx Assassin. So that leaves Marcy in the pool as a high priority. Also leaves Enigma in the pool as a very high priority here. Team Spirit, what do you want to open with?
They're not going to let that Marcy slip into the hands of their opponents, that's for sure.
Okay, so I'm supposing we're going to have a Toby Enigma here then. Seems like the idea of getting rid of the Nyx, then it's an easier time to even play that Enigma as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Just assuming, but we'll see. Maybe they have something else in mind for how to deal with Marcy.
Feels almost a little bit like a bait, though, to pick up an Enigma this early. Just because it gives you so much time to like be able to draft and counter it. Like one of the most popular ones, obviously, is the Winter Wyvern. Being able to have the Winter's Curse and sit farther back. They go for the Sven again, too.
There are a lot of counters, but yeah, they don't even go down that route. So they go for Leshrac. This is a hero that Stormstormer has played a ridiculous amount of in his pubs. He's also been grinding it in their scrims, from what I understand. So Sven and Lesh, this is most likely going to be a support Sven again, but, you know, as always, we keep our tables open in the current drafting phase. That's how things work. Pure has played Kara Sven in the past as well.
So I feel like there's so many things that pair well with Marcy. Like, Marcy's just a really strong hero. There's a reason why this hero is constantly being just banned out and not being allowed to be touched. Although they do go for the Invoker pickup very early. I guess because you see the Leshrac, you know he's most likely going towards that mid lane. So you want to secure your own hero.
Yeah, quite happy with that matchup. Quaswex Invoker, you can burn a lot of mana from the Leshrac, which is also part of the reason why Nyx was probably a good ban for them. If they wanted to play Lesh, then he doesn't match up well at all against Nyx. He can get stunned very easily, and the mana burn does a tremendous amount of damage to Lesh.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
No Drow. Interesting that they... Huh. What does that imply to you, that they've banned out the Drow?
It could be that Team Spirit like running Drow paired up with the Invoker. It's a very strong combo if you Alacrity up the Drow and you have nice stuff to play in frontline already guaranteed by just having Marcy. So it could just be that, but these teams obviously have experience now from scrimming each other before this started.
That's true. It's actually very, very true. You do get these like team metas that start to form when you have a scrim partner.
Yeah.
Do you know who Entity's main scrim partner is?
No, I could very easily find out though, but I don't think I would be talking too much about exactly what's like who they've been scrimming, even if I had information, I suppose. But all these teams are probably playing quite a lot against each other, unless there's someone particularly that they want to counter out that they don't want to reveal their cards to. But usually during TI, all the teams just play a bunch of games against each other quite a bit.
Oh, for sure. I just know that, especially coming from certain regions, sometimes you'll pair up with one team in particular to do a lot of scrims against one another. So I wasn't sure if they might be scrim partners even before TI, sort of thing.
Yeah,
but
no.
Most likely they stay within Western Europe and then the Eastern Europe region, although I know that they sometimes tend to cross.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for teams when they go to TI to try and get as much scrims as possible with a team from another region, though, because that can be more eye-opening and you can find new things that you don't get in your own scrims back at home or in your games when you play only within your own region.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, well, they end up going for the Enigma ban themselves over on the side of Entity, so that is another hero we will not be seeing. And again, we talked about Liquid, how they like to ban heroes that they do well with. So Spirit also, in the same vein, do not want to see the Pangolier that they had in the last time.
Yeah, Pango is a hero that Entity could be very happy with here, and would be a fearsome amount of team fight between Leshrac, Sven, and Pango. Would be very obnoxious to go into and find a way to enable the Marcy. Marcy needs heroes that she can actually go and just pop ulti and start punching. If she gets BKB, she can do that on most heroes, but Pango, of course, rolling around would be very annoying for her to deal with.
Right.
Team Spirits turn to
Rubik ban and a pickup on the Jakiro. That is a Fishman specialty right there.
Yeah, they're playing comfort stuff that they enjoy picking, and this is also ramping up their push potential. They have Sven for the armor, they have Leshrac with damage, Jakiro with damage and the tower attack speed reduction. So they're building to have somewhat of a 5-man lineup now, Entity. And Team Spirit, if they're running Quaswex Invoker, that could be a good hero to stop that form of mobilization. Just the mana burn is great for that.
So do you think Spirit wants to go full on just team fight against what Entity is starting to plan, or do you think it's better if they get something that's a little bit more split pushy or like pick-off orientated?
I would like to see Spirit pick something that's, you know, intending to clash, intending to fight. When you have Marcy, she is such a strong hero in the current patch. It would be almost a bit of waste to not be competent for 5v5 fights. So at least pick enough that you have fighting. Oh yeah, after last game though, why not take the Enchantress again? We saw some terrible damage from that Hurricane Pike Enchantress.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild the way that that Untouchable made her pretty much invincible as Stormstormer was trying to close the gap, and ends up getting it turned right back around on him. So why not? Why not let Miposhka play his Enchantress again?
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet hero in the sense that she can add that impetus damage, but also have such pesky scouting with creeps all the time. He was staying on top of that as well. Not just the Hawks and the Nyx running around. What do we want to pair up with it, though? I'm expecting that they're going to pick the hero that will lane together with the Enchantress here. Or they might run the Marcy on the off lane, of course, as well.
I mean, both lanes are incredibly strong. They go for the Faceless Void. I think that's a pretty nice choice.
Yeah, it's a combination that is, you know, as old as the Invoker Cataclysm. You have the Invoker Faceless Void. It is a potent threat in the mid and late game. Even if you go Quasrex Invoker, eventually you will get to a point of having Aghanim's Cataclysm for the Chronosphere, and it just deletes heroes. Also, Time Dilation looks pretty nice in this game against Leshrac. Makes it hard for him to stay on top of heroes, and that's really what he needs to do his to do his damage output. He needs to chase people, and Time Dilation is a good slow for that.
Yeah, they do have quite a few slows as well, because now with the Dispose, it doesn't actually stun, it just slows you. You've got the slow from Enchantress. Lots of ways to kind of kite throughout these fights coming out from the side of Spirit.
Yeah,
Let's give you a little bit of heal, which is nice too, over with the Enchantress, which is also very strong in laning.
Looking pretty balanced for Spirit. I like the combination as well of just having Alacrity on Faceless Void. He can truly destroy anything that he gets next to if you're allowed to hit. So Entity, they get to see the Faceless Void. Right now, they do have some disables, but they're not the fastest stuns. They have Sven stun, which takes a while before it reaches. You can time walk it. There's the Leshrac and Jakiro who are good at following up, but they can't really lead. So maybe they will go something like a... Okay, I was going to say maybe they go for something like a Beastmaster, but they go for another BM, and it's going to be the Broodmother.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. Gives them quite a bit of push. It gives them some control. They don't have the greatest way of being able to clear those spiderlings. Pretty nice decision. And they also, this will give them the opportunity, as we've seen before with like Faith Bien playing the Broodmother, having that vision, being able to move the spider babies and just micro all of them, so that way there's always some sort of vision in the general area as the game goes on. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good hero to set the pace as well. You can play behind her and take down the towers with Jakiro quite easily. And Entity with a Respect ban here, the Magnus would have been a great fit for Team Spirit, as they have Faceless Void as well. And of course they have Collapse Magnus, you know, the most notorious Magnus of them all.
What do we think about a Mars or something for the side of Spirit? Because I'm assuming they still need that Collapse hero.
I think Mars is completely fair here. I like it because then they have a burst against the Broodlings as well. The God's Rebuke is very good for killing them. And it would work fairly well here, I think, into their draft. You can synergize with the Invoker as well. Mars and Marcy lane is quite powerful. But I think they could also go for something like a Tidehunter or an Axe. Yeah, Axe gets banned out by Entity.
A Tidehunter, that does sound pretty good.
Yeah, there are a lot of heroes that fit the same mold, the same form for this draft here. So Spirit, it's really just a flavor of which one do you want.
10 seconds remaining.
Which would you prefer to see?
5 seconds.
I would still say probably Mars. It feels like the safe choice, the boring choice perhaps, but I would love to see Tidehunter get some action, and I think it's quite good into this, but it's going to be Mars.
Okay. I like this. I think we've seen how much damage that just Miposhka alone can output. So if Miposhka is able to sit farther back while Mars gets off a nice arena, it allows a nice setup for the Invoker if he wants to get some of those spells thrown out. And then, you know, you've got a initiation or a reinitiation with your Faceless Void. You've just got a lot of options on the table. I like this draft a lot from the side of Spirit.
I think Pure are going to go with a real hard carry here that can sit back and farm up as well. Last game they went with that early game tempo stuff, but looking at Broodmother being drafted, I can't help but feel like they want to take this game into the later stages. So you want something that matches up decently against the Faceless Void as well. It's hard to predict though. Pure has so many heroes they place. They have settled. They're going to go with the Naga Siren.
Select your heroes.
I mean, I've been calling for Naga Siren so much in our casts over and over. I was actually gonna call for it again here, but teams don't pick it enough, so I felt bad to say it. But okay, they take Naga. She matches up really well against Faceless Void because of the End Snare. So this is a carry that actually brings Disable and helps lock down the Faceless Void. And they also have decent setup here. You can Song into Ice Path, which is a very good way to stun people. And I think overall, this will make them a little bit more comfortable going late game than last game.
I'm curious what the win rate is on Naga Siren for this particular event. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of Naga, but it hasn't necessarily succeeded.
Including the last chance qualifier, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up after this game for sure. I'll get back to you on that later.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that. But I feel like, you know, it seems pretty strong. It's farming, it's doing well, but it just... I'm not sure exactly what ends up happening with that hero, but it struggles. I don't know if some of it's just the other team is so far ahead at that point, or if they just get... I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I don't really agree with that. I think that Nagasana has been doing quite well in the ones that I've seen, but it could be that I've also missed some of the games. But for sure, one thing I do know is that I like it into this draft. It fits really well. But both teams have a lot of threats going into mid and late game. Of course, you have the Leshrac and the Naga scaling up and getting quite strong with their right clicks and their spell damage. But over on the side of Team Spirit, though, you have Invoker plus Faceless Void plus Mars. The team fight will at some point be incredibly powerful. And this reminiscent of how we've seen Liquid drafts. They like having those big ultimates, team fight securing stuff. So come late game, I think Spirit are a bit more comfortable, perhaps.
And it's hard to argue with that just alone with, you know, the Chronosphere Cataclysm that looms on the horizon. But a lot of nice tempo, kind of controlling heroes coming out from the side of Entity. Going to be able to push down some of those towers earlier, hopefully. Be very curious to see how this all unfolds. But we do have game number 2, so let's dive on in.
Interesting. Already an interesting thing happened this game, alright? So at the start of the game, Pure buys boots and then uses his Naga illusions, and then he sells the boots again. I haven't seen that. It's not a massive impact or anything, but it's a cute little play to allow your illusions to get out there and try to scout something. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be able to reach nearly as far as they do here.
That is fairly interesting, yeah. Get a little bit of information.
Yeah, I think he did actually scout out that the illusion was under vision. Now, whether that was the ward or the enemy team being smoked, he can't be 100% sure of. It was both this time.
That's enough out of you. 30 seconds to battle.
Get those consumable balloons getting tossed out as we'll see Amira get hit with the tower.
Yeah, so he knows that there was vision as well. Both teams doing a little bit of vision checking. And I think overall, Entity, they want to go for 4 people bottom here, but they're all being revealed by the Observer Ward. So Toby has to be careful.
Where are you going?
I'll start with the enchant, the slow. There's the rebound coming into play. Nice spear, and the Sunstrike gonna be a little bit off. Toby, so
somehow he is alive. He just walks away. That looked like it should have stunned him, but the spear, I guess, just barely didn't have the range to push him against that tree there. But somehow he's alive. I thought for sure Toby would go down. He is going to have to crawl to base, though, and then TP top. So this is already damaging to his laning stage. Broodmother is going to miss out a bit of the start to the top lane.
And they're also seeing that they do a little bit of a lane swap here. Collapse is going to be in the top lane, and they sent Yatro and Maposhka into the bottom to face off with Pure and Kataomi.
I don't think that lane is fantastic, though, for Team Spirit. Maybe they can win it if they play together like this, harassing the Sven. But Naga against Faceless Void, I think, does pretty well. Not easy to be a melee core against the Riptide when it starts spamming out.
So what is the idea then? Because as we said earlier, you're not going to see a lot of spiders in lanes. You're not going to, yes, Collapse is going to be good against spiders eventually, but that's not something that you have to really be considering early on. So why did they go for the swap, do you think? I
think he just doesn't want to lane into Jakiro and the Brood. And they're chasing Jakiro a little bit here. You see Mars and Marcy, tag team. I think he just doesn't want to lane against the attack speed slow of Dual Breath and the Broodmother on top of that. It would be a pretty painful lane for Faceless Void. But this lane is not much better, to be honest.
Interesting. Maybe they thought that they could harass a little bit more using Maposhka. Perhaps that's the idea. But
yeah. He's getting farm. I mean, it's not going to be terrible straight away. I just don't think it's necessarily a favorable lane that he swapped into. Both lanes would have been difficult. And top lane, we see a fantastic lead, honestly, on Collapse already. That's CSing. He's at 9 and 6.
I feel like this lane is just so strong. To any lane that has a Marcy, I feel, is just very, very strong. You have to be careful of your positioning, because if you're just even the littlest bit out of position, although they are dishing it right back at Mira. But there is that potential there.
Yeah.
But that dispose over to Fishman, but
a lot of the advantage as well comes down to Broodmother not being there at the start of the lane, right? She had to go base and TP out, so she wasn't there for the first creep wave. So naturally the Mars got a bit of free CSing there, as it was 1v2.
Casual Stormhammer being thrown over onto Yatro, but again, he's just going to time walk it off. No problem.
It's pretty nice what they're doing. They're immediately killing off the illusions. They steal one with Maposhka, and then they focus down the other illusions, and then the damage of Naga is gone. And that's most of the damage they have in the lane here, is the Riptide from multiple hits.
That's a pretty nice call there. A couple of these couriers coming over from Maposhka, hoping that maybe he can get a snipe on it. Does get hit by Kataomi. It does have a couple more mangoes, magic stick charges, and a clarity, so he knows what his life looks like. But Pure now gonna need a little bit of assistance because they don't have the Stormhammer up for another couple seconds, so a lot of harassment being placed on this Naga.
Yeah, Maposhka is having a great time. Being Enchantress against double melee, she is certainly enjoying her time. And again, gonna try to just focus down the illusions. Look at both of them. Just focusing the illusions immediately. And then the damage is not going to continue.
Oh, Kataomi, whew. Sitting a little low. Does have 6 stick charges. In the top lane, they are going for a little bit of a dive here. Putting pressure over on Mira, but again, it just continues to be harassed. No one is hard committed, really.
Yeah, Mira tried to jump in and throw back Fishman, but he's tanky enough and gets protected by his Broodmother, so he'll be fine. And
a Centaur creep pickup from Maposhka on the bottom lane, so we'll have that potential for more stun.
Yeah, 1400 HP and 8 armor. That Centaur creep is a real bully when it gets to the lane, so Kataomi has to just sit back now. He can't really help his Naga that much. But look at her, she's just stunning the illusions, focusing them down. They really have their approach to this lane. Just always focus the illusions ASAP.
Definitely feels bad if you're Nagas. Let's get stomped over here. A little bit of that slow. From Void, the Sunstrike coming in hot, and that's our first blood going over to Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that he actually is going for the Exort Invoker. Toronto usually plays Quas Wex, but they do have great stuff for the Sunstrikes here. They have the Chrono as well later on, which is very easy to combine into even before you have Cataclysm. So nice to see him playing the Exort.
Top lane. Lap's getting harassed pretty well, but does have that spear. Just gonna toss Toby back.
Yeah, The Illusions are again trying to get some space for Pure to farm here, but he does manage to pull the creeps back with him.
We're seeing Kataomi make his own rotation towards this mid lane. He's got himself a sentry ward. Might be able to get a D ward over here on the side because they do have the observer.
Yeah.
They'll see it.
They find the obs immediately, so of course the Invoker's gonna stay safe since he had the vision, but bottom lane, a toss back, using the Wild Wing to throw in the Naga. And he's just losing so much HP.
I mean, that is the issue when you do that, but Stormstormer, oh, he gets tossed right back here by Mira with the dispose, so be able to grab the Invis rune and secure the kill. Middle lane though, Kataomi will soak some of this experience since they don't have their mid player up on online right now. Oh, Mira.
He's Invis, Mars coming over, they want to try and kill him.
Nothing like the poop emoji saying, hey, look at this guy over here. This is not looking good for Fishman. He's most likely going to fall.
It goes down quickly, and that is 34 last hits, 10 denies, and now a kill to his name as well on Collapse.
Toby getting a bit aggressive with that insatiable hunger. Does have to be a little careful, though. Oh, man, Pure is just taking these impetuses to the face. Ends up losing his courier as well. Look at this. Oh. Ooh, 40 hit points on this Naga Siren.
Yeah, has to
Pure's
be
got to
careful.
teleport out. He can't stay here.
Yeah,
The value of this Enchantress.
yeah, she did so much work in last game, and now again, they're chasing in on Jakiro.
Yeah, they see Fishman here. Push away, and that's a kill. Sunstrike on Toby, just a little bit off the mark. They're not going to be able to quite find it. As there is the chase in the bottom, as Stormstormer does clean up Miposhka finally. Which I'm sure that's going to make Pure feel good because he's been pulling non-stop by the Enchantress in that bottom lane.
Yeah, finally he gets some space to farm in the jungle. He really hasn't been able to stay on bottom lane, and that has freed up now that Yatoru is getting complete free farm on his Faceless Void finally. Thanks to the hard, diligent work by Miposhka, of course.
Curious now to see where Miposhka is going to move. There's a couple sentry wards currently, and he's going to join up here with Toronto Tokyo in case the rune does indeed pop up.
Yeah, then controlling both sides. They have Marcy checking top. It's a DD rune.
Marcy's going to grab it. Doesn't want to allow this Jakiro any quarter.
Pretty fantastic start so far for Team Spirits as they are running back towards top lane with Mars now. The Broodmother is the only one who's getting like somewhat back into the game, I would say now, but overall the start for all the cores of Team Spirit is just simply better, and they're trying to make a move mid.
Here, of course, with the double damage, spots out Fishman. Get the dispose. Kataomi, though, jumping in. They might be able to turn this around. Yeah, they'll be able to get the kill on Mira. They will end up losing Fishman. As they do duke it out here in the middle lane, they'll put the pressure over onto this Enchantress Street.
Radiant's
Clean
middle
up.
tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Exort and Walker did some damage to the tower as well, but running away. Miposhka has no fear, just walking in on his Enchantress. He was spotted by a ward.
Now he is spotted by much of the team, so Stormhammer, even the TP coming out from Fishman.
Yeah, that's a kill for Naga. Gonna speed up her farm a little bit, and she needed something going her way. The lane has not been that great for her. Over on Spirits, they are sort of ignoring, a bit ahead in the sand now about Broodmother, so their emphasis is not on shutting down her.
Followed with Sunstrike. Mira taking so much damage from this Shrek. We'll toss back over onto Kataomi, and they will be able to get the kill.
Yeah, this is what you want to see though. When a team is playing Marcy, just make rotations, because she is honestly the strongest hero in the game at catching anyone out of position. It's so difficult to stay safe against Marcy.
Collapses, just handling the Broodmother as much as possible. Mira is nearby. Drops down a ward so they can keep tabs or wherever Toby wants to just wander off to these camps.
Yeah, trying to bring Toronto Tokyo as well. They smoke up, but it is under a Radiant ward, so Toby should have seen that. He's backing out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And bottom tower now, finally, they're starting to take a crack at it as they have level 7 on Faceless Void. He got that time walk, feeling pretty safe. And meanwhile, Entity are making a move top. Mars Collapse is feeling it though. He sees nobody on the map right now.
He's already put his points down, so is not
Yeah,
gonna
no
have that
ulti.
arena. Yeah, there's a lot of lockdown coming out from the side of Entity, so that's very dead collapse. But some pressure over here in the mid lane looks like. Seeing that they're putting the pressure on top. We'll use the fortification.
It is curious that he decided to go for this like 4-3-0-0 build on Mars. I feel like Mars ulti is low enough cooldown and not that costly. You can definitely use it.
Pose. Follow up with the Unleash. These punches do a decent amount, but do have to be careful. As Storm Hammer does connect, but Mira's far enough away. Still end up getting the kill on Fishman. The Spirit trying to decide if they want to commit on this or not. Pure is
Sending in
teleporting
the-
out though.
Yeah, just Enchantress with her Centaur, able to get that, securing the kill. Nice jump away and survived by Mira on his Mercy.
Yeah, he's hitting very, very low. Just gonna try to clean up these Enchantress creeps.
Yeah, Yatoro, he does have the full Midas power treads, by the way, and 660 gold. So he's gonna go for a big creep here, get himself a neutral item. The Greed double Midas play from Spirit. Of course, when you run Invoker and Faceless Void, I think it's pretty normal to do the double Midas.
Not playing. They do have the arena now. Not gonna be able to quite land that Spirit though, as Toby. They can just crawl away. We'll walk into Toronto, Tokyo, and they do have the Vision Mirror. Jump forward. And Toby is looking like he is very squashed.
Yeah, he did share all the Sunstruck damage with Spiderlings, but it doesn't really help as he just cannot move. The Orb of Venom slow, the Marcy with the slow from the disposition, and then just the God's Rebuke as well.
I like how Maposhka's been using these creeps, kind of doing that vision, the scouting, like we saw Beastmaster doing with Hawks in the previous game.
Yeah, it's very important to try and get good intel on where you want to make your moves, and both teams obviously rated very high with the picks that they have. I think Entity are going to have more vision advantage going mid and late game here, just by Spiders plus Naga Illusions. Mid tower goes down to just 2 Forge Spirits and Mira on his Marcy there.
I didn't even bother to pop any spells during that.
Yeah, just using his sidekick was enough. Nobody wanted to go there risking getting caught out by a smoke rotation, but that's one more tower going down. The advantage is building up for Team Spirit as they're 4,000 gold ahead.
Right now, all 3 cores on the side of Team Spirit. Currently in the lead. Top of it, of course, is Toronto Tokyo, 7.4k, 6.4 on Yatro, and Collapse 6.2. They're not too far behind the cores over on the side of Entity, but definitely those Midases coming into play for sure.
Yeah, but the mid lane difference though right now, Toronto Tokyo 3,000 gold ahead basically on his Invoker versus the Leshrac. So having the Midas, having the travels, and having 1,600 gold already at 13 minutes, this is an absolutely huge Invoker.
Tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
So what is the play here for Entity, right? Because you have a Broodmother that's trying to put the pressure down in the top lane, and it is kind of just keeping Collapse stuck here for the most part. Like, it seems that he's the one who's constantly dealing with the spiders. That's kind of what his job was in this game.
Yeah, I think you want to use the Broodmother, of course, in the space that she creates, but it's probably just them being reliant on trying to get Leshrac back into the game. So try to create stacks whenever you can. They have stacked up the Ancients at least. Leshrac can farm Ancients. It's not, you know, super fast like some other heroes.
Okay, the jump
Arena.
over onto Pure, follow up with the Sun Strike. There's just too much damage. That Naga Siren evaporates.
Yeah, and Marcy pairing up with a Kobold Foreman creep so fast.
I love this creep. A bit of a tornado being used over on Toby. The follow-up, Mira's here. Be able to work back over onto Toby. Bringing over the spider babies, but there's a deafening blast. Going to be able to disarm. Just need like 1 or 2 more clicks, and the spear will be able to secure the kill.
This is the slowest, most brutal death for a poor little broodmother, just getting beat down. Didn't even have many spells remaining there. No spear anymore, but just the clicks. Yeah, right now it feels like they don't have a hero to play around on Entity. The broodmother didn't have the best laning stage, and the Naga Siren, same can be said there. She also would want to farm jungle no matter what. And it all comes down to, can you play around the Lesh? But at this stage, I think Marcy is a little bit too strong as a rotation hero compared to this Dekiro, Sven, and Lesh.
It's wild to
trying
you
for a
look at
smoke.
Middle tower.
look at Marcy's items, and she just doesn't have hardly anything, but she's so effective. This hero is busted.
Yeah, she will probably get some post-TI nerfs, I suspect, but we get to enjoy her in her finest form here.
Smoke does end up getting tossed across Tokyo, and Mira standing nearby. Throw down a meteor. Collapse,
Oh
nice
my
blink
God.
forward, gets 2 into the arena, the hop down. They should be able to finish off Toby here too, but Mira is gonna tick down, plus those spiders chomping all over. Oh, but the little seeds. The seeds of Serenity. And the sidekick being able to stay alive a bit more. There's another spear over onto Fishman. He has been left behind. He's hoping he can get denied, but no, Yatro will still be able to get the kill.
Yeah, Team Spirit are just able to do whatever they want there. Beautiful catch with Tornado, the meatball coming in, and then comboing with the Mars as well. Right now it feels like all of the cores on Spirit are just growing really fast, but they also just pop together and use their spells. They still have the Chronosphere even, didn't even need to use it there.
That's to say, you know, despite all the different spells used, Yatro's still being allowed to hold on to the Chronos, and that's still something they have to be very conscious about on the side of Entity.
Yeah, we see a replay here, the Tornado into the meatball, beautiful, and Mars just waiting, collapse. If there's a man who knows his timing right when he wants to blink in, I mean, we saw it last TI. Him getting to play on a hero like Mars, very similar to Magnus.
I thought for sure Marcy was dead. We had the spiders chewing on her, she had the remnants of the Jakiro spells, but yeah, Seeds of Serenity coming in clutch.
Yeah, keeps her alive. For now, it seems Entity are just trying to drag this game out as they can, just split up and try to get towards any form of power spikes. So the closest thing they have is Pipe on the Broodmother. That will be a big impact when they get it. Suddenly, the magic damage, which is quite overwhelming on the side of Spirit right now, they can mitigate some of that. The spiders can stay alive. Oh, the travel in top.
They are. Will be able to find themselves 3 heroes. They immediate jump over onto Stormer. He's obliterated. An ice path comes out from Fishman. Try to slow them down a little bit, collapse. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab. Nah, they're not going to be able to go and get their hands on the Jakiro this time. But they do manage to hit the mid laner on the side of Entity, which is very valuable.
Yeah, they're giving them no respite here. The Entity want to get on the map and get some form of farm. They are gonna get mid tower, but even then, Miposhka comes in with his Enchantress and gets the deny against all these spiders. Beautiful lasted by Miposhka. So finally they get a tower, but not even that much tower gold going their way.
Loaded to the gills. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So let's check in with our cores. Looks like Yatro's got himself the Maelstrom, has already got the Treads, and is working on the BKB. And Pure over on the Naga does have the Manta style completed along with Treads. No
Yeah,
TP
and
on
almost
this one.
has... Yeah, he almost has the Orchid as well. As he sends out here. He just needs the Void Stone as well. He has all the components. So Orchid will be a big power spike. Then they can try to get kills. But unfortunate for them, the BKB is already completed on the Void. So you won't have a timing where you have Orchid and he doesn't have a way to deal with it. There's already a safe dispel for him. And BKB on Invoker as well, so both of them are prepared.
Kosha sitting just very patiently, Shinobi has to realize that there are people on the way. Yeah, in fact, Tokyo does show up on the wave.
The draw, like the big takeaway for me from these games that we're watching here with Team Spirit is how they use their supports and where they stand. They are taking the areas that are dangerous and, in general, let their cores play in safe areas in a really good way.
Get themselves a Naga Steel using the Enchantress. You can see them, they know, they can see where Pierre is. They're going to go for the invasion. Take away the creeps, not allow Pure to hit them. Collapse with that blink, looks for the opening, finds Stormer. The BKB comes up for Yatoro and they'll go and use that Chronosphere. It's not being able to do quite enough damage just yet over here to Stormer. They were hoping it'd be a quick pick, but there's Song gets used now as the rest of Team Spirit on the back foot. Poshka is going to get netted. Looks like he's going to end up possibly getting left behind. Wants to see if he can get the denial, but no, they'll still find it. The Stormhammer, collapse landing right next to Mira. This is looking a little scary now. Yatoro trying to slow them down. Nice spear away from Collapse. Will clean up some of these spider babies, but at the end of the day, he is spider baby food. And now Mira left behind. There's just too many heroes. That is a beautiful turnaround coming out from the side of Entity. And they get the silence off over Yatoro. Nice play here from Toronto Tokyo. A beautiful tornado. Well, they're all in a little line. Will be able to save Yatoro.
If he was not there on Toronto, I think that would have been Yatoro going down. He was trying to just stick around to get a Midas and farm one more creep camp, but he almost went down as well. Now Entity, immediately with the momentum of that win, are going to try to go into Roche Pits, get more for themselves. The respawns are coming out though. Doesn't seem like they're going to be quite in time. Spirit just a little bit too late. They TP down bottom. They recognize that this is going to be an Aegis going over on the side of Stormer on his Lesh. But that song was crucial. During the chrono there, they didn't have Ice Path anymore, so sadly they couldn't combo it afterwards, but keeping the Leshrac alive for so long there.
I have to say, Toronto Tokyo really on point with all of these tornadoes. We saw the in that last fight the way he was able to interrupt and then later on using it to save Yatoro. But yeah, that song really coming into play because they can't do as much damage as they would have liked against Stormstormer.
Yeah, they committed double BKB as well. They used the Invoker BKB and the Void to just try and DPS down the Leshrac, but couldn't quite finish the job. But now suddenly the game has swung a little bit in the favor of Entity, but still, of course, 6,000 gold advantage over on the side of Team Spirit. They will probably respect the Aegis for a little while. Try to dodge and keep farming up. I love watching Yatoro's quick buy, by the way. When you watch him play, he puts like everything. He has his entire like Christmas wish list down here. It's like one Mjolnir, one Scotty, I want Aghanim Scepter, I want a Moon Shard. You know, throw in everything.
This is a man who probably has a very good Amazon wish list.
Probably. He's prepared.
Spiders creeping over into this middle line. Quite a few of them, but Collapse waiting behind the tree line. And some pressure being placed by Toronto Tokyo on the bottom lane, but they're smoked up over on the side of Entity.
Yeah, I think they want to go over there. They're looking for any fight they can take right now since they have the Aegis advantage. Leshrac is very, very strong as well during this time. Again, Miposhka with the smoke reveal.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. The positioning of these supports so on point. It gives the cores enough time to be able to just hide and teleport out.
It's such a conscious decision they do a lot of the time. Whenever they feel like, okay, the enemy are probably smoking, it's just like, supports, you know what to do to the ramps. You know, they put themselves on high ground, on the stairs, basically. But Entity, they might want to fight more. They're keeping Broodmother on high ground for a bit of vision here.
Do you have a BKB completed now for Mars? So more of these BKBs coming out for the side of Team Spirit.
And it won't be the last one. They want to go for one on Marcy as well. She only has the Ogre Club though. Definitely quite a way to go until she gets her BKB, but they are going for the quad BKB approach. That is a good way to counter Leshrac. I mean, so much of his damage is just magical anyway, so once you pop the BKBs, he has to just run around and be awkwardly waiting for them to run out. But you run one risk though. If you pop BKB and your teammates did not, then the song can come in and disjoint your BKB timings and prevent you from killing whatever you wanted. That's pretty much what we saw in the last fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It was a tricky line to walk, making sure that you activate the BKB before you go in for the initiation, but at the same time not wasting it and using it too early when that fight is not going to be as epic as you think it's going to be.
Yeah, we see a bit of a, finally for Entity, they equalize a bit and take over the top outpost here. They actually are in control of the bottom outpost as well right now. Team Spirits are waiting to take it back, or they're just hiding and staying off map right now. If they take it outpost, then they show their position as well, so then Entity will suddenly know exactly what's going on. So by not taking it, they are not giving any information for free.
Getting very close to finishing up the Scotty or Naga. We've already got 2 ultimate orbs.
Yeah, he's scaling up quite a bit, and it's not a bad game to have it. It does work as well as against the time walk. You actually heal less against the Eye of Skadi. Heal reduction works. Same way heal amplification works for time walk. So certainly not a bad game to go for it. Of course, you also just want stats so your illusions get strong enough and don't immediately die. I am happy we are not seeing the Radiance Naga, by the way. I have to say, I'm not a fan of the Manta first into Radiance second item. Or God forbid, the Radiance first item Naga. I'm not on board with that one.
I don't think we see that too often anymore, do we?
Oh, there's a trend right now. Naga Radiance is being played a lot across many different regions. But I think the first item, Radiance, is the one that I have a big issue with. Going back for its second item, not really my preferred item, but it's, you know, I think it's decent then at least.
Yeah, I've seen him going for the second item Radiance. I haven't seen the first item Radiance, though, very often. But, yeah. Oh, gosh.
Storm
Okay,
on
all right, there's the opening. They find Stormer. Follow up with a Cataclysm, and he is just gonna blow up as now Mira on the run. Would love to get their hands over onto Kataomi, but just a little bit too fast. So a nice pickoff going to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's the
and they can try to
Cataclysm
reclaim
reveal.
their jungle.
Big kill with the Cataclysm. They of course can combo it either with the Mars or with the Faceless Void quite easily. I suppose you could combo it even with Marcy if she lands a good jump on someone. That's a little bit harder though.
Look at how fast Toronto Tokyo immediately TP'd to the bottom lane. While all this happened. They got the pick off, and then he headed bottom to try to push things out, and he finds himself Pure. Does Pure find him is the question, as they'll throw on the beef doll over at Fishman. They'll display a nice cleanup, but they do pop the BKB.
Yeah.
The spear over onto Toby. They found this Broodmother. They just need to close the gap. It looks like he's gonna be able to just crawl away.
Broodmother's gonna stay fine. Leshak is back now as well, but he does want to finish up his BKB on Lesh. I don't think he wants to fight just yet. Finally, they're gonna get the D ward, the ward that killed off Fishman there. Gets removed. I love that play by Invoker, because he saw that there was Pure on his Naga just farming, but he also knew that it doesn't matter. If I have BKB on Invoker, what can an Orchid Naga do to me? Nothing at all, so he just goes in, gets that kill on the support, keeps his vision alive a little bit longer, and then gets out.
This is a pretty dark map over for Spirit currently. There's a lot of sentry wards. You do have the one over here that just gets placed, the ops, but...
With God Strength being popped to farm jungle a little bit, speaks a bit for the pace of the game right now, but he wants to finish that Force Staff. The Force Staff is an item that we've seen more and more picked up lately for a lot of different teams in different drafts even.
Oh yeah. Very, very popular pickup as you see Yathro. He'll put up with a silence and a net collapse waiting nearby. Trying to be patient. Pops the BKB. Yathro still alive and kicking the turn over onto Kataomi plus the Cataclysm. Will do plenty of damage, but Yathro, he's not looking too healthy. Does pop his own BKB to try to survive Toronto Tokyo though. Over on the side, dropping the Tornado EMP plus the Meatball over onto Toby. Insatiable hunger, but he just can't munch on anything as they give the clicks down. The song is going to get used by Pure. Looks like they're gonna try to run. Look at that long-range emphasis tossed out.
Yeah, these team fights are not going the way that Entity want. They would probably want to try and like get a chance to set up with the song and then follow up with the Jakiro, but we have yet to see it where they have the luxury of doing that. A lot of fights are too scrappy where they can't really set it up the correct way. Mars taking pretty much no damage there as the Bulwark protects him.
He was not afraid of this Naga at all. Arcane Rune gets picked up by Mira. And again, Yatoro holding on to that Chronosphere.
Yeah, he also held on to his BKB for a long time there. He was not worried. I was a little bit worried for him as the Svenstam was coming in with the silence and the illusions hitting him, but he felt safe enough and trusted in his team.
I think that's a big part of playing Dota, is just having faith in your team to follow up and provide the saves, the damage, whatever.
Yeah, when you play at this level, you have to, you know, believe in your team for sure. We see most of Entity looking pretty active right now. They want to keep fighting around this Naga.
Mira, silenced, will become spider food.
Yeah, he jumped into way too much there. Fish and spider food at once.
Bit too aggressive.
Not the biggest of casualties, though. I think not too many tears gonna be shed as Yatoro keeps farming, hitting creeps. Pretty much off cooldown, just using this ulti and farming creeps in the jungle. Kataomi trying to scale up a little bit on his support.
Does have that force staff like we talked about. Collapse though. Getting into
Watch
position,
out for
they're
the
smoked
chrono.
up. Very patient here. Roche gonna be up in about 36 seconds. You can see that Entity definitely want this this Aegis.
Yep.
Spirit though,
They can use
very-
their spiders. Scout a little
Very
bit.
patient. The vision on Toby. Look at how fast Maposhka pops the sprites. Just like, no, 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 no. Worried that they're just going to get the jump in. They have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of information.
He has the gem as well on Miposhka, so he has reason to want to stay alive. Has the quiver on Ench. Very nice item for harassing from far away here. Illusions are shoving back most of Team Spirits. They're trying to move in, but of course the illusions reveal all of them.
They have a hill troll creep right now. Okay, they're gonna go for a little bit of initiation.
Oh,
From
this
Troll to
one-
Tokyo, just poking. Yatoro though, stuck here on the cliff for the moment. There's the rebound off from Mira. Jumping, and there it is. There's the Chronosphere, but the song coming into play. Still managing to get that Cataclysm off, because it wasn't quite over there fast enough. Looks like Mira, though, is going to take a lot of damage. She'll follow up now. Pure stuck in this arena. It's just getting clicked out. It's just so much damage again as they'll chase after Fishman. These impetus going long range. Buyback coming out from Naga. Stormer trying to stay alive. Doesn't have that BKB any longer. Yasuo still having it. He's getting a couple nice bashes, and these impetus, again, just dishing out damage. Turn back around with the Tornado. The buyback from Stormer. Look at Kataomi. Toby just getting clicked down as they're gonna try to teleport back, and Pure is here, Stormstormer is here. Maposhka looking a little bit scared, but yeah, here we go. Collapse left behind, does have the net on him. It's not looking too great, but on the back lines they find themselves. Stormstormer, it's a triple kill now for Yatoro, and now this is looking very scary for Pure because he's gotta go toe to toe, but Toby is doing the damage. They'll still manage to get the kill. Now Toby, RC, oh my god, they can't kill Yatoro. He is just too survivable.
I think they call it on that.
They call GG.
Yeah, that was... Naga got caught out a little bit too deep. She was using the song there to try and let her team kill off the Marcy while she held the rest. But at the end of the song, he just gets immediately arena'd by Mars there and gets brought down very, very quickly. And Team Spirit looking like the stronger team in both these games here. And pretty fast win for Game 2 and Game 1. They looked pretty confident too. So nice to see Spirit are showing up in good form here. I would say that Entity, they seemed a little bit more like a stressed team than usual, but perhaps when you play against Spirit, they make you stress out a bit as well. There are a lot of small things that gave them an edge in the second game here. I think the trading before on the runes, getting some damage onto the Broodmother who tried to check the top bounty rune, and then she's late to the top lane, leaving her to completely get dominated and last hits by Collapse. There's a lot of minor things that just made this game more difficult for them.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Team Spirit have a good grasp on just like some of the smaller, finer tuned details. which makes sense. Again, they are the current reigning champions from TI10. And Entity, they have been making a lot of progress throughout this DPC. They're looking stronger and stronger. But again, this is TI. This is where the nerves start to kick in a little bit. You've got a little bit different of a patch. I don't know if this necessarily is the most comfortable patch for the side of Entity either. But it is just one of those things where, you're playing up against Team Spirit, and these guys, they're good for a reason.
Yeah, Entity actually have said they really liked last patch, but they also said that they like this patch perhaps even more. So they are quite confident in the patch itself, but I think Team Spirit just had a better showing here. They played really, really good, and I think out of all the teams that we have seen so far in the games that I've watched, have not seen any team use their supports as well as Team Spirit do. I think their impact in teamfights is huge. I think their impact outside of teamfights is absolutely enormous. The way they block a lot of the moves from their enemy team. I think the key to shutting down Spirit is going to be understanding how to counter their support play.
That's definitely something to think about. Seeing Maposhka on this Enchantress, just the amount of support given, and also just the damage that he can do to this hero. Looks very, very good. Again, they were allowed to have the Marcy being one of those heroes that has been banned pretty consistently. One of the most banned, I believe, or at least most contested. So that probably also did not help for Entity.
She pops in here from the banned dimension to get a little bit of a win again, of course. I mean, Marcy is such a strong hero. I think if you're gonna slip her through the first phase picks, then you have to have a very solid plan of how to deal with her. And I just didn't really see it from the draft that Entity put up here. I think Marcy still had to be banned. They did ban out the Nyx because they wanted to play Leshrac. It's understandable, but I think maybe you could ban Marcy first phase, wait with the Lesh pick for second phase, and, like approach it differently if the Nyx is a problem. I don't think he's a bigger problem than Marcy would be.
You can see the final fight going down, the triple kill for Yatoro, and it looks like he gets so low, like he's silenced up, but he's able to time walk just away in the nick of time, and then he's got the sidekick, just heals up. There's the GG call. And I think one thing that's really interesting for me too, we talk about these supports being so integral, but also how fast that Team Spirit tends to respond and make decisions. I thought that was very interesting too. I think there was one fight where they got a smoke gank off, they got the kill, and immediately you just see Toronto Tokyo teleport away down to the bottom lane, start pushing out waves, waiting patiently, knows that Pure is going to be there eventually, but also that the supports are there, and the decision making just feels like it's lightning fast.
It's lightning fast. I also love that you mentioned that, because Toronto Tokyo, we were talking about his Invoker as well, and how, he dominated last TI with his Invoker a lot, and he was integral to Team Spirit's success, usually with the Quas Wex Invoker though. Here he got to shine with his Exort Invoker, and his stats, look at that. 15, 0, and 10 in this game. Didn't die a single time, had a perfect game on Invoker, and yeah, this was quite the showing. So much synergy between him and Collapse and Yatoro, of course. Definitely a standout performance by him here, and Yatoro also didn't die a single time, so game 2 was just quite handedly in Team Spirit's pocket from the start to finish.
Yeah, you can see just the lightning fast decision making, and again, that is something especially associated with these Invoker players who have to have all their spells queued up right away. You can see 23k hero damage with this Quas Exort Invoker. Lots of net worth in those last hits too. I always think it's really fun to watch Invoker players. Like, we do get the opportunity with the cams, and you can just see how hyper-focused they are. 92.6% kill participation with a 845 experience per minute and very nice GPM, so...
Yeah, they actually had two players with over 800 over 800 experience per minute there in that game. The two Midases on Faceless Void and Invoker. Both of them bought Midas. None of them died. Is Midas OP item? Is this why? Buy one now. Find out.
Yeah, it's looking very, very in the hands of Spirit. They knew exactly how they wanted to play their game, their item timings, their positioning, just looking absolutely ace here. But I know that we've had a great time watching this match. There's going to be another match here in a little bit, but we're going to have a check-in with our wonderful panel.
Spirit up against Entity, with Spirit taking that a nice clean 2 games, I would say. So if you are an Entity fan out there, then game 1, you might not want to go back and have a look at if you were watching it. Kaz, looking at the draft, could you kind of tell from the start it was going to go that way?
Maybe not fully, but something that I really liked Team Spirit do was actually they picked up the Lifestealer. I haven't seen that many good answers to the Pudge, but I feel like I did in this game. They had Teamfight from Pango, Nyx was very annoying. Collabs, once again, is just an outstanding player. He played great on the Beastmaster. And then throughout the game, Stormstormer had a lot of trouble kind of dealing with the Pango and Beast. And then eventually Yotoro with the buffs, nice items, good matchup against Pudge. He just slapped the game open.
Game 2 really not looking, much better for Entity.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Brood approach, so they ended up picking the Brood Mother. Team Spirit did a great thing where they put the Mars against the Brood instead of putting their Void against the Brood Mother. So they went to an aggro trialing situation. Then from there, they really set up Toronto Tokyo for success. They had the Faceless Void, they had the Arena from Collapse's Mars, they went for the Ags build and the Sunstrike, and Toronto Tokyo just popped off that game.
And they also had the audacity to go double Midas and stop. Both guys unkilled this game. You go 508 on Yotoro, you've got 15-0-10 on the Invoker. Man, like double Midases and still hitting your timings and ending the game in 33 minutes. That's pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to go all out. It
Yep.
works for Spirit, so good on them. Definitely a 2-0 that they wanted and they needed. A-Stream, though, we are very ahead of what is happening over on B, C, D, E, and we, the panel, are here to run down what has happened on those other streams. This Liquid Sonics Game 2, Kazu, walk me through it and tell me sort of why the series went the way it did.
This game was an insane back and forth, but overall good showing from Sonics. You know, their first series not so good. This one definitely better. I think both drafts and gameplay for them worked out a lot more. Here in this clip, what I want to show is Quinn, who gets a 3-man shield crash with the 6% damage reduction, Magic Wand, Raindrop, so they get to turn this fight around. This is just, a small clip from the early game where they get to turn things around. It also gave them a big lead in the early game. And then moving forward, we're skipping way far ahead because there were so many things in this game. But what's important in this clip is just this first pickoff on Lelis, who does not have buyback. But the most important thing is I want people to pay attention to Matu, who's playing the Naga Siren. He has buyback and Boots of Travel level 2. What's very important is that Sonic, they're currently lacking buybacks on a lot of their cores. You can see Pango has no buyback, Brood has no buyback, and Snap is out of buyback. So now Matu goes into the fight. They're all using their BKB's Pango roll to kill him, but watch once he dies. He has Boots of Travel 2, immediate buyback, his team stays around. Now he TPs in, which is a very short cooldown because they buffed it recently. And boom, they take this fight. Now they kill the heroes without buyback. And this game was back and forth, and then in one fight, the whole game basically just ended.
Seeing how long, I guess, this game is gone, seeing that timer up the top there of the highlight clips, because do you think they could have closed out a lot more? There were just opportunities Sonics weren't able to close out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams had opportunities to actually, close out the game, but they both messed up a little bit on the enemy high ground, and then the game drags out.
Yeah, a little bit
Simple
of cleaning up. Yeah, simple as that. A little bit of cleaning up needed from both of them. We also had the D-Stream do OG up against GG. Fia, you got our highlights for that game number 2.
I do. Starting with the draft here, we're kind of going to see that they have the Razor again from Mar. They left Morphling in the pool. They did not care. There's a hard counter to the Razor, but OG's just going to play the OG style. Amar is still on the Razor. And then moving on to the next clip, we're going to see here, there's going to be a fight. You're going to see Morph just uses Manta style there. Yuragi comes in the back, silences him, nets him right away. Very crucial kill with the Aegis here. It was a really nice play by Yuragi to make that read. His team ends up tipping him as well. And then in this fight here, you're going to see the power of ET against Morphling. There's the lasso. ET gets in range of him with just one shot. He's just dead in that fight. They tried to turn the fight onto Amar here on his Razor. Gets his BKB off. The Morph was dead in that fight. They couldn't really turn it here. Then for the final fight of the game here, they got the Aegis. They're the high ground. The game's pretty secured for them. They're trying to make things happen. Big team fight happens. And then you'll see them try to charge in. And in a moment here, they will make the initiation. There it is. The Bat Rider will try and go in. Gets the lasso off. Morph goes in. This is the last fight for him. And then Amar, yet again, he's just full beast mode. This is a first pick Razor, by the way. Just going in, chonking on everyone.
He's having fun.
He's having a lot of fun. But the big power, I think, of OG and to show this, they'll pick their heroes. They'll let you counterpick them, but they find counterpicks in other ways, right? Amar will play his heroes, but then they'll pick the ET, and they'll get the Snapfires, and they'll make your game harder in the more less traditional way.
It feels like OG still definitely doing what I feel like we know OG for, and that's playing whatever they want to play. One thing, though, that kind of links that Liquid Sonics and that OG GG series is the Naga. We do have a little bit of time, Sophia. I want to ask you about the Naga, how you feel that it's coming into this meta, and are you impressed with it?
So right now, there's like a huge emphasis on Zoo offlaners. You're seeing a lot of the Visage, you're seeing a lot of the Nigma, the Broodmother. And Naga's just one of the best carries against that right now. So as long as people are kind of forgetting about the Naga right now, they're sneaking in like those later picks, so people are going to have to start putting them in the second phase bans for sure.
We could see her being picked up a little bit more than in some of the other series that we have coming up. RNG, though, against Bet Boom. Let's close out what we've seen from Group A in their second best of twos, T-Panda.
Yeah, after listening to Fear and Kezu, we got some sharp analysis on this one. I mean, it is absolute Spain to be a Bet Boom fan today because, you know, they already lost their series early on today. The theme, they lead, they lost. Second game, they lead, they lost. We go to game number 3, Bet Boom, they lead. It leads into the same conjunction once again. I mean, they have good understanding of their drafts. We saw the Hawk go for carry Batrider, which is something that is probably unheard of for many people. Works out a bit of a more of as a control type of hero, adds in a bit of damage, goes in nicely with the Beastmaster, and you've got the Sniper to align with that as well. But, you know, you run out of tools at some point of the game. RNG, we see the Naga. I mean, Naga seems to be...
And look what she's up against.
Yeah, against the Zoo.
It is against the Zoo, and it seems to be working out nicely. RNG, they have had a very good pace, very good patience in general. And here we see from game number 2, shifted up the draft a little bit. We see the Lone Druid come out for the Hawk. Like, all right, let's go for more traditional. We've got a Riki support going for the Sleeping Dart, you know, keeping the Anti-Mage busy a bit. You would think that the root is really good against AM in this game. And it did look pretty good for Bet Boom. But the pattern just keeps on returning back again. Like, Bet Boom is just having a really rough day today because this one also slowly started to turn into the advantage of them. This is actually from GG, Gaming Gladiators, but doesn't matter. They still played the Anti-Mage on the side of RNG versus Bet Boom, and that Lone Druid kind of ran out of firepower at some point of the game as well. But they gave it a hell of a fight. It wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, well, these group standings. Sorry, I don't know where the words were just then. But we can look at the group standings right now. We know that Group A has completed 2 round robins, and then Group B are currently in the midst of playing out some of theirs. Like I said, us on A stream, we are very far ahead of all those other streams there. EG, OG, undefeated for their Group A, guys.
Couldn't ask for a better match next, don't?
Well, okay. Well, now you kind of spoiled it. All right. You were supposed to be like, yeah, wow, I can't wait until they play up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we can have a look at the schedule. Thank you for the perfect segue, Fia. Yeah, you really just set me up for that one. Oh, God, yeah, you know. EG, wouldn't you have it? The 2 undefeated teams so far in Group A is going to be treated on this May stream. Thanks, A stream. So thanks so much, Fia, for asking that one. We're going to quickly flip through what the other streams have coming up and also where they are. Like I said, a little bit behind, so Fnatic Thunder still to be played, and then Sonic's LGD going to be going up against each other. The C stream has Beast Coast and Team Secret actually being closed out. So that must have been a pretty quick 2-0. We're going to have to take a look at that one. Then it's Liquid, Bet Boom is their last one. Over there, it's Tundra, TSM still being played out, and then Boom, RNG. And our final stream, I do believe, right now is Talon and Asta. And then Hokari and GG for their final series there. Is it just the OG EG matchup that we're all looking forward to, or were some others littered throughout there that you're keen to have a look at?
I mean, I don't think I spoiled. I think a lot of people have been waiting since the beginning of today to see EG versus OG. It only makes it better that they're both undefeated going into this.
Yeah. Why do you think then, Kezu, it is such a hype matchup for a lot of people?
I feel like both these teams are just doing their own thing, and that is really showing in their score as well. It's working out for them. The heroes they won, they're working, and also kind of like, I just feel like that they're both showing a lot of strength with what they're doing. Like, I just see confidence from their gameplay. That's about it.
Yeah, you hit it right there. You know, OG having their own meta. I'm going to be excited to see if it continues as we do have our casters ready. This OG EG series, guys, get hyped. We're sending it over to Moxie and Waga.
Well, I know that both of us were super excited the other day when we were going through the schedule and we saw that we got EG versus OG. Waga, tell me, what are you most excited to see out of this matchup?
I mean, I'm excited because it's TI and it's RTC. Like, for me, following him is always exciting during TI time. I mean, it's sometimes painful, but it's also something that gets me very hyped. And EG versus OG, I feel, is such a classic showdown as well. Even going back to like the old OG team, but this is the newer. I don't think you can call them the new OG squad anymore, but the newer of the OG squads. Seeing them go up against EG, I'm really expecting a good game here because EG, they look in form today, Moxie.
Yeah, I think we were watching their game earlier and we were extremely hyper. Oh my god, you know, NA, they're doing it. But we do have the other OG, maybe the younger OG, because they do have some babies in the squad, especially when you consider that I think Taiga is the old man of the group at this point, and he's very young.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of experience, though, in the coaching as well, of course. They have the organization of OG behind them. They have, you know, the experience of Seb. They have No-Tail. They have a lot of, you know, TI experts, let's say, who can hit them with some good information here and, you know, encouraging words going into their games.
And that definitely helps quite a bit when you do have that, you know, guiding force. And you know how much that sub likes to do these pep talks, likes to kind of build them up. You've got, you know, the power of No-Tail behind them too. So these real legacy sort of players, and especially too when you consider that, you know, unfortunately Misha was having some difficulties with visa issues and Seb has had to stand in, but also getting, you know, that first-hand experience of playing with your coach on the team, and then also getting the chance to like see your players and play with them too, which I think is a pretty important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important to have, you know, everyone in the same atmosphere together and be on the same page. And for sure, having someone like Seb to give you the pep talk before the game, definitely a big bonus there. And we see Arteezy and EG, the squad, Crit and Arteezy, of course. They've been on EG forever, it feels like.
They have Fly rejoining the squad, which I think is a very powerful thing. I think it helps having a very strong voice, kind of helping to pull the team together, guide them to victory. That was a more recent addition.
Man, Nightfall looked like so exhausted there in those hero poses, but I hope that he is feeling energized and ready here. They certainly have been playing like it today.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the big players on the side of Evil Geniuses. Nightfall tends to get quite a bit out of his lane, and if he starts having the domination, things go very, very well for EG usually.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch as well. I mean, he generally is quite confident in his ways and finding his own meta things. I still remember when he played the carry Dawnbreaker so much and insisted on it and had great success that I wouldn't say a lot of other players really managed to recreate. So certainly a unique player with his own understanding and gameplay.
In the last series that they played, they are able to secure themselves the Enigma a couple times, which is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I think the Enigma should be a highly rated hero. Oh, speaking of heroes as well, you were asking during the last game about the Naga win rates. Looking that up, I believe during the game as it was being played, Naga was 8 wins and 5 losses. So doing quite well actually. But then I think obviously lost that game, but meanwhile I think there was a win for Naga in another one. We have so many games going on at the same time here.
Yeah, I know. It's, I guess, 50 games total, because each game, of course, is a best of 2. And we have been going all day and all night. So, you know, welcome, especially those of you who are from the NA region like I am. It is 7 a.m. Time for some early Dota, or if you've been staying up all night, shout out to you. And I know there's plenty of other viewers outside the time zone. I believe, Waga, you were up at, what, 4 a.m. today?
Yeah, I woke up at 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm on a completely normal daily rhythm, I would say, right now. But it's good. I get to, you know, be in phase for all this Dota. I'm probably gonna look over some of the games afterwards, because I feel when you're casting, you're actually completely unable to consume the content going on the other streams. But I'm so curious about all the matchups that have happened today, and I'm sure there have been some amazing games.
Yeah, I'm especially curious on what happened with that Hokuri game. That one was a big surprise, I think, for a lot of people earlier, that they managed to take a game off of PSG LGD.
Yeah, and we see OG here banning out the Prime Hole and Ench.
They let the Enigma through again. It just seems like it's not a high priority here for either one of them right now. Very interesting.
10 seconds.
We have seen a few times now the Morphling first phase ban. I think EG did it before as well. But they ban out the Marcy and the Morphling, and that leaves a bit more in the pool. Of course, Undying is there, Clock is there, which is seem to be quite popular among a lot of hero, teams right now. And Enigma, as you mentioned.
My question is, does Evil Geniuses pick this up right away?
You could,
Granted,
but there's a downside as well that the Clockwork is quite good against the Enigma. So you can take it, but there's already Hookshot and Battery Assault, which can be good for canceling Black Hole.
Yep. It seems like they've got that deliberation. Do you also have the Undying that's available? That is something that has been extremely popular, that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent as well for that Nyx Assassin first phase. I think it's good overall. Not necessarily perhaps when you see a Clockwork like this. It's not like you do very well against a Clock as Nyx, even though you can, of course, by Carapace the Battery Assault. But I think the hero should be rated much higher than a lot of teams currently giving credit.
Up for the Razor, most likely. So a bit of flexible of a hero. Got some options. I know we've seen a lot of Nightfall playing that.
Also a bit of a block because you got Amar on the side of OG, who, I mean, he's one of the best Razor players out there. He absolutely demolishes with it. And usually teams drafting against OG focus Amar heavily with their draft.
Yeah, if you look at actually Dota Pro Tracker, Amar has played 10 games of Razor recently in the last 8 games, so... or days rather, so definitely a bit targeted, and also, you know, a nice thing to pick up for yourself. And they also pick up Crit's Tusk here. Gives them a nice little bit of save, gives you a little bit of repositioning, so an overall nice pickup.
Yeah, I also like the Razor as a reaction to Clockwork because it's a hero that deals continuous damage and a lot of damage. Clockwork wants to run close to people, but that Eye of the Storm is just way higher damage than Battery Assault, so it will be hard for him to do that.
So a very early Terrorblade pickup going to the side of OG. How likely do you think it is that we might see the Shadow Fiend picked up? Because that is a very much an Arteezy hero and seems pretty strong.
Oh, I think it's quite likely they will either get banned or picked for sure. I like SF into Terrorblade. I think it's one of the better heroes. We saw that matchup earlier today as well between the SF and the TB when we were casting. But I think SF is definitely a hero they should keep on their mind at least.
We'll have to see as we get into the next round of bans what OG does not want to have to deal with.
Arteezy, all smiles, feeling good. I mean, of course, they did have some fantastic game earlier against LGD. The complete shutout into the reverse 3-2. They were, what was it, 32-2 in kills, I believe. Absolutely insane. I would not have expected the EG to be that far ahead.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit nervous in that game number 2 because it definitely looked like, you know, they might be updating the website of when did EG last throw, but they were able to clinch it. They were able to make sure that they got the victory. So no Viper and no Broodmother coming out here in this draft. Viper, of course, being able to provide a break is just an annoying hero to have to deal with. And then, you know, the Broodmother, we've seen just how potent this hero can be.
She's very problematic for Clock and for Terrorblade, I would say. The Broodmother would just be too annoying for them to lane against, and they don't want to deal with any of that. So just get rid of it. I'm expecting to see EG do what most teams do, which is just hammer down different bans towards Amar, and somehow he still always performs, I feel. Watching OG is really interesting because he gets so much target hate and then he still delivers.
I think it's really interesting too. I watched, so OG made like a little series, I believe, along with BMW. But they went and they interviewed Taiga's family. They went and interviewed Amar's family. And Amar's got 2 of those brothers, and they were saying, like, we just flame them all the time, you know? Just like, oh, how come you didn't do this? Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's a tough love family. But they said they did that to him to motivate him because it would light a fire underneath him. So it is kind of funny now. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, Amar, you know, he's so BM, blah, 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 blah. But like that is the environment that he kind of thrived in from his family. And it brought him to where he is now, because I think the other really, really cool thing is that, did you know that Amar had about 3K MMR just after TI9? And he just ground the heck out of it.
That is absolutely insane. That is crazy. That's such a fast progress. I didn't know that it was that reason that he was that low MMR. I knew that he had made like a really fantastic rise, but that's crazy fast. Talk about ascending to the top of Dota.
It's amazing. It is really amazing. That is a hard thing to do. But yeah. So we'll see the Phoenix band out. That is something that EG really does love to put, especially over on Fly. We still have things like Chen. If they, what's going on over here? Are we on the floor?
I think he doesn't want the up the nostril camera angle shot, but he wants to be comfortable. So it's a struggle, you know. You gotta compensate here.
You know, gotta stay relaxed for this match. Not too relaxed that you fall asleep, though.
No, he looks comfy. He looks ready.
It's making me sleepy. Oh no.
OG's turn to ban.
Okay, they took a lot of deliberation, but finally going to be a Jakiro that they ban out, as Phoenix was banned out by OG. This is a lot of AoE damage dealers being brought out. Of course, the Phoenix would be a great way to have a ton of magic damage over to a Terrorblade, so it makes sense that OG are respecting that a bit with their early TB pickup. But I feel like Jakiro could even have been an option for themselves, but don't really want to play that into Clockwork, I suppose.
What about a Disruptor? That's a hero that's been making a pretty big splash recently. That would provide them with, you know, the silence if they're able to grab the Terrorblade. Can't get the Sunder off. A lot of magic damage as well.
I think he's definitely on the radar for both teams here, just because they're removing other alternatives as well for supports. But it would work well against both Racer to glimpse him back so he can't chase people or force out a BKB from him early. But also the lockdown against Terrorblade and stopping him from sundering would be useful if EG decide to go for it. They're going to ban out BZM's Invoker here. Of course, we are spoiled with many good Invoker players in this. We saw both Toronto Tokyo and Stormstormer going at it in the previous series, with both of them playing Invoker. But BZM is also a superb Invoker player.
Okay, they're going to opt for the Snapfire pickup on the side of Evil Geniuses. Do like that. They've got a couple ways to save in their draft, which I also enjoy. You've got the Snowball from Tusk, you've got the Cookie from Snapfire, and then it adds a little bit more team fight. And we talked about this earlier, how the fact that Snapfire just has incredible range. So she's able to sit pretty far back and get off those Mortimer kisses, and you do have to kind of be aware of that if you're OG, how you're going to be able to interrupt those. You do have a Clockwork, but you don't always necessarily want him to be jumping on the back lines. You might want him to be, you know, your frontliner in some cases too. But nah, okay, all right. You get the Amar Timber. I feel like that is a very, very strong front lane.
Yeah, he's definitely this is one of his signature heroes. He has multiple, I suppose, but his Timbersaw, I've seen it in some games where it's like, this is a terrible Timbersaw game, this shouldn't work, and then he just dominates. So OG and their Timbersaw, they are a nice pairing, and I think EG, they have to be very cautious here because they already have 2 strength heroes in their supports. They're going to be really squishy against the Whirling Death here. But yeah, I agree with what you said, that the Snapfire is nice into the Terrorblade because EG needed to add more magic damage to deal with TB. And I still think they want even more beyond that. Magic damage is going to be higher value now that you see a Timbersaw as well.
I mean, the big thing whenever you see illusion heroes a lot of times is you see something like Leshrac, right?
Yeah, Lesh is certainly an option that they could go for as well. The more things they add here to set up for the Leshrac stun as well. They have Clockwork now, they have Dark Willow, which can set up a little bit. And Dark Willow, fantastic hero against Razor. I think the Terrorize against Razor is one of the most useful tools you can have to just force him to get back. It's sort of similar to Glimpse that we were mentioning. And here comes Arteezy's comfort hero. Gonna be the Ursa. Certainly a good matchup against the Timbersaw. Continuous damage, but against Terrorblade can be a little bit rougher. But that means they have to pick a last hero that deals quite well with the Terrorblade, I think.
I was suggesting the Lesh for the side of Evil Geniuses, just because we were talking about that magic burst damage and dealing with some of the illusions. Might fit the draft just because of how high tempo it is currently, but...
Yeah, certainly. I think Leshrac can certainly fit for EG here. It might be something that OG respect when they get to their final ban, because they do have the Terrorblade, and like you said, can be rough running into Leshrac. Also more disables and damage that can go through even when Willow hits her Shadow Realm can be very useful. Lesh doesn't care at all about Shadow Realm.
To see the Batrider getting banned out. That is a very powerful hero, being able to jump in and just have that lockdown, which is very, very important for both Timber and the Terrorblade. Do have one final ban available.
Yeah, I could also see them playing something like Void Spirit for themselves. They could play Lina or Leshrac over on EG. All those are very possible threats. And see if OG has some other hero that they're even more worried about, or if it's going to be one of those that they get rid of here. Because they have to shield their Terrorblade a little bit with this ban. Queen of Pain, yeah, certainly same thing there. Ton of burst damage, and a hero that doesn't care about Clockwork. So problem with if they got Queen of Pain would be that the Clock can't land any easy ganks, as you can just blink away from the ganks.
Alright, Void Spirit gets picked up for the side of OG. It is a BZM classic, so... just need to figure out what is the solution, what is the final piece of the puzzle for the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, to me it feels like a Lina game, but that's just because I don't really see something that fits nicer here. But overall, it does look really clean because they get a nice mix between physical and magical damage as well. You could even go full Spellcaster Lina with the Aghanims build that we saw GPK do in the Last Chance qualifier. It's gonna be Lesh. Yeah.
There we go. A little bit more tower push, which puts this draft as a very high octane setup. Has a lot of burst, magic burst damage, very good against things like the Timbersaw or the Terrorblade. I guess the only thing that's a little worrisome to me is that they're a bit more mobile over on the side of OG, and they also have a bit more superior vision, having the Clockwork Rockets to do some scouting.
Yeah, they have a lot of vision, and they're, like you said, quite mobile. But on the other hand, there are some good lockdowns, and they're also pretty fast on the side of EG. While they don't have the same level of mobility, Razor is a very speedy hero, so is Leshrac, especially when you get to travels. So even if you have ways to disengage, you can also get run down if you're not careful here. But seeing how both drafts finish up, I would say that EG are in a good spot to take this one, but OG, I'm never really counting out Amar on his Timbersaw. I've seen him take over games, even against an Ursa. I just respect that man on this hero.
Yeah, he is very, very talented. It's like that and his Mars as the two heroes, I think, let shine out a lot for a lot of viewers. But I'm curious now. We said that Evil Geniuses has a very fast-moving draft. What is going to be that peak timing for them in this game, do you think?
I think the time that they want to start coming online is probably the moment that Leshrac finishes his first item. We've seen Leshracs go for quite a few different items. Some people go for the Bloodstone first, sometimes Beakby first. We've even seen some Yule Scepters in the past. But I think Lesh is going to be the tempo hero they want to play around. He's going to be central for them actually doing building damage, since Ursa and Razor don't have fantastic building damage between them.
Hiragi and Crit will just walk into each other pretty quickly. Do you see some nice sportsmanship talk so far with the have funs being dropped?
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Both teams are ready and staring at the mid lane, which we sort of see all the teams do. This is what you need to do, just get in position early to try and protect your tier 1 tower from the enemy walking up and scouting if you have a ward is something that's quite important. You can, of course, always try and see if you get shot by a tower and find out where the ward is.
Are there any ways that you think, so we talked about how this Leshrac is going to really need to pop off. It depends on the item builds too. Are we going to see these rotations come out from EG to try to help secure that lane earlier on?
I think the 6-minute rune is almost every single game. We see both the supports, both teams move towards the 6 and possibly the 8-minute runes as well. It is very, very likely going to happen in this game as well. Until then, they'll be playing out the lanes. We have a bit of a reconnect here by our TC.
Looks like... Unfortunately, yeah, it looks like his PC crashed. I want to know what all these Chinese voice lines are. We haven't had any sort of like post that explains them as far as I know.
True. Yeah, and for the other languages as well, would be nice to find out. There's so many good voice lines, honestly, and hard to pick.
BZM's sponsor, just Seb's grandson.
Seb's grandson, very nice.
He is a bit baby because he is so young. Nice little D ward, and yeah, runes getting split pretty evenly.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the runes, and they're heading down the lanes. Looks like mid lane is going to be a little bit of a 1 block by BZM here, getting slightly favorable position. That tiny bit can make a lane much easier to play out, honestly. It seems like such a minor thing, but being able to CS on your high ground as opposed to going low ground feels much nicer.
You might never recover.
Top lane, you can see Nightfall's just trying to get a little bit of that drain right off the bat. They'll throw out some shards and put that harass down. Everybody's getting challenged here.
The gauntlets. We haven't seen that in the other games, but of course.
Didn't they already like challenge each other in the mid lane?
Yeah, you can send more.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there was apparently a bug at first where you could just send like 100 challenges per second to someone, and you just crash the game by sending them. I believe that's fixed by now, though. Hopefully we're not going to see such foul play at TI here.
No, I don't. I think these guys, they all really want to play this game. They're not looking to crash, if possible. This is, you know, this is for Pride right here. Pride and, you know, TI, which is the biggest tournament that we have.
Yeah, it is, and it's also EG versus OG. It's, you know, who's the best G? Oh, bottom. Taiga getting caught out.
Still got the Shadow Realm up. This is a pretty difficult hero to kill when you have the Shadow Realm and not a lot of ground targeted stuff.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ground target, but they already used it, so he just walks away in the end. But he's gonna walk on and try to control bottom rune. A little bit too late to do so, though, as Abed already claims it. Tries to deny it with the Shadow Realm, but instead harasses.
Yeah, that extra little bit of attack range is super nice on the Shadow Realm. And this is another thing too about drafting Amar, his Timber Saw, is like this particular hero, pretty survivable, so you do have the freedom to make these little bit of rotations, try to do some pokes, maybe, you know, grab up some runes.
Yeah, certainly frees up a bit of movement. Trades on both lanes happening, top lane reflection, but not really too much gonna happen. They just have a superior amount of creeps here on the side of OG.
Quiet game so far. Everybody just pretty content to go hit creeps. Looking at the CS over in the mid lane, currently Abed sitting on top with 16 and 5. BZM not too far behind though, 15 and 2 currently. So
yeah,
these mids
very even. But yeah, they're you're not gonna be able to stop Void Spirit. I feel like that hero is so hard to fully deny. His last hit is really good. And he did get a favorable block as well. We saw a courier go down. Taiga got one courier snipe there over on Fly's courier. A bit of gold for his team. Top attempting to get the disengage on the pull.
Yep. Just having those cogs into play. Are they going to be able to keep Misha alive? That now Nightfall will get the first blood. And Crit is going to have to back off a little bit. That will use that plasma field. Just put a little bit more pressure over onto Yoragi. He is out of regen other than some stick charges. Has to be a bit careful. Although it looks like, oh no, we've just got the Band of Elven skin. But in comes the Clockwork.
Yeah, he's gonna get fed some tangles. He'll be fine. Bottom lane was RTC taking some damage, but he's also getting fed. The babysitting is full active here for the supports. Their carries are crying.
Nice scatter blast over onto Amar. Taiga needs to be a bit careful. Does have the Shadow Realm available though. Fly, giving off a couple clicks, perhaps baiting a bit. Does have a salve, so he's going to be able to heal back up as RTZ starts giving some chase over here to Taiga. Have to be careful, Amar will hit back.
Yeah, just chasing after and getting that Fury Swipe supplied again. And they're actually chasing forward.
Again, they do have the Shadow Realm, and Fly not enough mana to get the Scatter Blast off. So,
yeah, he wants a magic stick badly. Get a magic stick over on the Snapfire, and this Timbersaw will generate the mana for you. And then perhaps they can find these kills.
Nice brambles holding Arteezy in place. Take out the mid lane again. Both of them very comfortable. We've got the level 5 on both heroes.
Oh, top they're trading.
Top
Clockwork
lane?
is kind of stuck.
Yeah, they are. Putting the pressure over onto Nightfall and Misha. Crit chasing after Misha. He wants his kills. Has the shard. Should be able to collect the kill.
These fights when you don't have meta are very difficult because they don't really have that much damage coming out from the Terrorblade.
Some pressure being placed on Amar. They know that they don't have that Dark Willow currently, although in comes Taiga again. It's just gonna push a little bit of damage over onto Fly.
Yeah, RTZ almost had his level 4 there. He gets it now. Keeps the Fury Swipe supplied, jumping in just for that one touch so it doesn't reset.
No, they're going for the rune. It is gonna be BZM who picks up the haste.
And he's level 6. He's coming towards bottom.
Arteezy? Oh, he's gonna get Timber chained down.
They want more. They want Fly too.
Oh, they want Fly. Look at BZM. Look at the way he's cutting around the trees.
Yeah,
Surprise!
top. We also see a kill.
Forward. Have the Curse Crown over onto Fly. The Cookie Hop forward. BZM taking a decent amount of damage. It's still going to be a kill on Fly. But in the top lane, Nightfall finding the kill on Yoragi.
Yoragi overcommitting there. I mean, they first get the kill on the Clockwork, but then Terrorblade gets baited, thinks that he can get a kill, but he gets too close to a tower and just goes down in the end. EG with a 2-for-nothing trade up there.
Radiant's top tower is under
This top lane is not working out. Clockwork has now died 3 times, and the Terrorblade dying as well. I mean, he can TP back to the lane immediately, so it's not terrible for him yet, but Misha is having a very hard laning stage.
So what's the recovery plan here? Because, you know, they did manage to get the kill on Yoragi. Misha's having a bit difficulty. Do you want to see him kind of rotate out? Is it safe for him to be able to rotate out? We only have the level 5 on Terrorblade, or does Terrorblade just wander off into the jungle at this point?
TP probably wants to stay in the lane a little bit longer. You can pop into a jungle already. It depends on the Leshrax's movement, and right now looks like Abed wants to come towards top lane, perhaps. If he comes top, then Terrorblade is like, I'm out, but for now, he's trying to stick around and be ready to pick up the farm when it comes to the tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Consider
A little bit of skirmishing over here in the mid lane. But again, this Void Spirit, very survivable. Top lane again, Misha getting caught. Has the cogs, but Crit doesn't seem to care. Crit would like to get a little bit closer to you, in fact, Misha. Clicks plus the plasma. Nightfall is just having a great game up here. 3 kills, 2 assists. That is very scary, I think, for the side of OG.
We saw top rune being controlled by the Ether Remnant, but Leshrac denies it by right-clicking as well, so no rune for either of the mid laners here. No extra tempo. Terrorblade is going to be
Invasion
completely
into the
fine.
jungle.
Yeah, they're invading and trying to keep him from farming too fast, but that's also time that they could take to deal some damage to the top tower. So TB, if he doesn't die there, he's completely happy with them doing this. This is a waste of time to them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
BZM noticing that crits over here. Not gonna be able to
Radiant's
quite
courier
land that
has
remnant,
been
but does get the courier, so it won't have that TP available. Top lane. Nightfall just feeling very confident that he can just take these creeps right in front of the side of OG.
I will never get used to neutral creeps randomly just pulling you in one direction, but it can sometimes give you info that there is an enemy here nearby without you having seen them yet. If you get pulled by neutral creeps, that's a bad sign. Get out of there.
That's true. Still not seeing any towers taken just yet. They've done a great job of protecting their tower over here in the mid lane. Usually when you have something like a Leshrek, you're pretty concerned that you're going to end up losing a lot of these towers pretty quickly. But right now, Lesh Albed just wants to farm up. It is working on that Yules, like we talked about, giving him some nice ways to set up, and also a little bit of an insurance policy.
Yeah, there are so many different builds that you can go for, but I think the Yule Scepter makes a lot of sense in this game. Also as a setup against the Timbersaw, possibly just Yules him into a stun and keep him still long enough that you can kill him with Ursa.
I think having that interrupt is very, very nice, but BZM will be able to grab himself the double damage after a nice setup with the Remnant into the Brambles.
Yeah, both teams are pretty content with just farming right now. One difference is that RTC is still trying to farm the lane bottom, whereas Terrorblade has completely started jungling. This allows Misha to recover his levels. Not super comfortable against the Timbersaw though. The Ursa probably doesn't want to stay here forever. And it's gonna be the Battle Fury build on the Ursa, so RTC going for the greedier path, not first item defusal. The reason for this is that the Diffusal is quite bad against Reflection as well. Feels bad to burn your own mana.
Going for a bit of an invasion. CMR is just kind of cutting the wave off to the side. And the pressure is being placed over on the mid lane. See a couple of the sports did rotate over. A little bit of a smoke play coming out from EG. It's like they're looking to invade the jungle, perhaps find themselves a Terrorblade, Yuragi. Wandering on in, and they do go for a scan. Smoke play coming out from the side of OG, though. They're responding. They're looking to see if they can take a skirmish and potentially get the jump on the side of Evil Geniuses. Top lane, a bit of a dive again over onto Misha. Abed is here, though. Cooking up forward. The double damage gets popped from BZM. Nightfall says, like, yeah, I'd love to go for a fight. They're looking for the Terrorize. Won't manage to land it, but the Snapfire kisses. Taiga trying to just break some ankles, do these dances, duke around, but he is going to get burned down by Abed.
Yeah, credit to Taiga. Nice move still until the end there, but of course he can't really juke when Leshrac just runs up next to him. That's gonna be his demise in the end. But they forced out both the jumps there from the Void Spirit early, and then he can't really fight anymore. It doesn't matter if he has DD. Now it does,
though, does find a... They do end up finding Abed. Snowball going forward, just gonna be able to dissimulate away. No problem.
Yeah, and they want the rune. The shards.
Block here, can they go? Oh, no. It's still gonna be BZM who grabs the invis thanks to that remnant.
Yeah, the ice shards were a little bit off the mark there, not blocking the ramp fully. So he gets to heal up on his Void Spirit as well. Oh, is he going E-Blade first item on BCM? He has it queued up now. I think the Kaya is very strong. I like the idea of going for E-Blade in this game as well. It would enable so much of the magic damage from Willow and the Clockwork as well as his own damage.
Flesh does teleport bottom, but they find Fly. They'll be able to just burst down immediately. It's like, oh, bet he wants to get over here. Does manage to find themselves Taiga. Doesn't look like he's going to be the one who survives, but I'm sure they're happy that BZM did make it out.
Yeah, crit redeeming his previous failed shard block to now get 2 heroes caught. Of course, Void Spirit jumps away, but that was a nice shard, right place, right time. Looks like OG are eyeing up the bottom lane a little bit more though. Arteezy is staying here for now, but this area is about to get dangerous.
Yeah, it seems that Arteezy recognizes it because he is starting to retreat. He's gonna meet up with his courier, getting closer and closer to that Battle Fury. But realizing there's a lot of heroes that are not on the map, and this tower is sitting very low, so it's probably time to make a rotation.
This is a very rich game, very abundant farm for all the cores. Every single one is getting quite a bit of farm. I guess the least farm being Void Spirit, but still sitting at 5.2k is not too unhappy about things.
Bed. Trying to dodge away from the brambles. So Illusion Rune top, Misha's just gonna snap it up.
Yeah, looks like after taking bottom tower, they're not intending on staying in the area. They're just leaving it for Terrorblade. He's farming, and then he's gonna go back to the Ancients again.
This feels like some of the really like older NA games where it's just a non-stop farm fest.
Yeah, EG like to try and get a lot of item progression overall on Nightfall, and in this game, he's actually the most farmed hero as the offlaner here. Chasing on the Ursa, but with that level 4 Timber chain, it's pretty hard for Ursa to ever catch up to Timber. He gets so far away.
I mean, they have completed the Yules on Abed, so that does give them the option to try to make the moves, but it is a Timber Saw. It's just very difficult unless you bring the numbers to really deal with Amar at this time.
Yeah, they have wards in the area. OG.
Hook shot in. Go for the split. Honing into the brambles. There's the Yules coming to play here for the Leshrac. He's gonna get terrorized out. And those Mortimer kisses. Oh, but they just cut right through Abed with Amar being in this vicinity. Curse Crown will end up going off. Another Yules coming into play. Oh, Arteezy, he has no hope of escape. Not with all the heroes of OG jumping on him like that.
I love the decision by Amar to go for a first item Yule Scepter in this game as well. When you're playing against Ursa, it is such a fantastic item to have because it has full duration even if you enrage, so it's a great way to lock him down. And I think Arteezy, he doesn't want to find himself near these fights at all right now.
Oh, alright. Just a casual pickoff here by Kurt, finding Taiga. The TPs are coming out. Abed trying to protect this tower. They're sending over the oh gosh, okay. Amar just kills Fly.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was trying to stay down there. Such a dangerous area for him to play, but stays on the lane, and Amar is gonna happily take that kill now on a dominating streak. Quite a few kills bleeding over here. I was saying how Razor was the most farmed hero on the map, but not after Timbersaw getting some of these kills.
Do have a fresh BKB on Nightfall though, so definitely a power spike over to the side of Evil Geniuses.
He can sort of act as a shield for Leshrac right now. Since Leshrac went for the Yule Scepter first item, he's not really that tanky, but if Razor sits in front of him, then Lesh can happily push towers. Again, moving down towards bottom. Arteezy, he just wants to farm, but he has this Battle Fury, and he finds himself in bottom area. It's a dangerous place.
Yes, it is, because there's no one nearby to be able to teleport and help him out. He's going to try to take down Misha before he dies. We'll be able to get that kill, but not really the trade that you want to see if you're an Evil Geniuses fan.
And affirmative, my bad, is Amar saying, yeah, I probably should have Yule Sceptered and saved your life there. Probably getting a little bit of flack there from his Clockwork, who's like, save me! But Arteezy gets a kill before dying. He's perfectly happy then. I mean, dying is not the best, but at least you got a consolation, and 3 heroes rotated to bring you down, so the best case scenario, I suppose, for him there.
That is true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting to note that they do have a Leshrac, but this mid tower is still standing for the side of OG. They've been very protective of this tower.
Yeah, I think they want to try and fix that right now, but it's not that easy to commit past the river against OG. They have very good chase between the Clock and the Void Spirit, but right now, after the gank bottom, they're a bit low on resources. Void is not here yet. Tower could go down. Abed is so scared though, he doesn't want to go for it.
And there's the E-Blade, and they immediately pop BKB on Nightfall. Not sure they really want a hard commit. Oh, nice sidestep there with the cookie from Fly. Not going to be able to land the hook shot, but now with this BKB...
shielding for Roche. Just creating a diversion, and then they go for Roche.
And they're successful. A very nice play coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses. The old bait and switch.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of having Ursa, and you want to try and get that first Roshan down as fast as possible, so you keep killing Rosh over and over throughout the duration of the game. That first Rosh kill is honestly the most important in a way to get it as soon as possible for Ursa.
So now that we have the Aegis online for Arteezy, is this going to be one of those just more farming Aegis, or I'd like to see them maybe be aggressive, but again, they do have the Battle Fury.
I think Arteezy gonna farm. That's what I think. I think you keep hitting creeps here, get your BKB, because right now he's still a puzzle that can be solved for OG. They have the Yule Scepter already. They also have E-Blade on the Void Spirit, so he can protect people. Granted, you can't really E-Blade the Ursa that easily due to Enrage, but he can just E-Blade the targets. So for now, I think you need more items.
Misha getting a little bit of a deward over here on the side, trying to keep their jungle nice and tidy and private. So that Evil Geniuses doesn't know exactly what's going on, but they are playing very forward on the side of EG. Trying to finish off this tower for sure. Just a couple clicks here. Nightfall will finish it off. Finally opening this up. E-Blade getting placed over onto Arteezy.
Such an annoying thing for him. Just the E-Blade already forces that he has to commit his Enrage. If he doesn't do it, they are gonna land a disable on him, and he will lose his Aegis there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top haste rune. Crit wants it. Stuns up BZM.
Gives him the old punch on top of it. Again, that E-Blade coming in handy though. Crit kind of trying to bring him over towards Arteezy.
Yeah, now is a good time for OG to fight. They forced out the BKB on the Razor there and forced him back. They have the meta going as well, so they can look for invading a little bit or just taking this mid creep wave safely and then back up to farm even more. Terrorblade looking like he wants to go for... I have Skadi rushed in this game, not even finishing Manta style first. That is probably just respecting that every single hero on EG suffers if they get Eye of Skadi'd. Razor, he can't keep running people down. It's very easy to just hit him for TB and slow him down. The Ursa, same thing there. He struggles against the same issue. And same can sort of be said against Leshrac as well, so it's a great item here.
Taiga with a nice terrorize over on Steve with the snowball, of course, from Crit. Buys a bit more time. Throws out the shards, drops the Wraith pack. This is looking like they're going to end up losing Taiga.
Yeah, I thought for a second the BCM might jump in on that since the Terrorize pushed two heroes back, but didn't really want to get in and involved in that, so they'll just take a support loss. I mean, one support dying is usually completely non-impactful, so not risking it.
Looks like the next item for Nightfall is going to be the Heaven's Halberd. It's just waiting on that Talisman of Evasion. Should be very nice against the opponents of OG.
Yeah, both teams staying pretty close to each other here in net worth, by the way. They're only 1,000 gold ahead on the side of OG, so EG are keeping pace pretty well. Of course, they have the Aegis, so they can farm a little bit safer as well. RTC is definitely playing in areas they probably wouldn't if he had the Aegis right now, or didn't have the Aegis.
Yeah, they don't really have one of those here. Like, you know, in a lot of the games, you'll have one particular hero that can take the unsafe farm. Zamar just jumps immediately on top of Arteezy. They'll fly nearby.
He does have Aegis and BKB. They could go on him, but it's not the best target to initiate on.
Pop, not going to be able to quite get over there, but they do hold him into place. Oh my word, the damage coming out from Amar. They pop the Aegis. Wait patiently here, trying to get Arteezy out, but they'll just chase after Amar, but he's got the Timber Chain. BKB coming into play here from Arteezy. Needs to be careful though, and that's Scotty doing work. It's over on the side, gearing up with the Terrorize. A nice play, pushing back some of VG, but there's those Mortimer Kisses like we talked about. Trying to just get all the damage as possible as they're chasing after Misha. Yuragi's sitting very low right now. Does have the Sunder, but not going to be able to get it off. As now they'll toss Nightfall over, chasing after Taiga. Got the shards. Nice force away, though. We'll be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. BZM and Amar trying to get out the snowball, rolling right towards him like an Indiana Jones film. But they still have not managed to catch him.
Yeah, Nightfall trying to get the wraparound, but doesn't really have a way to catch for his team. So he's just going to start farming over on the high ground anyway. And beautiful fight by EG there. That is on the back of the Aegis. Bit brave by OG to try and fight into EG right when Aegis was closing in on timing out. They brought it down quickly, but the fight that followed was difficult to say the least against this BKB timing over on Razor, BKB on the Ursa as well. So much was used to just burst the two of them initially there.
Yeah, Amar just timber chaining on through and just cutting them both down immediately. Oof.
Yeah. Also, they did a good job initially at kiting out the Ursa. They have double Force Staff on the side of OG. Both the Dark Willow and the Clockwork have a Force Staff. This is something we see more and more against heroes like Ursa. It just solves them to a great degree. But Razor and Leshrac were allowed to do so much damage in that fight.
Kane Rune, the Abed getting ready to set up with the Split Earth, followed up with the Snowball. Misha jumping in, but not going to be able to save BZM. Despite his best efforts. They try to launch Abed up to the high ground. Don't quite manage to make it. Now Crit is in for some trouble here as Amar throwing out the shock. They still have the vision. The fall for the Bedlam from Taiga. It's going to be a kill on Crit, but the follow-up is here. As now Taiga will fall to Nightfall. And the Cookie Hop again. Abed, man, Abed's just super aggressive. He's got Arteezy coming in too. Was looking to go try to land the Split Earth, but they do have the Force Staffs like we talked about. The Yule's play over onto Arteezy. They're kiting him quite well.
Yeah, this Snapfire Shard, by the way, it feels like it counteracts the Force Staffs to a degree, because you have longer range on the Cookie now, you fly so far. So he's using it to help people catch. Oh, gee, they want to fight this.
Yeah, Amar sees Fly, that little bit of the Cookie Hop away. Does probably need some assistance, though, as again, the Force. And Amar cleaning up everybody, just cutting through them. Follow-up, though, he's gone perhaps a bit too far because he will end up falling to Abed. Misha, though, with a nice action. Oh, they'll take down Arteezy as now Yuragi joining the fight. The slow over onto Nightfall, plus that battery assault. Nightfall says, oh my god, yeah, I can't stay here and fight toe-to-toe. I'm going to have to BKB teleport out.
Always with the high five during the TP out as well. Nightfall just taunting them a little bit, as they do not have a way to solve him BKB TPing yet. But he TP'd out, that means bottom can now be pushed. The meta is still up for a good duration here on Yuragi.
And that was a BKB charge. Oh, wow, even Yuragi's getting the... He picks up the Force Staff. Eventually towards that full Hurricane Pie. Crit, though, does get spotted by the supports over here on the side and BCM, so...
That's actually crazy. They have 4 Force Staffs at 26 minutes. Oh no, Arteezy is gonna have so many times that he's gonna try and catch someone and they will just get pushed away from him. This is looking to be a frustrating game. His basher cannot come soon enough. The issue is though, even if you bash on your connection, someone else is probably gonna force the target away.
Yeah, the saddest of bears over here. Does have a blink to try to close the gap, but like you said, you know, you've got all these Force Staffs, and if one person isn't able to do it, there's gonna be another person on the team who'll be able to supply it.
Yeah, but fortunately for him, his teammates are also doing quite well in terms of farm departments. The Razor is scaling up quite a bit. Nightfall has the BKB, Halberd, Plate Mail, going for a Shiva's next. And then he wants to go back for the Refresher. God, I remember the every single game Refresher, BKB Razor. But yeah, we're gonna have it in this game as well, it seems. If he gets his way.
EG is smoked up, and they're looking to make an invasion into the jungle. A little bit of a rocket flare tossed out, trying to get any information. It is Taiga who's standing over by the ramp, so they go up. It's most likely him who they're going to be finding first.
Yeah, they saw him. They just couldn't really catch him from all the way over there. He is backing out in good time, and they are drawing, they're scanning. OG are on point with where EG are playing right now because of bottom. They even highlighted bottom, like Taiga was drawing on the map there, indicating that if this is not farmed, something is afoot. Like if the creeps are hitting all the way to a tier 3 tower, that means EG are making a move.
Well, there's about 15 seconds left before this Roche respawns, and that's definitely the next objective on the side of Evil Geniuses with the way that they've positioned themselves. But it also seems like OG, they're very aware of this, considering that they are staying tight on the side of the river, not venturing off too far from the Roshan.
Yeah, seems like they are they're certainly going to stick around there. Just waiting, and we'll see when RTC decides to make the move over.
They smoke up on the side of OG. They immediately want to punish them As Fly just gets... Okay, there was a Fly there. He's not going to be available for this fight now as Evil Genius is forced to try to run away. Nightfall trying to slow them down a little bit. Crit getting drawn back over to the side. Too much damage coming out from Amar. So Chakram cleans them up, followed up now. Abed, he's going to be forced to run, but they have the Yules. This is not an easy way to get out as they'll just... Yeah, they burst him out.
Yeah, this is some very good initiation. They just fly in immediately with a clockwork, get the first burst, and from there on the fight is quite easy for them. If there's not going to be any Snapfire, she can't be around to save people with a Fire Snap shard. So yeah, they put themselves in a good spot. RTC tried to join the fight, but it was too late. They already were in a bad spot.
Nice hook shot over onto Nightfall. We'll throw the power cogs out. Chakram getting tossed too. Arteezy though trying to get into position, but it's so hard to pin down Amar at this point. We'll drain a little bit of the damage. Nightfall chasing after Amar. They have to land these Mortimer kisses. He'll turn back around. Has the Yules pushing the limits on this particular hero. He's still alive as now Arteezy coming around the side. Pops the BKB. Looking to see if he can get his hands on Amar. Amar trying to juke, trying to break the end skills, but they'll finally be able to take him down. As now Fly on the back, and Taiga's here, so is Misha. They'll end up taking down Taiga. BZM, though, will be able to get the cleanup kill.
That was really nice by RTC to just ignore the, what's right in front of you and instead go for the deeper, better target there. Finding Timbersaw, getting that solo kill, absolutely huge for him. So he gets quite a bit of gold for that too, over for himself and his team, 490 and 446, so plenty of gold going over. But yeah, you can see already this game is turning out to be very difficult. Yules?
Yules and... Oh, okay, alright, we got another Yules waiting patiently, but their patience is rewarded.
Beautiful. He knew there was going to be the counter Yules immediately after his first Yules, so Abed fakes out the stun, lands the stun on the enemy Yules instead. Good mind games there by Abed. Good presence of mind.
30 minutes into the game, we've got a 3k lead over to the side of OG. They still have the Aegis over on Yuragi.
Yeah, they have the Aegis, but it doesn't feel like he is the one they want to play around that heavily yet. They need to try and get everyone involved. They need the Void Spirit. They can't make a move without him right now. So just gonna wait for the respawn probably before we see OG make a move.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I love the decision we're seeing by Abed, by the way. He's finishing up Aghanim Scepter over on his Leshrac. So, he's actually now changed his mind. This is also a very strong item here. So the Hex is going to help with the Void Spirit and the Timbersaw quite a lot. And possibly deny some Sunders to go out as well, which could be massive.
Yeah, I feel like control is a very important part of playing against OG's lineup with what they have. They're very, very mobile. You've got, the hook shot on the clock. You've got this Timber who can just easily Timber chain away. The Void Spirit with the step. Honestly, any of these heroes, right? Like, the more lockdown you have, the easier these fights go. So definitely like to see that pickup. We've got the Basher online for Arteezy.
Yeah, Basher, and he's going for a Nullifier as well. When you're against 2 Yule Scepters and 4 Force Staffs, it's a pretty damn good Nullifier game.
Crit's gonna present himself. Scatterblast toss back though, and it looks like we'll end up losing Tusk. Fly using that cookie to vacate the area as fast as possible. We saw how fast that he could get shredded. In fact, Amar posturing pretty aggressively.
Yeah, he's certainly getting in their head a little bit, just playing aggressively and showing that he can go top. They're trying to catch Nightfall. He does have the BKB TP out though, so a very tricky kill for them. I think he's just gonna click his spells here, get out. He's safe.
Yeah, they didn't have the hook shot for another 10 seconds, and Misha a little bit low on that mana too, but...
Yeah, he recognized that he could play as aggressively as he wanted after the catch on mid lane. But even though EG are behind for now, it feels like they're still building up to be really, really hitting a strong timing soon when the refresher comes up. Oh, Fly.
There's the hook shot from downtown, and that's a dead Fly.
Yeah, Timber looking for more. Amar not gonna find anyone just yet. Now with the Halberd, double E-Blade, double Yules, ton of Force Staffs. It's like they have 10 items, I think, to counter out Arteezy in this game. It feels like they're really hard countering. Then again, should be said that the 4 staffs are amazing against Razor as well, to just break the static link and get out of the damage of the Eye of the Storm, of course. But EG, I wanted to say, they're building up towards a really strong timing. Once this refresher comes online here for Razor, he's going to be massive.
Top tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Feels like they want to try to fight this, as they'll find an opening over onto BZM. Gonna see if they can burst him down, but they do, of course, have that Eul's coming into play. BKB popped over onto Arteezy, he'll take down BZM, but Yuragi, again, kiting just so nicely. They do jump onto the back line. Look at Misha. Nightfall with the BKB is just running at them, trying to close the gap. We'll be able to try to drain a little bit here from Amar. Yuragi, Heaven's halberded. He's gonna go back into the fight. They clean up Taiga. On the other side. And Crit, they want to finish off Yuragi. They have the BKB over on Nightfall. He's chasing after him again. These Heaven's halberds coming in clutch because they just need a little bit more damage. Yuragi is just ticking down and time's out. They'll end up getting the kill. And now Amar running for his life. The snowball coming after him. Not able to quite match finish up. He decides he wants to stand and fight, but he is going to get bashed up. So Abed collecting the kill. Very excellent timing coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses to recognize that now is the time to strike, now's the time to put the pressure on Yuragi.
Yeah, they knew the Aegis was gonna time out soon, so it's a good time to initiate the engagement, but that engagement worked out so well for them due to some mishaps on the side of OG as well. Misha just tried to go in as his clockwork and try and help. He just melted next to Leshrac and the Racer, died without anything, and after 2 heroes getting bursted that quickly, I'm surprised they decided to take the fight. Here you see, of course, when they go and initiate. It's a good double Yules here, and Leshrac calmly lands the stun. But look at Clock. He disappears immediately. And after this, they could have tried to disengage. In the game, though, we see Leshrac being gone on a little bit, but I think it's going to be fine. Looks like they were setting up to make an attempted burst on him there.
Yeah, they didn't feel super confident, I think, because they weren't quite sure where the rest of the team was. They don't have the vision, so...
Yeah, they were nearby. A big thing for OG right now, though, is that they are playing without BKB on Terrorblade.
Oh my god! Well, bye, Taiga.
Yeah, Plants of Ward jumps in. Fast bursts. Don't think they're gonna threaten high ground, but they're drawing on the map. They want to take over this entire bottom area right now. There are tier 1 and tier 2 towers to be collected here. And like I was saying, right now I think OG, they need to finish up this BKB. You played until now without BKB, going for the Daedalus even on Terrorblade, but in the last fight he really could have used one. He could have BKB TP'd out, or he could commit it and perhaps taken a favorable fight for them.
Full nullifier completed for Arteezy. This bear is definitely headed towards some very powerful spikes.
Yeah, he's going for the Abyssal next as well. He wants to have even more Lockdown. Lockdown is the name of the game here against Void Spirit, against Timbersaw, and even against the Terrorblade as well, again to deny that Sunder going off.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I think EG are starting to get a little bit more confident now, as they were pretty much on the back foot the entirety of this game. Apart from like early laning stage, they had good farm, but OG have been controlling the game until now, and it feels like EG now open up the map a bit more.
We talked about how, you know, some of the players over on Entity are former creep waivers, and Amar is still having that that little bit of what do you want to call it? Respect for the fact he came from Creep Wave?
Yeah, he has it in his sponsor tag, yeah. He, never forget your roots, I guess. Important for these players.
I remember I didn't know much about him when he first came onto the scene, and I was just told, watch out for his Mars. He's so aggressive, but it gets to the point that he's so aggressive that every time it's off cooldown, the second that enemies see him running into their lane, they all just leave. They're like, yep, we know it's coming. Just run away from Amar right now.
He certainly, I think he also single-handedly, look at this, defining
Misha has a jetpack, Misha has himself an Abed, but again, those BKBs, Abed's just going to teleport out, doesn't want to stand here and fight as the rest of Evil Geniuses will attempt to just flee. Oh, but they do find the pick off over here on Fly to drag back the E-Blade, and he just pops.
He has some insane range for catching on BCM. He has that Octarine on his Void Spirit as well, so added cast range, as well as the cooldown from the Quickening Charm, so he can cast his spells on a really low CD here. And he went for Astral Step's CDR talent, so he has some high mobility.
This Roche respawning right at the opportune moment here for the side of OG. Throwing out some shards, trying to get some vision, trying to see if they maybe can get a snipe, but not going to be able to quite do it.
They still haven't taken Aegis. They can't
are they
reach
going to
it.
figure out what's happening?
He was held out by the shards there. He couldn't actually get close enough. But of course, EG, they weren't getting there. It's always an awkward moment when the Aegis is right in front of you and you can't take it though. He was trying to get close enough.
You saw how nervous Yuragi was. He popped that BKB, just like, oh no, like the shards are in. Are they going to try to jump in? Like.
Yeah, better safe than sorry on that. I mean, most likely you're just going to be farming for a little bit right after you take Roche anyway, and then make a move when Aegis has been around for a bit. EG though, they want to try and fight. I think it's because they must have seen that BKB usage there and feel like they have an opening. Oh, there's a Havoc Hammer chilling in the Ancient, by the way, and the Dire Ancients. There's actually a little Havoc Hammer that was missed. It's right under the trees. Very sneaky.
Sheepstick is completed now for Abed, so even more locked in. We saw how useful that Heaven's Halberd was earlier. Now with the Sheepstick, going to make it a bit easier for the side of Evil Geniuses to get these locked down, find these openings, and not allow them to just Timber Chain, hook, or whatever out.
Yeah, for sure. Mid, Yule setup. Just trying to poke the bear a little bit. It's a dangerous thing to do, though.
The rest of the team is nearby. Should they decide to get too aggressive, Shiva's gonna get popped.
This Razor is so tanky now as well. With Halberd, with Trickster Cloak, and with Shivas, as well as his double BKB, of course. He's gonna be so difficult to bring down. And there's no MKB on the side of Terrorblade as well, so even his right clicks will struggle to kill Razor.
Vision game is going over towards the side of Evil Geniuses. They did opt to pick up a Geometry Sight. They've got that on crit. And so EG being able to place a lot of just nice wards and be able to deward anything that OG puts down as they try to climb across this map together slowly.
Just a positional game right now as OG realize the bottom part of the map can be difficult for them to access anymore, but that means they're just gonna try and go to the undefended territory, go towards top, get farm wherever they can. And Tier 2 tower top is taking a lot of damage right now.
Okay, we've got the MKB completed for Terrorblade. They've handed over the Refresher Shard to him too. It looks like they're looking to find themselves a skirmish.
Yeah, his job is to kill Razor next fight. He wants to kill Razor, or if any other core, of course, gets close enough, then he'll take it, but he's the only one who can solve the Razor problem. And the MKB allows him to do so quite well.
Evil Geniuses are already shifting their way towards the other side of the map. Nice read. Trying to also, you know, push out this top area as it was pushed in previously.
I just realized that I could swear that he died one time before, but it was just close, I guess. Nightfall still has not died a single time this game. 42 minutes in.
That's extremely impressive. OG, they've drawn the line. They know where they want to go.
Yeah, they also have the Hex on the Timbersaw already. The Hex and E-Blade on him. He's got some good lockdown. But again, EG are just dodging. They're backing out. Both teams are very careful about how they take the next team fight here. Of course, EG, they want to wait out the Aegis. Don't give a free fight into the Aegis outside the map.
I mean, it's so difficult because of the fact that they do have the gem on the side of Evil Geniuses, so they're able to tear down any vision. So yes, they're going for these smoke plays. They're sending out Misha with the jetpack, trying to get out as much information. But it's just hard for them to get these pickoffs and these finds.
Oh, Clock is going to initiate.
They will be able to find themselves Nightfall. Use the Terrorize, hold the plays here. They've got the Chakram that should be able to just burst them down instantly. So that is his death here. Now can they grab crit in time? Yes, they can. They've got vision over here on the side. Chakram plus the E-Blade plus all the damage. He is obliterated as the rest of Evil Geniuses clamber back into their base for safety.
Well, Yuragi had a job. He had to kill the Racer, and he did so very fast.
Did indeed the jump in over onto BZM, though he is going to get blown up. Popping the BKB, the Mortimer kisses, raining Hellfire down.
Beautiful by Arteezy there. Fast Abyssal along with the Nullfire as well. Bringing down the Void Spirit really fast. He didn't even get a chance to use his cheese or anything. Just changed down and dead immediately. Bit unfortunate for him that they used the Tusk buyback. I think they could have probably been fine seeing that Void Spirit died that fast. But who could expect him to just burst that quickly right there?
Aegis does end up getting reclaimed, so OG will back off again. You see the Refresher Shard placed into Terrorblade's actual inventory, and he's got his eyes on a Reaver as the next step in his plans.
Yeah, he has Satanic coming out. He's got the components. He just needs to buy Satanic or buy the Reaver and then complete it. So he'll have a bit of sustain as well, lifesteal to get back HP, and a nice way to dispel himself as well here. And
I'm curious
this
to see
game
who's
has
gonna strike next.
Yeah, I think that's what I was gonna say too. This game has gone to the point where initiation dictates everything. Whoever gets the better vision and jump on the other team will win that fight, because both of them are so strong. The difference is nothing right now. We have a complete difference of 500 gold. So EG are 500 gold ahead of OG, but that is it. Both teams are well within their strengths to kill the other cores if they see them.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Managed to kill off the courier, and while this is going on, Nightfall has got himself a full refresher orb, so go for a... He picked up something else, I thought. No? I thought the blink. Yeah, the blink. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, guys. It's like almost 8 a.m. over here. Brain's starting to get a little fuzzy. There it is, though. They're getting into position. Throwing out the remnant, seeing if they can grab anyone. Throwing out the shards. Immediately crit, though. Gets turned into a pig. He's going to try to save him with the cookie. Misha's pretty deep here, but he's still going to be able to survive. BKB is getting popped multiple sides, but Yuragi on the backside. Arteezy just jumps on him, immediately murders him, and now the chase is going on after Amar. He's not going to be able to Timber Chain out of this. Not when he's turned into a little piggy. Taiga will get just hit with the Split Earth. A very surgical hit coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses. They're still hunting for BZM. Don't think they're going to be able to quite grab him in time. I don't think they have that vision, or else Abed would have hit him with the Yule, so... Very nicely done.
Not only saves Razor by jumping in on the Terrorblade there, he actually just gets the kill immediately over on the Terrorblade. I did not expect him to die that fast, and I think the same is true for OG. Nobody was dedicated to trying to protect the Terrorblade from dying, but he gets blown up before he can use his Sunder or his Hurricane Pike here. Look at this jump here as the Ursa goes in to save his Razor here at the start of the fight and just gets the kill on him on his own.
Yeah, his positioning there, very patient, waiting for that opportune moment.
Yeah, they're pushing high ground now. There are buybacks available. Nice chase down there as well, as you saw in the replay. Void Spirit trying to buy some time here, going in and just doing damage. Has to be very careful. He has Lincolns to protect him.
And Arteezy's feeling very powerful right now with the lead pretty far back.
One lane is probably all they're gonna get. They're gonna back out on the side of EG, getting themselves a nice advantage there, but not forcing out any form of buyback reaction from OG. So they're still well within the game on OG, but that cannot be allowed to happen for them. They need to protect Terrorblade. He cannot be burst without anyone force staffing or saving him there. Even against Nullfire, force staff will force you a tiny bit. And a nice trick, by the way, is that Nullfire does not stop Hurricane Pike. So Yuragi can still try and Hurricane Pike away by pushing someone else. Then Nullfire does not stop you.
I wonder what the reasoning is behind that.
Why
that particularly works.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
That is just how it is, as they get a draw over onto Crit, but the follow-up here, Arteezy's here. Is chasing after Obs around the back line. Nightfall chasing over here onto Misha, over onto Yuragi. Yuragi going to survive, but Misha looks like he's going to fall. And now the kiting is real over onto this Ursa. Arteezy has to be careful. Doing doing a decent amount of damage to him as they are kiting, and there's going to be the snowball save coming out. They'll end up losing Taiga. Roll forward over onto one of the illusions. Still protecting Abed, keeping him alive, but BZM seeing an opening. Potentially trying to pop over to Abed. Good cookie save though, as Amar over on the back lines. They do get the kill on Amar. Jumping onto the back, but Arteezy, he's taking too much damage. It's a beautiful terrorize that forces him away, allows the kiting. They'll buy back on Arteezy though. Lots of buybacks during that fight.
Yeah, perhaps a bit premature buyback, but not really, because Roche is gonna respawn here, and he knows if he buys back, they can keep contesting this Roche. If he doesn't, it's gonna fall to the way of OG, so he's not gonna be there in time to get a fight on his back buyback, but he does want to stay in the area. That was actually, yeah, the Terrorblade is now ready again with new meta. Great to fight once more. Yeah, here we see the replay. At the start of that fight, there was a nice catch by Clockwork, getting two heroes into the cog, both Razor and Lesh being held in place, allowing the Terrorblade to get a lot of time just right-clicking. So even though he gets caught by doing so himself on Clockwork, that was an important move.
Nightfall?
Oh, the teams are going!
Nightfall is very far forward here, but they just force away. They're going to put out some of that kiting damage like we talked about as he goes for the refresher. Another BKB, but this Scotty damage, oh my gosh, he just pop. And then they're gonna buy back Abed, looking for the opening, crit finding this opening over onto Misha. CRTZ trying to just get into these fights. Doesn't end up getting kited. Amar, though, is just left behind, so he is going to die. That was a buyback early. This is a very big fight with big potential here, as now BZM trying to run away, trying to get out fast enough. Looks like he might be able to escape with the force step coming out now from Abed, who's looking for the opening. Not going to be able to quite close the gap. They've lost Amar. They don't have Misha. There is a Roche available.
Yeah, and
Looks
immediately
like that's where they're headed.
Terrorblade is sending out. He wants to buy a refresher. He wants to get his meta back so they can actually fight. I don't think that they're going to be able to fight on the Roche pit, though, as they have two dead. This is going to be a free Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Aghanim Scepter as well over on the side of EG, so plenty of goodies to take for him here. Arteezy is playing without buyback, so he's going to be the one to take the Aegis right now.
He's got a full Octarine core.
Yeah, he got Octarine core sniped on the Courier before, but I love this build from him. He gets to blink in more often and use the Nullifier and Abyssal, which is really your timing for Ursa. Whenever Blink Abyssal is ready, he's getting a kill. No Timber
try
for
to finish
50.
off these racks in the mid. CRTZ putting pressure on the top. Abed's actually giving a couple clicks over here to these tier 4s. BZM doesn't seem happy about it. And yeah, they make the decision to go for the tier 4s. Realizing they have an opening. E-Blade getting tossed out here. Lotus being placed over onto Arteezy. The fortifications coming out. Still does have that Aegis.
Clock goes
Hook
in.
shot coming in from Misha. Force staff out though, and now over on the side, there's going to be the drain coming out from Nightfall. The punch, the roll going forward over onto Misha. They'll be able to finish him off with the Mortimer Kisses. See the buyback now from BZM. They're just focusing down these buildings though, Waga. They've got their eyes on the prize. We'll have this Timbersaw up in a moment, but now Yuragi, he's just staying into play. He can't move, he can't do anything. They're just putting down the damage and get terrorized. It's enough. The Sunder play comes out. TZ turning his attention now over to BZM. He's gonna be able to try to jump. They want Yuragi. They want this kill. The cookie hop forward. They'll be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. But now there it is. The punch. They'll finish him off. And now they'll chase after Amar. The damage is real coming out from Evil Geniuses. The Aegis does get popped, but it's already done. The GG gets called.
What an absolutely wild game one there. EG finally takes down OG in this game. That was a hard battle all the way. Two very evenly matched teams. Some smiles over on the faces here as EG, they do take a hard-fought game. Arteezy gets to play on one of his signature heroes, the Ursa, as well. He had some massive impact towards the later stages there. Those pickoffs, the one solo kill he got on Terrorblade completely caught me off guard that he would actually be able to kill him there. I saw him jump in, but I didn't expect him to bring him down. And yeah, they just got more and more in control the longer the game went. It felt like there were too many things that the Terrorblade had to fix on his own, if that makes sense. Terrorblade had to deal with Razor because nobody else can stop a BKB refresher Razor from running in. He doesn't take any damage from anyone else on his team. And at the same time, though, this Ursa, once he has BKB and blinks in as well, Terrorblade kind of has to stop him. So I think TB just got a little bit overwhelmed here, and overall EG performed some really good team fighting.
See some of these fights here in the highlights. And there were times where it definitely felt like it could go either way. Having that Scotty on Yoragi doing so much and being able to kite, but a lot of really good just itemization choices coming out from the side of EG, and also just you know, positioning. It went back and forth so often. It was very tight for a good portion of the game, it felt.
Yeah, it certainly was. It could have gone either way, it felt like, for quite a while, but as we were getting later and later into the game, this was the fight that I think was the really crucial one. Here, they get 2 pickoffs, and then we see OG start to try and run away, but they turn around and try to take the fight here. I think if they just force-staffed away with Hurricane Pike, TB could easily have disengaged here, but they go in, take the fight when Aegis is timing out without their team around. I think that's when OG kind of dropped the ball to me in this game.
After that, they just identified that they had this opening, there was no longer an Aegis, and just continued to run over at the side of OG.
Yeah, that was like a clean fight too. I don't think they lost a single hero throughout that entire engagement. There were so many buybacks throughout this game, so it's kind of hard to keep track on how many people died in different fights here. But
this is, I think, the part where, yeah, Arteezy jumps onto the backline, onto Yoragi, and I don't think they, well, you know, even us, I don't think we expected to see him just get blown up that quickly, and neither did OG.
No, I thought that Terrorblade would honestly be more survivable against him there, but it is that level 25 talent on the Ursa, getting 3 extra charges on the overpower, so that is a lot of attacks going up, and once those Fury Swipes get going, they really tear into you, no matter if you have 33 base armor like Terrorblade does.
I thought for sure that Nightfall was gonna tick down, but does end up surviving. That's the final GG. Who would you say is your MVP of this match, Waga?
I'll probably give it to Nightfall. He had such a clean game. For the majority of the game, he didn't die a single time. When he died, his deaths were, you know, generally in the later team fights where he had buyback ready and was able to join anyway. So the fact that for the first 40 minutes of the game he didn't die a single time, I think that's pretty outstanding against this high kill potential OG lineup. But this was definitely a battle where everyone had to do their part. You can't just rely on one player, because these team fights were hectic.
Oh yes, they were absolutely hectic. There were so many different spells flying left and right. The split also, you know, Misha also, you know, he put his body right front and center, like was usually the main initiator, and did get some nice pickoffs, but Evil Geniuses were able to kind of just navigate around those cogs a lot of the time and just immediately collapse. And we talk about that a lot when we're watching these professional teams, is just how lightning fast they can just respond to things. But yeah, over here, looks like Nightfall only died twice the entire time, 20 assists, 8 kills. We saw the benefit of the, you know, Heaven's Halberd happening multiple times, the refresher coming in at a very nice timing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking pretty unkillable. He was not necessarily the one doing the most damage. That was, in fact, Arteezy, who dished out so much with his blinks onto people. Once he had that Abyssal, he really started taking names, and I think he was probably my second mention here, but Nightfall, he had such a strong showing in this Razor game. It looks very calculated from him, and overall, not many misplays in his positioning.
Yeah, definitely one of those standout players over on the side of Evil Geniuses. If Nightfall has himself a good lane, things generally tend to fall into place for them. Whereas if he struggles, definitely, you know, makes it a bit harder for them to get that footing sometimes. But yeah, definitely performed the way that EG was hoping that he would, and very, very valuable throughout this entire match.
Yeah, that was a very hype game one. I can't wait to see what these teams have in store for us, as there's still one more game to go, but I'm not sure. Do you think that EG will take it back, or do you think that, or OG will take it back? Do you think that EG will get a 2-0 here, Moxie?
I don't know. I feel like EG is on absolute fire today. They have already gone 4-0 in their series. Going to add another one onto the pile, but we will have to find out if they're able to do a clean sweep here. But we are going to take a short break, so go grab your drink, go grab some snacks, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone, to the A stream here for the TI-11 group stage. We've got one more game here between Evil Geniuses versus OG. Evil Geniuses, they are on an absolute tear. Waga, I've been awake for over 24 hours at this point, and I'm still so excited to see if they're going to be able to, bring back the NA Dota, feeling, CRTs, hit the stride, or if OG is going to be able to bounce back. What do you think?
I think with how EG are looking right now, this looks like their day. I think that they're going to take this 2-0. I just have a feeling that they're in good shape. They're in, the right form, and they played really good Dota in the last game. Very controlled overall, but still they identified situations when they could take fights that looked a little bit risky at first. Meanwhile, on OG, I think they had moments where they made mistakes, and however small, they were punished in a great way. So OG, they need to probably think a little bit more. I mean, for me, the highlight for lowups for their mistakes was that they took some fight where they could have disengaged and already lost people. So you need to be careful about not chain feeding into EG if they're on the hunt.
Is there any particular type of strat or hero that you'd like to see come out for the side of OG? Because we did get to see the Amar Timber, which looked very powerful. We watched him absolutely shred heroes earlier on in that early to mid game. But wasn't quite enough with the coordination with the rest of the team. And also, Iraqi just had a really rough time trying to shut down that Razor. What would you like to see this time from the side of OG?
I mean, I'm always down for seeing a little bit more Invoker action. We have BZM here. Why not get all the Invoker players to play it in one day here as well? He performed, of course, on his Void Spirit that really enjoys to play, but BCM plays a very aggressive Invoker that likes to take part of a lot of fights early on, which is always exciting to watch. And I think the skirmishes were so good in the last game. I just want to see these teams fight more.
All right, well, it looks like teams are getting ready.
Yeah.
And we should have a draft very, very soon. I like how we're just zoomed in on Crit over here, looking very pensive.
Yeah, Fly was saying that they, as they were getting ready, some of the players weren't there yet in the lobby. Apparently they, I think it was Nightwall forgot his badge, so he didn't have his badge on the way back in, but they solved it. He got back in the playing area.
Good that you know that security is good and tight. Protect our players over here. Let them focus up. This is, after all, the international, the biggest stakes on the line. And unlike former group stages, this is an elimination group stage. We will be saying goodbye to 2 teams during the course of this.
Yeah, and as we're here watching these teams, it just feels in my mind like there's no way that either EG or OG are gonna be like one of those two teams. In EG, they're definitely looking out to make a great statement on the first game or first day of playing here. They took a 2-0 earlier against Sonics. They took a 2-0 against LGD, and here they are playing against OG and one game up already.
My favorite is like, you're in a whole bunch of discords, right? People are talking about the games, and in one of the discords I just see, in what universe does EG 2-0 PSG LGD? It was a very big shock, I think, for a lot of people because, we've seen Evil Geniuses. They've had a lot of difficulties. We think about like the Stockholm Major, and they went home quite early. There was a lot of just, speculation like, are they going to end up, disbanding? Are they going to end up changing players? And then they did end up picking up Fly, and it seems that having a very strong voice to do the captaining seems to be helping them out quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that's a big help. And while we talk a lot about EG, I also want to say that OG, going into this, they were also 2-0. They took down the Gaming Gladiators, and they won against Boom Esports 2-0. So if they can tie here against EG, we were going to have a tie for first place so far in the group stage. So they have all the reason to want to bring this back here.
Oh, big stompy boy. Primal Beast makes it through the draft this time. I think this is the first time we've been able to see this hero. Usually it's banned out fairly early along with the Marcy. So Marcy's been removed, the Nyx Assassin also having a lot of respect. We've seen an uptick on that hero recently. And we've talked about this in multiple games now where, one hero looks very, very strong, and then that team that won with the hero bans it, so we won't be seeing the Razor. It is banned by Evil Geniuses. But you get your wish. You get your wish, Waga.
I do. They must have heard me. I appreciate that. Thank you, OG. And honestly, I'm a little bit happy seeing Primal Beast as well. He has, like you said, been banned the entire day, at least for the games that you and I have been following. So I'm okay to watch him a little bit now as well. I know he has made appearances on the other streams and perhaps here on the A stream as well before we joined here. But I'm kind of happy to see a game of Primal Beast again. I'm not done with this here. Let's keep seeing him smashing stuff.
I was laughing too because there was a post, and I forget which team that was going up against Tundra. But it was the Primal Beast mid, and it was the 9 Tusk over the mid lane, and it was just like one of those things like, wait, which heroes went mid? Seeing some very interesting heroes kind of moving around the board and on the map, and that is one thing that I have really enjoyed about Dota with the most recent patches is the flexibility of these heroes and how you're able to play them in just, multiple positions, keeping your enemies guessing.
Yeah. We see EG here coming out with the Broodmother as the second pick, reacting to the Invoker and the Dark Willow. Hero that has made her nasty appearance in quite a few of our games. I've seen so much Primal Beast, and I say I still want to see more of him. I have seen hardly any Broodmother, to be honest, and I'm already like, please. I have too much trauma when it comes to Brood. But Brood, early on reveal here, gives at least some information for our OG how they want to lane against it, but I think Broodmother is strong enough right now that she can be picked this early on. Her win rate overall has been great in high-level pubs, in pro-level pub games. She has been dominating a lot, and also in competitive games. We just see her have big impact even when she's revealed early.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, is that, it feels like a very early Broodmother pick. It still allows for quite a few heroes or counters to be addressed. The most common one that we've seen, we saw a Legion Commander picked up at one point. Matumba Man was playing it, did not have great success with it. But we've also seen, I believe, Collapse picked up the Mars against the Broodmother and was very, very successful. So
yeah, I also think a hero that could be picked against Broodmother that would do rather well would be the Ursa, actually. We saw Ursa in last game. I think that hero can also be very good at countering out the Broodmother, because she's different to counter now, right? The liquid approach with the Legion Commander, yeah, it's good against the Spider Babies, you can nuke them. But winning against Brood is about winning the lane against her, in my opinion. If you have a good start to the game, or rather, if Brood has a bad start to the game, then it's very hard for her to make a comeback into it. And heroes like Ursa, who could just bully her a bit in laning stage, are hard to come by.
Alright, the Snapfire does get picked up for the side of OG. We saw how potent that hero can be, and having those cookie saves is always very, very nice. Team fight also excellent. A lot of range coming out from the side of OG. I wouldn't be surprised to see some big tanky boys coming out soon in their draft going forward.
Yeah, they also have a big threat that they could be picking up Void now. Faceless Void is probably on EG's mind a bit, because when you see Invoker and you see Snapfire, and even Dark Willow with the possibility of Terrorize after Chronosphere, there's so much synergy here. It feels like that hero might be priority. EG go back for the Undying, who's somehow made his way all the way to the second pick phase here. And they pick up the Hoodwink as well.
This is an interesting draft coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses right now.
Yeah, it's looking a bit all over the place, but a lot of these heroes are, you know, simply just so strong in this patch. It feels like they're picking all the good stuff. I hope that these heroes will be able to function well together enough. Because for me, I'm looking at the 4 heroes EG has, and it's not the easiest to say that they synergize that well, but they are all really strong heroes currently. Whereas OG's approach, not necessarily the highest rated heroes, but I see more easy situations to play these abilities into each other. Not to say that EG have no synergy, but it's a bit more complicated to play it out. Broodmother usually wants to chill and kind of pressure on the side lane. Undying kind of enjoys, first of all, winning laning stage hard, and then he wants to go and take big team fights with his Tombstone. But at the same time, they can function to just control areas really well, and perhaps that's an important thing, because last game we saw Roshan being so crucial. EG's repeated takes on the Roshan were definitely a big part of their success.
Alright, and we get the Troll picked up now for the side of OG. It's going to give them some nice physical damage. It's going to give them that nice attack speed.
I think that's a great pick. I actually, looking at what EG are playing here, I think Troll fits great. He can be somewhat of a lane bully for a carry hero, and his attack speed will be great for killing off stuff like the Tombstone as well. And I think even just having the access to an easy slow, just throwing out the axes, can be a nice way to either catch people or mitigate like Primal Beast damage output during trample. I see a lot of utility in this Troll pick here.
Yeah, I was curious too, like how do you really lane against this Primal Beast, because it feels very, very strong recently, and then paired up with something like a Hoodwink who's going to be able to have, you know, lockdown, slows, things that Primal Beast really enjoys. What's the best way to play into this?
I'm not sure what's going to be the best way or how they want to approach it, but one weakness of Troll in this game could be that he can get kited. So usually we see Troll struggle with similar things that Ursa struggles with. Ursa solves it down the road when he gets his Abyssal and his Blink, but Troll usually doesn't really want to go for a Blink Dagger until very late into game. So maybe we're going to see heavy Force Staff usage again here, this time on the side of on EG.
It looks like, you know, it's really kind of funny because there was this whole meme, right, that it was like first pick Storm half the time for Abed every single game for EG, and now he's getting, you know, this nice priority where he, you know, gets to be towards the last bit. They don't have to worry about banning out the Storm. He's got a little bit more to work with. There is the option, of course, that you know, this Primal Beast could be put in a different position. I don't know how likely that is with Evil Geniuses. I would feel like it's most likely going in the offlane because that's what the trend is currently.
I mean, I think this looks quite likely to me, like they want to play a +2 Primal Beast, but they have options open to a degree here. But looks like it could be very well just Primal Beast going mid. Against Invoker should be a pretty easy lane with your massive damage. So we'll see what they want to ban out on the side of EG. What they're fearful of coming out from OG, of course. Amar giving himself the last pick here. been banned out pretty heavily. His Timbersaw is gone, his Razor's gone, his Tide is gone, his Centaur and his Slardar. Slardar, a hero he enjoys a lot too.
There is still a Mars, which I think, a Mars, there's still that option which functions, could function very similar to something like a Chronosphere with the Cataclysm. Also gives you a solution with dealing with some of those spider babies when they eventually come online. Not, of course, too effective early on because of the way that Brood is played, but...
Could see them pull back an old classic as well with like Underlord or something for Amar. But yeah, he seems happy still. All smiles on the side of OG there. So we see the player cams. He's waving his paper around. Let me see the strats. Show me the strats.
Yeah, he looks very happy. So it seems like OG's feeling confident this game. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, EG of course gonna have to reveal here. You're playing into a troll. Many carries that are super happy playing against the troll in the man fight scenario. Okay, so they picked the SF, a hero that can sit back a little bit, and the most immediate snap pick ever on the Mars after the SF. Yeah, so very classic stuff here from the side of OG. They have the Mars with Dark Willow Fear combo and the Snapfire ulti combo. They just have great stuff to dump into it. And EG, I like the idea to go for SF here because anything that gets too close would probably struggle against the troll in a man fight.
Yeah, and it's an Arteezy Shadow Fiend. Like, thinking back in the day when Arteezy used to go mid to, like, he knows this hero inside and out. It feels like a very strange just mishmash when you look over at the side of Evil Genius's draft, right? You do have the Nightfall is confirmed he's going to be playing the Broodmother. It's going to be the position 2 Primal Beast like you thought, Waga. But there's a lot of just comfort picks coming out too. Crit on the Hoodwink. How do you feel about this draft? Who do you think has the edge here?
I think I would give the overall edge to OG, but I'm not sure about the mid matchup, how it goes. I haven't seen the Invoker versus Primal Beast, but in my head, that sounds like a very tough lane to play out. Also, SF is a very strong safe laner now against a melee hero like Mars. I think he can do rather well. So I'm gonna give a little bit of an edge over to EG here, just based on the hero matchups in laning stage. I think that can set the tone for the game.
Do you think it's going to be like a snowbally effect over the side for one team or the other, or do you think this is going to be pretty evenly matched up?
Yeah, I just think that EG, they might be able to get themselves in such a favorable position that it's hard for OG to come back. We've seen a few times as we head into the game here that if you have a strong laning stage, it can be difficult to recover from, especially earlier today. In some of the first matchups we had, we saw RNG with just, very strong last hitting and then getting an easy mid game because of it. Both teams
Immediately meeting each other here in this mid lane. Looking to put the vision down.
Yeah, they get the wards planted immediately on OG and just charged in, and that made it difficult for Abed to drop a ward of his own. He still has one on the Primal Beast. He's gonna drop it in the end, over on the side for the top rune. But that wasn't where he was headed immediately, so I think he wanted to plant a ward, perhaps even on the enemy high ground. Not gonna get away with that though.
Proper skacks.
See over in the bottom portion of the map, Misha and Yoragi just kind of making their way over, making sure they don't get any other wards over here on the side, and will rejoin towards this spot. But there is, of course, multiple heroes of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Amar confident top, but not that confident. He's gonna back out in the end, but it looks like Taiga sneaking around gets the steal. So we're still gonna see a fair trade here, 2 for 2 runes, as Taiga made that little move around.
Again, have eyes over on this mid lane to watch Abed face off with the BZM Invoker, just to see how it plays out. Because again,
yeah. So Exort Invoker, I think it's necessary here. A lot of the times, I think BCM loves playing his Quas Wex, but in this matchup, I can't imagine playing Quas Wex into Primal Beast. He doesn't need mana that badly, and if you don't have the Exort for damage, I think you just don't get to see us at all.
Bottom lane. Harass is going to be pretty strong on Nightfall. Already see just throwing out the axes, doing a decent amount. And top lane Amar though sitting a little bit low, has to be careful. Yeah, needs to get maybe one more hit, and there it is. There's gonna be the first blood. So we're seeing the power of that Shadow Fiend safe lane.
Yeah, that's slow. When the Shadow Ray stacks up, it is so easy to get caught out of position. It's not like Amar is a slouch on the off lane, but it is difficult to stay safe and still be able to get close enough to get farm. And Arteezy pulled back his creeps, connected them on the top again. Of course, the pull was made by Taiga meanwhile.
You can see this mid lane just every time, you know, Abed has this very powerful trample. Did end up taking a couple hits from that tower during that time. Top lane though, pressure being placed on Arteezy. Not quite being able to finish him off just yet. I think if he had a level 2, perhaps that's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, he could maybe have committed for more, but Arteezy is gonna be just fine sitting under the tower for now, but has to be worse. Mars getting close. Wrapping around though is flying.
Very much a comfort hero for Amar, so he knows this hero inside and out.
Yeah, it's of course the same can be said for both him and Invoker, but Invoker getting caught out a little bit here. BZM, trample.
Yeah, this feels a little scary here for him because he's not going to be able to rely on that tower. Can they get the... Nope, we'll have the Fairy Fire to keep Invoker alive, but feeling a little bit tight here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to find the idea to go into the river, but I think against Primal Beast you want to be as far away from the river as possible. If you are far away from your towers, you are in grave danger against the trample.
Has been killed.
A little bit of a courier snipe here. Flying loses his courier.
Attempted charge in on the Invoker by Abed, but not gonna be able to kill him here. He just gets the hold to stop him from trampling all over him.
Pretty smart play there. Looks like Abed is gonna go for a bit of a dive. He's gonna just duck behind, hang out in the trees for a moment. Does have Onslaught.
Yeah, he's chasing actually.
Or the trample. That cold snap though is pretty potent, as Abed looking like he might end up falling, although Taiga with the return, nicely done, will be able to keep BZM alive.
Yeah, and importantly, BZM has defeated Abed in a gauntlet challenge, so
very good.
Yeah, that is the
Top, bottom lane, these axes coming into play. Seeing a little bit more pressure being placed over onto Nightfall, but again, does have a salve, will be able to heal up, and Crit's immediate reaction with the bushwhack to slow down both the heroes on the side of OG and protect Nightfall is very timely indeed.
Yeah, Misha is doing a good job trying to protect his troll from too much harassment here, but feels like they're not really winning this lane the way that I think they wanted to. Broodmother still staying, you know, even in CS, she even has more creeps to cash in on still, so technically ahead of the troll and farm. And I think they wanted this lane to go even better than it's going right now.
Some pressure, nice cookie hop from Misha though. Dodge away, turn back around over onto Nightfall.
Yeah.
And just constant just poking in this bottom lane without any full committal yet.
Top, a little bit of fighting going on for the neutral creeps here. And another courier loses its life. Taiga going with the snipe.
I don't think Fly should be allowed to have couriers at this point. They keep dying. This is the second time he lost it.
An investigation here. Is he taking care of them properly?
Very important. Gotta make sure that your couriers are well taken care of.
First move coming down bottom. Doesn't even need it.
Gosh.
They're gonna get a kill just on crit alone there. But they're still coming in with Abed as well in his Primal Beast. So Yuragi, you're in trouble.
Yes, this is looking very scary for him. The onslaught charging on in with the trample. And a nice bushwhack will keep the troll within the vicinity for Abed to get the kill. He's only sitting at level 5 right now. We haven't seen the full potential out just yet.
Yeah, he gets the kill, and that was also him not having boots ready yet as well, as he just got them delivered. Of course, with boots, his trample is going to do even more damage, more speed. He's gonna go and take the bounty rune here as well on his way back, but for now, I think very happy with how mid lane went. I was expecting this Invoker to struggle more, but the overcommitment earlier has sort of allowed Invoker to take over mid. 26 and 11 against 23 and 7.
Invisibility.
Do you manage to grab up the Invis rune in top? Taiga now. There's the pulverize coming out from Abed. He's just gonna smack him around a little bit. And I don't think they have enough damage to finish him off, so we'll be able to just teleport away.
Just TP out, completely safe, no more disables. Cooldown was barely off by a few seconds there on Trample, where he could have gone that kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Bottom
attack.
lane, it seems like Broodmother is being left alone a little bit now, as Crit is making his move towards mid. Thinking maybe he can make a catch around Primal Beast, but he was scouted by a ward.
Taiga hanging out nearby, both of them having the vision over to the side. I'd be curious to see if they try to make a play on Nightfall, but with Crit already rotating in, I don't think they're gonna go for it, especially with the way Big shoved as it is.
It's hard to kill Broodmother when she's this far back under her own like webs and close to her tower. Even if they have 3 heroes around, it would be difficult to bring her back. You would need something like Disruptor to get the glimpse back for that play. So he's staying safe, and right now OG are just hanging around with a few heroes.
They're teleporting Abed down though. He's gonna charge forward over onto Yuragi. Gets the stomp off. Has that up or needs a little bit more damage. They've got the pulverize. Nice cancel though coming out from Misha with the cookie. He's not out of the woods just yet though. Yuragi does get slapped down by Abed. And now Misha running from Nightfall. They want this kill. They're not gonna give it up. A little bit of a scatter blast toss back, but not gonna matter. Ends up dying. Ends up losing Yuragi's courier too.
Attempted
Void
Sunstrike. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but he does do some damage to mid tower before Fly comes in here and protects. Good rotation there by Abed on his Primal Beast. He didn't get the best laning stage, but his rotations have been very fruitful so far.
And already you can see Misha teleporting to the mid lane. They realized that Abed is smoked up. They saw that the room did disappear. Do manage to find Taiga. There'll be the stomping around in circles from Abed. Those are some big boots.
So much damage with the face boots, and that's before he pops either Uproar or double damage. He also has the DD rune, which would enable him to do even more this Trample.
So I've seen a lot of just rotation and movement coming out from Abed on this Primal Beast. It's been pretty quiet in the top lane though. Looks like Arteezy's enjoying this time farming. He's currently sitting at the top of the net worth.
Arteezy enjoying farming? I don't know. Seems kind of fishy to me. Is it really Arteezy? Yeah, of course, he's building towards that Dragonlance with Power Treads as his first item. Gonna go into a real right-click SF, and overall the farm has been going slightly better for EG here, as there's a minor advantage in laning stage. We have a pause, settings, and go. Ready immediately.
And they do that, baby.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Figuring
attack.
out the positioning of Abed. They're bringing many heroes over towards this side too. On the side of OG.
Yeah, they look like they want to fight. Now with Trample and cooldown, be a little bit careful on Abed. Might get caught out deep here.
Yeah, a little surprised about this. So they'll get the bushwhack off, and Yuragi just immediately dies. The onslaught out over past Misha, but now Fly is pretty deep over here. Nightfall though jumping in. Misha will end up becoming spiders. As the trample comes out again from Abed. In a good position. Amar does teleport in. He does have the arena. They want to try to go for that combination. Still only level 4 in the Dark Willow though for the time being.
Yeah, he wants to join for a fight on Amar because he's not having fantastic time on top lane against the SF, but not gonna get anything for TPing down here. Now has to run back top again. Try and get something over there, but this is just going all EG kills so far. 8 kills to 1. I think OG need to catch
Fly's
SF.
got them eaten. This is a meaner, faster, scarier evil geniuses than what we have seen in the past.
Yeah, and they're making a lot of interesting moves too, like bringing the Broodmother over to mid lane there before she had even taken the bottom tier 1 tower. Usually we see people kind of follow just a script on Broodmother. You take the tower, then you take over the jungle, but he joined for that fight on mid lane before taking the tier 1 bottom. Cool to see that they're open to making these moves and not just set in their ways. Makes them a little bit unpredictable.
Well, I think that also is what's giving them the edge, is that, you know, the best teams set themselves this meta. They don't necessarily follow it, so.
This is what I love about Primal Beast. When you play it, it's just click your ulti on literally anything. You see a creep that you don't like, click your ulti on it. You want to farm a little bit faster? Ulti. Kill someone? Ulti. It's just such a low cooldown ability and so much damage.
Yeah, he's a big boy for sure. Oh, a nice little bushwhack over here to the side. Won't be able to land the sharpshooter, but they'll use the tombstone. Try to push them back. They want this tower on the side of Evil Geniuses. This will, of course, open up that Roche possibility. And it just feels like OG are unprepared to take this. In fact, they're gonna just end up letting it fall.
Yeah, Broodmother swings by as well to secure it, and they have the tombstone. So that's a little bit what we were talking about during the draft, that the tombstone as well as the teaching something up, very hard to fight under that area. And for now, I think OG, they need to be really on point with canceling the Primal Beast when he starts dealing damage to anyone, because he has been finding so many kills right now, and they have good tools to stop him. They have Cold Snap, they have Spear to try and disjoint him, and as well as the Cookie, so they need to try and be ready and perhaps set up some bait for Primal Beast.
Omar's trying to get a little bit more active now here on the map. He was spending a lot of time in that top lane trying to put the pressure on Arteezy, putting pressure on the tower, but haven't seen him really really get aggressive yet, which feels unusual for Omar, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's not super unusual, but he's just not having a fantastic laning stage in this game. Getting killed early on there by the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is a hard lane to go in recovery mode a little bit on his Mars. He wants to get some form of item aggression. Looks like he's gonna go for the Vladimirs first and then back for BKB is the plan. Bit of lifesteal would be very useful for one God's Rebuke on the spiders, you full HP. EG now trying to hold on to as much of the map as possible, so they're using their Hoodwink as well as the Primal Beast around top. They also have a ward, but this way they're controlling their own jungle as well as the bottom jungle. Using the Broodmother spiders right now, sending them out and just scouting the entire jungle. They see where Amara is, and it's very annoying to play against Broods when they start doing this.
Yeah, Nightfall making very good use of the space and choking out the side of OG, so they just don't have the room to farm. It's just a very spooky situation as BZM gets spotted. The Pulverize comes into play. See you later, BZM.
Yeah, gets caught. Quick combination there. Damn.
Nightfall.
Okay, Nightfall just moves in.
Thinking about going back in, potentially. Do get the brambles off. The rest of EG, though, making their way into this triangle area. The onslaught from Abed. Misha just getting chipped away by Nightfall.
And Abed is stealing. He's taking the entire stack here away. Amar wants to stay around, but it's too dangerous in the area.
Another nice bushwhack over onto Taiga. That Shadow Realm is going to wear off and not going to be able to get the Terrorize off either.
11-1. What was I saying about EG looking informed today? This is a fantastic start. Now with the DD rune, they could start just taking Roche here. I wonder if they're going to go straight for it. Looks like they do.
I mean, you know that OG doesn't want to let them have this, but I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with like a double damage Arteezy.
They have the meatball and the arena. Look for the Chaos Meteor.
Okay. All right, there it is. There's going to be, oh, a nice spear away. So Fly is going to die immediately. And over on the side, Arteezy trying to get off this ultimate. Won't be able to find it, but they'll end up losing BZM during this. Now Misha is just getting chomped away by Nightfall. Crit trying to close the gap, gets another hit off. Just go for the high five. Nice brambles will be able to hold him into place, but they'll end up losing Misha.
And
the Bedlam also coming in. Again, this is Nightfall. This is a Broodmother. Very tanky. The onslaught onslaught, tried to come out from Abed, but does end up getting caught in the brambles. There's just so much garbage all over the ground. It's hard for you to see. You have to really clue in here, but a couple nice races over to Yorgi. They need a little bit more, though. We'll be able to find it. The spear bag coming out from Amar, but the click Sario coming out from Arteezy as they will clean it all up.
Man, what happened? How is EG this strong? They're absolutely just handling OG in this beautiful performance. They're vision in a good way. They're using the spiders to scout the high ground during the fight. Nightfall doing a great job with how he chased there. And this is just looking so beautiful. All of EG are like taking this lineup that looked initially like a little bit wonky, how you're going to make them work together, and just making it work. And here we see a replay, of course. SF going really low to Snapfire ulti, but manages to stay alive. And on the front line, they just turn it around. Nothing can kill Broodmother in this fight. I don't really know how they decided to take that fight without Troll joining, though. Back in the game again. Oh no, maybe Bramble?
I'm not feeling like this is feeling too... Yeah, they go. They mark Taiga.
He's fine.
The chase is on the
Stop
scurry.
looking, camera. Move away. He lived. He lived. He's okay.
Maybe in a different universe.
Top we see Uragi with that Battle Fury on his Troll. Gets a lot of spider kills. Maybe they can catch Brood. They need something.
Need something, but the follow-up here now from Arteezy. These clicks, they hurt. Uragi popping the ultimate. Gonna try to put off enough damage over onto Arteezy. Not gonna be able to get off the ultimate, so the Snapfire Kiss is doing work, but now it's looking very scary because that ultimate wears off, and there's too much damage on Nightfalls. Now Misha left behind, the spiders munching away, the hits coming out from Arteezy, and there's the connection over onto BZM. They'd like to finish one. They want this. They got the Hunter's Mark. They're trying to get the Terrorize off. Amar, though, finding it, will be able to go get the kill, clean up over onto Fly, who's dove a little bit too deep. They still have their attention over here on the Shadow Fiend. They'll go and they'll use the arena. They've got Bedlam, so that's more than enough damage, but in comes Abed with the BKB, with the stomps, cleans up Taiga, chases after Amar. These fights are just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this is looking ridiculous. Right now, EG, they have two things that cannot be stopped. It's the Primal Beast is just so survivable and so tanky behind this BKB, and the Brood having a free reign over this game. Nightfall is putting on an absolute performance here on his Broodmother. Hasn't died a single time. Has the Wraith Pact as well as the Hood now, so I'm not even sure how you're supposed to burst him. And OG very much on the back foot now.
Alright. Oh, my goodness. They found themselves Uragi again, but they are seeing the TPs immediately come down. It's going to get cancelled, but it's enough to spook them.
Yeah, and they have so much damage between just the two of them. Between Primal Beast and Hoodwink, they can burst anyone really quick.
Yeah, and that was one thing that I did mention during the draft. When we weren't sure where this Primal Beast was going, it did seem like a Hoodwink and a Primal Beast together with the lockdown and the slows could be very devastating. And even though they didn't line together, we are seeing how potent that combo can be. But Nightfall really kind of stealing the show, honestly, this game.
Yeah, he's absolutely huge, and now has the full pipe as well. So he's going in, scouting. He already sent spiders to scout first, so he saw that they were here. Going in now.
Managed to clean up over all the spider babies, but Nightfall does not care. He's gonna make some more.
Yeah, truly a horrible mother, actually, the Broodmother. How many must suffer?
Look, okay, this is one of those situations where, you know, nature... You have to have a lot of babies because you know that a lot of them aren't gonna make it to the ripe old age that you'd like them to. Oh boy, oh Uragi, here comes Abed. Picks him up with the pulverize. They need to put enough damage off so that way he cannot get the ultimate off, and Knight will be able to find it. Sharpshooter coming into play though now. Curse Crown also going to get used over onto Abed. He uses the BKB as Misha makes his rotation. Does just buy that Blink Dagger. He's going to stomp away from the Brambles. Arteezy though with a nice ultimate. The fear coming into play. Clicks over onto BZM. Gets the kill. Trample runs in. Abed, he wants his kill on Taiga. Man, EG is just running away with this game right now. Look at this Misha trying to get into his own base. And he is not even safe there.
Yeah, he got a nice Quelling Blade cut on the tree there, so he didn't get caught, but it didn't matter. He dies so fast. Even the Courier dies on top as Broodmother gets the Courier kill and then gets a tower as well. Bottom tower is starting to fall. There's too much happening going the way of EG You mention all of it at once, it feels like. OG are just completely crumbling. Now a 15,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. We have a replay here of how they initially went on the troll, used their high damage that we mentioned to just burst him immediately. And then it feels like OG want to get anything done for themselves. So they chase after this BKB cooldown. But on the high ground, look at Arteezy's positioning. Hides behind the tree. Gets the ulti out. Beautiful.
They clean up on those spiders. Get a nice bushwhack off over onto Amar and the... Oh, that was so close! 50 hit points! The boomerang and the sharpshooter almost finishing off Amar. This little squirrel does some massive amounts of damage to try to cut down the tombstone, but Misha will end up falling for his efforts. Tombstone is down though. It just feels like EG, they have so much momentum. I don't understand how they're going to be able to shove them out of the base. They've got the Wraith Pack already deployed. Nightfall just climbing right back in again. Trying to make more babies.
It doesn't feel like they have a timing that's close enough right now. Oh, they're blinking. That was scary if you managed to get the grab there from Primal Beast.
Again, another bushwhack getting thrown out, but the Curse Crown connecting over onto 2 on the side of Evil Geniuses. They don't have their troll yet.
No, Troll is not really that close to online. He's still farming, trying to get any form of net worth, but they're so far behind. The BKB is quite a while away from Mars. He went for that Labs first. Takes a while to complete BKB next. Get out of our base,
Snapfire, but they'll jump in onto the back lines. They'll pick up BZM. They've already used the BKB. There's nothing that's going to be able to stop Abed. He will crush BZM.
Such a quick takedown. I like the combination between Sharpshooter and Primal Beast. It's both really low cooldown ultimates, and they keep using them in tandem just to get these kills.
This is looking like a Gaben's top hat shellacking right now, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, I look over to the carry and he's just farming jungle and there's nothing.
There's just, they can't do anything. Yeah, they're just running after them one by one. These supports just crumbling up and literally stomping all over them.
Yeah, this is completely EG's territory. They're gonna take all the racks in one fell swoop here. Well, not the top. There's a tier 2 tower still, but oh my god, they're finding another one.
Pulverize is up again. That's a cool spell. There's the fear coming out from Arteezy. That's a cleanup on Amar, down for 42 seconds right now, and it just feels like they don't know what to do. They don't know how to force them out of this base. Perhaps they overextend a little bit. Crit getting into position. Not quite enough to finish off your Woggy. He's getting pretty close, but he does manage to get back into that base.
Yeah, nice try with
the fountain.
Quick scope
The
there
balloons
by
are getting
Crits.
dropped now. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, oh, that looks terrifying.
Yes, it does. Right over that sticker.
What is going
Not sure
on
if
with
that's
his
working the
face?
way
His
that's
eye is
intended.
poking out at me.
All right, well, Evil Geniuses, they've taken 2 lanes here. Looks like they're going to back off for the time being. They're happy with what they got. Amar is going to be back up in about a second. It feels like Abed's like he keeps turning back around like, maybe we could go back in. But Nightfall is putting his attention. Oh, okay, all right, the onslaught right down to the bomb. They find Yuragi, and he's just dead immediately.
All these 100-0
How
bursts.
do you stop this big stompy boy? Yeah, Amar teleporting out right now. Not going to be able to make it. The Sunstrike coming in. Just managed to get the kill on Crypt, but Amar will end up dying. They're just chewing through the heroes on the side of OG. They call GG. Evil Geniuses. I do not know what it is that they ate for breakfast today, but they are just unstoppable.
I love that game 1. We had this really close game. It started out slow, and then we had some crazy team fights going on and a lot of back and forth. And then game 2 is completely one, not even close. This is not the first time we saw that today, actually. It's been a bit of a trend in the group stage. But okay, EG, they secure themselves. They are the top dogs here in their group. They are now 3-2-0, so they're with 6 wins and a fantastic start in this group.
I think that's going to surprise a lot of people. Again, we look back over the history of DPC this year, and they struggled quite a bit. You know, thinking back to Stockholm Major, they were not looking to be in fine form. But today, it just looks like whatever their issues were, they have found the solution. And they're playing some really just beautiful Dota. And OG, you know, very big favorites within this competition. You know, it's the younger squad of OG at this point. But still, they have quite the legacy behind it, and they've got some very talented talented coaches, so they're still very much a top contender for, you know, this TI, but they look totally outclassed, it feels like, in this last game.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was not even close. This game 2 was completely one-sided domination here for EG. And like you said, they took out OG 2-0. They also took down LGD 2-0. So EG, they got 2 big names already in the bag. They also won against Sonics. So fantastic start for them. Overall though, OG, I mean, they lose this series, but they end the day with 2 wins and 1 loss. It's not too bad as well for a start for them.
No, still very much, you know, a highly respected team with very, very talented players. Again, it's a very big surprise, I think, to a lot of people to see EG performing at the level that they are. And a lot of people, I don't think anyone would have guessed that they would 2-0 PSG LGD. Maybe like the really hardcore EG fans who, you know, always huffing that copium, right? But yeah, they look so good right now, and definitely the team to beat from the games that we have seen.
Yeah, certainly a good day for all the diehard EG fans that put their hopes and dreams every TI. And yeah, this is only group stage though, Moxie. We can't say too much yet, but you know, Arteezy is looking very ready. His squad is looking ready here. I mean, what a performance by Abed as well in this game. He played some fantastic Dota. And him and Crit, really, they combined and killed so many things just between the 2 of them.
It was very impressive, and I think that is a combination that people are going to have to respect and keep in mind when you have this Primal Beast, pairing it up with a Hoodwink. It just looks too gosh darn good. And a lot of it, too, unlocked by the fact that you have Nightfall, who just ran away with the game. Honestly, I don't know if you would call him the MVP, and it's always really fun to see, you know, Arteezy pick up that Shadow Fiend. It has been a while, but he's still showing that he's got it.
Yeah, certainly he's got it, but also a pretty favorable matchup. Being SF against that melee offlaner in Mars, it's not a bad start for him to lane into. Of course, there we see the post-game stats. We have 9-1 and 9 on Arteezy. Of course, 12-1, 13 on Abed, and a 7-0, 15 for Nightfall. All the cores doing fantastic. And let's not forget the supports. I mean, 4-1, 21 is also a pretty good score over on the side of Crit.
Yeah, it's fine. No. He was absolutely integral, especially making these rotations with Abed and, you know, Fly providing that extra attention during the team fights, putting down that tombstone, getting the decays off and whatnot. So just, yeah, the squad is looking very, very powerful. And Crit ends up being our match MVP.
Yeah.
With 4 kills, 1 death, and the 21 assists.
Yeah, I think this game was such a one-sided kind of slaughterhouse for EG, right? That all of them looked like the MVP compared to anyone on the side of OG, and I did not expect them to do it in that dominant fashion. But yeah, Crit certainly, he was integral to the start that Nightfall had as well. The laning stage, he, you know, got some surprise kill that I didn't even expect on the side of Fly there in the laning stage. It's been a long day. Over on the side of Misha in the laning stage. So really surprised me with how active he could play. But Hoodwink is a very low cooldown hero. So is Primal Beast. Put them together and you get a very OP sandwich right there.
All right, well, we had a very exciting day of Dota. It has been a long day. So shout out to everyone who's been hanging out with us, watching the stream, whether it was spent the middle of the night, the morning, the afternoon, whatever. We are so glad that you were able to join us. There's still more Dota happening, though. So Wagga and I are going to say goodbye to you for now, and we are going to go check in over at the B stream.
tower is under attack.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Dire structures are fortified.
Behold, a subtle burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Penance. I beat my maker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nature's foulest monster. I return from shade and searing.
I still want to trade places with you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Better than money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of double damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Quinn could have got in and gotten the damage off onto the Ember Spirit, but he got jumped by, I think, the Centaur, who stunned him up, so he couldn't come in and do the damage they needed to Nothing to Say, so Nothing to Say gets away with it.
My thrift rewarded.
Despite an incredible catch from Sonics from CCNC. That's right, I'm using the old name. I'm mixing it up a bit.
I saw Quinn TPing back to his tier 1. I'm trying to take a fight. But bottom lane shoving, mid lane shoving, so much information for PSG LGD all the time. Sonic's still trying to mount some kind of offensive up top here. It's just Ame running at them.
Jesus, they'll manage to get off the spike carapace as well. Full stuff is on to Leshrac. He's trying to do what he can on MSS and Fada, but it's not going to be enough. Quinn still to fall. MSS going to follow him to the grave. It's PSG LGD looking for more. Fada in the tree lines. Not going to be getting out of this one. Too much damage coming out from Ame at the moment as they take down 3 heroes. Just so quick here. So clinical from PSG LGD.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They've just got so much farm. They've got such a huge net worth lead. And the way that Dota is these days, everybody scales with net worth. You know, even Faith Beyond here just looking absolutely Chadley with his Centaur, picking up the Shivas. He's enormous.
Yep, now just a casual stroll at the high ground. This seems so effortless from the side of PSG LGD. Like I don't know, man. This was, I don't even know if they could call it an output. It just played the map so much better than Sonic's. So much better.
Yeah, they really just farmed them around in circles and like nothing to say, constantly running down lanes, being a pest. Didn't have anything to deal with him, even though this was a first pick Ember. I think Sonic's, like we said, the plan was very much like, look, we don't care about him so much because as much as we can't catch him, maybe we think he can't necessarily kill us, and we're just gonna have this kind of death ball going. But with the BOTs on the Centaur and the Chen creep shoving lanes, they just have not been able to get out on the map. Even with Quinn buying some BOTs to try and fight back and split push a little bit. He can't play as freely as the heroes on PSG LGD can, though, because there's always that worry in the back of your mind that, okay, I'm shoving on this lane, but there's a Nyx on the other team, so there could always be, Nyx assassin coming and finding me. So you can kind of see that he can't cope past the elbow here on the lane. He can shove it out to there, but then he has to jump back and kind of rejoin the safety of his team under their wards.
Yeah, they have to play in vision as well. There's always the threat. The Nyx assassin or the Centaur getting on top of you. And this is why we say it. This is why you get yourself that cheap disposable lockdown, that hero you can just throw in and kind of not mind too much if they do get caught out. Just frees up your draft so much, and you're seeing exactly that. Look at ZQ here. Look at ZQ. He's like, oh dear, I've been jumped. He does actually just get to die here, but again, so much better than anyone else. Actually, they're still trying to follow up on this. Faith Beyond maybe has to be a little bit careful. The Pop Stampede, though, they just want to commit to this fight. Huge commitment from LGD as they jump in with nothing to say and then jump themselves out again. No chance of them actually overcommitting. Just want to get those BKBs. Want to squeeze Sonics a little bit here.
It's insane that they can position like this, so there's just really nothing to punish them. Like the only thing that can start for Sonics is a Blink Pulverize. And there's the Lincolns. So Ame's always going to be able to get the pike off. He's always going to be able to position backwards. Sonic's smoked up.
Starting to feel a little bit hopeless for the side of Sonics. From such a good laning phase to this, I just can't believe it's all snuck away from them. That's all does get seen, but they're actually going to try and commit onto Faith Beyond, but the Ogre Seal Totem bounces him away, turns around with a stun. Let's not force to put the BKB early in this one, but it's just this Ember Spirit in the fight, bouncing around, doing so much work out onto Leslau. They will bring him down with ease. And look at this from Nothing to Say, just jumping in so very deep as Fada gets left behind. If you're slow, you're dead. That's it. Buyback comes out from the Primal Beast. They need to keep Quinn alive some way, somehow. He's so low and he will fall. Zinq catches him with the Mana Burners. They will now jump into this one. Leslau gets a little bit of revenge, but he himself will get cut down. Sonics, what can you do?
They can't
the answer.
the Centaur. It's got 5k
There's
health.
not a whole lot.
That's it. Dang.
That's it. Goodness gracious, what a game one. I mean, it was looking so bad for LGD, and then they just kind of shrugged it off. They just didn't really care.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, guys.